transcending to become the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, the perennial second in the Dragon Ball universe. My fate is dictated by none but myself. Today, I shall rewrite my destiny. Kakarot, do you truly believe you are worthy to be my rival? Chapter 1. Transcending to become Vegeta. Year 737 of the Age of the Universe. 7th Universe. Planet Vegeta. Vegeta, with his hands tucked into his pockets, gazed at the clouds drifting across the sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At merely 5 years of age, his eyes sparkled with a brilliance that belied his youth. Just yesterday, diehard Dragon Ball fan Yi Chun had traversed into the Dragon Ball realm, inhabiting the body of the 5-year-old Saiyan Prince Vegeta. This left Yi Chun in a state of bewilderment. I have become Vegeta, the eternal second of the Dragon Ball world? However, soon enough, exhilaration and anticipation surged within him, a whirlwind of emotions flooding his mind. Overall, Yi Chun held a fondness for the character of Vegeta. Unlike the whimsical Goku, Vegeta possessed a distinct personality that resonated more with Yi Chun's own character. Thus, from this day forth, I shall embody Vegeta and ascend to become the most powerful Saiyan in this realm. I am Vegeta. Kakarot, from this moment on, you shall take a back seat. Vegeta instinctively kept his hands in his pockets, raising his gaze to the clouds above. It won't be long. Frieza is set to annihilate Planet Vegeta in the near future. Having just traversed here yesterday, Vegeta had already adapted physically. He bore little emotional attachment to this planet destined for destruction, thus harboring no thoughts of rescue. The time allotted to Vegeta was simply too brief. What can I possibly do to save it? Moreover, the true architect behind the impending doom of Planet Vegeta is Beerus. Am I to confront Beerus Hedon? Best to leave this planet first. Whoosh. Vegeta soared into the sky. He traced an arc in the air, swiftly heading towards the spaceship launch facility. Spaceship launch facility. At this moment, several young Saiyans had gathered there, including the youthful Nappa and Raditz. In addition to Nappa and Raditz, 3 other Saiyan boys of similar age were present. Well, the names of these 3 Saiyans are of little consequence. The 5 boys were deliberating on embarking on a mission as a warrior race. Saiyans of this age, possessing a certain level of combat power, typically ventured off their home planet to engage in battle. Only through such endeavors could they continuously enhance themselves. Saiyans also uplift their combat prowess through the trials of battle. Nappa, didn't you say you would invite Prince Vegeta to join us? Raditz inquired. TSK, who knows? I went to seek an audience with the prince, but he seemed off, Nappa replied, shaking his head. Off? What do you mean? Raditz asked, taken aback. How should I put it? It felt as if you were suddenly a different person altogether. Nappa scratched his bald head. Ha ha ha. You're truly amusing, Naba. How could that possibly be? Surely, you jest, Raditz chuckled heartily. Perhaps His Highness deems it beneath him to engage with us. Another Saiyan youth remarked. After all, His Highness possesses a battle power exceeding 10,000. It seems somewhat perilous for us to venture to that planet. Raditz mused, resting his chin on a small hand, resembling a miniature adult, his long hair nearly brushing the ground. If all else fails, we could choose another planet, should Prince Vegeta decide against it. Whoosh. As they conversed, Vegeta descended, hands tucked into his pockets. Prince Vegeta. The children present bowed in unison, paying their respects to Vegeta. Vegeta, however, paid them no heed and strode purposefully towards the spacecraft. This was the launch base for spaceships, boasting various models. Vegeta surveyed the array of spacecraft. Ultimately, he paused before a medium-sized spaceship. This vessel could accommodate approximately 20 individuals, resembling a scaled-down version of Frieza's grand spacecraft. Inside, it was equipped with spherical mini-spacecraft. The entrance was located above, at the center, requiring one to ascend to access it. Vegeta took to the air. Prince Vegeta, Raditz called out, hastening from distance. Is there something you need? Vegeta inquired. Prince Vegeta, where are you headed? Are you off to battle? Raditz summoned the courage to ask. Indeed, Vegeta replied. May we accompany you? Raditz pressed again. Suit yourselves, Vegeta responded with indifference. Yes. Then let us march forth alongside your highness. Raditz exclaimed enthusiastically, waving to Naba and the others below. Naba and the others immediately soared upwards, joining Vegeta's side. Vegeta showed little interest in them and entered the spacecraft directly. Naba, Raditz, and the others followed suit. 10 seconds later, whoosh, a medium-sized spaceship pierced the planet's atmosphere, instantly appearing amidst the starry expanse, leaving a trail of light in the dark cosmos. Vegeta stood by the window, gazing out at the vastness of space, his thoughts tinged with complexity and nostalgia. Look over there, a large spaceship. Whose could it be? Raditz exclaimed from another window, pointing at a distant light, unable to contain his curiosity. It appears to be Frieza's spaceship. Naba remarked. How strange what brings Frieza's ship near our planet. Is he planning to cause trouble on planet Vegeta like he did 5 years ago? What happened 5 years ago? Raditz asked, taken aback. You are still young. It is understandable you are unaware, Nappa explained. Frisia's army was originally known as the Cold Army. 5 years ago, King Cold bequeathed the throne to Frisia, and from that day forth, it was renamed Frisia's army. Frisia is a more ruthless tyrant than his father. Ah, so that is how it is, Raditz remarked, scratching his head as he cast a glance towards Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, when will your father pass the throne to you? I have no interest in the Saiyan throne, Vegeta replied calmly, nonchalantly removing the scouter from his eyes. Oh, Raditz was taken aback. My goal is to become the strongest warrior in the entire universe, Vegeta said with a slight smile, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. Aboard Frisia's spaceship, Frisia sat comfortably within the craft, a brilliant smile adorning his features. Beside him stood a female alien with blue skin and pink hair, known as Blue, who served as Frisia's personal attendant, overseeing his every need. Lord Frisia, an increasing number of Saiyans have begun returning to planet Vegeta, Blue reported respectfully. Frisia nodded with a smile, moving to the window of the ship to gaze at the distant planet Vegeta. This presents an excellent opportunity to annihilate the Saiyans in one fell swoop, Blue remarked with a smile. Aha! Frisia emitted a series of peculiar cackles, his tail swaying exuberantly as he laughed. Chapter 2. First, make a wish on Earth. In no more than 4 months, nearly all Saiyans will return to planet Vegeta. As Beelzebub spoke, a hint of difficulty shadowed his expression. However, Lord Frisia, the Saiyans are a warrior race. If we eliminate them all, our Legion's combat strength would be significantly compromised, wouldn't it? There is no doubt that the Saiyans are a warrior race, but these wild monkeys are never content to serve under my command. One day, they will surely betray me. Frisia chuckled ominously. Moreover, although the tales of Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods are merely Clich D hero legends, I cannot allow even a trace of unrest. Beelzebub nodded gently. In any case, in 4 months, it will be the end of the Saiyans. This planet will be reduced to cosmic dust. Frisia laughed maniacally. I, Frisia, eagerly await that day. Lord Frisia, we have detected a medium-sized spacecraft that has just departed from planet Vegeta, reported his subordinate, Dodoria. Who is it? Frisia narrowed his eyes, his expression turning cold. Did I not command that all Saiyans are forbidden to leave their planet? According to our investigation, it is a few Saiyan children led by Vegeta. They appear to be heading to the planet Kotalasoya for combat training, replied Dodoria. Oh, Vegeta? Frisia pondered, stroking his chin. Shall we intercept them, Lord Frisia? Dodoria inquired. Let us not alarm them. They are merely children. Frisia smirked, his eyes narrowing. If we were to eliminate them here, it would only draw more Saiyan attention. And those Saiyans light years away may not return. You are correct. Dodoria nodded. Shall we find a secluded place to dispose of them? Dodoria, you have grown wiser, Frisia remarked, rubbing his nose. I shall make the arrangements at once. Dodoria bowed and prepared to carry out the task. Wait a moment. Frisia suddenly recalled something, waving his hand. Dodoria halted instantly. Prince Vegeta IV, the so-called strongest Saiyan prince. Does that mean he is the one most likely to become a Super Saiyan? Dodoria scratched his head, unsure of Frisia's intentions. Let them be. Allow them to fend for themselves, Frisia huffed. I, Frisia, am also a genius warrior. Wouldn't it be rather dull without any opponents? Beelzebub, Dodoria, and Zabo exchanged puzzled glances. If you find it boring without opponents, then why go through the trouble of annihilating planet Vegeta? We can hardly fathom Lord Frisia's thoughts. Whoosh. The spacecraft belonging to Vegeta sped through the cosmos. Before long, it had left the star region of planet Vegeta. There are 5 spherical mini-spacecraft over there. Each of you take one and go wherever you desire, Vegeta suddenly declared. Nappa and Raditz exchanged bewildered looks. What does that mean? The other 3 Saiyan youths were equally perplexed. What do you mean, Prince Vegeta? Nappa inquired. Aren't you coming with us? Raditz asked. I have other matters to attend to. Vegeta replied. But what could be more pressing? Wouldn't it be better if we went together? Raditz suggested. Enough with your chatter. Vegeta's expression turned cold, revealing his impatience. Raditz was startled, involuntarily shuddering. Very well, we shall part ways. Raditz laughed heartily. Nappa, however, was too frightened to utter a word. The prince seems quite irate. He appears more formidable than before. Shortly after, the 5 individuals entered their respective spherical spacecraft. Just as the ship was about to take off, Vegeta rapped on Nappa's vessel. Creak. The door of Nappa's spacecraft opened. Prince Vegeta, have you had a change of heart? Nappa asked. You want us to accompany you, don't you? Indeed. I have changed my mind, but not regarding that, Vegeta stated. Nappa was taken aback. There are a total of 5 spherical mini-spacecraft. Vegeta continued. Leave one for me. You may take the other 4. Nappa was momentarily at a loss. He counted the number of individuals present. Excluding Prince Vegeta, there are 5 of us. How shall we divide 4 spacecraft among 5 people? We are short one. Nappa lamented. Are you an imbecile? Can't you 2 share one spacecraft? Vegeta scoffed. Regardless, Some of you will likely perish on that planet. There is no need to waste a spacecraft. Nappa exclaimed, that is outrageous. Hey, did you hear that? You too. Get down, squeeze together. Nappa immediately stepped forward, opened the door of the spacecraft, and yanked out his companions, issuing a command. One companion was brought to tears. This spacecraft is so small. You want us to squeeze together? This is absurd. I feel like I would splash him in the face if I even went to the restroom. With no other choice, the companion squeezed into the spacecraft with the weakest member. Raditz felt a surge of relief within the spacecraft. Thank goodness I'm not the weakest. Whoosh. In the next moment, the four-spherical mini-spacecraft detached from the mothership, soaring into the starry sky, swiftly heading in another direction. Vegeta's spacecraft, however, made a turn midway, heading towards the direction of Earth. First, I shall make a wish on Earth. What should it be? Vegeta had already contemplated his desire. Wishes for immortality were ultimately futile. The true path lay in self-improvement. If one lacked strength, even immortality would be a curse. Therefore, he resolved to wish for a body capable of regeneration, as well as the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Just these two would suffice. Wait a moment. I must devise a way to merge these two wishes into one, to avoid unnecessary complications. Whoosh. Vegeta's spaceship traversed the cosmos, leaving a trail of white light in its wake. Chapter 3. Another Saiyan headed to Earth? Frisia's spacecraft. Report. Frisia commanded, as one of his subordinates promptly stepped forward. Oh, what is it? Frisia inquired, casting a glance at the subordinate. Lord Frisia, we have just observed that 4 mini-spacecraft have detached from Vegeta's ship, heading towards the designated planet. While Vegeta's vessel has altered its course, the subordinate reported. Where is this little monkey intending to go? Frisia asked with a smile. Our data monitoring indicates he is searching for a planet called Earth, the subordinate replied. Earth? Frisia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Baliblu immediately tapped a few keys on the computer. Bang! A blue planet appeared on the screen. Lord Frisia, this is Earth, Baliblu explained. This planet is quite distant from us, approximately a 3-month journey. Earth is situated in a relatively underdeveloped stellar region, and the humans there possess little combat capability. So, Vegeta has decided to retreat to that tranquil place? Frisia scoffed, his disappointment palpable. Shall we command him to change his course, Lord Frisia? Baliblu inquired. Let him be. I am curious to see what he intends to do, Frisia replied with a disdainful smirk. That insignificant planet, requiring 3 months to reach, does not warrant my attention for such trivial pursuits. Lord Frisia, Chio-E has always had a contentious relationship with Vegeta. Perhaps we should send him to confront Vegeta? Dodoria suggested with a sly grin. Oh, if it is a personal grievance, allowing Chio-E to challenge that little monkey would be prudent. We must ensure Vegeta does not languish on a planet devoid of any combat potential. Otherwise, his usefulness will diminish, Frisia nodded. Understood, Lord Frisia. I shall contact Chio-E at once, Dodoria bowed respectfully. Chio-E's combat power stands at 13,000, while Vegeta's is merely 12,000. Baliblu smiled from the side. Their power difference is over 1,000. It's quite possible that Vegeta could be defeated. Should we instruct Chio-E to show restraint? There is no need for that. If Vegeta were to perish so easily, he would not be worthy of being my rival. Frisia shook his head. Yes. Both Baliblu and Dodoria responded in unison. Report. Lord Frisia, another mini-spacecraft has been detected departing from Vegeta's planet. Another subordinate approached with urgency. Oh, who is it this time? Frisia's eyes narrowed slightly. Lord Frisia. This time it is a Saiyan child, merely 3 years old, with a combat power of 2. The subordinate struggled to contain a laugh. Even Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this news. Cough, cough, a combat power of only 2? Frisia coughed. With such feeble strength, even if he grows, he is unlikely to become a warrior, Balibla chuckled. Let it be. I shall not concern myself with him, Frisia remarked, shaking his head. By the way, where is this spaceship headed? He casually inquired. To the same destination as Vegeta, Earth, his subordinate replied. Oh, it appears we are off to annihilate Earth, Frisia smiled, contemplating the small creature whose battle power was merely 2. With a growth spurt, he should attain a power level of 1 to 200 without much difficulty. Earth, conveniently, has a moon. Transforming into a great ape could yield a battle power of 2,000, making the extermination of all Earthlings exceedingly simple. However, with Vegeta present, even a transformation into a great ape may not prove effective, said Dodoria. What? Dodoria, do you think Vegeta will coexist amicably with those Earthlings? Frisia chuckled lightly. Unlikely. Dodoria nodded in agreement. Frisia shrugged and cast a glance at the still-dazed Dodoria, who quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully before taking his leave. Planet Frisia 56. What? Vegeta? He is heading to a planet called Earth? Chio-E felt an unexpected surge of joy. Lord Frisia has tasked me with dealing with him? Killing him would be of no consequence. This is splendid. Chio-E, do your utmost. I hope you do not disappoint Lord Frisia, Dodoria encouraged with a smile. Indeed. It is time to settle the score from a year ago, Chio-E chuckled darkly. 2 minutes later, a small spacecraft departed from planet Frisia 56, swiftly navigating toward Earth. During the journey, Chiyo-E attempted to contact Vegeta via a detector, but Vegeta, lacking his device, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. After a prolonged period of silence, Chiyo-E's frustration erupted. That scoundrel! He must be doing this on purpose. He seethed. Meanwhile, aboard Vegeta's spacecraft, he suddenly sensed a flash of light behind him. Approaching the rear of the ship, he peered through a glass-like window and indeed spotted a small spacecraft trailing him from a distance. Who could it be? Vegeta pondered. He was acutely aware that Frisia was likely to discover his journey to Earth. Yet, what difference would it make? Once I reach Earth and fulfill my desires, I shall utilize some Senzu beans to recover. I trust my battle power will soon elevate significantly. However, he wondered about the identity of the pursuer. My battle power is currently too weak, only 12,000. If it is Dodoria or Zarbon pursuing me, I might be in a precarious situation. I would need to sustain serious injuries twice to eliminate them, Vegeta thought, glancing at the detector he had carelessly placed on the table. The device was blinking faintly, signaling an incoming call. Vegeta stepped forward, grasped the detector, and pressed the communication button. Vegeta, you rascal, you finally picked up the phone. Chiyo-E gasped, breathless. You're panting heavily. Are you feeling unwell? Vegeta chuckled. Enough of the chit-chat. Vegeta, you ought to pay attention to your combat power. Chiyo-E laughed heartily. Lord Frisia is already well aware of your whereabouts. Aren't you planning to visit Earth? We've pinpointed your destination through your search keywords. Who are you? Vegeta inquired. Chapter 4, Xiangpa and Bardock. Fool, you don't even recognize me? Don't tell me you can't even recognize my voice. Chiyo-E shouted in frustration. Are we quite familiar? Vegeta asked. Chiyo-E clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead in anger. What do you think? We met last year at the training camp. That was so long ago. I've completely forgotten, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Chiyo-E nearly burst into tears. It was just a year ago. How can you say it was such a long time? Isn't it just a year? A year is a year. Chiyo-E exclaimed. Are you a parrot? Vegeta said lazily. You just wait, Vegeta. I will not forgive you. Chiyo-E was filled with hatred for Vegeta. By the way, who are you? Vegeta curiously asked. I am Chiyo-E. He almost revealed his name before reconsidering. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Vegeta shook his head, dismissing him as nothing more than a minor nuisance. With that, he ended the call abruptly. Chiyo-E looked up at the vast expanse of stars, feeling disheveled in the spaceship. Am I a minor nuisance? Have you lost your mind? My combat power surpasses yours by 1,000. How dare you, Vegeta? Who gave you the confidence to hang up on me? I will personally ensure your downfall for this humiliation. Chiyo-E seethed, wishing to chase down Vegeta's spaceship and consume it. However, the speeds of their spaceships were comparable, and they were too far apart for a ki blast to reach. Chiyo-E could only fret helplessly. Growing increasingly agitated, he decided to call Vegeta once more. Is it you again? Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta, you ought to take a good look at your combat power. Chiyo-E retorted. Mine exceeds yours by 1,000. And what of it? Vegeta replied. Chiyo-E was at a loss for words. What of it? Do you have any idea how significant a 1,000-point difference is? I will pin you to the ground and rub your face in it. Ha! Just wait. Are you an idiot? Vegeta chuckled lightly. Do you not know that we Saiyans are a warrior race? Humph, don't be foolish. You call yourself a warrior with such feeble power. Chiyo-E huffed. Do you dare to choose a place for us to settle this once and for all? The journey to Earth is rather lengthy, requiring at least 3 months. What could one possibly accomplish in 3 months? Vegeta pondered this carefully. His words seemed to carry a hint of truth. There was always someone trailing behind him. Which irked Vegeta. What if that individual spaceship was swifter than his own, potentially obliterating his vessel? That would certainly spell trouble. It was imperative to find a way to eliminate him. After all, he was merely an insignificant nuisance. Very well, in 3 days we will pass by planet Earth. Let us settle this matter there, Vegeta proposed. Planet Earth? Certainly, that is acceptable. Kaiatsu was taken aback, never anticipating that Vegeta would acquiesce, and he laughed, saying, You want to flee the moment I land, will you? How juvenile. After uttering these words, Vegeta abruptly terminated the call. He was now contemplating the disparity in combat power. His own was a mere 12,000, while that individual S was recorded at 13,000. Engaging in a straightforward confrontation might not guarantee victory. Moreover, he lacked the luxury of time to squander on him. It appeared that unconventional tactics would be necessary. What strategy could be most effective? Vegeta began to contemplate an existing technique. After all, there were only 3 days left. In such a short span, rapidly augmenting his combat power would prove to be a challenge, given his current physical condition and attributes. However, raising it by a few hundred should not pose significant issues. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Planet Earth, a vast celestial body nestled in the heart of the universe. Its inhabitants were predominantly extraterrestrial visitors, with the indigenous population having dwindled significantly. Many interstellar travelers, seizing the opportunity, transformed this planet into a culinary haven, attracting tourists eager to savor the flavors of their homelands. Whoosh, whoosh. A radiant streak akin to a star blazed across the cosmos, accompanied by a shimmering purplish-red light. The two luminescent trails swiftly descended upon the planet, revealing the god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, alongside the angel Vados. Oh my, the cuisine on this planet seems rather delightful. Kampa, let us hasten to indulge. Vados smiled. This is quite vexing. Kampa muttered, his gaze drawn to a colossal statue standing at the planet's center. The statue depicted Beerus. His finger pointed toward the ground, emanating an air of authority and grandeur. Isn't that Lord Beerus's statue? The likeness is quite impressive, Vados remarked with a smile. Why is it that no one from our universe has gifted me a statue? Kampa grumbled. Well, if you think about it, only those who are non-existent are immortalized in statues for commemoration or worship, Vados whispered. Kampa's eyes lit up at this revelation, and he promptly gave Vados a vigorous thumbs up. Indeed, Vados, you are truly talented. Subsequently, the two indulged in the rare delicacies of the sixth universe on this vibrant planet, Vados. Vados appears quite prosperous, doesn't it? I find myself almost tempted to wreak havoc upon it, exclaimed Kampa, savoring a chicken leg while rubbing his hands, suppressing the urge to unleash destruction upon the world. Is Lord Kampa feeling a tinge of jealousy? Vados inquired with a smile. Indeed, I am jealous. So what? Kampa huffed, nonchalantly tossing the remaining chicken leg to the ground. After all, our sixth universe lacks such flourishing planets. Lord Kampa certainly pays no mind to environmental cleanliness, Vados sighed. I am the god of destruction. Why should I concern myself with cleanliness? Kampa retorted, grabbing another piece of chicken to devour. By the way, why hasn't this planet in our universe developed? Wasn't this planet devastated by Lord Kampa a millennium ago? Vados remarked. Chapter 5, Vados, what an adorable little one. What? Did I do that? Kampa exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, indeed. Lord Kampa found this planet to be in an undesired location, somewhat unsightly, and believed it detracted from the beauty of the universe, hence. Vados sighed. What a blunder. How could I have committed such an act? Kampa lamented, cradling his head in regret. Suddenly, as they conversed, two streaks of light flashed across the sky. Is that a spaceship? Kampa craned his neck to gaze upward. Oh dear, it is likely to land nearby, Vados noted. What an oblivious creature, choosing to land beside me. Kampa's irritation grew, and he casually hurled the half-eaten chicken leg in that direction. Whoosh! Kampa's chicken leg soared like a comet, swiftly passing beside Vegeta's spaceship before crashing into Chuyi's vessel. Vegeta, is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? Chuyi laughed heartily, oblivious to the impending chaos. This planet isn't too shabby. It's quite renowned in the central universe. If you perish here, you should be grateful to me. Just then, as Chuyi spoke, the chicken leg penetrated the spaceship, striking him squarely in the mouth. Crack! 6 of Chuyi's teeth shattered instantly, blood gushing forth. He was momentarily stunned. What is this? What is this thing? Chuyi opened his mouth, extracting the object within. Isn't this a chicken leg? How did it end up in my spaceship? However, before Chuyi could fully comprehend the situation, the spaceship began to deflate like a balloon, careening erratically through the air. Crash! The spaceship plummeted from the sky, colliding with a colossal statue of Beerus in the distance. Boom! The statue lost its balance and collapsed with a thunderous roar, creating utter chaos in the vicinity. Lord Kampa must have done that on purpose, Vados chuckled. Smack! As she spoke, Beerus gently raised her right hand to catch the descending spacecraft of Vegeta. I have long found that sculpture displeasing. How dare it point at me? Kampa snorted. But truth be told, you are quite gentle with that spacecraft. Hee. We angels are inherently gentle, Beerus chuckled. Kampa remarked, why did you strike the spacecraft behind us with a drumstick instead of the one ahead? Beerus smiled in response. It's more exhilarating to target the smaller one. Kampa grinned. Vegeta widened his eyes in disbelief. Wasn't he that Kampa and Beerus? How did they end up in Universe 7? Just moments ago, he felt a flash of light. Yes, it went behind. Vegeta quickly turned to look back. He then witnessed the unfortunate fate of the spacecraft behind him. He struggled to maintain his composure. I have only traversed the 5th day, and I am already facing hellish difficulty. I cannot provoke these two. The next moment, Vegeta focused and noticed Beerus had extended her hand, intending to catch the spacecraft. Suddenly, it dawned on him that their spacecraft had descended improperly. By a stroke of misfortune, they had strayed near Kampa and Beerus. No wonder that fellow spacecraft was struck away by Kampa. Without a hint of hesitation, Vegeta immediately pulled the handbrake to the limit. At the same time, he pressed down hard on the brake with his feet. Crack! The spacecraft abruptly halted about 10 meters from Beerus. Phew! Vegeta let out a slight sigh of relief. Yet he was acutely aware that this did not signify he was out of danger. I am merely a Saiyan with a battle power just above 10,000. In front of Kampa, I am nothing. Oh! Kampa raised an eyebrow, glancing at Vegeta's spacecraft. Beerus also looked over in surprise. Initially, Beerus thought she could catch the spacecraft, but she was taken aback to see it had stopped instead. The commotion here should have attracted considerable attention. However, many were already drawn to the incident of the fallen Beerus sculpture. The collapse of that sculpture was far more severe than what was happening here. After all, that sculpture was the soul of this planet. With its spirit now shattered, the planet surely faces impending doom. A multitude had gathered near the sculpture, engaged in fervent discussion. Crack! Vegeta immediately soared out of the spacecraft, gently landing opposite Beerus. Oh my, what a child, Beerus smiled. This mischievous kid, is he recklessly piloting his family's spacecraft? Kampa said with a stern expression, shall I teach him a lesson on behalf of his parents? Little one, what you did earlier was quite dangerous. Beerus knelt down, taking Vegeta's small hand gently. Vegeta thought, damn it, I am being treated as a child. Well, I am just 5 years old. In their eyes, what is not considered a child? Understood. Vegeta replied succinctly. Hee, this little one is rather adorable, Bardock remarked, playfully pinching Vegeta's chubby cheek, finding it quite amusing. Vegeta retorted. Just you wait. Everything you do to me, I shall return it to you twofold. Dare to pinch my face? I will not only pinch yours, but also your. Well, you know. Look at Bardock. You've made that mischievous child drool. Kampa smiled from the side. Oh dear, how rude. Bardock chuckled, playfully wiping Vegeta's drool on his own clothing. Little one, would you like some candy? Bardock raised her right hand slightly, revealing a piece of chocolate. Vegeta glanced at the chocolate in Bardock's hand, immediately accepting it, tearing open the wrapper, and popping it into his mouth. The taste was quite delightful. Better than he had anticipated. Let's go, Kampa suggested to Bardock, seizing the opportunity while Beerus was fast asleep to explore their universe, hoping for new discoveries. All right, Bardock nodded, giving Vegeta's cheek a gentle pat. Goodbye, little one. Sister, you are truly beautiful. When I grow up, may I marry you? Vegeta asked earnestly. Bardock halted in her tracks, and Kampa turned to stare at Vegeta in surprise. Chapter 6 Bardock, when you grow up, come find me again. Ha! Kampa erupted in laughter, almost doubling over. Well then, little one, grow up quickly and come back to me. Bardock, momentarily taken aback, winked at Vegeta. Really? It's a promise then, Vegeta declared, extending his pinky finger. Let us make a pact. All right, a promise it is, Bardock nodded, also extending her pinky. Their pinky fingers intertwined. Pinky swear, for 100 million years. We shall not change. Whoever breaks it, their father will eat poop. Vegeta proclaimed with conviction. Bardock replied, that oath is rather harsh. Puffed. Kampa laughed heartily once more. This kid's promise could certainly amuse the Grand Minister. You dare to jest about the Grand Minister? Well, from this day forth, you are my wife, Vegeta declared. Oh dear, you're only 5 years old, little one, Bardock wiped her brow. I am not a little one. My name is Vegeta, he replied defiantly. All right, little Vegeta. Bardock conceded. When you grow up, come find me. If you can locate me, I might consider marrying you, he. With that, Bardock planted a kiss on Vegeta's cheek. Then, she looked up at Kampa and nodded gently. In the next moment, Kampa and Bardock vanished from sight in a swift motion, leaving the scene behind. Is it possible that you are serious, Bardos? Xiangpa inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Bardos. What do you mean, Lord Xiangpa? Bardos responded, taken aback. Of course, I am referring to the matter of marrying that little rascal, Xiangpa remarked. Oh dear, I was merely teasing the child. How could such a thing be taken seriously? Bardos smiled, adding, that little one seems quite adorable and charming. I couldn't help but want to play with him. Indeed. When he grows up, he may very well be unable to find you, Xiangpa nodded. You are quite cunning, Bardos. This man named Vegeta will be searching for you when he matures, yet he may end up scouring the entire universe in vain. Such is the nature of a man's heart, easily shattered by you. What are you saying, Lord Xiangpa? A child of such tender years will have long forgotten me when he grows up, Bardos chuckled, shaking her head. However, on the contrary, what if he truly does find you? Xiangpa mused, resting his chin on his hand. If he indeed finds me, it would signify that we are fated, Bardos smiled. You cannot possibly be contemplating marrying him, can you? Xiangpa asked. Hee, we shall see when the time comes, Bardos giggled. Such matters are far too distant. Why dwell on them? Let us go and sample some other delicacies, Xiangpa proposed. Very well, Bardos nodded. Vegeta rubbed his cheek, which had been kissed by Bardos. He then placed his finger beneath his nose and inhaled deeply. How delightful. Is this the scent of an angel? I shall seek you out when I grow up. Worry not, I will certainly find you. However, before that, I must become the strongest in the universe. Let me first test my compatibility with this body. With a whoosh, Vegeta soared into the sky, heading swiftly toward the direction of Chiaoyi. Chiaoyi's spaceship wobbled in the air before crashing down in the center of the city, obliterating the Beerus statue. Dazed and disoriented, Chiaoyi found himself in a state of confusion, particularly regarding the chicken leg in his mouth. Who on earth has bitten into this chicken leg? How did it end up in my spaceship? Chiaoyi shook his head vigorously, striving to regain his clarity. Immediately after, Chiaoyi shot upwards into the sky, piercing through the spaceship and emerging high above. Damn that Vegeta! Chiaoyi seethed, directing all his resentment toward Vegeta. His eyes widened in fury, his body trembling uncontrollably as he activated the scouter on his eyes, searching for Vegeta's whereabouts. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be a little frog, Vegeta remarked, approaching with a cheerful smile. He recognized Chio instantly. This was the same insignificant creature that had been defeated by Vegeta in the future with but a single blow. Yet, this fellow's battle power was not to be underestimated. It seemed to have reached a height of 18,000. Vegeta, how dare you come over here? Chio exclaimed, his heart swelling with unexpected delight mixed with a hint of surprise. Logically, given Vegeta's current battle power, which was 1,000 points lower than his own, Vegeta should have fled at once. Or perhaps, while my guard is down, a sudden ambush might ensue. How audacious of this individual to boldly present himself before me. Indeed, Saiyans possess an overwhelming arrogance. The two figures hovered high above, standing in opposition. Below, a throng of spectators had gathered. Their eyes turned skyward to behold the two Vegetas and Choi. Are those not members of the Frieza Force? Judging by their attire, they certainly appear to be. Planet Vampa is, after all, a domain under Frieza's rule. What are they up to? Are they about to engage in battle here? The audience murmured among themselves. In the distance, Kappa and Vados suddenly took note of the unfolding scene. Vados, look, that's your future husband. Vegeta, Kappa remarked with a smile. It seems he is preparing to confront that individual. Vados glanced in that direction. I must say, that frog-like fellow seems to possess greater strength than your husband, Kappa chuckled. Tut tut, you wouldn't be mourning your husband so soon, would you? Vados responded with a silent glare. Vados observed both Vegeta and Choi with keen insight. Quickly deducing that Vegeta's power indeed fell short compared to Choi. Should a battle commence, such disparities could prove fatal. It appears this young man is in peril. Let us proceed and witness the prowess of your future husband. Kappa grinned broadly, his smile stretching from ear to ear. With a swift motion, Vados struck Kappa on the forehead with her staff, leaving a noticeable bump. What was that for? Kappa exclaimed, eyes wide. Oh dear, the staff accidentally swung itself. Vados replied with a playful giggle. Chapter 7, Vegeta's First Battle. Humph, you certainly have a knack for mischief. Kappa huffed, feigning offense. It was merely a jest. And you took it to heart. Vados smiled. Are you even a girl? Kappa rolled his eyes. You've lived for over 1 billion years. What nonsense are you spouting? Lord Kappa? Vados retorted, her expression darkening as she glared. Never mind. Let us hasten to observe your future husband's cough, battle against that frog. Kappa quickly amended his statement. With a swift motion, the two found a more advantageous position. High above, Vegeta and Choi faced one another. Vegeta, there will be no escape for you today. Choi declared, his countenance etched with boundless rage. What did you say? Vegeta inquired. I said, you will not flee today. This place shall become your grave. Choi laughed maniacally. You ought to refrain from speaking. Your teeth are missing, and your words may escape you, Vegeta sighed. Choi felt an overwhelming surge of rage, as if struck with a devastating blow. Which scoundrel dared to ambush me with a chicken leg? I swear, I will make him pay. Choi seethed with fury. The fact that someone could pierce your spaceship with a chicken leg and knock out a few of your teeth without killing you outright indicates that this individual possesses formidable strength. Vegeta remarked. You should pray for your own safety. It would be wise to avoid crossing paths with him. Choi was momentarily lost in thought, suddenly realizing the profound truth in Vegeta's words. The individual who struck him with a drumstick certainly possessed formidable power. However, wait. I just scanned the area with my detector. The most powerful warrior on this planet is me. I can stride across this world with confidence. How could someone who ambushed me with a drumstick possibly be my adversary? Shaking his head, Choi dismissed these concerns as secondary. The primary focus now was to thoroughly teach that rascal Vegeta a lesson. Humph, enough with the idle chatter. I shall take great pleasure in administering a proper scolding. Choi sneered. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me? Vegeta chuckled. Choi continued. I hope you grasp the situation clearly. He pointed to the detector affixed to his eyes, asserting, my power level exceeds yours by 1,000. Oh, have you been training aboard a spaceship? Your power has increased by 300, so the gap is now only 700. Even with a 700-point deficiency in power, you remain no match for me. Is that so? Vegeta's expression grew serious. This would be his first battle since arriving in this realm. Consider this a warm-up. I intend to settle the score from a year ago. Choi ground his teeth in anger. A year ago? What transpired? Vegeta inquired, taken aback. Damn it. What vexes me the most is your audacity to forget the events of a year past. Choi trembled with rage. Tell me, if I were at fault. Perhaps I would consider apologizing, Vegeta replied with a smile. Oh, Choi paused, sensing that such words were uncharacteristic of Vegeta. Could this fellow truly offer me an apology? A year ago, during our time at the training camp, you took great pleasure in bullying me when my power was inferior to yours. Choi huffed, clenching his fists tightly. Oh, is that so? Vegeta suddenly understood. Humph, while I may have been weaker than you back then, after a year of rigorous training, my power has finally surpassed yours. Knowing I can exact my revenge fills me with joy. Choi laughed heartily, brimming with excitement. Vegeta, your demise is imminent. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us commence, Vegeta sneered. It seems you are eager to meet your end, and I shall gladly oblige. Chioi chuckled lightly, his hand sweeping forward with force. Whoosh. A blazing energy beam hurtled toward Vegeta's direction. Bang. Vegeta swiftly countered, deflecting the incoming energy with a deft slap. At that moment, Chioi moved rapidly, closing the distance between them. Vegeta immediately matched his speed, ducking to evade Chioi's punch. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce aerial confrontation. For a brief period, they appeared evenly matched. After approximately 3 minutes of combat, bang. Vegeta launched an uppercut aimed at Chioi's chin. Slap. Chioi reacted with remarkable speed, pressing down with his hand. A dull thud resonated as Vegeta's fist struck Chioi's hand. Impressive, Vegeta, Chioi remarked with a huff. This increase in battle power to 300 allows you to somewhat narrow the gap between us. However, it is still far from sufficient. Whoosh. Chioi grasped Vegeta's arm, pulling him downward at a rapid pace. Boom. Vegeta's body crashed into the planet's surface, creating a deep crater. Looking at Chioi, he wore a smug expression. Hey, Vegeta. Did I manage to kill you? Chioi shouted towards the crater where Vegeta lay. The onlookers collectively gasped, feeling a wave of terror wash over them. The sheer strength of both fighters was overwhelming. Indeed, they were members of Frieza's army. What a primitive battle. Xiang Pa shook his head. Babadi remained silent. Babadi, aren't you going to assist your future husband? Xiang Pa chuckled. Oh dear, it seems my staff is becoming unmanageable again, Babadi remarked, shaking his staff, prompting Xiang Pa to step back hastily. You trickster, you claimed all angels are gentle. Is this your idea of gentleness? Ahem, that was a slip of the tongue. Aren't you going to help that little brat? Xiang Pa smiled. No need, he is fine, Babadi replied. Hey, Vegeta, if you're alive, hurry and come out. Chioi called again into the deep pit. Whoosh. Vegeta surged out of the crater, delivering a punch to Chioi's abdomen. Uffed. Chioi spat out a mouthful of bile. Vegeta propelled Chioi into the sky. Whoosh. In an instant, Vegeta appeared directly above Chioi. Hey. Vegeta executed a backflip kick, striking Chioi squarely in the face. Chioi began to plummet rapidly towards the ground. Just as he was about to hit the earth, he stretched his arms slightly, unleashing a surge of energy. Crack. Chioi halted about a meter above the ground. Chapter 8. The Artificial Full Moon. Is that all you can do, Vegeta? Chioi chuckled smugly. Power cannon. Vegeta, looking down from his elevated position, waved his hand downward, unleashing a beam of energy. Boom. The energy blast enveloped Chioi. Unfortunately for him, it struck true, leaving a crater in the ground as he became deeply embedded within it. This little brat is no ordinary foe, Xiang Pa could not help but exclaim. It seems Vegeta was a bit clumsy at first, but now his attacks are fully unleashed. Babadi analyzed. This gap can indeed be bridged through his fighting style. Xiang Pa glanced at Babadi but refrained from responding. However, considering the strength of both combatants, it would likely take at least 3 hours to determine a victor, Babadi smiled. 3 hours? Disinterest enveloped Kampa as he remarked. We have come to gather intelligence from Beerus' universe, not to witness ants in combat. Let us depart, find a place to dine, and then explore. Very well. Lord Kampa, Bardoss nodded. As for the battle between Vegeta and Kaiatsu, Bardoss had no intention of aiding Vegeta. She believed that perhaps Vegeta would emerge victorious. For his fighting spirit surpassed that of the frog-like adversary. It seemed as if he was born solely for battle. Let us go, Kampa beckoned. Just as they prepared to leave, a tremendous energy surged from the pit, soaring towards Vegeta's location. Bardoss and Kampa exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Vegeta reacted swiftly, dodging the oncoming energy with agility. Humph, you evaded that, Kaiatsu scoffed, appearing directly before Vegeta. A subtle smile graced Vegeta's lips. Vegeta, the game ends here. I shall now fight seriously, Kaiatsu declared with a slight grin. Unhurriedly, Vegeta lifted his right hand. With a sharp clap, a golden energy sphere materialized in his palm. What is that? Kampa wondered, sensing little offensive power. Perhaps it is a form of auxiliary energy, Bardoss speculated. Strange little fellow, after conjuring that, his energy has significantly diminished. Kampa mused. Indeed, it might serve him better in some way, Bardoss replied. Kaiatsu was momentarily taken aback, questioning the nature of the sphere. Simultaneously, he detected via his scouter that Vegeta's power level was plummeting. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta's combat power had dwindled to 7,000. Vegeta, are you planning to give up? Kaiatsu sneered. Humph, catch. Vegeta smiled, declaring, I'm about to strike. Huh, you think you can hit me with that? Kaiatsu scoffed disdainfully. With a forceful throw, Vegeta launched the golden orb skyward. Kaiatsu was momentarily stunned once more. Then, he burst into laughter. Vegeta, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to hit an aircraft? Kaiatsu, wipe that disgusting grin off your face. You won't be laughing for much longer, Vegeta retorted. What? I still don't understand your intentions. Just take a good look at your power level. Kaiatsu chuckled lightly. Your power has dropped to 7,000 while mine stands at 12,000. We are separated by a staggering 5,000. Oh, is that so? Vegeta's expression remained calm. Hey, Bardos, that little one seems quite confident, Kappa noted. His earlier intention to leave waning as he became intrigued by the energy sphere Vegeta had unleashed. Kappa was eager to discern Vegeta's intentions. He also recognized that after conjuring the energy sphere, Vegeta's power had plummeted, rendering him no match for the frog-like fighter. Bardos had mentioned that the energy sphere was auxiliary. What could it possibly assist with? The energy orb ascended into the heavens, swiftly bursting forth in a radiant display of divine light. What could that be? It appears to resemble the moon, does it not? But is it not the 15th day of the month? This cannot be a full moon. No. That celestial body is conjured by that mischievous little creature with a long tail. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, began to whisper among themselves, exchanging their astonishment. What? A full moon? Shio's pupils dilated, suddenly grasping the implication, her expression shifting dramatically. Vegeta raised his gaze to the sky, fixated on the artificial full moon above. Almost immediately, he sensed his heartbeat quickening, the rhythmic pounding echoing in his ears. Thump, 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 like the resounding beat of a drum. Perhaps it's time to attempt the transformation into a great ape. Although it may be somewhat excessive for dealing with this insignificant foe, I am curious to discover whether I will retain my sanity in that form. Should I revert to the original Vegeta after becoming a great ape? It would spell disaster for me. Thus, some matters must be addressed without delay. It is not merely for the sake of vanquishing this trivial opponent that I contemplate this transformation. It is an opportunity to experiment that I cannot afford to overlook. In the next instant, Vegeta distinctly felt his body expanding, every part of him growing larger, while the surroundings diminished in scale. Simultaneously, dark fur sprouted across his form. In a flash, he transformed into a colossal black great ape. Shio was rendered speechless. Vegeta, you crafty trickster. You dare to toy with transformations? After a brief moment of shock, she turned to flee. Vegeta, this is no game. How intriguing this has become. Kampa's eyes widened in surprise, taken aback by the little creature's ability to transform. Oh dear, after the transformation, Vegeta's power has surged at least tenfold, Bardos remarked with a smile. Tenfold. Quite remarkable. Kampa chuckled, suggesting that the ensuing battle would hold little uncertainty. Indeed, Bardos nodded in agreement. TSK, judging by their outward appearances, we initially underestimated that little rascal, Vegeta. Kampa mused. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? Bardos replied with a smile, for everyone yearns for beauty, and possessing a more charming visage surely provides an advantage. Chapter 9. Kampa, shall we take him back for training? Upon becoming a great ape, Vegeta instantly instilled panic among the spectators. Those observing this towering behemoth trembled in fear. Many soon regained their composure. So this lad is a Saiyan. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar with that tale. It turns out he is one of those Saiyans, notorious for their misdeeds. Our planet was devastated by them. I heard him referred to as Vegeta. Isn't he the prince of the Saiyans? The murmurs among the crowd swiftly reached Kampa and Bardos' ears. Bardos, the lineage of your future little husband does not reflect well, Kampa remarked with a smile. Indeed, it does not. Bardock nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon transforming into a great ape, Vegeta immediately sensed the enhancement of his physique. Indeed, his strength had increased tenfold. He could feel the explosive power coursing through him, thinking to himself that a single punch could shatter this planet to pieces. What reassured Vegeta was that, despite his transformation, the essence of his original self remained intact. I am still me. In the next moment, Vegeta fixed his gaze on the swiftly retreating Kaiotsu. Whoosh! Vegeta transformed into a shadow, rapidly pursuing him. In an instant, he caught up with Kaiotsu, blocking his path like an imposing mountain. Kaiotsu's face turned pale with fear, his entire body trembling. Kaiotsu, do you not know that our Saiyans possess a tenfold increase in battle power upon becoming great apes? Vegeta's smile emerged. This is impossible. You managed to create an artificial full moon. Kaiotsu stuttered, shaking uncontrollably. Before coming to this planet, I specifically checked the timing for the full moon. It won't occur for at least another 6 days. It was quite normal for a few Saiyans to create artificial full moons. Do you not have a grasp of our kind? Vegeta observed Kaiotsu with a grin. To Vegeta, Kaiotsu now appeared diminutive. Now Kaiotsu, do you use your scouter to ascertain my battle power? Vegeta inquired cheerfully. Why you? Kaiotsu stammered, instinctively pressing the button on the scouter. Immediately, the values on the device began to fluctuate wildly. Battle power, 8,000, 9,000, 10, 000, 20, 000. Kaiotsu quivered. Boom. However, before Kaiotsu could finish his sentence, the scouter exploded. The device could only register a maximum value of 20, 000, yet Vegeta's battle power had soared to an astounding 70, 000. Kaiotsu was thoroughly panicked, beads of sweat pouring down his face. Vegeta, I was merely jesting before. I hope you don't take offense, Kaiotsu said with a forced smile, attempting to appease him. I take great offense, Vegeta replied coldly. Kaiatsu was at a loss for words. Ahem, we are the best of friends, are we not? Kaiatsu said, tears streaming down his face. What about the events that transpired during training camp? Vegeta grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. Ha ha, I enjoy being bullied by you. Kaiatsu hastily retorted. Is that so? Then I shall bully you to your demise. Vegeta said with keen interest. Lord Frieza? Kaiatsu suddenly had an idea. Hastily pointing behind Vegeta and exclaiming loudly. Vegeta remained unfazed. Frieza? It would be remarkable if he were here. Besides, even if Frieza did come, what of it? I still have a trump card up my sleeve. Zampa and Bardock are still here to witness the spectacle. If Frieza truly arrives, I would not mind kneeling before Bardock. Go to hell, Vegeta said, showing no mercy as he struck down with a resounding slap. Bam! Vegeta swatted Chio-E from the sky as if he were merely a fly. With a thunderous crash, Chio-E plummeted to the ground, leaving a substantial dent in the earth. Boom! Vegeta descended, landing at the edge of the crater, causing the ground to tremble violently. Whoosh! Chio-E was forcefully shaken from the depths of the earth, soaring upward. Vegeta casually prodded Chio-E's body with his foot. Bam! Following that, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, launching Chio-E into the heavens. Roar! Vegeta opened his gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of energy that enveloped Chio-E. With a resounding explosion, Chio-E was obliterated, utterly vanquished. After dispatching Chio-E, Vegeta pointed towards the artificial moon in the sky. The fabricated full moon swiftly descended into his grasp. Snap! Vegeta absorbed the moon's energy into his being. In the next moment, his physique rapidly diminished, returning to its usual form. He then placed his hands in his pockets and let out a hum. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Everyone, save for Kampa and Beerus, was left in a state of shock. Kampa and Beerus quickly regained their composure. The boy was so frugal with his energy, unwilling to waste even a morsel, opting instead to reclaim it. Kampa shook his head, recognizing the significant toll it took on him. Beerus mused that absorbing this energy would allow for a partial restoration of strength. Yet, there was no denying the boy's combat style exhibited remarkable flair. Kampa remarked that with proper nurturing, he might evolve into an exceptional god of destruction in the future. Do you wish to retire, Lord Kampa? Beerus inquired. Although reluctant to retire, finding a successor in advance could be a prudent choice, Kampa contemplated. Lord Kampa truly plans ahead, Beerus chuckled. Ultimately, he was a being from the 7th universe. Bringing him back might not be entirely appropriate. Kampa then recalled Vegeta's identity and resolutely shook his head. No, Lord Kampa must not think this way. Beerus giggled, covering his mouth. Lord Kampa should consider that while Lord Beerus slumbers, we could sneak him back and cultivate him into a formidable figure. Wouldn't it be amusing when Lord Beerus awakens? Kampa stared intently at Beerus. You're absolutely right. How did I not think of that? It would be ideal to cultivate him into a being stronger than all humans in the 7th universe. When Lord Beerus awakens, a competition against the humans would surely yield a sense of accomplishment. Beerus suggested with a smile. Chapter 10 Kampa. Little one, can you cook? I see now, Beerus. You truly have taken a liking to him, Kampa sighed. What are you saying, Lord Kampa? Beerus rolled his eyes. If you genuinely wish to take him back, I have no objections. As Kampa shook his head, he stipulated a prerequisite. He must possess culinary skills, and they must be exceptional, or else it would be futile. I was merely jesting. If Lord Kampa does not wish to take him back, consider my words as unspoken, replied Vados. Very well. I shall grant him an opportunity and observe whether he cherishes it. Kampa pondered, immediately resolving to bring the lad back for Vados to nurture. Together, they would trounce everyone in Universe 7. The expression on Beerus's face upon discovering the boy's true identity would undoubtedly be priceless. My anticipation to witness Beerus's reaction grows increasingly fervent. First, let us see this lad's demeanor. Hey, kid, Kampa beckoned to Vegeta, with his hands tucked into his pockets. Vegeta soared over, curious about the summons. What does this fool want with me? Kid, I find your talent quite promising, Kampa remarked, pausing with a smile before inquiring. By the way, how are your cooking skills? I can make canned peaches. My canned yellow peaches are delectable, Vegeta replied. Kampa. Vados. The two exchanged glances. What are canned yellow peaches? I've never heard of such a thing. Are they truly as delicious as he claims? The very name can sounded appetizing, causing Kampa to smack his lips. Vados also licked her lips, appearing a bit tempted. You must prepare some for me to taste right now, Kampa insisted. That might not be feasible at the moment. I have a very important task yet to complete. Once I finish, we can discuss it, Vegeta responded, somewhat awkwardly. What? What task do you need to complete? Kampa's expression darkened. This lad dared to refuse him. Provide me with a means of contact, and once I finish my current endeavor, I shall come to you to prepare the canned peaches, Vegeta proposed. Or, I could complete the task, and have the canned peaches ready by the time you come. Vados, give him the communicator, Kampa commanded. Certainly, Lord Kampa, Vados nodded, flying forward to hand Vegeta a communicator. Vegeta accepted it, and tucked it into his collar. Beautiful lady. I shall miss you, he said. What a sweet tongue, Vados chuckled, playfully pinching Vegeta's cheek. Vegeta, you're pinching my face again. Just wait. You pinch my face, and I shall pinch yours in return. Well, it seems we must truly take our leave now, Vados smiled. Farewell, sister, Vegeta nodded. By the way, kid, what is your ambition? Kappa inquired. I aspire to become the strongest warrior in the universe, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists with a serious expression. Oh, ambitious are we? Kappa laughed heartily, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. You are fortunate to have crossed paths with us. I hope your canned peaches are indeed delicious. In the blink of an eye, Kappa and Vados vanished, reappearing swiftly on the opposite side of the planet, continuing their indulgent escapades on this celestial body. Vegeta, devoid of any inclination to ascertain whether the two individuals had departed from this planet, promptly dispensed with any hesitation and boarded his spacecraft. Whoosh! The spacecraft ascended into the void, swiftly navigating towards the star system that housed Earth. Frisia's spacecraft. Lord Frisia, Kaiotsu has perished, Dodoria intoned gravely. Oh, Frisia's eyes narrowed slightly, his tail swaying behind him. News has just arrived from planet Namek that this shameless fellow, Vegeta, upon realizing he was no match for Kaiotsu, has transformed into a great ape. Dodoria scoffed. What? Did they engage in battle on planet Namek during a full moon? Frisia inquired. Not at all. That fool Vegeta conjured an artificial full moon, Dodoria replied. It merely indicates that Kaiotsu was exceedingly foolish. Why grant him the opportunity to transform? Frisia chuckled softly, pondering that he could have simply eliminated Kaiotsu while he was busy creating the artificial moon. The crux of the matter is that Vegeta merely unleashed a rather ordinary energy blast, and Kaiotsu was oblivious to the fact that it was an artificial full moon. Dodoria recounted. By the time Kaiotsu realized, it was already too late. Frisia remained silent, contemplating how to deal with the little brat named Vegeta. Lord Frisia, shall we continue to send people to track him? Biliblu inquired. Let it be. Allow him to go. Frisia shook his head. If he truly possesses the ability to become a Super Saiyan, then it would warrant my serious attention. By the way, Lord Frisia, it is rumored that a plumper version of Lord Beerus was sighted on planet Namek, Biliblu suddenly recalled. Oh, a plumper version of Lord Beerus? Frisia paused, intrigued. Is there any video footage? There was, but for some reason, the data has been corrupted and the sole video has vanished, Biliblu replied, shaking his head. Notably, Kaiotsu's spacecraft knocked over the statue of Lord Beerus. Dodoria wiped the sweat from his brow. What did you say? The statue of Lord Beerus has toppled? Is it damaged? Frisia's countenance darkened. It has indeed broken an arm, shattered, and a piece of the head has fallen off. The tail is likewise detached, Dodoria responded promptly. The craftsmen are working overnight to repair it. Fool, why repair it? Just make a new one immediately. Frisia bellowed in a fit of rage, insisting that this time a superior material must be utilized, something that would not easily break. If it fails, use the materials from our spacecraft. Lord Frisia, the materials from our spacecraft are exceedingly expensive. Dodoria replied with a wry smile. Dodoria, are you a simpleton? Frisia fumed, smoke billowing from his nostrils. Regardless of the cost, we must ensure that the statue of Lord Beerus is nothing short of perfection. Yes, Lord Frisia, I shall make the arrangements at once. Dodoria bowed deeply. 3 months swiftly passed. Within the confines of his spacecraft, Vegeta beheld the distant appearance of that familiar planet. Earth, I am coming, he declared. And to my future bride, I have arrived for you. Since I have traversed into the persona of Vegeta, Bulma is undoubtedly mine. Moreover, I must keep a vigilant watch over Bulma from a very young age. Otherwise, I risk becoming a victim of envy. Who would dare to harbor such feelings towards me? One is the young Kakarot, and the other is that lecherous Master Rashi. Additionally, there is Yamcha, and Oolong too. Kakarot is simply naive, with proper guidance. He can be steered clear of mischief. The other 3, however, require a thorough reprimanding. Chapter 11, The God of Earth. Earth, the Heavenly Temple. Upon witnessing such a colossal object looming in the sky, the God of Earth furrowed his brow, his expression shifting dramatically. He discerned that it was a spacecraft, within which resided an enigmatic individual exuding an aura of profound depth. Who could this be? Who has come to Earth? Master Popo, the goddess attendant, also adopted a vigilant demeanor, clenching his fists tightly. An extraterrestrial visitor. The God of Earth spoke gravely, pondering the reason behind this alien-s visit to Earth. What could his intentions be? Master Popo remained silent. What is destined to be will come, whether it be fortune or misfortune. The God of Earth gripped his staff firmly. Creak. The hatch of the spacecraft opened. He is about to emerge. The God of Earth wore a solemn expression, while beads of sweat trickled down Master Popo's face. Whoosh. Vegeta burst forth from the spacecraft, hovering above the God and Master Popo, gazing down upon them from his lofty perch. Upon seeing Vegeta's arrival, both the God and Master Popo were momentarily taken aback. Is he a child? Master Popo inquired. A child with a tail, the God of Earth mused, furrowing his brow once more. The reason for his concern lay in the overwhelming energy radiating from this child, instilling an irresistible sense of foreboding. this extraterrestrial visitor? State your purpose. The god of Earth urged, striving to maintain his composure as he looked up at Vegeta. I have come in search of the Dragon Balls. That is my sole purpose, Vegeta declared, descending gracefully and nonchalantly, placing his hands in his pockets as he landed before the god and Master Popo. How do you know about the Dragon Balls? The god of Earth's countenance shifted with alarm. That is of no concern to you, Vegeta replied with a smile. Now, reveal to me the location of the Dragon Balls. I regret to inform you that although I created the Dragon Balls, they scatter across the globe the moment they are formed, awaiting the worthy to uncover them, the god of Earth explained. Thus, even I am unaware of their precise locations. Stop the prattle. As the deity of this planet, you must possess greater knowledge of their whereabouts than I do, Vegeta huffed. The god of Earth fell silent. Do you refuse to speak? Vegeta pressed. Then allow me to assess your battle power. With that, Vegeta produced a scouter, affixing it to his ear and pressing a button. Impressive. Battle power readings of 220 and 180. Vegeta remarked with a smile. Afterward, he removed the scouter. It's best to avoid wearing such devices. After all, Frieza may be eavesdropping at any moment. It would be quite troublesome if he were to learn of the Dragon Balls. What? Battle power? The god of Earth was taken aback. In simple terms, combat power refers to your fighting capability. One might understand it as the numerical value of energy within you. Vegeta smiled, declaring, you possess a power level of 220, while that black creature behind you is at 180. Mr. Popo interjected, black creature? Who are you referring to? Is that polite? Now, allow me to reveal my combat power, Vegeta continued, extending a finger. What? 1000? The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. The disparity was staggering. If what he claimed was true, no matter how hard he tried, he would likely stand no chance against him. Even employing Master Matato's sealing technique would probably fail to subdue him, and such an attempt would only serve to provoke his wrath. Perhaps it would be prudent to first ascertain his intentions. No, it is 10,000. Vegeta corrected him. What did you say? The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in terror. 10,000. Mr. Popo was equally stunned. If that were indeed the case, we would have no hope whatsoever. A combat power of 10,000. Are you even human? Rest assured, I am not here to invade Earth. I can guarantee that, Vegeta assured them. The Supreme Kai gazed intently at Vegeta. Indeed, this child appeared rather sinister. Yet his inner world seemed tranquil, devoid of any significant malevolence. What wish do you intend to fulfill? The Supreme Kai inquired. You will find out in due time. Vegeta replied with a smile. Very well, I agree to share the location of the Dragon Balls. But you must promise not to engage in any actions that would harm Earth. The Supreme Kai insisted. Should you break your promise, although I may not be your match, there will come a day when someone will exact retribution upon you. Enough with the prattle, Vegeta replied, slightly exasperated. The location of the first Dragon Ball is in that direction. There lies a deep sea, within which is a pirate's base. The Dragon Ball is located in the pirate's treasure vault, and you should find it easily upon entering the base. Understood, Vegeta nodded. The location of the Dragon Ball indicated by the Supreme Kai must indeed be the one within the pirate's hoard. I shall retrieve that Dragon Ball now. You may continue to contemplate the location of the second, Vegeta declared, immediately soaring into the air. Whoosh! Vegeta accelerated to his utmost speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. The swiftness of his movement left the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo astonished. What incredible speed! Even I, a deity, cannot see him, the Supreme Kai exclaimed. Hastening to the edge of the sanctuary, Mr. Popo followed closely behind, both gazing downward. He has already entered the depths of the ocean. How much time has passed? The Supreme Kai observed, while Mr. Popo silently wiped his brow. This little fellow is indeed formidable. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta soared back to the sanctuary. Clutching the first Dragon Ball and a treasure chest, he tossed both the Dragon Ball and the chest onto the ground. The Supreme Kai stood momentarily stunned. Does this extraterrestrial being spare even the treasure chests? What purpose do those jewels serve for you? The location of the second Dragon Ball, Vegeta stated. The second Dragon Ball is on a remote island over there, the Kai pointed out. Without hesitation, Vegeta soared towards the island. Before long, he was greeted by the sight of the island. Isn't this Master Roshi's little island? With a resounding thud, Vegeta descended, hands tucked into his pockets, landing upon Master Roshi's domain. The turtle, basking in the sun on the beach, shifted its expression upon seeing Vegeta. This fellow has flown here. Silence. I have no desire to converse with a turtle, Vegeta retorted. Ahem, I am a sea turtle, not a tortoise. The turtle corrected. Get lost, Vegeta scoffed, delivering a swift kick that sent the turtle flying, leaving it utterly bewildered. Chapter 12. Even if today is a wedding, one must still attend kindergarten. Vegeta strode directly into the Kame house. As he approached the entrance, joyous dance music resonated from within. Peering inside, he found Master Roshi, the old lecher, glued to the television, nearly pressing his lips against the screen. On the screen, several beautiful young ladies clad in bikinis danced gracefully. Master Roshi was drooling uncontrollably. Shaking his head, Vegeta searched the room for the Dragon Ball. Fortunately, Master Roshi's Dragon Ball was not particularly elusive, resting atop a table. Vegeta seized it and departed. Master Roshi remained blissfully unaware that anyone had entered his abode. With the second Dragon Ball secured, Vegeta followed the Kai's guidance, successfully locating the 6 remaining Dragon Balls. The final Dragon Ball resided at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, specifically in Dr. Brief's storeroom, as the Kai indicated. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately, he lifted the pirate's treasure chest and sped towards the Capsule Corporation headquarters. The Kai was taken aback. What does he intend to do with that treasure chest? With a swift descent, Vegeta landed in Bulma's yard, hands still in his pockets. Upon touching down, he caught sight of Bulma and exchanged glances with her. At present, Bulma was merely 4 years old, yet she appeared quite adorable. Huh, did you fly here? Are you an alien? Bulma rubbed her eyes, gazing at Vegeta with curiosity. Indeed. Vegeta affirmed. Here, allow me to present you with a gift. He set the treasure chest down before her. Bulma, intrigued, approached the chest. Vegeta kicked the lid open with a decisive motion. The chest brimmed with an array of dazzling jewels. Bulma was left utterly astonished. Are these for me? She exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden surprise. Indeed, take what you like if you fancy them, Vegeta nodded. I am rich now. Bulma leaped onto the treasure, eager to indulge in a luxurious slumber atop the jewels. Vegeta remarked, indeed, the wealthy have an affinity for riches. Your family is already the wealthiest in the world. Does this vast sum still ignite your excitement? For you, money is merely a digit, is it not? Such a mundane woman. If this were converted to currency, how substantial would it be? Bulma sifted through the treasure chest's jewels, marveling in astonishment. Surely, it amounts to trillions, she mused. Vegeta replied, you are a kind person. Bulma, moved to tears, responded, well, it's good that you know. Vegeta nodded. You brought such wealth. Are you proposing to marry me? Bulma inquired with a hint of excitement. Vegeta replied, very well, I agree to marry you. Bulma stated earnestly. Vegeta was left speechless. Bulma, oh Bulma. At that moment, Bulma's mother, Briefs, called out from a distance. Oh no, my mother is coming. I promised I would marry you. Bulma exclaimed. What does your mother's arrival have to do with marrying me? Vegeta asked, taken aback. In the next moment, he noticed Bulma's mother approaching. Bulma, skipping school again? Why aren't you at kindergarten? Briefs questioned. Mom, look, my husband is here to marry me. I'm getting married today, so I want to be going to kindergarten. Bulma hurriedly explained, gesturing toward the treasure chest and Vegeta. Vegeta remarked, Bulma, you are truly talented. Are you really willing to wed just to avoid kindergarten? Clearing his throat, he added, is this child your classmate? Briefs looked at Vegeta and inquired. No, he is my husband. We are getting married today, Bulma replied. Bulma, even if you marry today, you still need to go to kindergarten. Briefs insisted. I won't go. I simply refuse. Bulma protested, shaking her head vehemently. Oh dear, are you playing treasure chest games? Briefs then noticed the treasure chest, approached it, and picked up a jewel. Initially, she thought it was merely child's play. However, after weighing the jewel, she realized it was no trinket. Are these all genuine? She gasped, quickly calling for Bulma's father. Dr. Briefs pedaled over in haste. What? Jewels? A chest full of jewels? Dr. Briefs was equally astonished, examining the jewels with a magnifying glass, confirming their authenticity, though their designs appeared somewhat dated. I discovered these in a pirate's lair and brought them to present to you. Vegeta smiled. Is it you, young man, who gifted us this? Dr. Briefs asked, somewhat surprised at Vegeta. Indeed, consider it a token of our first meeting, Vegeta nodded. Young man, do you wish for us to keep these jewels safe for you? Dr. Briefs quickly came to understand that one might assume the jewels would be hidden away by their parents upon returning home. No, I specifically gifted them to you, chuckled Vegeta. Do not feel obliged. He has come to marry me. This is his bridal gift, Bulma interjected hastily. Bulma, you need not attend kindergarten today, Bikini sighed, addressing Bulma. Really? That's wonderful. Bulma exhaled in relief. Reflecting upon her predicament, Bulma felt quite tragic, having concocted elaborate schemes to evade school daily. What excuse shall I fabricate for tomorrow? No, I shall have this child take me on a honeymoon. Isn't that customary after marriage? A splendid idea. Little one, what is your name? Where do you reside? Doctor. Briefs pondered the immense value of the jewels and decided it prudent to contact the child's family. Our family is already the wealthiest in the world. What need have we for these jewels? I am Vegeta, and my home is on the distant planet Vegeta. Vegeta pointed skyward. However, I fear our planet may soon meet its demise. Dr. Briefs. Bikini? The couple exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 13, The Immortal Body. Mom and Dad, you are unaware, but Vegeta is an alien. Bulma quickly clarified. An alien? Is that true? Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. Oh dear little one. Are you truly an extraterrestrial? Bikini observed Vegeta with curiosity, unable to discern any alien features. Indeed, I hail from planet Vegeta. I am the prince of my world. And my name is derived from the planet itself, Vegeta replied candidly. Your tail? Vegeta, is that tail of yours real? Bulma stepped forward and grabbed Vegeta's tail. Vegeta, are you even listening to me? Furthermore, that is quite rude, to handle my tail so. Your family possesses a glowing golden orb in your storage. It contains several stars. Do you recall it? Vegeta inquired. Ah, you mean that object. I do remember, Dr. Briefs nodded. I found it during a recent outing. Are you searching for that? Please give it to me, Vegeta requested. Certainly, Dr. Briefs readily agreed. You have already gifted us a large chest of jewels. Bestowing upon you an orb is hardly a significant matter. Robot, retrieve that orb. Dr. Briefs commanded a robot. Yes, doctor. The robot saluted and stepped forward. Thud. Suddenly, the robot collapsed to the ground. Vegeta, cough, cough. This walking capability requires improvement. Dr. Briefs lamented. In the heavenly realm, the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo observed Vegeta's every move below, anxious that he might cause chaos on Earth. If you cause trouble on Earth, we shall be unable to contain it. Great Lord of the Heavens, please observe Mr. Bobo, the deity said. To his surprise, he did not expect Vegeta to coexist so harmoniously with Bulma's family. Moreover, regarding that treasure chest of yours, was it specifically prepared for them? What exactly are your intentions? I am uncertain of his motives. Perhaps it is best to observe for now, the deity replied. At the very least, it is comforting to note that, as of now, he has not exhibited any malevolent actions. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, a robot swiftly retrieved the Dragon Ball and presented it to Vegeta with both hands. Thank you. I shall take my leave now, Vegeta said as he accepted the Dragon Ball, expressing his gratitude to Bulma's family. With a swift motion, Vegeta soared into the air. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Dr. Briefs widened his eyes in astonishment. Oh dear, can aliens fly? The bewildered Bulma exclaimed. He truly is an alien. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, stating, I told you he was an alien, yet you and your parents refused to believe me. Bulma replied with a hint of pride. Vegeta, clutching the Dragon Ball, rapidly returned to the temple. Now, the 7 Dragon Balls had been completely gathered, resting on the temple's ground. Eternal Dragon, arise and grant my wish. Vegeta called out loudly. The deity observed. This young man is even familiar with the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. A golden light shimmered upon the 7 Dragon Balls. Whoosh. A bolt of golden lightning shot up into the sky, plunging the atmosphere into darkness. In an instant, the golden beam transformed into a colossal azure dragon, coiling majestically in the night sky, gazing down upon Vegeta and the deity. Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, speak your wish, and I shall endeavor to fulfill it. The dragon's voice resonated. Great Lord of the Heavens, the deity remained silent. Eternal Dragon, grant me immortality, Vegeta addressed the dragon. After much contemplation, Vegeta ultimately resolved to wish for eternal life. However, he was acutely aware that the Earth's Eternal Dragon might not be able to fulfill such a request. Although it may be impossible, there should be a compromise. The dragon responded, to possess immortality means your lifespan is limitless, and your body shall never perish. Even if it were to be destroyed, it would immediately regenerate. Indeed, that is my intention, Vegeta nodded. Regrettably, my powers are limited. I cannot grant you this wish. The dragon shook its head. I anticipated as much, Vegeta smiled, but it matters not. Do what you can. I can extend your lifespan by 1,000 years. And your body can regenerate limbs, the dragon pondered. Regenerate limbs? Vegeta mused thoughtfully. In simple terms, as long as your head remains intact, your body can be restored through regeneration, the dragon explained. Then, upon restoration, will my strength also return? Vegeta inquired further. I regret to inform you that it will not. The dragon replied, shaking its head. Additionally, after this wish is granted, will I be able to survive in the vacuum of space? Vegeta asked. Yes. The dragon affirmed with a nod. Very well, grant me this wish, Vegeta declared. As you wish, the dragon responded, an invisible divine power flickering in its eyes. This power swiftly enveloped Vegeta, who felt his body undergoing rapid transformation, as if filled with boundless vitality. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. The dragon proclaimed before it morphed into the 7 Dragon Balls. With a whoosh, the 7 Dragon Balls instantly turned to stone and scattered across the world. The sky regained its brightness. Vegeta shook his arm and, gritting his teeth, abruptly tore off his own limb. Both the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo were taken aback. Hey! Vegeta, utilizing his regenerative ability, swiftly regrew his severed arm in an instant. Impressive, he remarked, examining the newly formed limb, which was pristine and devoid of any scars. The Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo were left speechless. So you were testing your regenerative powers. Excellent. No need for baths anymore. Just decapitate yourself and regenerate the lower half. Vegeta smiled. The Supreme Kai wiped his brow, and Mr. Popo was left in a state of bemusement. Is your ability to regenerate merely to avoid bathing? Chapter 14. Drinking super divine water as wine. Thank you. Earth's deity, Vegeta expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks, as long as you behave on Earth. All is well, the Supreme Kai replied with a smile. Then, farewell, Vegeta waved and leaped from the temple. Watching Vegeta depart, the Supreme Kai let out a sigh of relief. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble. Whoosh. Vegeta descended rapidly from the sky, soon appearing above Karin Tower. With his hands in his pockets, he strode directly into the tower. Karin, vigilant and wary, observed Vegeta, uncertain of his intentions. He was aware that Vegeta had just summoned the dragon. Karin, right? Vegeta inquired. Yes, I am Karin. How may I assist you? Karin responded. I've heard you possess super divine water that can unlock 1's latent energy. Hand it over, Vegeta stated plainly. Are you certain? Karin asked, taken aback. Of course. Vegeta smiled. You wish to unlock your latent energy? You've already proclaimed your battle power to exceed 10,000. The strongest deity on our planet has only a little over 200. How much stronger do you wish to become? Indeed, I wish to unleash my latent potential. Vegeta affirmed with a nod. Very well, I can provide the super divine water, Karin said, approaching with his staff to retrieve the water. However, this substance is highly toxic. Consuming it may lead to uncertain fate. Many have drunk the super divine water, but unfortunately, they met their demise. You need not worry about this. I have just achieved the wish of immortality through the dragon, and such trivial ailments cannot harm me, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Master Roshi silently wiped his brow, promptly pouring a cup of ultra-divine water for Vegeta. It turned out that the old fellow in the heavens had granted this young man such a wish. Holding the ultra-divine water, Vegeta summoned his courage and downed it in one gulp. I am practically immortal now. It would be absurd for the ultra-divine water to poison me. As for the notion in certain Dragon Ball fanfictions that Goku contracted a viral heart disease after consuming the ultra-divine water, Vegeta paid it no heed. I am already immortal. What need do I have to fear heart disease? If I were to indeed suffer from it, I could simply sever my body below the neck and regenerate without issue, could I not? Would a regenerated body also be susceptible to heart disease? Even if it were. There's always Bados, isn't there? An angel is omnipotent. Having Bados cure me of a viral heart disease would be a trivial matter for her. Thus, Vegeta had little to worry about. After consuming the ultra-divine water, Vegeta distinctly felt as though countless blades were swirling within his throat. These blades, having sliced through his throat, coursed into his body, wreaking havoc internally. The sensation was akin to a delirious dream. Vegeta silently endured the immense pain, not uttering a single cry of anguish. Does it hurt? Master Roshi inquired with concern. Not at all, Vegeta replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Is this what you call not hurting? You look as though you're in agony, Master Roshi retorted. In response, Vegeta unleashed all his energy, using it to counteract the stimuli from the pain. He discovered that this method indeed alleviated the discomfort significantly. An hour later, the pain had entirely dissipated. Vegeta took a deep breath, silently attuning himself to the changes within his body. My energy, I sense it is rapidly increasing. What might my battle power be now? Vegeta promptly retrieved his scouter, affixing it to his ear and pressing the button. Battle power, 32,000. Indeed, Vegeta's battle power had soared to an impressive 32,000, far surpassing the Vegeta from the original story 20 years hence. It is noteworthy that in the original tale, Vegeta's battle power upon arriving on Earth 2 decades later was merely 18,000. After consuming a single cup of ultra-divine water, his power had astonishingly doubled to 32,000. I wonder if drinking more will lead to further growth. You are truly remarkable, young one, Master Roshi exclaimed. You are the first to consume ultra-divine water and emerge unscathed. I can distinctly sense your energy surging wildly. Let us have another cup. I felt the last one was merely a tease, Vegeta said to Master Roshi. Master Roshi was left speechless at that moment. Continuing to drink this substance may yield little effect. It would merely be a self-inflicted torment, Master Karin advised. Enough with the chatter, let us proceed, Vegeta urged. Very well. If you wish to drink, I shall oblige, Master Karin sighed, pouring another cup of ultra-divine water for Vegeta. As Vegeta held the cup of ultra-divine water, he prepared to consume it. Shall I drink it straight? He inquired. Master Karin, taken aback, replied, What? Go fetch me a plate of peanuts. I wish to savor this drink. Master Karin silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Do you truly perceive the ultra-divine water as liquor? What are you dawdling for? Hurry. Vegeta insisted, I wish to drink to my heart's content. Master Karin quickly prepared a plate of fried peanuts. With a mouthful of ultra-divine water followed by a bite of peanuts, Vegeta drank with great enjoyment, leaving Master Karin bewildered. Is that truly the ultra-divine water? How is it that you appear to be in no pain whatsoever? Is it to your liking? Master Karin inquired, leaning closer. Why don't you join me for a cup? Vegeta smiled. Oh no, I dare not indulge. One sip might spell my demise. Master Karin fervently shook his head. In no time, Vegeta had emptied the cup of ultra-divine water. With the peanuts, it tastes rather delightful, although it does leave a slight burn in my stomach. He remarked, taking a deep breath to assess his combat power. Goodness, I have indeed improved. Vegeta exclaimed, now boasting a combat power of 39,000. No need for training. The ultra-divine water suffices for enhancement. Overjoyed, he poured himself another cup. Are you truly drinking again? Master Karen chuckled in disbelief. Do you genuinely consider the ultra-divine water as a beverage? Chapter 15. Bulma, we shall embark on our honeymoon tomorrow. Let us have a few more cold dishes. 1 plate of peanuts is insufficient, Vegeta commanded. Very well, Master Karen replied, exasperated, quickly preparing a plate of cucumbers and a dish of shredded potatoes. With the addition of these 2 cold dishes, Vegeta found his drinking experience much more enjoyable. He soon finished another cup and checked his combat power again. Combat power, 57,000. Is this enhancement entirely random? He pondered. I shall continue. 3 hours passed, and the bottle of ultra-divine water was nearly empty. Is it all gone? Vegeta asked. This requires time to regenerate. Primarily, you have consumed it too rapidly, Master Karen said, wiping the sweat from his brow. This lad truly treats the ultra-divine water as a drink. Remarkably, you have consumed so much without perishing. Are you even human? Vegeta felt a surge of delight. Having consumed an entire bottle of ultra-divine water, his combat power had now soared to an impressive 120,000. He wondered if this substance could be consumed indefinitely. Wait a moment. Didn't I recall that the ultra-divine water could accommodate many users? Vegeta squinted suspiciously at Master Karen. Vegeta recalled that in Dragon Ball, those controlled by Baby were obliterated by the super-divine water. Those were human beings from an entire planet. Consequently, it was astonishing that such a minuscule quantity of the super-divine water could result in their demise. You have consumed 2 pounds of it already, Master Karen remarked, wiping his brow. This bottle of super-divine water takes approximately 3 days to replenish itself. Nevertheless, Vegeta did not dwell on this too much. Primarily, Vegeta was somewhat inebriated, having inadvertently consumed 2 pounds. Moreover, he speculated that the super-divine water in Dragon Ball was likely diluted before use, or perhaps, by that time, Master Karen had upgraded the bottle, allowing for a quicker generation of the super-divine water. For today, he decided this would suffice. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction and patted Master Karen on the shoulder. Master Karen was left speechless. Do you mind if I take this bottle of super-divine water? Vegeta inquired. Master Karen responded, if I say I mind, would that change your decision? No, Vegeta replied. Master Karen, feeling disinclined to engage further, mused, was there any need for questioning? Just take it. Vegeta carefully packed the bottle of super-divine water, pondering how much he could consume before his battle power ceased to increase. As he prepared to leave, he turned back for one last, lingering glance at Master Karen. Is there anything else? Master Karen asked. Suddenly remembering, Vegeta called out, please pass me some of your senzu beans. You even know about the senzu beans? Master Karen sighed, realizing there was nothing left to conceal. He descended to fetch a jar of senzu beans, urging, take as many as you like. All right, I want to be polite then, Vegeta declared, showing no intention of courtesy as he flew off with the jar. Master Karen lamented silently, wishing he had specified that he didn't mean for Vegeta to deplete his supply entirely. At least leave me a couple, he thought as Vegeta wobbled into the distance. A minute later, Vegeta returned to Bulma's home, cradling the jar of senzu beans. Darling, you're back, Bulma exclaimed, rushing toward him. Wonderful, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back, who would I go on a honeymoon with tomorrow? I was contemplating how to skip class, and then you just flew off. Bulma excitedly grasped Vegeta's hand. Yes, I'm back, Vegeta nodded, tapping his head. I feel a bit dizzy. Is this super divine water that potent? What's wrong? Bulma asked. Nothing, I just overindulged in this stuff. 2 pounds, to be precise, Vegeta replied. What is this? Bulma asked, momentarily taken aback. Super divine water, Vegeta answered candidly. Is it some kind of delightful beverage? Bulma blinked, noting how unsteady he appeared. Yes, I may have overdone it, Vegeta admitted. Honestly, I don't appreciate having a husband who drinks all day. Bulma pouted, clearly displeased. By the way, what is it you're holding? Bulma inquired again. The mystical beans. Consuming one guarantees you will not feel hunger for 10 days, Vegeta declared. Yet what are they? They appear to be nothing more than ordinary beans. Bulma, taking a handful of these mystical beans, examined them closely, finding them rather unappetizing, and subsequently cast them aside. Bulma, I am heading over there to take a nap, Vegeta announced, gesturing towards a distant lounge chair. Does that mean you are staying? Bulma inquired with excitement. Not leaving for the time being, Vegeta replied, nodding as he ambled towards the lounge chair. Wonderful. Tomorrow, we shall go on our honeymoon, Bulma exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Vegeta scoffed. What a ridiculous notion of a honeymoon. You, a mere 4-year-old, seem to know quite a bit. However, I have no interest in embarking on such a journey with someone so young. We shall discuss it when you are older. Ignoring Bulma further, Vegeta continued his unsteady walk towards the lounge chair. This is absurd. I must have truly overindulged. I feel as if my very being is ablaze. If I were to drink myself to death, it would be utterly nonsensical. Should I remove my head before the toxins reach my brain? Vegeta pondered, but ultimately decided against it. That would be a waste. After all, having consumed so much, Perhaps once this super divine water is fully digested, my combat power will experience a significant enhancement. Currently, achieving a combat power of 120,000 is merely superficial. I am eager to discover the extent of my hidden energy. I intend to unleash all the latent power within this body. I wonder if it will yield the same results as the Elder Kaishin's guidance? There is a possibility. After all, I have consumed 2 pounds of super divine water. Vegeta understood that his survival was greatly attributed to his immortality. Without such a blessing, he believed he would have succumbed to the poison long ago. Even now, the toxicity of the super divine water has severely affected his body. Nevertheless, Vegeta possesses regenerative abilities, continuously repairing himself. Each time he restores his body, his strength increases. Reclining on the lounge chair, Vegeta allowed his body to heal naturally. Soon after, his head tilted, and he fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 16. Kampa, how delightful it is to witness Beerus sleeping. The scene featuring Vegeta gradually diminished, ultimately condensing into a crystal ball. Outside the crystal orb, a bright and cunningly beautiful eye observed, belonging to Vados. She was using her staff to scrutinize Vegeta, while Kampa stood nearby. Lord Kampa, what are you looking at? Vados inquired playfully, as if implying that Kampa could see. Kampa felt a pang of discomfort. Cough, cough, what is that little rascal up to? He asked. Oh dear, he was just drinking a certain poison, Vados replied, wiping her brow. Poison? Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback. Unable to regain his composure for quite some time, he had consumed 2 pounds of a potion capable of enhancing human potential. Vados was left in a state of bemusement. Is this young man out of his mind? Xiangpa shook his head. His actions were undeniably reckless. Vados nodded, but it seemed that his strength had indeed multiplied tenfold. TSK, merely tenfold, still too feeble. Xiangpa huffed. This fool must not realize that training alongside us would yield far greater results. Perhaps when he awakens, the full effects of the potion will amplify his energy by several magnitudes, Vados speculated. Even if it were to increase 100-fold, it would still be no match for a mere flick of my finger, Xiangpa retorted. Xiangpa, such comparisons lack merit, Vados smiled. After all, you are the most powerful god of destruction in our universe. Huh, I do relish hearing that, Xiangpa exclaimed, striking a pose with his hands on his hips. Xiangpa, should we remain in the 7th universe any longer? Vados inquired. It is time to return. We have been away for 3 months, Xiangpa replied. It is truly fortunate that Beerus is asleep. I can do as I please in his universe. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? Vados chuckled. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into streaks of light, each a different hue, swiftly propelling themselves toward the 6th universe. As they flew, Xiangpa suddenly recalled something. Wait a moment. Have we overlooked an important matter? Xiangpa questioned. What matter, my lord? Vados asked. Did we not agree that if that little rascal Vegeta were to find you, you would consent to marry him? Xiangpa remarked. Once we retrieve him, he will undoubtedly know our location. Will you truly marry him? Just a jest, my lord. Are you serious? Vados rolled her eyes. It is not I who takes it seriously, but rather that little rascal Vegeta, is it not? Xiangpa laughed. We shall see when the time comes. He has many years to grow yet, Vados chuckled. Besides, did he not find true love on Earth? True love? On Earth? Xiangpa was momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, he encountered a girl of his own age on Earth, who affectionately calls him her husband. Vados smiled. Uffed. Xiangpa burst into laughter. Vados shot him a sidelong glance. What are you laughing at? Vados, I never expected you to be so easily betrayed, Xiangpa rejoiced, dancing with glee. But returning to the subject, do not forget Vegeta's pledge, Xiangpa said with a mischievous grin. Vados was left speechless. A promise to not change for 100 million years. Whoever does is destined to eat dung. When the time comes. Do you truly intend to have the Grand Minister partake in that? Xiangpa inquired. Partake in what? Vados feigned ignorance. Eating dung, of course, Xiangpa replied. Oh dear. I have recorded this. I shall pass it on to the Grand Minister when the time comes, Vados said with a smile. Xiangpa was suddenly deflated. Vados, you lack martial virtue. Earth. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma exclaimed, is that Vegeta? Has he flown back again? Yes, Mom. He has returned, and said he won't be leaving for a while, Bulma replied with excitement. So, I've decided that tomorrow, I will go on a honeymoon with Vegeta. You're just a 4-year-old child. What do you know about honeymoons? Chi-Chi retorted. In fact, I suggest you take Vegeta to kindergarten for your honeymoon, she added. Mom, I don't want that. I want him to take me flying in the sky. Bulma huffed in annoyance. Whatever you say, Chi-Chi replied, perplexed. It's just kindergarten. Why are you so resistant? Just then, a bottle containing the super divine water slipped from Vegeta's arms, falling to the ground due to his awkward sleeping position. Is this a liquor bottle? Chi-Chi asked as she picked it up. Learning bad habits at such a young age. Drinking alcohol already. And this alien has no sense of decorum at all. Bulma pouted, feeling upset. If he continues to drink like this when he grows up, I will divorce him. You sound like a little adult, Chi-Chi remarked, shaking the bottle. There's still quite a bit of alcohol left. It should be quite tasty. I'll add it to your father's dinner. As she hummed a little tune, Chi-Chi left with the bottle of super divine water. Mom, that belongs to someone else. Please don't touch other people's things. Bulma called after her. What are you talking about, Bulma? Isn't Vegeta our son-in-law? Chi-Chi laughed. It's just a bit of alcohol. Bulma was left speechless. Later that evening, an ambulance rushed in, blaring its sirens, taking Bulma's parents to the hospital due to super divine water poisoning. Bulma was frantic and cried, unable to wake Vegeta, so she called her sister and followed the ambulance to the hospital. Ties quickly went to the hospital only to find that a critical condition notice had been issued, leaving her at a loss for words. Afterward, Ties took Bulma home, instructing the robot to wait at the hospital. Since their parents were in the intensive care unit and the doctors said they would need at least 3 days to possibly wake up, staying there seemed futile. Let us first ensure Bulma is settled, Ties thought. Is it easy for me? I'm just a 4-year-old child, busy running around, Bulma sighed. You've worked hard, Bulma, Ties said. Nearly in tears, Bulma glanced at her sister, then at a peculiar-looking figure accompanying her. Chapter 17, Galactic Patrolman Gak. Bulma stared intently at the strange individual, lost in thought for a moment. By the way, sister, who is this person? Bulma asked curiously. Ties, please introduce me, she urged. Gak patted his chest proudly. This is Galactic Patrolman Gak, Ties introduced. I've never heard of him. Bulma shook her head, showing little interest in the odd-looking figure. Hee, little one. I am an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol. This planet is under my jurisdiction. Gak approached and gently patted Bulma on the head. Don't touch my head. I detest when others do that, Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes. Gak promptly withdrew his hand. And for the record, I'm not a child. I am married. Bulma added emphatically. Married? Ties was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Bulma, unsure of how to respond. What sort of marriage can a 4-year-old engage in? Bulma, are you playing house again? Ties chuckled. I truly am married. My husband is over there sleeping. Bulma pointed towards Vegeta, who was napping on a distant lounge chair. Ties glanced in the direction Bulma indicated. Indeed, it appeared to be just a game. What a little brat, she mused. Nevertheless, Ties redirected the conversation. But tell me, how did your parents get poisoned? The doctor mentioned food poisoning. What did they consume that was harmful? Ties inquired swiftly. I am puzzled as well. Bulma shook her head. I ate the same food as my parents, and I seem to be fine. That is indeed strange, Ties echoed, entirely bewildered by the situation. How could they have been poisoned without reason? I've got it. You must have tried to poison your parents to inherit their fortune, Gak interjected. Bulma. Ties, what are you talking about? Bulma glared at Gak with indignation. Gak, you should refrain from speaking so recklessly, Ties admonished him. Your imagination as a Galactic Patrol officer is far too vivid. If you were to suggest that Bulma would poison her parents for their inheritance when she grows up, perhaps I might believe you, but she is merely 4 years old. Even if there were an inheritance, it would rightfully belong to me as the eldest daughter, Ties joked. Sister you. Bulma was at a loss for words. What kind of family are we? By the way, did your parents have something to drink? Could it be alcohol poisoning? Gak suddenly recalled and asked. Sister, don't say that. It actually seems plausible, Bulma exclaimed, smacking her forehead. Vegeta brought back an exquisite wine flask. Mom took it and shared a sip with Dad before they both passed out. Vegeta? Gak was taken aback. That name sounds quite familiar. Why are you only mentioning something so important now? Why didn't you say anything in the hospital? Ties was both amused and exasperated. Quickly, bring me that flask. I must see it. With a rush, Bulma dashed to the dining room to retrieve the bottle of super divine water. Soon, she returned, cradling the flask. Here it is. She handed the bottle to Ties. Let me see, Gak asserted. As an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol, even if it is toxic, it would have no effect on me. Ties passed the bottle to Gak, who lifted it and gently swirled its contents. There is still quite a bit of alcohol left. Gak noted, as Bulma and her sister nodded in agreement. The flask was indeed peculiar. Apart from the spout, it had no other openings. Gak scrutinized the bottle from top to bottom. Bulma, where did you acquire such an odd bottle? Ties inquired. That is Vegeta's flask. He got drunk drinking from it. Bulma pointed toward the distant figure of Vegeta, who was still in slumber. No matter, Tai-Si remarked. If we can identify the perpetrator, my parents will awaken sooner. Let me ascertain the nature of the poison, Gak declared, preparing to take a swig from the vial. Be cautious, Gak, Tai-Si cautioned, her voice laced with concern. It's fine, Gak replied dismissively. As I mentioned earlier, I am an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol. Even if it is toxic, it shall not affect me. Ignoring her warning, he poured the liquid into his mouth. As the super divine water coursed through his lips, Gak was immediately engulfed by excruciating pain. Uffed. He violently expelled the liquid from his mouth, then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Bulma and Tai-Si stood in stunned silence. Tai-Si rushed forward, gently patting Gak's face and calling out his name, but he showed no sign of response. Bulma nearly burst into laughter. Bulma, cease your laughter. His condition is dire. We must call for an ambulance, Tai-Si lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. Before long, an ambulance arrived with sirens blaring. What? Another case of poisoning? The doctor chuckled, amused by the situation. Is it truly that entertaining for the wealthy to experiment with poisons? He remarked. What is so delectable? He inquired, eyeing the vial. It's this. At least we've pinpointed the source, Tai Si said, handing the bottle of super divine water to the doctor. Is it tasty? The doctor asked, bemused. We shall take this back to the hospital for analysis. Thank you. Tai Si nodded in agreement. By the way, that individual is an alien. I wonder if our treatment methods will be effective in reviving him? Bulma addressed the doctor. What? An alien? The doctor looked at Gak in astonishment and hurried to examine him closely. Gak was roused from his stupor. What are you doing to me? He exclaimed, rising abruptly. I am an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol. He is awake. The doctor exclaimed, taken aback. Gak, are you all right? Tai Si inquired with concern. Humph. And you call yourself an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol, yet you fainted after consuming such a trivial amount of alcohol, Bulma scoffed, rolling her eyes. You little girl. What do you know? Gak retorted. I did not faint. I was merely in a state of deep analysis to assess the toxins within. And, Bulma pressed. This is an exceedingly potent toxin, composed of molecular structures I have never encountered, Gak replied, shaking his head. Is there an antidote? Tai Si asked anxiously. None, Gak stated. The only remedy is to rely on one's immune system to endure it. Chapter 18, Mutation, Battle Power of 3 million. What? Tai Si's despair deepened. Tai Si, brace yourself. The fate of your parents will be determined in the next 3 days, Gak sighed. That is hardly reassuring. Bulma shook her head, suddenly comprehending the weight of Gak's words. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she whispered, What? Did you just say something about my parents? The friend spoke wisely. You must brace yourselves for what lies ahead. The doctor sighed helplessly, acknowledging that if a remedy for this poison could not be found, they would have to rely on the immune system to endure it. The outcome would depend on the next 3 days. But why is Vegeta unharmed? Bulma inquired, puzzled. What? That child drank it too? The doctor exclaimed in shock. The Capsule Corporation family has truly had enough. Are you toying with poison? Hurry, take him to the hospital, the doctor urged. How much did that child consume? Tais asked. He claimed he drank 2 pounds and was already intoxicated, Bulma responded. Perhaps he is not merely intoxicated. Perhaps he has already succumbed, Jack lamented. Bulma burst into tears. I don't want to be a widow, she cried, her sorrow palpable. Tais added, I don't want to lose my parents either. Wiping her tears. Bulma rushed to Vegeta's side and checked his breathing. Hey, it seems your sister is even more distraught about the prospect of widowhood, Jack whispered. Shut up. Aren't you an elite Galactic Patrol warrior? Think of something. Tai scolded. If we could contact our Galactic Patrol headquarters, a skilled healer could come and neutralize this poison. Jack explained. But don't forget, my spaceship's communicator is broken. I have no way to reach headquarters. This is truly dire. Tai sighed in exasperation, then turned to Bulma. Bulma, can you fix the communicator? What a joke. She's just a 4-year-old child. Jack shook his head. Don't underestimate my sister's age. She is a genius, Tais insisted. Then called out to Bulma. Bulma, Jack's communicator is broken. If you can fix it, perhaps the Galactic Patrol can save our parents. I haven't learned how yet. But I can try, Bulma replied, raising her head. Honestly, without me, this family would have fallen apart long ago. Why should I fix the communicator? I'm only 4. Tais fell silent. She had just claimed to be too young, yet previously mentioned being married. Jack whispered to Tais. Our family has no normal members. Tais shook her head. By the way, Vegeta is fine. He is still breathing, Bulma added. Doctor. The doctor was momentarily stunned and rushed to examine Vegeta. Indeed, he was alive. Did he really drink 2 pounds? The doctor asked. He said so himself. I don't know exactly how much he drank, Bulma replied, shaking her head. Your parents nearly perished after just a sip, the doctor sighed. I can assure you that we can contact headquarters to save your parents. But if your friend really consumed 2 pounds, I cannot guarantee his survival. Jack also chimed in. Drinking 2 pounds of poison? Even a healer from the Galactic Patrol would struggle to save him. Yet, a lingering sensation made me feel as though I had encountered this young man's name somewhere before. Where could I have heard it? Am I destined to become a widow? Bulma's eyes began to well with tears once more. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted from Vegeta's direction. Upon closer inspection, I beheld Vegeta enveloped in a dazzling white light, radiating with an intensity akin to that of a blazing sun. What on earth is happening? Bulma, frightened, hastily retreated to a safe distance, casting a worried glance back at Vegeta. Is this a result of ingesting too much poison, leading to an explosion? Gak was equally astonished. Tais immediately sought refuge behind Gak. Even the doctor stood frozen in disbelief. Can poison truly lead to an explosion? Am I dreaming? With a resounding crack, Vegeta began to levitate slowly into the air, his eyes opening wide. Thunderous roars followed as an even more potent energy and blinding light erupted from him. Boundless energy emanated from Vegeta, radiating outward in all directions. With a resounding boom, Vegeta expelled the energy, taking a deep breath as he descended gently to the ground. Exhaling, he felt revitalized, as if his very essence had undergone a profound transformation. Vegeta quickly assessed the intensity of the energy within him. At this point, his battle power had surpassed the limits of any scouter, which could only measure up to just above 50,000. This scouter was more advanced than the one used by Kairatsu. Vegeta could only gauge his battle power through the sensations of energy coursing within him. He sensed that his power had likely soared to an unprecedented height of 3 million. 3 million. Incredible. I consumed 2 pounds of super divine water. It has catapulted my battle power from 12,000 to 3 million. If this power could be harnessed into becoming a Super Saiyan, I could easily dominate Frisia. The effects of the super divine water are astonishing. I must continue to drink it. Perhaps I could elevate my base battle power to over 10 million. Vegeta's slumber lasted over 8 hours. During this time, he had fully digested the super divine water, and the damage it had caused within him had been entirely restored through his regenerative abilities. The Saiyan's near-death experience, combined with the latent potential of the super divine water, allowed Vegeta's battle power to double and redouble in a remarkably short span. This was the reason behind his ascension to 3 million. Vegeta was ecstatic. It seems that wishing for immortality from the eternal dragon was indeed the right choice. Although this immortality is not yet entirely complete, it matters little. In the future, I may have the opportunity to enhance it with the dragon of Namek, or perhaps encounter the dragon of the gods and receive true immortality. For now, the most pressing matter is to continue elevating my battle power. Chapter 19. The rescue of Bulma's parents. Vegeta patted his chest. Where is the super divine water? He swiftly glanced at Bulma, Tais, and Gak. Isn't that the galaxy patrolman Gak? What is he doing here? Vegeta soon spotted the doctor nearby, holding a bottle of super divine water. With a subtle gesture, he exerted an invisible force, swiftly drawing the bottle from the doctor's hand. The bottle flew uncontrollably towards him. Vegeta caught it, shaking the contents with a satisfied smile. It seems the super divine water has increased in potency during my slumber. Should I drink it now? Or wait for 3 days until it fully matures? Perhaps I should wait. Consuming 2 pounds at once might yield better results. He secured the bottle and then strode towards Bulma and Tais. Bulma and Tais were utterly dumbfounded, as was Gak. Suddenly, Gak noticed that the child had a tail. Isn't he a Saiyan? This boy is called Vegeta? Isn't he the Prince of the Saiyans? No wonder his name sounded familiar. How did the Prince of the Saiyans end up on Earth? This is disastrous. The Earth is doomed. I should make a swift exit. I have a stomach ache. I need to use the restroom, Gak said hurriedly before turning to flee. I refuse to associate with monsters. Stop, Vegeta commanded. Gak's composure nearly shattered. You think I'll just stop because you said so? Absolutely not. He sprinted even faster. Do you believe your speed surpasses that of my energy blasts? Vegeta's voice echoed in the distance. Gak abruptly halted, skidding to a stop. Ahem, he said, sheepishly returning. Why did you run when you saw me? Did you recognize my identity? Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Gak. Your identity? Who are you? I don't know you. Gak vehemently shook his head. Bulma, what is happening? What is that doctor doing here? Vegeta ignored Gak and turned his attention to Bulma. Vegeta, I'm so relieved you're all right. I thought you had perished, Bulma exhaled, her voice trembling. I certainly don't want to become a widow. What kind of logic is that? Vegeta replied, bewildered. My parents consumed the liquid from your bottle and were taken away by ambulance. The hospital has issued a critical condition notice. Bulma wept, her eyes shimmering with tears. What did you say? Vegeta was astounded. Bulma's parents drank the super divine water? Their audacity is remarkable. No wonder the hospital issued a critical condition notice. Countless robust individuals have perished after consuming this substance. Her parents are merely ordinary people. The situation had escalated significantly. Do not fret. Allow me a moment to consult someone who may be able to assist them, Vegeta mused. You have a plan? Bulma inquired, momentarily taken aback. It remains uncertain. So please wait for me, Vegeta replied, launching himself into the sky like a cannonball. The speed at which he ascended left a cacophony of sonic booms in his wake. Soon, Vegeta found himself atop Korin Tower. Korin, it is a pleasure to see you again, he addressed the wise sage. Korin gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. You consumed 2 pounds of super divine water and emerged unscathed. I can distinctly sense the energy within you is on the verge of exploding. I am aware of Bulma's parents' predicament, and I regret to inform you that even I cannot neutralize the toxicity of the super divine water, Korin lamented, shaking his head. If there were a remedy, those who perished after consuming it would still be alive. Is there truly no other recourse? Vegeta pressed. Consult the Grand Kai. If he cannot provide a solution, then Bulma's parents are likely beyond salvation, Korin replied gravely. With a swift motion, Vegeta appeared at the Grand Kai's temple. The Grand Kai looked upon him with alarm. In just a few short hours, Vegeta's energy had reached unprecedented levels. If his energy was over 10,000 before, it now felt at least 300 times greater. The Grand Kai was genuinely terrified. Is it possible that even a mere exhalation from him could obliterate someone? I understand now. I can detoxify them. Let us proceed at once. The Grand Kai sighed in resignation. I have never encountered such an unusual individual. One who treats super divine water as though it were a mere beverage. Now, You are surprisingly agreeable, Vegeta smiled slightly. In an instant, Vegeta and the Grand Kai materialized within the hospital where Bulma's parents were being treated. The Grand Kai personally administered the detoxification process. This was a unique healing technique of the Namekians, one that Vegeta did not possess. In under a minute, the toxicity of the super divine water within Bulma's parents was completely eradicated. Very well, once they awaken, they can return home, the Grand Kai announced. Indeed. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, patting the Grand Kai on the shoulder. Consider this a debt of gratitude. Not at all, as the deity of Earth. I would not wish to see the planet's greatest scientist perish from super divine water poisoning, the Grand Kai replied with a smile. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, vanishing swiftly. The Grand Kai was momentarily taken aback. Did you not just say farewell, yet head toward the temple? Before long, the Grand Kai witnessed Vegeta piloting the spaceship located at the temple, descending towards West City. Soon, the vessel Vegeta commanded landed at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, startling both Bulma and Tights at the sudden appearance of such a colossal craft overhead. Gak trembled in fear, realizing the truth. Indeed, a Saiyan. Was that not Frisia's spacecraft? Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and Vegeta emerged. He stood before Bulma. Is that you? Is this your spacecraft? Bulma sighed in relief. Chapter 20, Preparations for Canned Peaches. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. I have already arranged for the poison within your parents to be neutralized. They shall awaken shortly. Rest assured, they will be fine. Bulma was momentarily stunned. Ties was equally taken aback, struggling to comprehend. You neutralized the poison already? You were gone for less than 10 minutes. Hey, what? They've awakened? Their health indicators are completely normal? The doctor, receiving a call, was left astounded by the news. Bulma and Ties turned their gaze towards the doctor. My colleague just called to inform me that Dr. Briefs and his wife have fully recovered. This is truly a medical miracle, the doctor exclaimed. This has nothing to do with medicine. Bulma shook her head. Bulma, do not be unreasonable, Ties softly admonished. We are grateful to the doctor. Nevertheless, Bulma, did your parents really wish to drink that? Vegeta inquired. My mother thought your flask quite unique. The liquor within must be delightful. So she prepared some dishes for my father, Bulma explained. Vegeta responded. You actually consider that substance as liquor? 3 days later, Dr. Briefs and his wife, Bikini, had fully recovered. Vegeta resumed his indulgence in the super divine water. Concurrently, he allowed Dr. Briefs to study his spacecraft. Now, Vegeta felt no fear of Frisia. Even if Frisia were to arrive on Earth, he was confident he could transform into a Super Saiyan in no time. As for Galactic Patrolman Gak, upon realizing that Vegeta harbored no intentions of harming him, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Dr. Briefs repaired Gak's spacecraft, fearing that Vegeta might change his mind. Gak promptly piloted the spacecraft back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Vegeta, as before, continued to consume the super divine water as if it were liquor. He drained yet another bottle of the super divine water. After finishing, Vegeta sought a place to rest. More than 8 hours later, a thunderous roar erupted as an immense surge of energy radiated from Vegeta. He assessed the intensity of his power. Excellent. My baseline combat strength has reached an impressive height of 5 million. The super divine water is indeed remarkable. When I next encounter Bardock, I must request him to examine my body. I hope my baseline combat strength has increased without the poison reaching an unmanageable level. That should not occur, as my body is, after all, immortal. Though not yet possessing a truly immortal form, it is evident that I hold the potential for such a state. Vegeta shook the vial of super divine water, contemplating the necessity of waiting 3 more days. No, I cannot afford to be idle during this time. I must devise a method to master the control of my own battle power. Such formidable strength, when displayed without concealment, drains energy at an alarming rate. Yes, I shall pay a visit to Master Roshi. I intend to learn from that fellow for a while. Bulma, I will be stepping out for a bit, Vegeta informed her. Where are you going? Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. I am heading out to train. It is uncertain when I shall return, Vegeta replied. Training? You are truly remarkable. You've been diligently training since you were only 5? Bulma marveled. If I do not apply myself, how shall I ever become the strongest warrior in the universe? Vegeta smiled confidently. You aspire to be the strongest warrior in the universe? Bulma was momentarily taken aback. During this time, could you prepare some canned peaches, along with rock sugar and glass bottles? Vegeta continued, and please craft a wristwatch for me. It should be able to hold those magical beans. Why do you need so many canned peaches? Bulma asked, momentarily perplexed. I'm leaving now, Vegeta stated, offering no further explanation as he ascended into the sky. In no time, Vegeta appeared above the small island where Master Roshi resided, swiftly descending. With a thud, he landed, hands stuffed in his pockets. Ah, you again. Master Roshi exclaimed, startled at Vegeta's sudden appearance, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. You have returned? Vegeta smiled. I have returned, Master Roshi stammered, visibly shaken. You're quite an eyesore, aren't you? Vegeta remarked with a sidelong glance. Why am I an eyesore? What trouble have I caused you? Master Roshi retorted, a hint of indignation in his voice. Never mind. I'm in a good mood today, so I shall let it slide. Disregarding Master Roshi, Vegeta strode directly into the room. I haven't done anything to provoke you, Master Roshi muttered, grumbling under his breath. As Vegeta reached the entrance, he was greeted by the cheerful strains of dance music emanating from within. It was the familiar tune that echoed in his memory. Glancing at Master Roshi, he found him raptly focused on the television, his face nearly pressed against the screen. On the broadcast, several lovely young women were dancing gracefully. Vegeta, not in a hurry to interrupt, chose instead to sit on the sofa and enjoy the spectacle. To his surprise, the performance was quite captivating. 5 minutes later, a voice announced, "That concludes today's program. We shall meet again at the same time the day after tomorrow." As the program transitioned into advertisements, Master Roshi displayed a face of disappointment. Is this how it ends? What a pity, he sighed, stretching his old back and loosening his arms. In the next moment, Master Roshi sensed movement behind him and quickly turned to investigate. To his astonishment, he found Vegeta seated on the sofa. Hey, whose child are you? How did you come here? Master Roshi hurriedly inquired. I have come to learn martial arts from you, Vegeta declared with a smile. Follow me. Learn martial arts? Master Roshi was taken aback. The young lad possessed a commendable spirit for mastering martial arts at such a tender age. Indeed, it was praiseworthy. When can we commence? Vegeta inquired. However, I have no intention of taking on disciples anymore. Perhaps you should leave, Master Roshi chuckled. I do not wish to be your disciple. I merely seek your guidance in mastering my energy control, Vegeta replied with a smile. My internal power is so immense that I fear I might accidentally shatter the earth. Chapter 21. I am the god of martial arts. Master Roshi stood dumbfounded for several seconds. Then, he fixed an unblinking gaze upon Vegeta. Ha! You are quite the amusing little fellow. I have not encountered anyone as boastful as you. Master Roshi laughed heartily. You must be aware of my identity, right? I am the revered Master Roshi, known as the god of martial arts. Even I lack the strength to obliterate the earth with a single punch. Vegeta merely smiled in response. How about this? Before you speak of shattering the earth, let me first witness your prowess and ascertain whether you are worthy of my instruction. Master Roshi proposed with a grin. Let us step outside. I would feel remiss if I were to destroy your home, Vegeta suggested. Ha! As if this were a battle of great intensity, Master Roshi laughed heartily. Very well, let us proceed outdoors. In the next moment, Vegeta followed Master Roshi outside the house. Come, young one, unleash your full power upon me, Master Roshi beckoned. Then I shall not hold back. Do be cautious, Vegeta replied. Rest assured, nothing untoward will occur. Master Roshi asserted confidently. The turtle, observing from the side, was filled with boundless anticipation. Did I see correctly? This little brat is challenging Master Roshi? Well then, this is an opportune moment for Master Roshi to teach this little demon a lesson. Let us begin, Master Roshi called to Vegeta once more. All right. Vegeta gently waved his sleeve. Whoosh. An invisible surge of energy materialized instantaneously before Master Roshi. Bang. With a muffled thud, Master Roshi was caught off guard and propelled backward at great speed. Crash. His body pierced through the house behind him, soaring out the other side. Subsequently, he tumbled across the ground, creating several craters, before launching into the vast ocean. The seawater surged to heights of several dozen meters. Master Roshi continued to roll amidst the waves. As he gradually came to a halt, his head tilted at an odd angle, nearly losing consciousness. The turtle beside him stared in shock. What just happened? What transpired moments ago? Oh no, I still failed to control my strength, Vegeta lamented, shaking his head as he soared into the sky and swiftly appeared by Master Roshi's side. Slap. Vegeta grasped Master Roshi's shell and hoisted him out of the water, bringing him back to the island. Subsequently, Vegeta retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and placed it in Master Roshi's mouth. After consuming the mystical bean, Master Roshi immediately opened his eyes, gazing at Vegeta with a hint of trepidation. Cough, cough. Young one, what was it you just said to me? Master Roshi's forehead glistened with sweat. I said, I wish to learn martial arts from you, Vegeta replied. Master Roshi stammered. Cough, cough. Are you serious? You are already so powerful, and yet you wish to learn from me? Tears welled in his eyes. Precisely because of my overwhelming strength, I seek your guidance, Vegeta responded. Master Roshi fell silent, bewildered. What kind of logic is that? I scarcely know what to say to you. Vegeta continued. To put it simply, I inadvertently became excessively strong. My power multiplied 500-fold in just a few days, and I am still struggling to control it. Master Roshi was rendered speechless. How much did you say your strength increased? He inquired incredulously. 500 times, Vegeta affirmed. Master Roshi was left astounded. 500 times? Are you even human? The old turtle nearly rolled his eyes back in disbelief. Cough, cough. How did you manage that? Master Roshi asked, forcing a smile. It's quite simple. I drank the super divine water as if it were wine, Vegeta declared, producing a bottle of the super divine water from his robe. Super divine water? I believe I've heard of that before, Master Roshi said, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, he recollected. Isn't that the creation of Korin? Indeed, Vegeta nodded. That rascal Korin gifted you such a precious divine water? Master Roshi was at a loss for words. That detestable old cat. When I asked him for some super divine water, he refused me, offering only ordinary water while boasting about it being super holy water. What a shameless old cat. If you desire to drink it, once you teach me to control my energy, I can share it with you in whatever quantity you wish, Vegeta offered. Really? That is splendid. It's a deal. Master Roshi exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. This lad has consumed the super divine water and become 500 times stronger. If I were to drink it, perhaps I could regain my youth. Just imagine how much my strength could increase. I might even become 1,000 times stronger. Master Roshi's face was filled with boundless anticipation. By the way, what is your name? He inquired. Vegeta, Vegeta replied. Ah, that tail of yours is quite unique. Is it real? Master Roshi had long noticed Vegeta's tail. It is indeed real, but that's not the focus. Please, teach me quickly, Vegeta insisted. You wish to control your energy, correct? The energy within your body, yes? Master Roshi pondered. Actually, it's not particularly difficult. The key is to maintain a calm mind. And you will gradually sense the energy within you, allowing you to manipulate it. As he spoke, Master Roshi shared his insights and understanding of energy. Vegeta listened patiently. 3 minutes later, Master Roshi was still engaged in his explanation. I understand, Vegeta suddenly interjected. Master Roshi looked perplexed. A look of confusion washed over Master Roshi's face. I haven't finished yet. How can you possibly comprehend it already? Please allow me to finish, the turtle hermit urged. Silence. Let me conduct my own research, Vegeta retorted. The turtle hermit remarked. This little brat is far from endearing. Very well, if you wish to explore on your own, do so. I would advise you not to seek my counsel again. Wait a moment. My house. This brat claimed he would emerge to fight. And now he has left 2 holes in my abode. Vegeta paid no further heed to the turtle hermit. Instead, stepping aside to quietly contemplate the words he had just heard. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly assimilated the immense energy within him. With a release, Vegeta expelled a breath of energy, then silently assessed the intensity of the power radiating from him. Not too shabby. He had concealed about 50 to 60% of it. Once more, approximately 10 minutes elapsed, and Vegeta had managed to retract all of his energy. He finally attained the ability to control his aura and energy freely. The turtle hermit, observing from the side, widened his eyes in astonishment. Has this little one truly grasped it so quickly? He is indeed a martial arts prodigy. Chapter 22. Calling Bardock, thank you for your guidance, Vegeta replied, nodding in satisfaction. Haha, quite impressive. Your capacity for comprehension is exceptional. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly become an outstanding martial artist. The turtle hermit praised. Humph, I have no desire to be merely an exceptional martial artist. My ambition is to become the strongest warrior in the universe, Vegeta declared, a smile gracing his face. The strongest in the universe? The turtle hermit wiped his brow. That is quite an ambitious goal. After speaking, the turtle hermit fixated on the bottle of ultra-divine water hanging from Vegeta's side. About that ultra-divine water. According to our agreement, the turtle hermit grinned. Fetch me a cup, and I shall pour you a drink. A cup? Vegeta responded, unimpressed. You expect me to give you just 1 cup? How miserly. You treat it like a beverage, which is why you've grown so powerful. And now, when it comes to me, you offer only 1 cup. Indeed, you mentioned a cup, yet didn't specify its size. I'll fetch a larger one. The turtle hermit dashed into the room and returned with a basin-sized cup. 1 cup is sufficient, he insisted. Bring me a regular cup, Vegeta exclaimed, his frustration evident. Filling this would take 3 days, and I intend to save some for myself. Are you not concerned about poisoning yourself with such excess? The turtle hermit, feeling exasperated, grabbed a large wine glass instead. Vegeta shook his head and poured him a small measure. Is that all? Do pour more, the turtle hermit urged. That is all there is. Serve yourself, Vegeta retorted, handing the bottle of ultra-divine water to the turtle hermit. The turtle hermit shook the bottle, discovering it was indeed empty. This miserly little brat. First, take a sip to savor the flavor. What are you dawdling for, turtle? Prepare me a plate of peanuts. The turtle hermit commanded. The turtle replied, You want me, a mere sea turtle, to fetch you peanuts? Wiping sweat from his brow, the turtle hurried to the kitchen and soon returned with a plate of peanuts. Now, I shall enhance my strength. After finishing this drink, perhaps my power will increase 100-fold, the turtle hermit said, his face alight with boundless anticipation. He sampled a peanut and then took a sip of the super divine water. The moment the liquid entered his mouth, his expression transformed dramatically. Ah! He exclaimed with a cry of distress. Why is this so fiery on my throat? Oh, I forgot to mention, this concoction is highly toxic. Only by overcoming the damage it inflicts can one significantly enhance their own power, Vegeta interjected nonchalantly from the side. The turtle hermit widened his eyes, uncertain whether to swallow the super divine water in his mouth. However, he gritted his teeth and, with resolve, tilted his head back to gulp it down. That brat drinks this like it's alcohol without issue. I, the god of martial arts, should be fine, he reassured himself. Yet, moments later, his head tilted, and he promptly fainted. Hey, turtle, come over here, Vegeta called to the sea turtle. I am a sea turtle, not a land turtle. The turtle corrected him. Quit your whining. Do you want me to toss you to the other side of the ocean, never to find your way home again? Vegeta threatened. The turtle, on the verge of tears, thought, what have I done to deserve this? Reluctantly, he scuttled over quickly. This old fellow might be out cold for a while, or worse. He might even die. Keep an eye on him, Vegeta advised. If he dies, there's nothing for me to watch over, the turtle replied, bemused. You have a point. Vegeta nodded, slowly ascending into the sky. Well then, good luck. With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. Before long, Vegeta returned to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Vegeta, back so soon? Bulma rushed to his side. Have you finished your training? Indeed, I am essentially done. Vegeta affirmed with a nod. When are we going on our honeymoon? Bulma asked, her anticipation palpable. Your parents have been discharged from the hospital, she continued, relieved that they were no longer in danger. However, a new concern quickly emerged for Bulma. She would have to return to preschool. She would have preferred to embark on a honeymoon with Vegeta immediately. We will go on our honeymoon when you are older, Vegeta stated. For now, I must leave Earth. Huh, you're leaving Earth? Where will you go? Didn't you say your planet was destroyed? Bulma asked in surprise. I must continue my training, Vegeta replied straightforwardly. You still need to train? Bulma questioned in confusion. Haven't you already trained enough? Vegeta declared. I am currently practicing only the most rudimentary techniques. I wish to train alongside a true deity. A true deity? Bulma echoed, momentarily taken aback. Well, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Vegeta gently patted Bulma's head and added, when you turn 16, I shall return. Bulma shook her small head, contemplating the long wait until she turned 16. Without further ado, Vegeta retrieved a communication device from his chest, intended for contacting Bardoss. It is time to engage in earnest training with Bardoss, he stated. What is that? Bulma inquired. Her curiosity piqued. This is a communication device for contacting the deity, Vegeta replied with a smile. He pressed a button and called out loudly, Bardoss, are you there? Bardoss. That sounds like a girl's name, Bulma remarked, momentarily puzzled. In the distant 6th universe, on planet Kampa, Bardoss immediately received Vegeta's call. Ah, it's young Vegeta. Have you resolved your matters on your end? She asked with a smile. Yes, I have taken care of everything. As per our agreement. I am coming to train with you, Vegeta responded. Have you prepared the peach preserves? Bardoss inquired, showing a keen interest in the delicacy. Chapter 23. An encounter with the Angel of Universe 10, Kusu. How long will it take you to arrive? Vegeta asked. You are on Earth in the 7th universe, correct? Bardoss pondered. If I fly from here, it will take at least 6 hours. That is ample time. Please come over. The preserves will be ready by the time you arrive, Vegeta replied. All right, then I shall see you in 6 hours, Bardoss nodded, and their conversation came to an end. Vegeta swiftly began preparing the peach preserves. What are you doing with all those peaches? Are you making preserves for that girl? Bulma questioned. A hint of reluctance in her voice. She is not just any girl. She has lived for over 1 billion years, Vegeta explained while working on the preserves. Huh, isn't that akin to being an old hag? Bulma exclaimed, astonished. Is it truly possible for someone to live that long? She possesses eternal life, Vegeta stated matter-of-factly. Is that so? She must be quite the old crone by now, Bulma murmured. Meanwhile, Bardoss greeted Kampa. Lord Kampa, I am heading to Earth in the 7th universe. She informed him. Has that young man completed his tasks? Kampa inquired. Yes, he has finished, Bardoss affirmed with a nod. Have the peach preserves been prepared? Kampa asked again. Ah, yes, I am indeed going for the peach preserves, Bardoss replied with a playful smile. Very well, if they are not to your liking, do not bring them back. Kampa suggested. Understood, Bardoss nodded in agreement. With a gentle tap of her staff upon the ground, Bardoss unleashed a radiant burst of light akin to the stars. In a flash, she transformed into a stream of multicolored light, swiftly soaring into the cosmos towards the 7th universe. Before long, the 6 hours had elapsed, and Vegeta was fully prepared for departure. As he prepared to depart, Vegeta generously gifted his spaceship to Bulma's father for research purposes. He had little to take with him, the only essential being a bottle of super divine water. This was indeed a valuable item, one he could sip on during idle moments to replenish his energy. She has arrived. Vegeta looked up at the sky and beheld the dazzling luminescence above. Thud, thud, thud. Bulma swiftly darted behind a tree to conceal herself. The old hag has arrived. One could only wonder how unsightly this old crone must be, though her voice was unexpectedly melodious. With a thud, Bardoss descended gracefully beside Vegeta. Here, give this a try, Vegeta offered, handing a can of peaches to Bardoss. Is this can yellow peach? Bardoss inquired, scrutinizing the can. Indeed, Vegeta affirmed. Passing her a spoon, Bardoss took a small taste, and upon savoring the peach, her eyes gleamed with delight, relishing the burst of flavor. Oh my, this is quite delightful, sweet and crisp, Truly a delicacy of the mortal realm, she exclaimed. Bulma stood in stunned silence for an extended moment. This woman was not the old hag she had envisioned. Rather, she possessed a striking beauty. Vegeta, you are a deceiver. Does she truly appear to be a being who has lived for 1,000,000,000 years? She seems undeniably youthful and vibrant. What about the other canned peaches? Bardoss asked. They're all in this ring, Vegeta replied, shaking the ring on his hand. Is that a storage ring? Bardoss exclaimed, taken aback by the advanced technology present on this planet. Indeed, Vegeta nodded in affirmation. This ring was crafted by Bulma's father. It possesses a cubic meter of storage space. Currently, my senza beans, canned peaches, and various trinkets are all stored within. Then let us depart, Bardoss beckoned. Vegeta promptly stepped forward and embraced her. With a flash of brilliance akin to the stars, Bardoss soared into the sky, taking Vegeta with her. In an instant, they vanished into the cosmos, leaving no trace behind. Hey, Vegeta, when will you return? Bulma called out to the heavens, but Vegeta was already beyond her hearing. As she watched his figure disappear, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Akin to losing a cherished toy, that blue-skinned woman was utterly outrageous. In the vast expanse of space, Bardoss propelled Vegeta swiftly onward. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Vegeta focused his gaze and realized they had reached the edge of the universe. Is this truly the edge of the universe? He inquired. Indeed, Bardoss replied. Beyond this lies the void, an uncharted realm. Bardoss smiled as she explained, we still need to traverse the void for over an hour to reach the 6th universe. The journey is indeed quite lengthy. Vegeta nodded in agreement, acknowledging the considerable distance. It is quite far. Coming to fetch you is rather troublesome. Bardoss chuckled lightly. Suddenly, Bardoss took Vegeta into the void. The void was an expanse of nothingness, devoid of any substance. Bardoss swiftly navigated through this emptiness with Vegeta by her side. After approximately 40 minutes of flight, Vegeta suddenly spotted a radiant light akin to stars shimmering not far away. Bardoss, who is that person over there? Vegeta inquired. Bardoss, noticing the brilliant glow, exclaimed, oh my, is that my sister? She smiled and accelerated towards the source of the light. In no time, Bardoss halted beside the figure. Sister Kusu, it's been a while. Bardoss greeted her with a bow. The being that appeared beside Bardoss was also an angel, resembling a petite, charming girl. This angel was named Kusu, the angel of the 10th universe, whose corresponding destroyer god was the elephant deity, Rumshur. If you are unfamiliar with the 10th universe, you might recognize Zamasu, the Kaioshin of that realm. Indeed, Zamasu is the Kaioshin of the 10th universe. Vegeta scrutinized the angel Kusu with keen interest. It must be noted that this little angel possessed quite an alluring charm. Though petite, her appearance was undeniably captivating. Bardoss, it's been a while. Kusu reciprocated the greeting. Sister Kusu, where are you headed? Bardoss inquired. I just returned from the 3rd universe and am preparing to go back to the 10th universe, Kusu replied. What about you? Bardoss, I just came from the 7th universe and am on my way back to the 6th universe, Bardoss responded. Kusu had already taken notice of Vegeta standing behind Bardoss. This is Mr. Vegeta. Lord Kampa might wish to train him as a potential successor to the role of Destroyer God, Bardoss explained succinctly. He seems quite young, Kusu remarked with a smile. That is precisely why he should be trained from a young age. After all, Lord Kampa has no intentions of retiring just yet. Perhaps by the time Mr. Vegeta matures, Lord Kampa will consider stepping down, Bardoss replied with a grin. I see, Kusu casually remarked, showing no inclination to delve deeper. Sister Kusu, you should visit us in the 6th universe sometime, Bardoss invited. Certainly, I will make time for that, Kusu nodded in agreement. The two angelic ladies exchanged a few pleasantries before parting ways, swiftly flying off in opposite directions. Vegeta remarked, is the chit-chat between angels always this dull? You could at least gossip a bit. Instead, it turned out to be rather monotonous. He shook his head in disbelief. As Bardoss continued her flight, her staff suddenly trembled slightly. She paused for a moment, turning her gaze towards the staff. Oh dear, it is the Grand Priest, Bardoss said, momentarily taken aback. Vegeta was equally startled. Could it be that my oath, which suggested the Grand Priest eat excrement, was overheard? If that were indeed the case, it would be quite unfortunate. Please allow me a few years to develop before we proceed. In my current state, I stand no chance against you. Do not utter a word, do you understand? Bardoss admonished Vegeta. Rest assured, my lips are sealed, Vegeta replied. Bardoss interjected. I sense there is more to your words, yet I cannot quite articulate it. Dismissing her thoughts about Vegeta, she promptly activated her staff to initiate communication. Grand Priest, it has been quite some time, Bardoss greeted courteously. Bardoss, I require your presence at the King's temple. There is a matter I wish to discuss, the Grand Priest stated. Right now? Bardoss asked, slightly taken aback. Yes. At this very moment. Is there a problem? The Grand Priest smiled. No problem at all. Of course not, Bardoss responded. Then I shall await you at the entrance of the King's temple, the Grand Priest concluded. Understood, Bardoss nodded, altering her course midway. Come alone. The Grand Priest added before ending the call. Bardos noted. Vegeta clearly heard that. Bardos had been on speakerphone during the call, allowing Vegeta to overhear their entire conversation. Vegeta felt frustration rising within him. Grand Priest, what do you mean by that? You expect Bardos to go alone? What about me? Am I to be abandoned here? I could perish in this place. No, wait, I shouldn't be able to die, right? I am supposed to be immortal, albeit in a rather experimental state. But surely I cannot meet my demise. You heard all of that? Bardos displayed an expression of exasperation, clarifying, the Grand Priest is the most powerful deity in the universe. Vegeta was already aware of this and was not particularly astonished. What truly vexed him was the thought of being left behind. Are you really going to leave me here? What do you intend to do? Just abandon me. I might survive in this environment, but I would starve to death. Curse you, Grand Priest. Vegeta internally lamented. What do you mean? Have you truly overheard my comment about you eating excrement? If that is the case, it would indeed be tragic. I do not wish to be a tragic figure. Vegeta found himself overthinking the situation. It is undeniably a complex dilemma, Bardos sighed. On your way to meet the Grand Priest, find a suitable planet to drop me off, Vegeta proposed. From here to the King's temple, one simply needs to ascend. Unfortunately, there are no suitable planets in this vicinity, Bardos replied. Please wait here for a moment. I will return swiftly after meeting the Grand Priest, Bardos said. Do not jest, Vegeta retorted. Vegeta snorted, pondering what business the Grand Priest could have with him. What if you were sent to a distant place for an extended period? Am I to wait here in vain? This indeed posed a dilemma. Bardos nodded gently, acknowledging the validity of Vegeta's concerns. Why not take me with you? Vegeta inquired. That is not possible. The Grand Priest specifically instructed me to go alone, Bardos replied, shaking her head. Vegeta retorted, is it such a grave matter? Must you leave your daughter to abandon me here? He continued, how about this? We just saw my sister, Kess, right? Let her take you to Universe 10, and I shall come for you upon my return. Bardos considered this suggestion, nodding in agreement. That plan is indeed sound. Traveling to Universe 10 suits me well. As my primary objective is to train alongside the God of Destruction and the Angel, it matters not with whom I train, and besides, Kess from Universe 10 is quite adorable. Then I shall leave you here and promptly visit the Grand Priest, Bardos replied. While en route, I will contact Sister Kess and have her come to fetch you. Do not wander off. This realm of nothingness is easy to get lost in. Very well, Vegeta acquiesced. The Grand Priest must be envious of my striking appearance, which is why he refuses to meet me. With that, Vegeta descended from Bardos, floating in the void of the realm. Farewell, Bardos waved, transforming into a brilliant streak of light as she ascended rapidly. During her journey, Bardos immediately reached out to Kess using her staff. Bardos. Kess responded, slightly taken aback. We just parted ways. Why are you calling me? Sister Kess. May I ask a favor of you? Bardos inquired. Speak, Kess replied. The Grand Priest has summoned me for an unknown matter, and since I was previously accompanied by Mr. Vegeta, I had to leave him in the realm of nothingness, Bardos explained. Are you asking me to bring him to Universe 10? Kess asked. Yes, I shall retrieve him after my meeting with the Grand Priest, Bardos confirmed. All right, Kess said without hesitation. I'll send you his location. I appreciate your assistance. Bardos sent Kess the coordinates. There is no need for such formality between us angels, Kess smiled. After ending the call, Kess turned swiftly and flew toward her destination. Meanwhile, Vegeta floated silently in the void, feeling as though he had been abandoned by a lover. This is absurd. Here I am, standing alone in this realm of nothingness, devoid of even a soul. Even the presence of a specter would suffice to alleviate my boredom. I wonder if Kess will indeed come for me. If not, I shall truly become a tragic figure. What does it matter if I possess a battle power of 5 million? In this emptiness, what can I accomplish? Fortunately, after a brief moment of anticipation, Vegeta beheld a dazzling light in the distance, shimmering like the stars. Whoosh! Chris swiftly approached from afar. Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief. Bardos, you are indeed quite reliable. Chris, you deserve commendation for coming to fetch me. Mr. Vegeta, Bardos instructed me to bring you to Universe 10 first. She must have informed you, correct? Chris inquired. Yes, she did, Vegeta replied, nodding obediently. Then let us depart, Chris beckoned. Very well, thank you for your assistance, Vegeta responded, stepping forward to wrap his arms around Chris's slender waist. Ah, that tickles. Chris giggled in delight. Have I stumbled upon a sensitive spot? Vegeta asked. Indeed. Try holding me somewhere else. That area is quite ticklish, Chris replied. Vegeta adjusted his grip slightly. Your hand is not quite in the right place, Chris remarked, wiping her brow. Were it not for your youth, I would be quite vexed. Surely it was unintentional. Ah, this spot seems more secure to grasp, Vegeta suggested. Let go. Chris's expression darkened. Is it because this place is inappropriate? Vegeta feigned ignorance. Yes, Chris affirmed. I was unaware. Vegeta quickly changed his position, and Chris felt significantly more comfortable. By the way, Mr. Vegeta, how old are you this year? Chris inhaled deeply and asked. Me? I am 5 years old, Vegeta replied. Only 5? You are indeed just a small child, Chris mused. He likely did not mean any harm earlier, and he was unaware that such a position was inappropriate. Very well. I forgive you. Let us set off. Chris, no longer dwelling on the previous matter, transformed into a radiant stream of light, akin to stars, and swiftly soared towards Universe 10. At the entrance of the Grand Priest's temple, the Grand Priest stood with his hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting Bardas's arrival. Beside him stood a young man with blue skin and an angelic halo around his neck, holding a staff and gazing skyward. After several minutes, Bardas swiftly approached from the distance. With a thud, she landed directly in front of the Grand Priest. Upon her descent, Bardas immediately noticed the young boy standing beside the Grand Priest. Bardas, you have arrived, the Grand Priest greeted with a smile. Salutations, Grand Priest. Bardas bowed respectfully. Rise. The Grand Priest instructed. Bardas stood up. Melis, allow me to introduce you. This is your sister Bardas, currently the Angel of Universe 6, the Grand Priest stated. Yes, Grand Priest, Melis bowed. Hello, sister. Bardas, this is your brother Melis, who has recently come into existence. The Grand Priest continued. Melis is the angel born of Universe 7. Oh my, we have gained yet another member among the angels. Bardas, filled with delight, inquired, have you decided where to undertake your training? The High Priest replied, I summoned you regarding the matter of Mel's training. Initially, I intended for Whis to guide him, but Whis is currently frolicking in the depths of the universe, and it will take him some time to arrive. Since you happen to be nearby, I have asked you to assist. Bardas suggested. Given that Mel's is an angel born of the 7th universe, the most suitable training grounds would indeed be within the 7th universe. Precisely. You are the angel of the 6th universe, and the 7th universe is its mirrored counterpart. Thus, your familiarity with the 7th universe makes you an excellent choice to accompany Mel's on his training journey, the High Priest affirmed. Very well. I shall take charge of this endeavor, Bardas declared, patting her chest. I appreciate your assistance, the High Priest responded. Thank you, sister, Mel's immediately bowed. There is no need for such formalities, Mel's, Bardas said, gently patting Mel's on the shoulder. Shall we set off now? Indeed, Mel's replied. Mel's, the High Priest addressed him. You must venture into the human realm to comprehend the concepts of good and evil. However, do not take extremes. I hope you will diligently refine your heart and strive to become a full-fledged angel as soon as possible. Yes, esteemed High Priest, Mel's bowed once more. Go forth and give it your all, the High Priest smiled. Understood. Mel's nodded gravely. Then, Father, we will take our leave, Bardas also bowed. The High Priest nodded slightly. Mel's, my dear brother, you can fly, correct? Bardas inquired. Yes, Sister Bardas, Mel's affirmed with a nod. Let us depart, Bardas called. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into radiant streams of light, swiftly soaring towards the 7th universe. Mel's, what kind of place do you wish to train in? Bardas asked. As the esteemed High Priest mentioned, I wish to explore the concepts of good and evil in the human realm, Mel's replied. Thus, sister, could you help me find a place that would enhance my understanding of these concepts? Let me ponder for a moment, Bardas mused. I appreciate your assistance, sister, Mel said. After contemplating for over half an hour, Bardas exclaimed, Aha! There exists an individual in the 7th universe, known as the Universe Emperor. Mel's was slightly taken aback. The Universe Emperor? Yes, his name is Frisia. He established the Frisia Force and wreaks havoc throughout the universe, Bardas smiled. If you could join this organization, it might greatly aid your understanding of humanity's good and evil. Are you suggesting I join their ranks to become a villain? Mel's wiped his brow. Not necessarily to become a villain. You are there for training, Bardas clarified. Can I first take a look at it? Mel's asked with a wry smile. Very well. I shall first take you to observe. If it does not suit you, we can explore other options, Bardas nodded. In the next moment, Bardas and Mel sped through the 7th universe. They continued their flight for over 3 hours. Bardas and Meruz appeared near Frisia's spaceship within the realm of planet Vegeta. Frisia emerged from his vessel, raising his right hand high. A sinister laugh escaped his lips as he conjured a brown energy sphere, crackling with lightning and brimming with formidable power. Bardock. Frisia's minions were met with a flurry of punches and kicks from Bardock, who charged from planet Vegeta. Frisia merely smirked, pressing his hand downwards. With a whoosh, the planet-destroying energy sphere shot towards the direction of planet Vegeta. Boom. Bardock was struck directly by the energy blast, his body disintegrating into nothingness. Meruz, unable to bear the sight any longer, even contemplated using his staff to save Bardock. Bardas restrained Meruz's staff. Meruz, what are you doing? She inquired. Nothing, Meruz hastily replied. You don't actually intend to save him, do you? Bardas sighed. Meruz, you must understand that we angels are bound to maintain neutrality. Aside from guiding humanity in martial arts, we cannot engage in battles or intervene in conflicts. If we do so recklessly, we risk our own existence. This is no jest. I understand, sister, Meruz lowered his head. Moreover, this planet is to be destroyed by Lord Beerus. We cannot save it, Bardas stated. Understood, Meruz acknowledged. Boom. In the next moment, planet Vegeta erupted in a magnificent explosion, radiating vibrant colors throughout the cosmos. In a fleeting instant, the planet was reduced to cosmic dust. With every scion perishing without exception, Meruz closed his eyes, unable to witness the devastation. Meruz, when I first came into being, I, too, could not bear to witness the destruction of planets and the extinction of humanity, Bardos consoled. However, as you grow, you will come to realize that the destruction of planets and the demise of civilizations are inevitable patterns of cosmic evolution. I hope you will not dwell on these matters. I understand, sister, Meruz replied, lifting his head and nodding gently. Sister, it is evident that Frisia's army is not suited for me. Could you perhaps find me a different place to train? I have also discerned that Frisia's army is not fitting for you. Let me ponder a while longer. We should leave this place for now, Bardos suggested. Very well, Meruz agreed. In an instant, the two departed, soaring through the starry expanse of the seventh universe. Bardos contemplated thoughtfully. I have it. There exists an organization in the seventh universe known as the Galactic Patrol. Would you be interested in becoming a Galactic Patrol member? Bardos proposed. The Galactic Patrol? What do they do? Meruz inquired curiously. The Galactic Patrol is primarily tasked with upholding cosmic justice, Bardos explained. If you can join this organization, it would provide you with a better understanding of the concepts of good and evil in the mortal realm, likely making it more suitable for you than Frisia's army. That sounds promising. Mels nodded, expressing her desire to first explore the surroundings. All right, let's assess the environment there, proposed Bardos. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into radiant streaks of light, akin to shimmering stars, swiftly heading towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. After several hours of flight, Mels finally beheld the Galactic Patrol headquarters situated within the space station. Accompanied by Bardos, Mels peered inside through the staff. Upon witnessing the operations of the Galactic Patrol, Mels quickly grew fond of the place. Sister, I have made my decision. I wish to remain here and become a Galactic Patrol officer. To comprehend the virtues and vices of the human realm, Mels declared. Indeed, this place suits you well, Bardos gently nodded. Since you have made your decision, I shall make a few minor adjustments to your appearance. With a flick of her staff, Bardos pointed at Mels. In an instant, Mel's skin transformed from blue to a delicate shade of lavender, and the halo around her neck vanished. Her angelic attire morphed into a sleek bodysuit. Thank you, Sister Bardos. Mels bowed. I shall now enlist to join the Galactic Patrol. I believe with your abilities, becoming an outstanding member of the Galactic Patrol will be an effortless endeavor. Bardos smiled. Indeed, Mels nodded. However, remember not to employ your angelic powers during your training here, Bardos cautioned. Understood, Sister Bardos, Mels waved. I shall be on my way. Wait, are you flying there directly? Bardos inquired, pointing her staff once more. With a pop, a miniature spacecraft materialized on the scene. Mels apologized again and stepped into the spacecraft. She waved to Bardos from the window. Whoosh. Mels piloted the spacecraft, speeding towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Galactic Patrol headquarters. Rookie camp. Hello everyone. I am Iraku, from the Southern Universe. The rookie team saluted. Greetings, I am Mels, from the Northern Universe. My aspiration is to become an exemplary Galactic Patrol officer. Mels bowed respectfully. Excellent. I am your instructor, Jack, Jack declared, arms crossed, surveying the new recruits. Little did Jack anticipate that Mels would become the pride of the entire Galactic Patrol headquarters in just 3 years. Mels, through her actions and achievements, inscribed the glory of the Galactic Patrol. Yet, who could fathom that this individual was, in truth, an angel, a true deity cloaked in human guise? Chapter 27, The Taste of First Love. The 10th Universe. Planet Ramsey. Just as Mels had recently joined the Galactic Patrol, Vegeta accompanied Kess back to the God of Destruction realm of the 10th Universe. Upon their return, the God of Destruction, Ramsey, stared blankly, unblinking, at Vegeta. Who is this Kess fellow? Ramsey inquired, swinging his massive trunk towards Kess. This is Mr. Vegeta, hailing from Universe 6, Kess explained. Unbeknownst to Kess, Vegeta belonged to Universe 7, primarily due to her lack of inquiry into the matter. After all, Kess held little interest in Vegeta. Does it concern me whether you are from Universe 6 or Universe 7? Universe 6? How did you bring someone from Universe 6 to our Universe 10? Ramses inquired, puzzled. I encountered Bardos on the way. She has gone to meet the Grand Minister, Kess replied. What relevance does Bardos's meeting with the Grand Minister have to your bringing someone from Universe 6 back? Ramses asked, perplexed. The Grand Minister requested Bardos to meet him privately. So she entrusted Mr. Vegeta to my care until she finishes her business and returns for him. Kess sighed, noting Ramses's multitude of questions. Is it not simply a matter of idleness? Ramses chuckled, eyeing Vegeta with keen interest, gesturing for him to approach. Come here, kid. Vegeta complied, stepping forward. Kid, I ask you, what is Bardos intending to do with you? Is she grooming you to be the next God of Destruction? Ramses queried. God of Destruction? What is that? Vegeta feigned ignorance. You, young man, do not even know what a God of Destruction is. You cannot possibly be unaware of Bardos's status, can you? Ramses stared at Vegeta in astonishment. I do not know. I am not fond of gossip, Vegeta replied. Let me enlighten you, then. The god of destruction is the greatest deity in this universe, Ramses scoffed, smiling. And I am Ramses, the god of destruction of Universe 10. That portly cat you saw beside Bardos is Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. Understood? Vegeta nodded. Understood? Is that all? Ramses's expression darkened. What more is required? Vegeta retorted, hands in pockets. Upon encountering a god of destruction, one must kneel in reverence and respectfully address them as Lord of Destruction or Lord Ramses, Ramses stated curtly. But I am not from Universe 10. Must I still bow to you? Vegeta questioned. Ramses, you truly are unlikable. Had you been from Universe 10, I would have disciplined you long ago. Ramses bared his teeth. By the way, Kess, do you enjoy canned peaches? Ignoring Ramses, Vegeta produced a jar of canned peaches from his storage ring. What? Kess had never heard of canned peaches. This, Vegeta said, handing the jar to Kess. Are you even listening to me? Ramses said, vexed. Kess examined the jar closely. It does not seem particularly remarkable, she pondered. Give it a taste, Vegeta smiled. To tell you the truth, Bardos decided to take me to her for training because of my canned peaches. Is that so? Then I shall savor it thoroughly. Kess twisted off the lid. Vegeta produced a spoon and offered it to Kess. Kess tasted the canned peaches. Sweet and tangy. Isn't there a hint of first love in the air? Vegeta remarked with a smile. Chris retorted. You dare to equate this with the feeling of first love? I'm utterly astonished. Ahem, I've never been in love, so I truly have no idea what first love feels like. Chris smiled. Now you know? First love feels like canned peaches, Vegeta replied with a grin. Chris mused. Your argument is quite compelling. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. However, I must admit, these peaches are rather delightful, tart and sweet, indeed a culinary delight. No wonder that glutton, Bados, agreed to take you to the god of destruction realm in Universe 6. Chris's realization dawned. Enjoy them as much as you like, Vegeta encouraged. Indeed, Chris nodded, relishing the canned peaches. Ramsey, observing from the side, was nearly drooling. Hey kid, what about mine? He inquired with a frown. This lad is truly inconsiderate. Can't he see there are two of us? How can one can suffice? I wish to try some as well. I thought you didn't fancy such things, Vegeta chuckled, generously retrieving another can of peaches and tossing it to Ramsey. Ramsey swiftly twisted off the can's lid and, disregarding the spoon offered by Vegeta, poured the contents directly into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. In no time, Ramsey devoured the entire can of peaches. Quite good indeed, Ramsey exclaimed. Kid, you did well. Did you make this? Yes, it's not too shabby, Vegeta nodded. Do you possess other culinary skills? Ramsey inquired. I have plenty, Vegeta smiled. Prepare something for me to taste. If it's delicious, I shall teach you a couple of tricks that will prove immensely beneficial, Ramsey replied with a grin. Let me share a secret with you, Mr. Vegeta. Chris interjected with a smile. Ramsey's prowess surpasses that of Lord Kampa. Should Ramsey take you under his wing, your skills will surely blossom more rapidly than under Kampa's tutelage. Very well, I shall demonstrate my culinary talents, Vegeta declared, retrieving a potato and an air fryer from his storage ring. He tossed the potato into the air. With a swift motion, he removed the skin effortlessly. Next, Vegeta waved his hands, slicing the potato into long strips. He opened the air fryer's drawer, and the potato strips fell evenly inside. Sprinkling salt and a dash of cooking oil over them, he mixed them thoroughly. With a decisive gesture, he slid the air fryer's drawer back in and activated the fry function. Approximately 15 minutes later, a batch of golden fries emerged. Vegeta paired them with ketchup. Ready to eat, he announced, sampling a fry. Not bad at all. Chapter 28. Vegeta was intercepted by Ramsey and Chris. Was it truly that simple? Ramsey paused for a moment, then stepped forward to grab a fry, dipping it lightly in ketchup before tasting it. KSA similarly approached to savor the flavor. After experiencing the delightful taste of the fries, both of them danced with joy. A plate of fries was soon devoured entirely by KSA and Ramsey. Even after finishing, they felt an insatiable craving lingering. It was astonishing how such a simple potato could be transformed into something so delectable. Is there anything else you can make? Ramsey inquired. I can also prepare milk tea using Hextech technology, Vegeta mused. Hextech technology? What is that? Ramsey asked, puzzled. You needn't worry about the details. I shall concoct a cup for you right away, Vegeta replied, retrieving various ingredients from his storage ring. Ramsey was utterly baffled by the materials. A spoonful of 3-flour egg milk, Vegeta began to blend the milk tea. Before long, he had perfected the beverage. It's ready to drink. Give it a try. Vegeta served a cup to both KSA and Ramsey. These two were truly remarkable beings. Such concoctions from Hextech would have no adverse effects on them. In fact, even if Vegeta were to indulge, he would remain unscathed, having treated divine water as mere wine. This black technology was merely a taste experience. Naturally, Vegeta would not allow Bulma to partake. She was an ordinary human, and excessive consumption could lead to dire consequences. After sipping the milk tea, KSA and Ramsey were once again overwhelmed by a delightful sensation on their palates. This is exceedingly delicious. This fellow is truly talented, KSA remarked, exchanging knowing glances with Ramsey. KSA nodded gently, and they moved to a spot farther from Vegeta. KSA, this character is quite extraordinary, not to mention. The milk tea he concocted would undoubtedly top the beverage rankings in our 10th universe, Ramsey declared, savoring another sip and smacking his lips in delight. Indeed, Lord Ramsey speaks the truth. This milk tea is unlike anything I have ever tasted. KSA agreed wholeheartedly. The fries were also quite delightful, Ramsey continued. Yes, especially when dipped in ketchup, KSA replied. Ramsey fell silent, merely gazing at KSA. What are you implying, Lord Ramsey? KSA queried. Hee. I suddenly find myself reluctant to return this fellow to the 6th universe, Ramsey chuckled. That seems rather inappropriate, KSA said with a smile. What is inappropriate about it? I could just say he met his end. What do you think? Ramsey grinned. KSA responded. You are quite ruthless. Why not contact Beerus and inform him that Vegeta has defied me, and I intend to obliterate him? Ramsey suggested playfully. KSA, realizing the merit in this plan, nodded in agreement. What do you think? Let us nurture this young lad, and, during the process, have him prepare some delectable dishes for us. What a splendid idea. I assent it. Ramsey beamed with a brilliant smile. Kes pondered silently, contemplating the feasibility of this notion. What are you still hesitating about? Ramsey inquired. I feel it would be a waste to hand him over to Kampa entirely. Are you planning to train Mr. Vegeta to become a god of destruction, my lord? Kes asked. If he possesses the talent, it would not be unthinkable to groom him as my successor, Ramsey replied. Very well. I shall contact Bardos and gauge her sentiments on the matter, Kes mused. Do so promptly, Ramsey nodded, taking another sip of tea, increasingly appreciating its unique flavor. With such exquisite tea available, why would I consider giving Vegeta to that fellow Kampa? I must intervene. I wonder what expression Kampa will wear upon learning of this. I imagine it will be quite entertaining. Ramsey, in his excitement, swayed his trunk back and forth. Kes inhaled deeply and discreetly unleashed a divine power from her staff towards Vegeta, concealing his presence from Bardos. Subsequently, Kes established contact with Bardos through her staff. In the 7th universe, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Bardos had yet to depart, observing from afar as Meruz joined the Galactic Patrol. She noted Meruz's smooth progress and his successful induction as a Galactic Patrol member, a smile of satisfaction gracing her face. Now that Meruz's affairs are settled, I shall hasten to retrieve Vegeta. Whoosh! Bardos transformed into a radiant streak of light, soaring into the starry sky. As she flew, her staff suddenly vibrated. Bardos paused, realizing it was a call from Kes. She promptly answered the video call. Sister Kes, Bardos greeted. Bardos, I regret to inform you. Things have taken a turn for the worse, Kes expressed with a look of guilt. What troubles you, Sister Kes? What has happened? Bardos inquired. You asked me to bring Mr. Vegeta back. Kes sighed, covering her forehead. Yes, indeed, what is it? He hasn't gone missing, has he? Bardos asked. While he hasn't disappeared, Mr. Vegeta did confront Lord Ramsey upon arriving in the realm of the gods of destruction, Kes stated gravely. Confront? That certainly aligns with his character. He is a prince of a planet and its future king, despite his home world's destruction. Vegeta does have a penchant for confrontation. Bardos nodded gently. Lord Ramsey must be quite furious. Furious is an understatement. In his wrath, Lord Ramsey destroyed him, Kes lamented. Bardos' eyes widened in disbelief. Her expression one of sheer exasperation. 6 seconds of silence ensued. Destroyed? Bardos was rendered speechless. How rude of me, sighed Kes. I happened to be away during that period. And by the time I returned, it was far too late to turn back time. I shall ask Lord Ramsey to find a suitable successor from our universe to send forth. Chapter 29, I still have my communicator. Ahem, no need for that. Bardos wiped the sweat from his brow. What do I need your successor for? I have my eyes set on Vegeta's peach can. Alas, it seems that the peach can has become unattainable. I had hoped to enjoy it thoroughly after bringing Vegeta back. It appears that my cherished peach can has flown away. Given that it was Lord Ramsey who caused Vegeta's demise, it is likely that Vegeta's storage ring was also utterly destroyed. Oh well, Bardos let out a resigned sigh. Perhaps this is his destiny, though it is a pity he was only 5 years old. I have admonished Lord Ramsey. What is the point of quarreling with a child? Kes nodded in agreement. Very well, since it has come to this, further discussion is futile. Bardos felt a tinge of disappointment. I am truly sorry, Bardos. Kes apologized once more. It is all right, Sister Kes. I believe this was not what you wished to see either, Bardos replied. Do you really not want me to find another suitable successor for Lord Kampa? Kes inquired. No need. I shall search for one alongside Lord Kampa in the 6th universe. Bardos responded. Moreover, Vegeta was never truly one of our 6th universe. However, Bardos chose not to voice this thought. At this juncture, such discussions hold little significance. After all, it was Ramsey who caused the destruction. Does it truly matter from which universe he hails? Indeed, it is no longer important. It is just a pity for that little one, Vegeta. We had promised that when he grew up, he would come to marry me. Your dreams have thus been shattered. I suppose. Very well then, I must return to the 6th universe, Bardos concluded. I am deeply sorry, Bardos. Kes once again expressed her apologies. I must also extend my apologies to you, Bardos, Rumsey chimed in. I truly did not realize how significant that boy was to you all. It is all right, Sister Kess. Perhaps this is simply his fate, Bardos remarked, without a hint of doubt. Little did Bardos realize that the one she had painstakingly set her sights on had been intercepted by the 10th universe due to a peach can, a plate of fries, and a cup of milk tea. I will take the opportunity to personally apologize, Rumsey stated. Your consideration is appreciated, Lord Rumsey, Bardos acknowledged with a slight nod. Choosing not to say more, she waved goodbye to Kess, thus concluding their conversation. With a sigh, Bardos's voice was laden with endless resignation. Was Vegeta truly destroyed just like that? Surely, even his soul must have vanished along with him. Why provoke anyone, if not to taunt the god of destruction? My mistake. My mistake. It seems I failed to inform you about the god of destruction. Bardos felt a small pang of sadness, before transforming into a brilliant streak of light, swiftly heading towards the 6th universe. With the boy gone, there was little Bardos could do. If Bardos had merely perished, she could have devised a means to resurrect Vegeta. However, with the soul having vanished, Bardos finds herself at a loss. In Universe 10, after concluding a call, Kess and Rumsey exchanged knowing smiles. They suddenly felt a peculiar thrill in their deceit, particularly in fooling Bardos from Universe 6. Rumsey swayed his elongated trunk, radiating joy. Oh dear. If Bardos were to discover this, she would certainly bombard her with complaints, Kess sighed. Our two universes have had so little interaction. She likely remains oblivious to it. Rumsey chuckled, recalling that your last encounter with her occurred a millennium ago, didn't it? Indeed, Kess nodded. Had it not been for our chance meeting in the void, I fear the two of you might never cross paths again, Rumsey noted. Quite so, Kess agreed. That lad named Vegeta. I estimate he might manage to live for 300 to 500 years at best, Rumsey remarked with a smile, unless he ascends to the role of god of destruction. You speak wisely, Rumsey, Kess replied with a smile. So, is that settled then? Rumsey grinned, suggesting that there was no need for you to be troubled. Simply focus on your tasks at hand. Indeed, Kess nodded. Hey, what are you two conspiring about? Vegeta approached from a distance, unaware of the conversation Kess and Rumsey had just shared. After all, Vegeta was no deity. He was merely an ordinary human being. Oh dear. I just contacted Bardos to inquire when she might arrive, Kess sighed. What's the matter? You seem troubled. Does she not wish to come? Vegeta furrowed his brow, questioning. It's not that she doesn't want to come. She is simply preoccupied with numerous matters and won't be able to make it for the time being. Kess lamented. And so? Vegeta pressed. You ask me and so? I should be asking you instead. What are your plans moving forward? Kess inquired, asking whether he intended to remain here or if he preferred to return to Universe 6 for the time being. That unscrupulous woman, so untrustworthy, Vegeta fumed. We had an agreement. I promised her that once I matured, I would marry her. Kess perked up her ears, her eyes wide with disbelief. Bardos intends to marry this little brat? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Surely Bardos finds this lad rather adorable and is merely toying with him. Rumsey, too, was momentarily taken aback. Bardos marrying this little rascal? This child must be boasting. I must contact her directly. I wish to discern her true thoughts, even if I must wait. She ought to provide me with a definitive timeline, Vegeta declared, promptly retrieving a communicator from his pocket. Upon seeing the device Vegeta produced, Kess and Rumsey panicked. If the signal were to be transmitted, our carefully crafted ruse would be exposed. Rumsey immediately turned to Kess. Kess, without the slightest hesitation, summoned an invisible celestial power from her staff. This ethereal force swiftly enveloped Vegeta's communicator. In that very moment, Vegeta pressed the button on the device, only to find that no response followed. The communicator had been rendered inoperative by Kiss's formidable celestial energy, effectively blocking any signal from being transmitted. Vegeta, having pressed the button, called out for Bardock, only to discover that the device was utterly useless. What was happening? Was it broken? Vegeta inquired of Kiss. Chapter 30. Angels do not deceive. Let me take a look, Kiss replied. Without further thought, Vegeta handed the communicator to her. Kiss took the device, feigning a meticulous examination. Oh dear, it's indeed broken, she nodded knowingly. Fix it, Vegeta urged. Well, even if it were repaired, it would only allow communication with me, Kiss lied, explaining that the communicator was infused with celestial energy, and Bardock's essence had inadvertently leaked, rendering it impossible to connect with her. If I repair it, I can only infuse it with my own celestial power, meaning you will only be able to reach me in the future. Vegeta's expression turned quizzical. Do you take me for a fool? Can celestial energy truly leak? Is it so easily lost? Look here, Kiss pointed out a minuscule crack. This might have occurred when you unleashed your energy. She gently traced the fissure with her finger, directing Vegeta's gaze towards it. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta indeed noticed a barely perceptible crack. Angels do not deceive, Kiss said with a smile. Is it truly so easy for celestial energy to escape? Even if it contained water, could such a tiny crack drain it so swiftly? Vegeta remained skeptical. You may envision celestial energy as a highly compressed force. Within such a sealed vessel, Any crack could cause the immense internal pressure to rapidly disperse the celestial energy, leading it to vanish, Kiss asserted confidently. Vegeta began to comprehend. Likening it to a gas cylinder, a single crack would cause the liquefied gas to leak and evaporate in no time. Well, you may as well repair it. If it turns into your contact information, it might prove useful later, Vegeta conceded. Mr. Vegeta, we are on the same planet, spending each day together. Is there truly a need for this communicator? Kiss smiled in response. It will be useful in the future, Vegeta insisted. Kiss, why are you dawdling? Ramsey interjected, unable to contain his impatience. Just give him a communicator to prevent any suspicion. Fine, I will fix it for you, Kiss replied with a gentle nod, enveloping Bardock's celestial energy with her own and mending the crack. Afterward, she returned the communicator to Vegeta. Vegeta pressed the button on the communicator. Chris, are you there? He inquired. Soon, he noticed the staff in Chris's hand flicker a few times. I'm right beside you. Do you really need to ask? Chris replied. Chris, say something. Vegeta urged. Chris silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Received, she finally responded, feeling a bit helpless. Well, it works, that's reassuring. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction as he put away the communicator. Chris sighed with relief, grateful to have evaded suspicion. Surely, he wouldn't doubt her any longer, would he? By the way, Chris, this communicator works no matter where it is, right? Vegeta asked. Yes, Chris nodded. That's good, Vegeta smiled slightly. So, what are your plans moving forward? Chris inquired, noting that Beerus would likely not arrive anytime soon. Ask her when she'll come, and give me a specific time. Vegeta replied. She mentioned she wouldn't have time for the next 2 years, Chris said. The Grand Priest has significant matters for her, which might take at least 2 years, or even longer. Vegeta scoffed internally, cursing Beerus's laziness. How could you just leave me here? But I suppose it's not so bad. Training with anyone is still training. This little girl, Chris, seems quite pleasant. Are you going to wait here for her? Or do you have other plans? Chris asked. Honestly, what do you need to go to Universe 6 for? You could prepare us meals while I teach you the skills of a god of destruction, Lambs said. Are you serious? Vegeta questioned. What is not serious about it? It's not difficult. Teaching you 1T take much effort, Lambs scoffed. Of course, that is assuming you have some talent. I 1T have the patience if I teach you for ages and you learn nothing. What about you, Chris? Can you teach me? Vegeta asked again. Sure. As long as you prepare us delicious food, I'll teach you, Chris stated her terms. All right, it's a deal, Vegeta declared. So, I'll train with Lambs on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and with you on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Is that acceptable? Chris responded, Lambs. You might want to clarify the situation. Vegeta, you seem to misunderstand, Lambs said with annoyance. Chris and I have different training paths. Chris is an angel, practicing Ultra Instinct, inherently skilled in it. Ultra Instinct is a unique ability to evade risks. I, however, am a god of destruction, training in destructive techniques, which are primarily about annihilation. Does that matter? Vegeta asked leisurely. Of course it does. You need to focus on one, Lambs retorted. If you try to learn both, you'll likely fail at both. Let us proceed as I suggested. I want to see which path suits me better, Vegeta mused. You clearly haven't listened to a word I said, Lambs remarked, his expression darkening. This fellow exhibits quite a strong sense of self. The issue, however, lies not merely in possessing opinions but in the nature of those thoughts. On odd days, one studies the art of destruction. On even days, one learns the essence of freedom. Very well, I shall give it a try. Kess winked at Ramsey, who chose to remain silent. After all, our motivation is sustenance. If you wish to attempt it, then so be it. This method may actually be beneficial. Teaching you every other day is certainly more efficient than daily instruction. And what of Sundays? Kess inquired with a smile. I shall rest on Sundays, Vegeta replied, emphasizing the importance of balancing work and rest. Solely engaging in relentless training would only serve to torment the body. When do you intend to commence? Kess asked. What day is tomorrow? Vegeta inquired. Chapter 31. Learning the Essence of Freedom with Kess. Tomorrow is Tuesday, Kess answered. According to protocol, I should be the one to teach you the essence of freedom. Very well, let us begin tomorrow. For today, I shall train in my own manner. As Vegeta spoke, he promptly retrieved a bottle of divine water from his storage ring. He then produced a plate of peanuts and a dish of cold, seasoned potato shreds, which he had prepared earlier. This storage space is akin to a vacuum, ensuring that the food remains fresh. Vegeta proceeded to indulge in the peanuts and potato shreds. What are you drinking? Ramsey inquired. Oh, it's nothing of great consequence, just a remarkable potion known as divine water. Once the toxins within my body are purged, my strength will significantly increase, Vegeta replied. Is this truly how you elevate your energy? Ramsey asked, taking a sniff from Vegeta's cup. With such a long nose, can your brain accurately interpret the scent? Vegeta questioned. Ramsey shot Vegeta a fierce glare. What manner of speech is this? This potion is indeed quite unique, Ramsey conceded. Kess approached to examine it as well. Goodness, this potion is fascinating, particularly the bottle, which connects to a different dimensional space where such miraculous potions flow forth to fill it, Kess explained. By the way, Kess, I have a question for you. Vegeta expressed disinterest in the origins of the divine water. Speak, Kess replied. Please examine my body and see if I harbor any hidden ailments, such as viral heart disease. Vegeta requested. You can detect that, can't you? Certainly, Kess nodded. I will take a look. With her staff, Kess performed a thorough scan of Vegeta's body. At present, aside from the poisoning, there appear to be no other issues, Kess reported. That is reassuring, Vegeta sighed in relief. However, your body is quite extraordinary, possessing remarkable regenerative capabilities. Kess marveled. It's nothing, Vegeta replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, Vegeta consumed an entire bottle of the super divine water with great fervor. Subsequently, he sought a tranquil spot to indulge in a deep slumber. Rumshire shook his head at the lad's peculiar training method, questioning if he truly believed in such shortcuts. While this approach could indeed be considered a shortcut, it exacted a significant toll on his body. With his mortal frame, the price he pays for this is excruciating. Kless mused. Does this boy not comprehend pain? Rumshire inquired. It must hurt quite a bit. Did you not see the beads of sweat forming on his brow as he drank? Kless replied with a chuckle. Indeed, this lad is quite the enigma. Rumshire remarked with a smile. After approximately 6 hours had elapsed, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Vegeta's being. A vast aura radiated from him, sweeping outward with fervent intensity. Oh my, what formidable energy! Kless exclaimed, noting an increase in his energy levels by at least twofold. Pathetic, Rumshire retorted, shaking his head. Yet, it seems this little fellow possesses some latent potential. Indeed, Kless nodded in agreement. Vegeta quickly attuned himself to his newfound energy. If I gauge this energy correctly, I sense my battle power has soared to 10 million. My combat prowess has escalated from 5 million to 10 million. I believe I can continue to drink the super divine water, or perhaps I shall wait a while. For now, I shall learn the Zai Zai Ge technique from Kless. Is it Tuesday yet? Vegeta asked. There are still 3 hours until Tuesday, Kless replied. Let us begin now. The sooner we train, the sooner we finish, Vegeta insisted. Very well, Kless acquiesced, proceeding to explain. Let me briefly introduce the Zai Zai Ge skill. Unlike previous combat methods reliant on sensing energy, this technique engages the body in reflexive movements, requiring no conscious thought, thus maximizing speed and reaction time. Quite perplexing, isn't it? But you will grasp it in due course. I already understand, Vegeta interjected. Kless responded. In simpler terms, it involves separating the body from the mind, allowing each part to instinctively sense surrounding dangers without the need for cognitive deliberation before acting, correct? Vegeta affirmed. Kless was taken aback, astonished that he had so swiftly comprehended the essence of the Zai Ge concept. Rumshire, too, was momentarily stunned. Has Bados ever mentioned anything about the Zai Ge to you? Kless asked. I do not even know Bados' identity. This is my first encounter with the term. Vegeta replied. Well, your comprehension skills are remarkable, sparing us much hassle, Kless acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. Now, unleash your full power upon me, and observe my movements. From my technique, you shall grasp the Zai Ge. Understood, Vegeta nodded as his energy flared. Come forth, Kless beckoned. Whoosh. Vegeta charged forward with great haste, unleashing a flurry of fierce attacks upon Kess. However, Kess effortlessly evaded every strike from Vegeta. The battle raged on for approximately 5 minutes. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Kess raised her hand and caught Vegeta's incoming fist. Let us pause for now, Kess smiled. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Is that sufficient, Vegeta? Why not prepare something to eat? Ramsey is eagerly awaiting a delicious meal. A cup of milk tea will suffice as well. What nonsense is this? We have only trained for a mere 5 minutes. Vegeta rolled his eyes, irritation evident in his tone. You little rascal, how brazen you are. I am a god of destruction. What is your attitude? Ramsey's expression darkened. If you desire delicious food, then be quiet. Otherwise, even if you destroy me, I shall not lift a finger to cater to you. Vegeta huffed in response. You are quite formidable, young one, Ramsey retorted. Just wait. Tomorrow, during your training, I shall show you what I am capable of. Let us continue, Vegeta said to Kess. Chapter 32. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a god of destruction. Very well, Kess nodded, inquiring. Do you truly not wish to rest for a moment? No need, Vegeta replied, charging at Kess once more, channeling his energy to its utmost as he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. After another 10 minutes, Vegeta had yet to land a single blow on Kess. He had nearly exhausted all his energy during this time, and was now panting heavily. Can we take a break now? Kess smiled. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. How dull this is. You two continue. I shall take a nap, Ramsey remarked, observing their fight, finding it dreadfully tedious. To Ramsey, Vegeta's current combat prowess seemed exceedingly trivial, despite his power having reached 10 million. Yet, in the presence of a god of destruction, it remained negligible. Ramsey stretched lazily and retreated to the castle for some rest. Kess, you should enjoy a cup of milk tea as well, Vegeta suggested, retrieving the ingredients for milk tea from his storage ring and preparing a cup for Kess. Oh, How unfortunate for Lord Ramsay. Just as he departed, I find myself able to savor milk tea, Kess remarked, relishing the delightful flavors. After a brief respite, Vegeta regained some of his energy and immediately engaged in another intense bout with Kess. Once Vegeta had thoroughly exhausted his energy once more, Kess proceeded to impart some of the profound insights of Ultra Instinct to him. Vegeta listened intently, gaining invaluable knowledge. That evening, Vegeta provided Kess and Ramsay each with a jar of canned peaches, a gesture to appease them. Despite this, both Kess and Ramsay were delighted by the treat. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus had just returned from the 7th universe. Beerus, where is he? Did you not bring that little brat Vegeta back? Kampa inquired, perplexed. Was the canned peach not to your liking? It's a long story, Beerus sighed. Why is it so hard to explain? Asked Kampa. This matter is rather lengthy, so allow me to summarize it for you, responded Bardoss. A lengthy tale? Yet you request a brief account. Kampa retorted. Bardoss proceeded to recount the events surrounding Vegeta in meticulous detail, while also sharing the circumstances involving Meruz. What? Vegeta has been compromised by that scoundrel, Lemmus. Kampa exclaimed, his teeth clenched in anger. This is an unfortunate turn of events. It is said that Mr. Vegeta provoked him first, Bardoss sighed. Damn it, my peach preserves. Kampa tightened his fists and inquired. But tell me, Bardoss, were those peach preserves truly delightful? Indeed, they were quite delectable. It is a pity that I shall never taste them again. Bardoss shook her head. That rascal Lemmus. I shall seek retribution. Kampa declared through gritted teeth. Perhaps Lord Kampa is not a match for Lord Lemmus? Bardoss jested. Kampa faltered momentarily. It seems I cannot contend with Lemmus. Very well. I shall wait until I have trained further before confronting him. Kampa huffed. The situation with Vegeta must be put to rest. Perhaps it is simply his fate, Bardoss reflected. It is entirely his own arrogance that has led to this. I am rather lenient, Kampa scoffed, were it Lemmus. His temper would have led him to destroy Vegeta without a word. Indeed, Bardoss sighed. I too bear some responsibility. I should have informed Mr. Vegeta of our identities sooner. However, Bardoss, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Kampa mused thoughtfully. What do you mean, Lord Kampa? Bardoss inquired. Could it be that Lemmus is intentionally deceiving us? Perhaps he wishes to keep Vegeta close to prepare his peach preserves, Kampa pondered, thus fabricating a reason to undermine him. Surely not, Bardoss shook her head. Even if Lord Lemmus were to deceive us, Sister Kusu would never mislead me. Quickly, use your staff to ascertain whether that little rascal Vegeta is still alive, Kampa urged. Very well, I trust that Sister Kusu would not deceive me. Despite her words, Bardoss retrieved her staff to search for Vegeta within Universe 10. 3 minutes passed swiftly. No, he has indeed vanished, Bardoss shook her head. What of the communicator you gifted to Vegeta? Attempt to contact him through it, Kampa suggested once more. It was likely destroyed alongside Lord Lemmus. So there should be no response, Bardoss replied, trying the communicator with her staff. Indeed, there was no reaction. Now do you believe, Lord Kampa? Bardoss smiled. I am certain Sister Kusu would not deceive me. What a pity. What a pity, Kampa gritted his teeth. I have yet to experience the flavor of those peach preserves. Perhaps Lord Kampa should indulge in his own imagination, Bardoss remarked. Kampa. Universe 10, the realm of destruction. The following morning. Listen closely. For today I shall enlighten you on the art of destruction, Ramusi declared with a grin. At long last, he had the opportunity to teach this young one a lesson. Having long viewed him with disdain, allow me to briefly elucidate the concept of destruction, Ramusi continued. In essence, destruction entails the complete obliteration of a target, reducing it from existence to nothingness. Do you comprehend? Indeed, Vegeta nodded in response. Destruction, Ramusi proclaimed, sweeping his hand gracefully over a stone. Instantly, a purplish-red energy enveloped the rock. With a resounding crack, the stone was transformed into a void, vanishing entirely. Did you witness that? This is destruction, Ramusi said with pride. No matter how formidable the opponent, they will succumb to this technique. Quite impressive, Vegeta acknowledged with a nod. Yet, young one, why do I sense your demeanor is so unperturbed? Ramusi remarked, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction in his accomplishments. I am aware of your strength. Hence there is little to astonish me, Vegeta replied. Very well, I have imparted the principles of destruction. Now, unleash your full might upon me, Ramusi beckoned. Agreed. Vegeta responded without hesitation, his energy surging violently. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Ramusi. Chapter 33, Vegeta's Extraordinary Journey. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta was met with a flurry of blows from Ramusi. Soon, he found himself battered and bruised, his body sustaining severe injuries. How does it feel? This is the chasm that lies between us, Ramusi boasted, his face alight with triumph. True, yet your strikes lack sufficient ferocity, Vegeta countered, shaking his head. What did you just say? Ramusi's eyes widened in disbelief. You seem rather pleased with yourself. It appears that until I inflict some real pain, you will not grasp the magnitude of my power as a god of destruction. It doesn't hurt, Vegeta retorted dismissively. What is this minor discomfort? After consuming so much divine water, the sensations it brings to my body far surpass the impact of your fists. Thus, despite my battered appearance, I remain unfazed. If I were to cry out in pain, I would cease to be Vegeta. If I cannot withstand such trivial suffering, how shall I ever ascend to become the universe's greatest warrior? Besides, it matters not. Once my strength increases, I shall retaliate. Then let us proceed, Ramusi stated, swiftly positioning himself directly in front of Vegeta. Wait a moment, Vegeta interjected suddenly. Ramusi halted in his tracks, observing as Vegeta produced a small notebook and a pen. What are you doing? Ramusi inquired, taken aback. I must jot this down, lest I forget, Vegeta replied, flipping open the notebook and inscribing the number 178. Ramusi scratched his head in confusion. What on earth does this 178 signify? All right, we may continue now, Vegeta declared, returning the notebook to his storage ring. Then let us resume, Ramusi replied. With a fierce determination, Ramsey unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Vegeta, leaving him gravely injured. Yet, this was of little consequence. For Vegeta possessed a physique akin to an experimental version of immortality, endowed with automatic regenerative capabilities. Though his stamina could not be restored, he had procured a jar of Senzu beans from the revered Korin. Without hesitation, Vegeta retrieved a bean from his storage ring and consumed it. Boom. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Vegeta once more. Having been on the brink of death, he now found his vitality renewed, and his combat power skyrocketed. He assessed the intensity of his energy, realizing it had reached an astonishing height of 20 million. What? Ramsey exclaimed in astonishment. What is this? How can he resurrect from the brink of death, as if he were a different person altogether? Goodness, can that miraculous bean truly restore your injuries and energy? Kess inquired. Her curiosity piqued. This is a Senzu bean. Once consumed, it can instantly heal injuries and replenish energy, Vegeta replied, nodding. Feeling no need for secrecy in front of an angel. Your stamina has not only been restored, but your energy intensity has also significantly increased, now doubled from before. Kess remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, my constitution is rather unique. Each time I rise from the brink of death, my combat power doubles. Vegeta smiled, revealing the secret. I see. Kess acknowledged. Oh, your constitution is indeed special, but surely there must be a limit? Ramsey scoffed. Yes. I aim to reach the limits of my doubling ability from the brink of death today, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. Having declared this, Vegeta swiftly charged towards Ramsey. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta intensified his assault, raining down punches and kicks upon Ramsey. He was acutely aware of the disparity between their strengths. Even with 20 million in combat power, he stood no chance against Ramsey, who could easily surpass 200 billion. Vegeta sought to sustain his injuries, flirting with death, and then leveraged the Senzu beans to amplify his fighting prowess. He was eager to discover just how many times his combat power could multiply. He understood that this doubling from the brink of death had its limits, and today he was determined to test those limits. 3 minutes later, Ramsey had once again knocked Vegeta to the ground, inflicting further injuries. Vegeta had grown accustomed to such pain, though his condition appeared dire, having imbibed the super divine water. He felt these injuries were trivial, mere pinpricks. Unperturbed, Vegeta retrieved another Senzu bean and consumed it. Instantly, he felt the weariness dissipate from his body. He quickly assessed his energy intensity once more, 40 million. Excellent, indeed. The combat power has reached an astounding height of 40 million. Vegeta took out a small notebook and inscribed the number 386. With renewed vigor, he charged once more towards Ramsey. Ramsey, feeling a bit shaken, reflected on how he had pummeled this boy for so long without eliciting even a grunt. The more he struck, the more invigorated Vegeta seemed. Not only that, but his power was consistently on the rise. Today it had quadrupled. Ramsey was determined to see just how much more he could possibly increase. He remained skeptical that there were no limits. Even if Vegeta were to amplify his strength 100-fold, he would still not be a match for Ramsey. Since you seek a fight, I shall oblige, he declared. Bang, bang, bang. Ramsey again inflicted severe injuries upon Vegeta. With a grunt, Vegeta utilized the Senzu bean to restore his energy, doubling his combat power. This time, his strength surged to an impressive 100 million. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta exclaimed, "Let us go again." A grin spread across his face. What? This kid has more than doubled his power. Ramsey gasped, his eyes widening. Whoosh. Vegeta came rushing in like a whirlwind. Ramsey, showing no courtesy, unleashed another brutal assault on Vegeta. Once more, Vegeta fell to the ground and consumed another Senzu bean. Rapidly, he assessed his combat power, 200 million. A sense of joy filled Vegeta. I refuse to believe you can grow any further. Ramsey was genuinely incredulous. Your energy has already multiplied tenfold. Can you truly continue to ascend? With a swift motion, Ramsey appeared behind Vegeta. Chapter 34. Ramsey, my combat power will astound you. Bang. Ramsey delivered a heavy blow, striking the back of Vegeta's heart. Blood gushed from Vegeta's mouth as he collapsed, severely injured. However, He quickly retrieved another Senzu bean from his storage ring and consumed it, instantly rejuvenating his strength. Hey, Vegeta's energy exploded forth. Can you continue to grow? Ramsey immediately sensed the intensity of Vegeta's energy. Upon this assessment, he felt a slight relief. It appeared that the growth had finally plateaued. With a faint smile, Ramsey mused that it had reached its limit. Vegeta, however, silently sensed his own power. Indeed, upon reaching the height of 200 million, there was no further increase. The method of rebirth through near-death experiences had halted Vegeta's progression. Nonetheless, Vegeta showed no signs of discouragement. Let us take a breather. I'll grab a drink, he said, promptly preparing 2 cups of milk tea for Ramsey and Kess, tossing them casually their way. Following that, Vegeta leisurely took out his notebook once more. He then wrote the number 1088 upon it. What does this number signify, kid? Ramsey inquired, leaning closer to see. Nothing much. You need not concern yourself with these details. In due time, you shall understand, Vegeta remarked before tucking away his small notebook. Kess glanced silently at Vegeta, pondering the significance of the number she had just observed. It seemed familiar, as if a revelation was dawning upon her. This boy certainly held a grudge. After Vegeta had stowed away the notebook and pen, he promptly retrieved a bottle of ultra-divine water. Without hesitation, he raised the bottle to his lips and consumed approximately a pound of the freshly produced ultra-divine water in one gulp. I'm going to take a nap, Vegeta declared as he wandered off to rest. After approximately 4 hours of slumber, Kess broke the silence. Lord Ramsey, have you noticed? She mused. Noticed what? Ramsey inquired. It seems Mr. Vegeta's energy has increased once again, Kess replied. What did you say? Increased again? Are you jesting? Ramsey's eyes widened as he turned to observe Vegeta. Indeed. Vegeta's energy was surging dramatically. What in the world? Hasn't he already reached his limit? Ramsey was taken aback. Boom. Vegeta suddenly erupted with even more formidable energy. He soared into the air, his eyes snapping open, radiating a brilliant white light. Vegeta silently assessed his energy intensity. Battle power, 500 million. This method proves remarkably effective. After reaching my limit and consuming a pound of ultra-divine water, I have astonishingly surpassed it. Splendid. More. Vegeta grinned, turning to face Ramsey. Ramsey was at a loss for words. Whoosh. Vegeta charged swiftly towards Ramsey. Ramsey felt a twinge of reluctance to continue the battle. This boy's energy escalated far too rapidly. Bang. Just as Ramsey momentarily lost focus, Vegeta delivered a kick to his face. The impact was not severely damaging, yet it was undeniably humiliating. Ramsey's expression shifted dramatically, rage overtaking him. You little brat. You've got some nerve. Ramsey bellowed, slapping Vegeta down to the ground with great force. Vegeta sustained significant injury once more. Unperturbed, Vegeta calmly retrieved a Senzu bean and consumed it. Boom. Vegeta's energy surged yet again. He quietly assessed his battle power. Battle power, 1 billion. Ramsey was utterly astonished. Haven't you already reached your limit? How can you recover and still increase your energy after being on the brink of death? What sorcery is this? Let us keep going. Vegeta grinned, flashing a set of pearly white teeth. Today, I shall elevate my battle power to 10 billion. Ramsey, cough, cough. Do you truly consider this energy as battle power? What would you estimate its strength to be now? Approximately 1 billion, Vegeta replied. So, you still have the potential to increase it tenfold? Ramsey contemplated. Whether I can succeed remains uncertain, but it is worth a try. I believe the odds are favorable. Vegeta asserted. Perhaps we should rest a while before proceeding, Ramsey mused, feeling somewhat conflicted. The primary concern lies in the rapid enhancement of this young man's prowess. It has merely been a day since his arrival. According to the calculations of his combat power, he must have started with a strength of around 5 million. Yet, he has already ascended to a staggering 1 billion. That is an astronomical increase. The troubling aspect is that he has only trained for 2 days. If he continues on this trajectory, I fear there will come a day when he surpasses me. Lord Ramsey, are you not apprehensive? Crix approached with a smile, whispering softly into Ramsey's ear. Humph, would I ever be afraid? Ramsey grunted defiantly. I am the most formidable destroyer in this universe, by his method of calculating combat power. My strength cannot even be quantified numerically. That may be true, Crix pondered, but given Vegeta's current rate of growth, if it persists, I believe within a decade, he could potentially reach a level comparable to yours. What did you say? A decade? Ramsey felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Could he truly reach parity with me in just 10 years? Of course, this is merely my estimation, contingent upon Vegeta's continued ability to double his energy through this method. Crix replied. Do you believe he can continue to double it? Ramsey inquired, his concern evident. If he can match me in 10 years, I shall cease all instruction. This is absurd. I am nurturing a formidable rival. I estimate his combat power could peak at 100 billion, which would be near his limit, Crix analyzed. 100 billion? Humph, that is still manageable, Ramsey exhaled with relief. What are you two discussing? Vegeta inquired with a smile. Do you think my rate of growth is astonishing? Beyond your expectations? Humph, spare us your arrogance. Ramsey scoffed. Even if your power reaches 100 billion, what of it? 100 billion? Vegeta mused. Indeed, it is still far from sufficient. At least you understand that, Ramsey said with a smug expression. If I were to reveal my combat power, it would likely terrify you. Chapter 35. Combat power at 8 billion. How much? Vegeta asked, intrigued. The combat power of a destroyer cannot truly be quantified. Ramsey continued, glancing at Krix. Krix, could you calculate what my strength would equate to in terms of his combat power? Oh dear, that is quite the undertaking, Krix smiled. Let me see. Krix began to silently compute, fingers dancing as she worked. After a minute, she concluded, if one were to quantify Lord Ramsey's strength in terms of combat power, it would approximate 10 to the 47th power. Krix reflected, that is an exceedingly formidable astronomical figure. Vegeta fell silent. 10 to the 47th power, indeed. That translates to a figure with 47 zeros following the 1. It is truly a staggering number. It cannot be calculated in such a manner. For deities possess their own unique methods of combat, while numbers may serve as a quantifiable measure. The true art of a god of destruction lies in the mastery of destructive energy, as Kess explained. I understand, Vegeta nodded. Kess remarked. How is it that you grasp it so readily? So, it follows that the greater the accumulation of destruction, the stronger one becomes, correct? Vegeta inquired. Boy, did you truly comprehend it? Ramsey said with a frown. What do you mean by the greater the accumulation of destruction, the stronger one is? The magnitude of destruction has little to do with the strength of a god of destruction. For instance, if our destructive energy intensities are the same, does it not imply that the greater the accumulation, the greater the power? Vegeta responded with conviction. Ramsey conceded, Mr. Vegeta has a point. Under conditions of equal destructive energy intensity, indeed, a greater accumulation results in increased potency. Kess nodded in agreement. Kess, you must not indulge this boy. He is spouting nonsense. Ramsey scoffed. Whether it is nonsense or not is of little consequence, Vegeta said with a smile. Let us continue. I aim to enhance my combat power, striving to reach a staggering 10 billion today. Ramsey sighed in resignation. Why does it feel so exhausting to accompany you in your training? I have certainly inflicted pain upon you, yet you remain silent, which leaves me devoid of any sense of accomplishment. For Ramsey, delivering blows was typically a source of great joy. However, when his strikes landed upon Vegeta, it was as if nothing had transpired. In fact, during their subsequent bout, Vegeta even tore off his own arm, wielding it like a weapon. Upon witnessing such a peculiar style of combat, Ramsey felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. Is this truly how one fights? Time swiftly passed, and Vegeta assessed his energy levels, finding the results quite fruitful. Although he had not achieved the lofty goal of 10 billion, his base combat power had risen to 8 billion. This ultra-divine water is indeed a remarkable substance. I had reached my limit, yet after consuming it, my threshold has been elevated. Now, with a combat power of 8 billion, it seems I may still double it. Vegeta reveled in his thoughts. That evening, buoyed by his pleasant mood, Vegeta treated Kess and Ramsey to an extra chicken leg each, Orlan-style roasted chicken legs. After savoring the delectable treat, Ramsey found some relief from his earlier displeasure. Hey kid, what are your plans for tomorrow? Ramsey asked. Will you continue training with me? Of course not. Tomorrow, I will train with Kess. Did we not agree that I would train with you on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays are reserved for Kess? Vegeta shook his head. He understood the importance of balancing labor with leisure. Following Ramsey's rigorous training regimen, which often brought him to the brink of death, could not be a sustainable approach. Vegeta required a period of adaptation, and this process necessitated training alongside Kess. On the day that accompanied Kess, Vegeta was able to maximize the potential of his enhanced combat power. Ramsey, upon hearing that he would not have to train with Vegeta the following day, let out a slight sigh of relief. I feel more exhausted than you after a day of training, he remarked. The next day, Vegeta and Kess prepared themselves for battle. With a swift motion, Vegeta summoned all of his energy and launched a ferocious assault against Kess, yet still failed to graze her attire. Contemplating his current combat power, he pondered how it would translate into Kess's calculations. It seemed to fall short of 10 to the 10th power, which equates to 100 billion. His combat power stood at a mere 80 billion. The journey ahead was long, and he resolved to seek out new heights. His ultimate aim was to feel Kess's presence, or rather, to make contact with her. Admittedly, he acknowledged that his thoughts had strayed in an unexpected direction. Mr. Vegeta was currently relying on his intellect to guide his physical responses. Kess smiled, explaining that the essence of complete freedom lies in the ability of each part of the body to act independently. Can each part of the body truly move freely? Vegeta pondered, his thoughts veering once more. Hey, what s with that expression? Kess wiped her brow. I can't shake the feeling that your thoughts are somewhat improper. Aren't you just 5 years old? Are children these days maturing so quickly? Never mind the details, Vegeta grinned. The day's training soon came to a close. Despite the apparent lack of increase in his combat power, Vegeta understood that a qualitative change in his energy had occurred. If his previous state could be described as a quantitative change, then now he was experiencing a transformation of energy quality. He distinctly felt that his energy was gradually shifting towards divine power. Although the process of transformation would be lengthy, the emergence of such signs was indeed a positive indication. Kes gazed at Vegeta, feeling increasingly perplexed by him. The talent of this little fellow was truly remarkable. Time flowed like water, and before they knew it, 9 years had passed. According to their agreement, Vegeta trained with Ramsey every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. During these sessions, his primary task was to learn to endure punishment, growing stronger through each trial. For Vegeta, these challenges were hardly significant. The pain he experienced paled in comparison to that of the super divine water. However, after each training session with Ramsey, Vegeta would meticulously jot down a number in a small notebook. This puzzled Ramsey. What does that number signify? He inquired. Chapter 36, Combat Power of 10 to the 40th Power. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, Vegeta trained with Kes. While training alongside her, he gradually converted and applied the energy gained from his sessions with Ramsey, allowing it to meld seamlessly with his own body. Thus, Vegeta's strength continued to flourish. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta's base combat power had ascended to an astronomical figure of 10 to the 40th power. This is an exceedingly vast number. Vegeta realized that after his near-death experience, he had reached his limit. With merely 2 more pounds of super divine water, he would shatter this threshold. Subsequently, he could continue to augment his power through this method. It was through such means that Vegeta had attained the staggering combat power of 10 to the 40th power. In contrast, Ramsey possessed a combat power of 10 to the 47th power. In the present circumstances, Ramsey found it increasingly arduous to contend with Vegeta. He needed to be exceptionally cautious, for a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Previously, it had all been a game, and the thought of it left Ramsey feeling overwhelmed. What had transpired over these past 9 years? The boy's strength had ascended like a rocket. At this rate, he would eventually surpass me. There's nothing more I can teach you. Everything you needed to learn, you have already mastered. The remaining time will require you to explore and refine your abilities on your own. Ramsey sighed with resignation. Well, regardless, I must express my gratitude to you, my teacher. Vegeta smiled. However, on another note, despite the passage of 9 years, you have not grown an inch, Ramsey remarked. You won't remain this short forever, will you? That is of little consequence, Vegeta replied with a slight smile. Over these 9 years, Vegeta had scarcely grown taller, and his appearance had undergone little alteration. He remained unconcerned about such trivialities, for he understood that this was characteristic of Saiyans. Saiyans can maintain a youthful guise for an extended duration, only to suddenly mature at a later stage. Thereafter, Vegeta would perpetually retain the visage of a young adult. After all, thanks to a wish granted by the dragon, he could live for over 1,000 years. Upon hearing this, Ramsey was momentarily speechless. Do you not care at all about your height? You certainly take it in stride. He chuckled, giving Vegeta a pat on the shoulder. Unfazed, Vegeta produced a small notebook and a pen, opening it to inscribe a number. 80,060. What does this number signify? Ramsey could not help but inquire, but upon reflection, he shook his head. Never mind. You never disclose anything when I ask. It's of no consequence. Once again, I thank you for your guidance over these 9 years. Vegeta bowed respectfully, embodying the decorum expected of a disciple. After this bow, our relationship will cease to exist. He stated, no need for formality. Prepare me another cup of milk tea. Ramsey swayed his trunk playfully. Certainly, Vegeta replied readily, concocting a cup of milk tea for Ramsey. Mr. Vegeta, in truth, I have imparted nearly all that I can teach you. I believe you are on the brink of mastering your freezing ultimate technique, are you not? Kes smiled. You are not going to teach me any longer? Vegeta inquired, turning to Kes. That cannot be. My strength pales in comparison to yours. Compared to Lord Ramsey, you still have a long way to go. Isn't he supposed to teach you? Kes asked with a smile. It's up to you then. I'll ponder over it myself for the remaining time, and I can always ask you if I encounter difficulties, right? Vegeta suggested. Very well, that sounds agreeable. Kes nodded without objection. Provided that you continue to prepare us delicious meals, Ramsey grinned. It's a deal, Vegeta replied. In the ensuing 3 years, Vegeta embarked on a journey of self-cultivation. During this period, he aimed to assimilate all that he had learned over the past 9 years and transform it into his own essence. Techniques such as Ultra Instinct or the God of Destruction's abilities were all derived from angels and gods of destruction. However, Saiyans possessed their own unique methods of training. Vegeta dedicated 3 full years to this endeavor, ultimately converting all that knowledge into the energy he required. At last, he accomplished it. Vegeta took a deep breath. What? What have you completed? Ramsey asked, taken aback as he gazed at Vegeta. Ramsey, another 3 years have passed. Shall we engage in a friendly contest? Vegeta smiled. Humph. I think it's best to refrain from that. Ramsey scoffed. You must understand that no matter how hard you try, you can never match a god of destruction. Is that so? Vegeta replied with a grin. Humph. Do you naively believe that you can defeat me, a god of destruction? Ramsey chuckled lightly. Let us leave that for another time. It's not yet the moment. With a smile, Vegeta mused. I have spent 12 years in the realm of destruction. It is time for me to venture out. Do you have any good places to explore? You wish to go out? Ramzi asked, slightly surprised. Very well. I indeed haven't destroyed a planet in quite some time. You may accompany us. That sounds good, Vegeta nodded. Kes, we are setting off, Ramzi called out. Vegeta, feeling no need for formality, stepped forward and embraced Kes from behind. Kes, you are quite casual, aren't you? However, Kes said nothing further. After 12 years of companionship with Vegeta, it would be unrealistic to claim that she felt no affection for him. It is time to get to work, Ramzi remarked. Perfect timing, Vegeta. You can familiarize yourself with the workflow of a god of destruction, and in the future, such tasks will be yours to handle. Agreed, Vegeta readily accepted. Though I agree, whether I actually do it is my own concern. Whoosh. The three transformed into beams of light, swiftly vanishing into the starry sky, emerging in the cosmic expanse of the 10th universe. After flying for a while longer, Ramzi halted above a large crimson planet. Do you see that, Vegeta? Ramzi pointed towards the enormous red planet below, explaining, its existence has severely disrupted the balance of the universe, hence it must be destroyed. Understood, Vegeta replied. Hands tucked into his pockets, gently nodding before extending his right hand towards the planet. Crack! A deep purple energy coalesced in Vegeta's palm. In a fleeting moment, a sphere of destructive energy, the size of a basketball, materialized in Vegeta's hand. Destruction. With a decisive sweep of his hand, Vegeta sent the destructive energy hurtling towards the crimson planet below. Allow me to obliterate this planet, exclaimed Ramzi as he instantaneously appeared beneath the destructive energy unleashed by Vegeta. With a resounding smack, Ramzi deflected Vegeta's destructive force. What are you doing? Vegeta inquired, a hint of irritation in his voice. Kid, would you let me finish my sentence? Ramzi grinned, baring his teeth. Speak, Vegeta replied curtly. This planet disrupts the balance of the universe, Ramzi stated. Thus, I must destroy it, Vegeta countered. Is that not correct? I mean, this planet can still be salvaged. Merely destroying half of it would suffice, Ramzi retorted, his expression darkening. Could you not wait for me to complete my thought before unleashing your destructive energy? I was indeed aiming to destroy only half of it. The intensity of my previous destructive energy was sufficient for that. Had you not interfered, Vegeta chuckled. What did you just say? Ramzi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Vegeta's destructive energy would obliterate half of the planet, allowing the other half to flourish, analyzed Chris. Cough, cough. Quite impressive. Your ability to synthesize information is commendable, Ramzi chuckled, uncertain of how to respond. Step aside. I have yet to destroy a planet. As Vegeta spoke, he once again concentrated, summoning another sphere of destructive energy. Ramzi found himself at a loss for words. This kid was invigorated. Whoosh. Vegeta's destructive energy soared towards the red planet below. This time, Ramzi refrained from intervening. Upon the crimson planet, two deities were guests in the palace courtyard. The planet's ruler attended to them with lavish hospitality. Lord Kaioshin, please enjoy this tea, the ruler offered, presenting a cup with both hands. Too kind, Lord Kaioshin Jivas smiled, accepting the cup, savoring a sip. Excellent tea. It possesses a delightful flavor. If you like it, do take some with you when you leave, the ruler promptly replied. Zamas, you should try it as well. Jivas beckoned to his disciple, Zamas, who stood behind him. Yes, master, Zamas responded with a bow. The ruler immediately poured a cup of tea for Zamas and presented it with both hands. Zamas accepted the cup, taking a small sip, though his expression remained largely unchanged. This is my disciple, Zamas. Recently, I have been contemplating retirement. Once I retire, my disciple Zamas will succeed me as the Kaioshin. Jivas informed the planet's ruler. The ruler's attitude towards Zamas underwent a dramatic 180-degree shift. Previously, he had merely regarded him as a subordinate of Lord Kaioshin. Little did he realize that this individual would soon ascend to the esteemed position of Kaioshin. The planet's remarkable development to its current stature was intricately linked to Lord Kaioshin's guidance. Master Zamas, I look forward to your continued support in the future, the ruler said, addressing Zamas with utmost respect. Humph, the humans on this planet have been waging wars for years. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware, Zamas remarked with a disdainful tone. The ruler of the planet was momentarily at a loss for words, sweat trickling down his brow in fear. Master, the incessant wars among the humans of this world are a blight that should be eradicated, Zamas declared to Jivas. The planet's sovereign trembled, his complexion shifting drastically. Zamas, we are Kaioshins. Our sacred duty is to silently safeguard humanity and guide the planet toward a prosperous future, Jivas advised, urging him to refrain from making such statements in the future. Zamas remained silent. And you, as the ruler of this planet, should endeavor to prevent such conflicts as much as possible. Do not wait until the wars reach an irreversible state. By then, the planet may face utter annihilation, Jivas sighed, expressing his helplessness. I understand, revered Kaioshin, the planet's ruler quickly responded, but the wars on this planet were not instigated by me. Though I am its sovereign, my authority is limited. Master, what is that? Zama's suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a purplish-red energy sphere that had appeared in the sky. Jeeves glanced up as well. That energy sphere looks somewhat familiar, he muttered. What? What is that? The planet's ruler felt an ominous premonition. Above in the starry sky, the destructive energy unleashed by Vegeta had just been released. Oh dear, the esteemed Kaioshin Jeevas is on that planet, Kess suddenly remarked. What did you say? Ramsey's face instantly turned pale. Indeed, Lord Jeevas is visiting that planet, Kess replied, and given the trajectory of the destructive energy Vegeta has released, it may very well land near Lord Jeevas. Ramsey felt a million curses flood his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Ramsey took a deep breath, emitting a powerful sonic wave that swiftly caught up with Vegeta's destructive energy. With a resounding crack, Ramsey's ultrasonic wave shattered Vegeta's destructive energy into fragments. With a sigh of relief, Ramsey felt the weight lift from his heart upon witnessing the destruction of Vegeta's energy. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I reacted swiftly, otherwise, if that Kaioshin were to perish, I would surely follow. How could that old Kaioshin be on this planet? Meanwhile, in the courtyard outside the palace of the planet's ruler, the sovereign stood in bewilderment. What just happened? Zama's was equally stunned. That energy sphere seemed strangely familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere before, Jeevas mused. Why did it vanish into thin air? Zama's furrowed his brow. It feels as though it encountered another formidable force that obliterated it, Jeevas analyzed. Is someone up there? Zama's inquired. Perhaps, Jeevas nodded. Humph, foolish humans, fighting above the gods. Zama's expression grew increasingly grim. Vegeta unleashed two energy blasts in quick succession, both of which were thwarted by Ramsey. His mood soured significantly. Damn it, are you not done yet? Vegeta scoffed, withdrawing his hands from his pockets and abruptly raising them skyward. Chapter 38. The Destruction Containing Angelic Power. With a resounding clap, a larger sphere of destructive energy coalesced between Vegeta's hands. What are you doing? Ramsey stammered in surprise. Enough chatter, step aside. I have resolved to obliterate this planet. Vegeta retorted with a huff. Ramsey's expression darkened. What did you say? You've made a decision? I'm not retired yet. You intend to destroy this planet? That sounds rather peculiar, as if you have already assumed the mantle of a destroyer. No one shall stop me today, Vegeta declared, the gathering purplish-red energy swelling in magnitude. In an instant, the destructive energy expanded to a diameter of approximately 10 meters. Destruction. Vegeta pressed his hands downward. Whoosh. The amassed destructive energy surged downward toward the crimson planet below. Listen closely, boy. The fate of this planet rests in my hands. Ramsey's face darkened as he waved his hand downward. Whoosh. A beam of destructive energy erupted from Ramsey's palm, swiftly colliding with Vegeta's purplish-red energy sphere. And then, there was silence. Ramsey blinked in confusion. In his mind, his destructive energy should have shattered Vegeta's upon impact. Yet, why was it unharmed? Vegeta's destructive energy remained intact, continuing its descent toward the red planet. What is happening? Ramsey's eyes widened. Vegeta remained silent. Boy, do not get cocky. Ramsey bellowed in anger, swiftly pursuing the destructive energy. In an instant, he positioned himself directly beneath it and launched a powerful kick. Ramsey was confident that his strike would send Vegeta's destructive energy flying. However, the moment his foot connected with the sphere, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a chilling aura of impending doom. Yet, there was also a strangely radiant aspect to this deathly energy. Ramsey felt as if the destructive energy were speaking to him, conveying a message: hurry and perish in death. You shall find a better existence. Ramsey, he shook his head vigorously. What nonsensical reasoning is this? What in the world is going on? A cold sweat broke out across Ramsey's brow as he hastily distanced himself from the sphere of destruction, finding refuge on the other side. Turning back to scrutinize the source of the destructive energy, he gasped. What? Angelic power? Ramsey was momentarily taken aback, now acutely aware that this destructive energy contained traces of angelic power. What could this possibly mean? However, Ramsey had no time to ponder these matters. Hey Gavas, you imbecile. What are you doing down there? Hurry up and come up. Ramsey shouted towards the planet's surface, for this world was on the brink of annihilation. After his fervent call, Ramsey's expression morphed into one of profound astonishment. Is this truly the utterance of a destroyer such as I? How could I be unable to prevent my disciple from obliterating the planet? A sense of defeat washed over Ramsey. Below, in the courtyard of the planetary lord's palace, Ramsey's voice echoed from above. Gavas, now aware of the immense destructive energy, shook off his momentary stupor. Yes, Lord Ramsey. I thought that thing looked somewhat familiar. He exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ramsey, who is that? Zama's inquired. The god of destruction, Gavas replied. God of destruction? I've never heard of such a being. Zama's remarked, bewildered. What god of destruction? The planetary lord was equally taken aback. This is bad. That thing is about to fall. Zama's cried out. Run, Gavas shouted, reciting an incantation. Kai. With a flash of brilliance, Gavas vanished instantly through teleportation. Zama's felt 1,000 frustrations surge within him. Wait for me, he yelled. reacting swiftly to shoot upward. What am I supposed to do? The planetary lord panicked. Zama's smirked disdainfully. What will you do? You should figure that out. It seems you are beyond salvation. In the next instant, the destructive energy unleashed by Vegeta struck the planet's surface. Time seemed to stand still. Then, the entire planet shattered like a fragile soap bubble, dissolving into nothingness, vanishing completely from this universe. Ah, now this feels gratifying, Vegeta grinned, revealing a set of pristine teeth. Boy, are you out of your mind? Do you realize what you've done? Ramsey's face turned a deep shade of fury. I destroyed the planet. What else could I do? Vegeta smiled innocently. Did we not agree to destroy only half? Ramsey fumed. I intended to destroy half, but you thwarted me, Vegeta retorted. Ramsey, taken aback, replied. I intervened because the Supreme Kai is down there. His presence below is his own concern. Why must you impede me? Just tell him to move aside, Vegeta argued confidently. Ramsey found himself at a loss for words, about to unleash his wrath upon Vegeta when Kess interjected, Oh dear, mister. Vegeta must not be aware that the lives of the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are intertwined. Oh, is that so? Vegeta feigned surprise. Well then, my apologies. I had no idea. You should have mentioned it earlier. Ramsey trembled with rage. This insolent brat was increasingly disrespectful. It seems that only a thorough reprimand will make you realize who the true God of Destruction is. In an instant, Guas executed a teleportation, appearing suddenly in the vicinity of Lord Ramsey. Indeed, it is Lord Ramsey. Guas immediately bowed and greeted Lady Kess, saying, Greetings, Lady Kess. It has been quite a while. Kess smiled in return. Humph, Guas, what brings you to this side? Ramsey said with a hint of annoyance. Has this planet truly been laid to waste by Lord Ramsey? Guas gazed at the spot where the planet had vanished, lamenting, I had hoped to see this planet continue to thrive. Its destruction seemed wholly unnecessary. Chapter 39. Zamas. Are you an apprentice god of destruction? Humph. Does a god of destruction require justification to annihilate a planet? Ramsey scoffed. Naturally, Ramsey would not disclose to Guas that the planet's ruin was not his doing, but rather the work of that brat Vegeta. Such a revelation would be too humiliating. If I cannot even manage my own apprentice, how would it fare if other gods of destruction learned of it? My reputation would be in tatters. Well, it's just a pity, Guas sighed. Just then, Zamas ascended from below, drenched in cold sweat, nearly paralyzed by fear. What an overwhelming energy. In an instant, the entire planet has been reduced to nothingness. It's terrifying. Who could have done this? As Zamas flew upward, he cast his gaze into the distance. Soon, he spotted Vegeta, Ramsey, and Kess above, three unfamiliar faces. Guas stood among them, and judging by his expression, he seemed to know them. And Guas, how unkind of you. Knowing the planet was on the verge of destruction, you teleported away and left me here. I am utterly at a loss. Zamas shook his head and quickly ascended. Teacher, who are these three? Zamas inquired. Zamas, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Guas exhaled, feeling somewhat reassured. Your skills are commendable. You should be able to evade the destructive energy. Zamas replied, but what if I cannot? Come, let me introduce them. This is Lord Ramsey, the god of destruction. And this is Lady Kess, the angel, Guas said, making the introductions. When it came to Vegeta, Guas paused, completely unfamiliar with him. He is my apprentice, Vegeta. Ramsey stated succinctly. Ah, so you are the apprentice god of destruction. Guas chuckled heartily, then pointed to Zamas. This is my apprentice Zamas, an aspiring Supreme Kai. You two must collaborate well in the future. God of Destruction? Zamas was taken aback, for he had never heard of such a title before. In essence, where there is creation, destruction follows. Both are indispensable. As Kess explained, her intention was to elucidate matters for Vegeta. The Supreme Kai is responsible for creation, while the God of Destruction oversees destruction. Only when creation and destruction achieve a harmonious balance can the universe progress toward a more favorable state. Understood, Vegeta nodded. Zamas, don't just understand, I am still perplexed. How can we attain this balance? Please elaborate further. Additionally, the lives of the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai are intertwined. Should one perish, the other shall cease to exist as well, Kess reiterated to Vegeta. Vegeta was already aware of this, thus he was unfazed. What? Life intertwined? Zamas was taken aback. Indeed, Guavas nodded with a smile. For instance, if I were to take my own life, Lord Ramsey would instantly vanish as well. Ramsey's expression darkened. What the hell? Why would you even contemplate such a thing? Are you merely aiming to make me disappear? Haha, just a jest, Guavas chuckled. In the future, could you refrain from such trivial jokes? Ramsey retorted angrily. So, what happens if one party reaches the end of their lifespan? Would the other also vanish? Zamas felt a wave of dread wash over him. If that were the case, why would I not simply remain as the North Supreme Kai? Why bind my life to a god of destruction? No. The shared life refers to the current god of destruction and Supreme Kai. For example, if I were to retire and pass my position to you, then your life would be bound to Lord Ramsey until your own lifespan concludes, awaiting the arrival of the next Supreme Kai, Guavas elucidated. Then, How long is the lifespan of a god of destruction? Zama's inquired. Humph. The lifespan of a god of destruction is infinite, Rumsey scoffed. What? Infinite? Zama's eyes widened in astonishment. Guavas, I didn't expect you to take on a disciple so soon. When do you plan to retire? Rumsey asked curiously. I anticipate another 50 or 60 years. Once Zama's has matured, I shall retire, Guavas replied with a slight smile, then posed a question in return. By the way, will Lord Rumsey also retire? This is quite uncharacteristic of you. Humph. I am merely taking on a disciple in my spare time, Rumsey huffed. With a disciple, it becomes much more convenient to destroy planets without having to intervene personally, does it not? Haha. Indeed, Guavas laughed heartily. Your disciple seems promising. Was he selected from the Supreme Kais? Rumsey glanced at Zama's and inquired. Yes, Zama's is the North Supreme Kai. I found his qualifications and talents to be exceptional. Thus I decided to mentor him as a Supreme Kai, Guavas responded. Over there, Zama's occasionally cast glances at Vegeta. Hey, are you an apprentice god of destruction? Zama's called out. What business is it of yours? Vegeta retorted. Zama's felt utterly dismayed. What did you say? Anger flared on Zama's face. I was simply greeting you. And you dare insult me. Everyone here is merely an apprentice god. Do you think this behavior is appropriate? Begone. If you wish to avoid a beating, I suggest you silence yourself. Vegeta, with his hands tucked into his pockets, let out a cold snort. A beating? This individual appears quite young, yet speaks with such arrogance. Zamasu chuckled softly. Do you truly believe you are my equal? Vegeta rolled his eyes. How about we engage in a friendly spar? Zamasu proposed. As we are all apprentice gods, let us see who possesses greater strength. You might want to refrain from seeking trouble. Vegeta shook his head. Haha, you are quite amusing. Little one, do you even comprehend the words you utter? Zamasu laughed heartily, a fierce battle intent suddenly illuminating his face. Come, let me witness what merits you possess as an apprentice destroyer. Vegeta remained unfazed, his hands still in his pockets. He then flicked his tail, which was coiled around his waist, in a casual motion. An invisible energy surged forth, striking Zamasu directly. Bang! With a dull thud. Zamasu was unfortunately caught off guard and sent flying. Chapter 40. What is the nature of the destruction you have harnessed? Boom. Zamasu collided with a distant meteor, his body penetrating through it. He then tumbled through the cosmos, performing several hundred flips before finally coming to a halt, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and promptly losing consciousness. Zamasu! Guavas exclaimed in alarm. Ha ha ha. Guavas, it appears your apprentice is lacking. Rumsey laughed heartily. Guavas, astonished, gazed at Vegeta. This little fellow is so powerful. Zamasu ranks among the top tier of the Supreme Kai, yet this small creature merely flicked his tail, and Zamasu was knocked out? How astonishing. Guavas, you must return and thoroughly instruct your apprentice. He still has much to learn in the art of combat. Rumsey approached, excitedly patting Guavas on the shoulder. Guavas, kiss, let us depart. Rumsey and Guavas found little more to discuss. Upon witnessing Vegeta's strength, Rumsey felt a spark of inspiration. Why not take Vegeta out to flaunt his prowess? Very well, Lord Rumsey. Kiss nodded and then bowed to Guavas, saying, So, Guavas, we bid you farewell. Zamasu merely fainted and did not sustain severe injuries. With some rest, he would recover. Indeed, Guavas nodded, acknowledging that it was beneficial for him to face some hardship. Swish. Vegeta swiftly flew over and embraced Kiss from behind. Kiss. Guavas. Let us go? Rumsey smiled. Very well, Kiss nodded. Whoosh. Whoosh. Kiss. Along with Vegeta and Rumsey, transformed into two streaks of colored light, rapidly soaring into the distance. The trio quickly departed the scene. After Vegeta and the others left, Guavas swiftly flew to Zamasu's side and roused him from his slumber. Zamasu awakened with a disoriented gaze, his complexion turning notably grim. Zamasu, there is no need for despondency. Do not be deceived by my youth. I am an apprentice destroyer, Guavas reassured him. An apprentice destroyer? Is it truly more formidable than I, an apprentice Supreme Kai? Zamasu inquired, puzzled. The destroyer is the most powerful deity in this universe. Thus an apprentice destroyer naturally surpasses us Supreme Kai in strength, Guavas elucidated. After all, the duty of a destroyer is to annihilate planets, whereas we Supreme Kai are tasked with the creation of planets and life. Our responsibilities diverge. Can a destroyer obliterate those warring humans? Zamasu questioned, taken aback. You can interpret it that way, Guavas nodded. Zamasu fell silent, pondering, I should aspire to be a destroyer. I believe the role of Supreme Kai does not suit me. Furthermore, that insufferable apprentice destroyer named Vegeta. Did I truly succumb to you so easily? I refuse to concede. Upon my return, I shall dedicate myself to rigorous training. One day, I will defeat you. In the vastness of space, Vegeta and his companions sped through the cosmos. What was that peculiar destruction energy you just gathered? Ramses queried, intrigued. What do you mean? Vegeta feigned ignorance. Why do I sense that the energy within is uniquely destructive? Ramses frowned. Chris, you explain it to him. Vegeta directed toward Chris. Chris replied, you could easily explain it yourself, yet you have me do it. Ahem, mister. Vegeta has infused the destruction energy with angelic power. What did you say? Ramses exclaimed in astonishment. Angelic power? Are you jesting? I am not joking. This is the truth. Chris responded. Is it your angelic power? Ramses inquired. No, it belongs to Mr. Vegeta, Chris clarified. What? How can this be? Has this brat truly begun to harness angelic power? Ramses stammered in disbelief. Indeed, I am also quite astonished, Chris gently nodded. This is rather peculiar. Isn't it? Ramses shook his large trunk. How could angelic power possibly amalgamate with destruction energy? It has indeed fused. Isn't it remarkable and unexpected? Vegeta grinned widely. Ramses fell silent, his trunk swaying back and forth. Ramses, cease your trunk's incessant swaying. You're making me dizzy, Vegeta remarked. Ramses shot a fierce glare at Vegeta. What I do with my trunk is none of your concern. I think it would be more amusing to see you pinch your own nose, Vegeta chuckled. What nonsense are you spouting? Ramses retorted angrily. Let us change the subject. Where do you plan to go next? Vegeta asked. Chris, I heard that the fellow named Wami also took on an apprentice destroyer a few years back, correct? Ramses turned to Chris. Yes. It should have been over a century ago, Chris replied. So, Vegeta, do you have the confidence to challenge another universe's destroyer? Ramses grinned, casting a glance at Vegeta. What benefits would there be in defeating him? Vegeta retorted. Humph, you little brat. You've already become a trainee god of destruction. What more do you desire? Ramses scoffed. I'm merely following you to flaunt my prowess. Will you not grant me some reward? Vegeta replied with a smile. Ramses pondered. What is it that you seek? If it lies within my power, I shall fulfill your wish. I have heard whispers of a phenomenon known as the Super Dragon Balls, which exist within the cosmic realms of the 6th and 7th universes. There are 7 in total, and gathering them all would allow one to manifest any wish, Vegeta responded. How about you assist me in collecting the Super Dragon Balls? Super Dragon Balls? Ramses paused, glancing at Kess, and mused. I seem to recall someone mentioning the Super Dragon Balls can indeed grant any wish. Indeed, that is correct, Kess nodded. What wish do you wish to fulfill? Ramses inquired. Curiosity piqued. It is nothing extraordinary. I merely desire immortality, Vegeta replied. Is that truly not an extraordinary wish? Ramses expressed his disbelief. Long before arriving in the 10th universe, I had already realized a prototype of immortality, Vegeta continued, which is why my body can rapidly self-repair after sustaining injuries. Chapter 41. Ramses, I shall take you to flaunt. Vegeta harbored no secrets regarding his immortality. The angels are omniscient. Kess must have been aware of my secret long ago. Indeed, after uttering this, Vegeta noticed Kess remained utterly silent. It seemed Kess had known all along. So that is your form of immortality, Ramses snorted, not particularly astonished. In truth, for a god of destruction, immortality is but a triviality. You are already a trainee god of destruction. You should understand that gods of destruction possess eternal life. Upon your ascension to godhood, your existence would become eternal. Yes, I understand, Vegeta nodded. As for immortality, it is unnecessary, Ramses replied. As long as your strength is formidable enough, your body shall never cease to exist. What you must hone is your soul. Surely, you comprehend that battles among gods of destruction shake the very essence of your soul. If your soul is destroyed, even if you possess immortality, you would vanish in an instant. I grasp the concept. I simply desire immortality, Vegeta reiterated. Ramses frowned. Why is this boy so obstinate? Simply tell me whether you agree. Vegeta smiled. If you consent, I shall accompany you to another universe to flaunt my prowess, undoubtedly showcasing your own. Ramses suddenly found Vegeta's phrasing oddly peculiar. What do you mean by showcasing my prowess? Ahem, which universe did you say the Super Dragon Balls are located in? Ramses inquired. I have heard that the cosmic realms distributed across the 6th and 7th universes are quite elusive, remarked Vegeta. The 6th and 7th universes. Ramshur gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat displeased. This is rather difficult to locate. If you venture into the universes of Kampa and Beerus in search of the Dragon Balls, everything would be fine as long as you remain undetected. However, should they discover you, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. What do you think, Kess? Ramshur inquired. Yuan Fong. What is your perspective? Vegeta queried from behind Kess. Kess, who is Yuan Fong? Ramshur was taken aback. It is of no consequence, Vegeta replied dismissively. As of now, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, Lord Beerus, remains in slumber, making the Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe relatively easier to find, Kess remarked. Oh, that fellow Beerus is still asleep? Hasn't he been in slumber for over a decade? Ramshur paused momentarily. Indeed, Kess affirmed with a nod. I find this feasible. Dealing with Kampa will be significantly simpler. Ramshur pondered. So, you are in agreement? Vegeta beamed with delight. Very well. I shall indulge you in this endeavor to seek the Super Dragon Balls, Ramshur nodded. It's a deal, Vegeta declared. Then Kess, let us proceed to the 11th universe at once. Ramshur chuckled, then turned to Vegeta. But do you truly have the confidence to defeat the trainee god of destruction of the 11th universe? You shall find out when we arrive. Vegeta responded nonchalantly. It's merely the trainee god of destruction, Topo. If I cannot best him, then my 12 years of training would have been in vain. Very well. Let us depart immediately. Ramshur suddenly found himself intrigued, for I have long held a distaste for that fellow. Who else do you find disagreeable? I'll assist you in dealing with them, Vegeta replied. I also harbor a dislike for Beerus of the 7th universe. You can handle him. Ramshur stated. Understood, Vegeta nodded. I shall certainly address him one day, in gratitude for your guidance over the years. Ramshur felt a slight tug at his heartstrings. Young man, it seems our efforts over the years have not been in vain. Ramshur laughed heartily. Vegeta nonchalantly retrieved the small notebook he had previously used. Glancing at the numbers inscribed within, 80,060. Indeed, it appears my efforts have not been wasted. Vegeta nodded. Why have you taken that out again? Ramshur was momentarily bewildered. By the way, the numbers in their Haven T changed in quite some time. It is of no importance, Vegeta replied, placing the notebook back into his storage ring. Kess sighed softly beside them. Lord Ramshur, do you still not comprehend the significance of the numbers? Vegeta is quite vexed. One day, you will find yourself in tears. Never mind. This is a matter for the gods of destruction. It bears no relation to me as an angel. Fortunately, the only beings Vegeta might surpass are the gods of destruction, for he is far from surpassing an angel. However, his angelic powers are growing at an astonishing rate. Let us set off, Ramshur called out, leading the way toward the 11th universe while humming a cheerful tune. Kiss was accompanied by Vegeta, who trailed closely behind. Along the way, Ramsey guided Vegeta in the destruction of several planets, tasks that could be accomplished with the greatest of ease. During this endeavor, Ramsey observed that Vegeta's enthusiasm for annihilating celestial bodies was quite fervent, and he suddenly felt that taking on such a disciple was indeed a fortuitous decision. At the very least, it spared him from participating directly in the laborious work. The destruction of these planets was a task he found rather tiresome. With Vegeta's assistance in obliterating planets, he found himself relieved of considerable burdens. Approximately 4 hours later, the trio had reached the fringes of the 10th universe. Beyond lay the boundless expanse of the void. Whoosh! The three transformed into 2 streaks of vibrant light, and, in an instant, entered the realm of the void. They traversed this realm for roughly 3 hours. Bang! The trio emerged from the void, entering the domain of the 11th universe. After another 2 hours had passed, Vegeta could finally glimpse the inverted triangle of the god of destruction's domain looming ahead. We are almost there, Ramsey smiled broadly. Vegeta, I hope you won't embarrass me. Humph. If you think I'll bring you shame, you can step up yourself, Vegeta retorted with a huff. Ramsey, feeling exasperated, wished he could send Vegeta flying with a single slap. This lad was increasingly testing his patience. In the 11th universe, within the god of destruction's realm, the god of destruction, Vermaud, was gazing vacantly at the sky from a planet. Beside him stood the angel, Margarita, silently observing. Is it true that you intend to retire for a while, Lord Vermaud? Margarita inquired. Indeed, I have had my fill of being a god of destruction, Vermaud sighed. After serving in this capacity for several million years, it had grown rather monotonous. His sole duty was to destroy planets. Yes, the work can indeed be quite tedious. Margarita replied with a smile. Year after year, performing the same tasks can become rather dull. Vermaud sighed again. Although destroying planets may only take a fleeting moment, or can be accomplished with merely a flick of a finger, I find myself disinclined to engage in such labor. So, how much longer do you plan to remain in retirement, Lord Vermaud? Margarita asked. Perhaps just a few decades, Vermaud pondered. Topo has reached a level of maturity, while Mr. Topo's strength is indeed impressive within our universe. On a universal scale, if he were to become a god of destruction, he would likely be at the bottom of the hierarchy, Margarita replied. One cannot see a rainbow without enduring the storm, Vermaud chuckled. Let the other gods of destruction properly challenge him. I believe he will grow swiftly. Your words hold truth, Lord Vermaud, Margarita nodded, finding his reasoning sound. Just as Margarita finished speaking, she sensed something and looked up at the sky. Oh dear, we have a visitor, she remarked with a smile. Is it Topo who has come? Vermaud asked, momentarily taken aback. It is not Lord T-Pa, but rather a destroyer from another universe, replied Margarita. A destroyer from another universe? What business do they have in our realm? Waymeda murmured. It is Lord Ramsey and Sister Kess. Margarita discerned the identities of the visitors. Ramsey, what does that scoundrel want here? I have no common ground with that individual. He should leave at once. Waymeda huffed, adding. If that fellow Helios were to arrive, I might find it somewhat intriguing. After all, Helios is the only female destroyer, and I enjoy engaging with female destroyers. Indeed, there is little amusement in dealing with a massive elephant, Margarita chuckled. Who could argue with that? Waymeda nodded, her eyes sparkling with mischief. But it would be enjoyable to bully him a bit before having some fun. Perhaps it is best if you refrain from fighting. As our universe cannot withstand a clash between 2 destroyers, Margarita sighed. Humph, we shall see, Waymeda replied, gazing skyward. 2 streaks of different colors shimmered across the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Vegeta and his companions descended from the heavens, landing opposite Waymeda and Margarita. Oh, who do we have here? Is that not Ramsey? What brings you here? Waymeda smiled at Ramsey. Quickly, Waymeda's attention shifted to Vegeta, who was cradling Kess. Could this fellow be Ramsey's apprentice? If so, it seems he intends for his apprentice to spar with mine. Kess and Margarita exchanged greetings. Vegeta, however, was fixated on Margarita, captivated by the beauty of the twin-tailed angel. Ramsey, have you begun taking on apprentices? Waymeda inquired with a smile. Are you considering retirement? Humph, retirement is far from my thoughts. I merely have some free time and thought it would be amusing to take on an apprentice. Ramsey chuckled lightly. What about you, Waymeda? Your apprentice has been under your guidance for over 100 years, while mine has only been trained for 12. How about we let them spar? That sounds splendid. Waymeda agreed readily. What of your apprentice? Ramsey noticed the absence of Teapot. He is training on Pride Planet and rarely returns, Waymeda replied, then instructed Margarita. Margarita, reach out to Teapot and have him return swiftly. Very well, Lord Waymeda, Margarita nodded, taking her staff to contact Teapot. Soon. She established communication with him. What is the plan? When will you arrive? Ramsey inquired. Returning from Pride Planet will take at least 2 days, Margarita responded. What? Will it truly take that long? Ramsey was impatient. Margarita, you should go and fetch him. Waymeda suggested. 2 days is indeed a lengthy wait, especially as, during that time, they must tend to Waymeda's needs. After all, a guest must be well catered to. One cannot simply neglect to entertain their guests, can they? Hence, it would be prudent to expedite this contest as much as possible. Very well, Master Makalita, replied the dignified Waymeda. And do bring back the elder apprentice, Tuapa. Waymeda winked at Makalita. The elder apprentice? Makalita murmured. That would be Jiren. Makalita, have you forgotten that I have taken on 2 disciples? Waymeda smiled with pride. Makalita suddenly comprehended. The esteemed Waymeda is indeed playing a winning hand. Fearing that Tuapa might not be a match for that little imp, he intends to bring Jiren along. If Jiren intervenes, victory shall surely belong to our universe. Upon further reflection, Makalita realized that Waymeda's concerns were not unfounded. Lord Ramsey, accompanied by his disciple, has come personally, which suggests he possesses considerable confidence in securing victory. Thus, bringing Jiren along is indeed a wise decision. Elder apprentice? Ramsey was taken aback. What elder apprentice? Have you taken on 2 disciples? Of course, did you assume I would only take on 1? The other disciple was accepted long ago, Waymeda chuckled. However, he has already graduated, and I have not seen him in quite some time. Ramsey, suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over him. A miscalculation, indeed. I did not anticipate this fellow had another disciple. He swiftly glanced at Vegeta, his eyes seemingly inquiring. Do you have confidence? Forget the number of disciples. It matters not, Vegeta replied calmly. Moreover, how long will it take for that beautiful angel to make a round trip? It must take at least 40 minutes, right? Makalita giggled, exclaiming, I quite like that title. Beautiful angel. It is unnecessary to complicate matters. Simply take me there, and I shall engage in battle directly on their planet, Vegeta responded. What do you think, Waymeda? Ramsey, observing Vegeta's confident demeanor, felt a slight sense of relief as he inquired of Waymeda. Certainly, that poses no issue, Waymeda nodded. The young lad may appear youthful, yet his spirit is undeniably high. Chapter 43, a kick at the headquarters of the Pride team. Then let us embark, Ramsey urged eagerly. With a swift leap, Vegeta pounced onto KX's back, embracing her from behind. KX had grown accustomed to this, and said nothing further. However, Makalita covered her forehead, revealing a hint of exasperation. Your movements are quite adept. It seems you have frequently embraced Sister KX from behind. Off we go, Ramsey called out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 of them soared into the sky, hastening towards the direction of Planet Pride. After approximately 20 minutes of flight, Vegeta could discern the distant silhouette of Planet Pride. This planet is roughly 10 times larger than Earth, brimming with technological marvels. Very well, you may remain here to observe. I shall proceed to sweep across the entirety of Planet Pride, Vegeta declared, releasing KX. Young one, your words are quite bold. Waymeda scoffed. Whoosh. Vegeta exhibited no semblance of hesitation as he dove from the sky. He had sensed an immense power emanating from this planet, which could only belong to that scoundrel, Tora. First, he would descend and deliver a sound thrashing. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, he plummeted downward. On Planet Pride, at the headquarters of the Pride team, the members were convening for an urgent meeting. The primary objective was to expedite the eradication of the evil legion. They could not allow the malevolent forces to act with impunity. Tora declared, in the coming days, we must locate their stronghold and eliminate them entirely. Yes, Captain. The team responded in unison. However, one member interjected, but Captain, their hideout is notoriously elusive. We have been unable to uncover their lair for years. Kekit lamented. No matter the means, we must discover their hiding place. Tora replied sternly. Otherwise, they will continue to sprout like an endless crop of leeks. Is that what you mean by cutting leeks? Tispa muttered under his breath. Enough with your chatter, Tora admonished. This meeting is adjourned. You must all find a way to locate the Evil Legion's stronghold. Is that clear? Tora emphasized once more. Yes, Captain, we understand. The team affirmed in unison with a salute. At that moment, Kaeslar seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze to the sky. Yet, there was nothing above. As the group was confined within a sealed room, with only the ceiling in view. Kaeslar, what's wrong? Tispa inquired. It feels like something is about to fall. Kaeslar murmured. What is it? Tispa asked, bewildered. I sense that danger is imminent, Kaeslar pondered. Just then, the sound of Vegeta piercing through the atmosphere reached them. What? What is it? Is it the Evil Legion? Tora exclaimed, his resolve unwavering as he shot upward, breaking through the roof and ascending into the open sky. Upon emerging into the air, Tora beheld a child descending with his hands in his pockets, his hair ignited by atmospheric friction. Are you one of the Evil Legion? Tora shouted. Not at all, Vegeta replied with a grin, swiftly altering his form mid-air to land on his feet. Bang! In the next instant, Vegeta launched a kick towards Tora. Reacting with remarkable speed, Tora crossed his arms defensively over his chest. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's kick connected with Tora's forearms, unleashing an overwhelming force that surged through Tora's body. His complexion shifted as he felt an intense pressure enveloping him. Tora was propelled backward, crashing through a towering skyscraper behind him. Who are you? Tora demanded fiercely, as he unleashed an energy blast from his hands. Vegeta stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, making no effort to remove them. As he observed the swiftly approaching energy blast, he merely sidestepped with ease, evading the attack effortlessly. What? He dodged it. Trope was taken aback. Vegeta showed no urgency to counterattack, considering the previous strike merely a greeting. Suddenly, Tizpro, Kakarot, Quincy, and Kaselel, members of the Pride Troopers, soared upwards from below, quickly surrounding Vegeta. With his hands still in his pockets, Vegeta maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Who is this little brat? How dare he come to the Pride Troopers' headquarters and wreak havoc? Haven't your parents taught you any manners? Quincy barked sternly. Vegeta retaliated with a swift flick of his tail, which, propelled by the compression of air, struck Quincy squarely in the chest. Unfortunately for Quincy, he staggered backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he flew through the air. He crashed to the ground below, leaving a substantial crater in his wake. Quincy! Kaselel cried out in alarm, rushing down in haste. Kakarot, go and tend to Quincy, Trope instructed. Trope had realized that this child was far from ordinary. The other members might not stand a chance against him. Yes, Captain, Kakarot replied, darting downward to assist Quincy. The scene was left with only Trope and Tizpro. Reveal your origins. Trope scoffed, casting a cold glare at Vegeta. I am the apprentice destroyer of Universe 10, here to challenge you. Vegeta replied with a smile. What? An apprentice destroyer? Trope was momentarily stunned. The destroyer of Universe 11, Vermaud, is up there watching. If you don't believe me, go ask him. Vegeta said with a slight grin. Vermaud has arrived? Without a trace of hesitation, Trope shot into the sky at once. Only Vegeta and Tizpro remained. Tizpro scrutinized Vegeta intently. This kid is an apprentice destroyer? He doesn't seem particularly impressive. What are you staring at? Vegeta retorted. Humph. Nowadays, even the most insignificant creature can be an apprentice destroyer. Tizpro laughed heartily. Enough. You, a mere rabbit, dare to call others animals? Vegeta huffed. What did you say? Tizpro's anger flared. Chapter 44. Vermaud, is your disciple lacking? Bang. Vegeta, disinterested in continuing the conversation with Tizpro, launched a kick directly into Tizpro's face. Tizpro, unfortunately, bore the brunt of the attack, a shoe print now adorning his visage. In a flash, Vegeta appeared directly above Tizpro. Bang! With a swift maneuver, Vegeta executed a devastating kick to Tizpro's shoulder. Tizpro let out a wail as he plummeted from the sky. The ground shook violently. A sudden crash reverberated as Tispa collided with the headquarters of the Proud Team, leaving behind a colossal crater upon the ground. The conference room within the Proud Team's headquarters lay in utter disarray. Vegeta spat disdainfully, his hands still tucked within his pockets. High above, Toppo swiftly appeared beside the esteemed Whis, his astonishment palpable. Indeed, it was Lord Whis, accompanied by that formidable god of destruction resembling an elephant. Was he the god of destruction from Universe 10? Bowing respectfully, Toppo greeted. I pay my respects to Lord Whis and Lady Margarita. Just as he approached, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending Tispa plummeting from the sky, his cries echoing from below. This scoundrel! Toppo clenched his fists in frustration. No need for formalities. Whis' countenance darkened. As that brat indicated, you are the apprentice god of destruction from Universe 10. Make sure to teach him a harsh lesson. I understand, my lord, Toppo replied, bowing once more. With a swift motion, he dove from the heavens, charging towards Vegeta's position. Your disciple is quite remarkable, Whis remarked with a smile. Not too shabby, laughed Ramzi, his expression growing more self-satisfied. Shall we engage in some serious combat, rather than mere sparring? Whis inquired playfully. What do you have in mind? Ramzi asked. How about the losing side working for the victor for 100 years? Whis proposed. A compelling offer indeed. 100 years of labor? Ramsey muttered, shaking his elephantine nose. I happen to be retiring within that time frame, so if you lose, you will assist my apprentice for a century, allowing him to familiarize himself with the duties of a god of destruction. We smiled amiably. And if I win? Ramsey inquired, puzzled. If you win, I shall retire. With my newfound leisure, I could lend a hand in your universe, assisting in the destruction of planets. That sounds entertaining. Does it not? Whis asserted confidently. You present a compelling argument. Let us finalize this wager. Ramsey agreed readily. If Vegeta loses, I will work for you for 100 years. Very well. Should Toppo be defeated by Vegeta, I shall work for you for a century. Whis acknowledged with a nod. Kiss and Margarita remained silent. Such wagers were commonplace among gods of destruction. Below, Toppo descended, positioning himself directly opposite Vegeta. I am the apprentice god of destruction from Universe 10, Toppo declared with a huff. I am Vegeta. You may call me by my name, Vegeta replied, a smile gracing his lips as he stood with hands in pockets. I am Toppo, he introduced himself. There is no need to state your name. You are but an insignificant pawn, Vegeta chuckled lightly. You will soon learn whether I am a mere pawn, Toppo retorted with a cold scoff. Let us begin. This is a matter of honor between gods of destruction. Come forth, Vegeta beckoned with a casual flick of his toe, still with hands in his pockets. Toppo's expression darkened. That is quite the insult. Remove your hands. Confronting a foe like you requires no hands, Vegeta remarked with a smirk. Torpor's forehead veins throbbed as his expression twisted with rage. I hope you won't regret this, he growled, letting out a cold snort before charging swiftly towards Vegeta. Bang! Torpor's fist collided forcefully with Vegeta, who remained unfazed, hands tucked in his pockets. He simply lifted his knee, effortlessly blocking the blow. Without hesitation, Vegeta followed up with a powerful kick to Torpor's chest. Caught off guard, Torpor's body slid backward. Yet, he quickly extended his arms, summoning his formidable energy, halting himself mid-air. Damn brat, Torpor snarled, realizing Vegeta was far stronger than he had anticipated. As he focused his gaze on Vegeta's position, his expression shifted in shock. Vegeta had vanished without a trace. What? Where is he? Torpor's demeanor grew increasingly tense. Take this. Vegeta's voice echoed from directly above him. Whoosh. Suddenly, a leg descended rapidly from the sky. Torpor was momentarily stunned, questioning, what does this mean? Why do I feel like a leg is falling on me? Did you accidentally kick your own leg off? Bang! With a scornful huff, Torpor swatted the incoming leg away. However, just as he did, Vegeta appeared right in front of him. Bang! Vegeta thrust his knee upward, landing a solid blow to Torpor's chin. Arg! Torpor cried out in agony, struck unexpectedly. Bang bang! Bang! Vegeta unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Torpor. You've got to be kidding me, Torpor grumbled. You're down to one leg. Yet you still kick with such fervor? Swish! Vegeta continued his assault, swiftly positioning himself above Torpor once more. Bang! With a flick of his tail, Vegeta struck Torpor's face, leaving behind a vivid red mark. Take another kick, Vegeta exclaimed as he soared towards his severed leg, delivering another powerful blow. Whoosh! Vegeta's severed leg shot towards Torpor, landing squarely on his face, sending him tumbling through the air. Meanwhile, Vegeta calmly regenerated his lost limb, maintaining a relaxed posture with his hands still in his pockets. Hey! Torpor extended his arms, unleashing his energy to stabilize himself. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grew increasingly grave. In the skies above, Wei Mei chuckled. Your disciple is lacking, far from impressive. Lampsey laughed heartily. Chapter 45, Torpor's God of Destruction form. Torpor has yet to unleash his true power, Wei Mei remarked lightly, seemingly unconcerned. Even if Toppo were to lose to that little brat, what would it matter? I still have a trump card left. That trump card is Jiren. When the time comes, I shall let Jiren strike back. Even if this little fellow named Vegeta is formidable, he pales in comparison to Jiren. Jiren's strength is second only to mine. You are merely posturing. You should prepare yourself to work for me for 100 years. Rampage laughed maniacally. Do not rejoice too soon, until a victor is declared. All is mere chatter. Below, Toppo inquired of Vegeta, when did you become an apprentice destroyer? About 12 years ago, Vegeta replied with a smile. What? 12 years? So you have only trained for 12 years? Toppo's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, the true essence of my training has been a mere 12 years. Vegeta affirmed with a nod. He was correct. Vegeta had already been 5 years old when he traversed here, commencing his training from that year. Thus, he had truly trained for only 12 years. How old are you now? You do not appear very old, Toppo asked. 17, Vegeta responded. You look as though you are barely 8, Toppo scoffed. I am naturally short. That is all, Vegeta replied calmly. Toppo fell silent. The boy's demeanor appeared remarkably composed. Typically, those who are shorter are sensitive about such remarks. Yet, this child spoke of it with such nonchalance. Presently, Vegeta still resembled his 5-year-old self. He sometimes pondered if his arrival from another world had caused him to remain in that youthful form at 17. Nevertheless, such thoughts were trivial. Even if he did not grow, He could simply wish to be made taller by the dragon. Moreover, Vegeta believed in himself. One day, he would suddenly mature. After all, he was a Saiyan, and having a unique physique was entirely normal. Very well, you are indeed remarkable. You have already gained the upper hand in the previous battle. Toppo remarked with a gentle smile. However, your hands have been in your pockets, indicating you are concealing your true strength. Am I correct? Indeed, Vegeta nodded. I too have hidden my strength, you know? Toppo said with a grin. I am aware, Vegeta nodded once more. Then let us determine the victor between us. Toppo's smile widened. In the ruins of the Proud Warriors' headquarters below, Casserole pondered. Can the captain defeat that little brat? That arrogant little brat. Tisbar seethed with frustration. Deputy, are you all right? Kakarot asked with concern. I am fine. Tisbar shook his head, gritting his teeth. Captain, give it your all, and teach that little brat a lesson. Does he think being an apprentice destroyer makes him exceptional? Are the people of Universe 10 so shameless? Quincy scoffed. Even if they wish to challenge us, they need not destroy our meeting room. It seems the captain was the one who burst through the roof, Kakarot corrected. Kakarot, silence yourself. Tiz scolded sharply. Above in the sky, Vegeta and Toppo stood facing each other. Suddenly, Toppo's body erupted with a crimson glow, the form of a god of destruction. In stark contrast, Vegeta remained calm, his hands tucked into his pockets, devoid of any aura. Are you certain you won't use your hands? Toppo questioned, his expression turning icy as he narrowed his eyes. There's no need. Is it necessary to exert myself against someone like you? Vegeta replied, a smile gracing his lips. Do not underestimate me. You will soon regret it. Toppo retorted with a cold snort, rapidly charging towards Vegeta. Boom, boom, boom. Toppo unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta, with his hands still in his pockets, effortlessly blocked all of Toppo's punches and kicks with his feet. After several exchanges, a powerful clash occurred, and both warriors were sent flying backward, quickly creating distance between them. Then, Vegeta delivered a kick from afar, his legs soaring through the air. You again with this trick? Toppo exclaimed, retaliating with a kick that sent Vegeta's leg flying as well. Vegeta swiftly regenerated his leg, and, in a blink, launched himself back into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce aerial combat, appearing evenly matched. After countless exchanges, Vegeta delivered a decisive kick to Toppo's arm, producing a sharp crack that drew a sharp intake of breath from Toppo. Humph, is that all? Just a broken arm, and you're in such pain? My leg was severed, yet you didn't hear me utter a sound. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. You shameless brat. Do you not feel pain? Toppo gritted his teeth, questioning him. I do, but I have endured far too much pain for this to faze me. In fact, the more it hurts, the more it ignites my fighting spirit, Vegeta chuckled. With that, Vegeta soared upward, crashing his head into Toppo's chest. Blood erupted from Toppo's mouth, and he felt as though his chest was caving in. Seizing the moment, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Toppo, who found himself unable to retaliate. Boom. Vegeta landed another kick squarely on Toppo's forehead, sending him plummeting to the ground like a shooting star. However, just as Toppo neared the earth, a surge of crimson energy enveloped him, halting his descent mid-air. Taking a deep breath, Toppo's expression twisted into one of ferocity. Frustration coursed through him. After such a prolonged battle, this impudent fighter had kept his hands tucked away while he had unleashed his true power. Destruction awaited. Toppo gritted his teeth, unleashing a surge of destructive energy that hurtled towards Vegeta's position. The purplish-red energy transformed into a streak of light, racing with astonishing speed towards its target. Observing the impending threat, Vegeta nonchalantly delivered a kick. Whoosh! The destructive energy abruptly altered its trajectory mid-air, hurtling towards the headquarters of the Proud Team. Chapter 46. Deliciously unplayable. Oh no. Toppo's expression shifted dramatically. If this force were to strike the Proud Team's headquarters, it would instantly be reduced to nothingness. This was no trivial matter. Was this boy doing it on purpose? Without a moment's hesitation, Toppo swiftly positioned himself directly beneath the descending energy. With a decisive clap of his hands, he caught the volatile force. Phew! Toppo exhaled in relief, quickly discarding the destructive energy far into the distance. It traced an arc through the sky, vanishing without a trace. I'm done fighting. This is utterly pointless. Summon your master brother. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Master brother? Who is that? Toppo was taken aback. When did I ever have a master brother? High above, witnessing Vegeta effortlessly outmaneuver Toppo, Wymide's expression flickered with concern. This insufferable brat was astonishingly powerful. It seemed that only Jiren could confront him now. Wymide turned to Margarita, signaling her to hastily contact Jiren. Only he could vanquish this youthful adversary. How about that? Wymide, your disciple isn't up to par. Ramsey laughed heartily, his amusement swelling as he patted Wymide on the shoulder. Stop gloating. Wymide snapped, baring her teeth. How about working for me for 100 years? What do you say? Ramsey proposed with a grin. Humph. Wymide scoffed. Shall we continue the fight? Ramsey asked, his smile unwavering. All right, I recognize your disciple's prowess. I'll agree to work for you for a century, Wymide conceded readily. Ramsey was momentarily taken aback. This fellow agreed so swiftly? It was not characteristic of him. However, I previously mentioned that I do not have just one disciple. Torpo has a master brother as well. Wymide remarked with a smile. Humph, let that guy's master brother show himself, Ramsey replied dismissively. Have you not seen Vegeta? He remains unfazed, hands tucked comfortably in his pockets. After all this time, what of his master brother? How formidable could he possibly be? Ramsey felt no apprehension. Since I have another disciple, let us continue our wager, Wymide suggested, this time proposing a bet of 1,000 years. Ramsey fell silent. Vegeta seemed quite confident in defeating his master brother. Should they continue wagering? 1,000 years was at stake. If he truly lost, the next millennium would be one of ease for him. Ramsey felt an exhilarating rush at the thought. At that moment, the voices of Vegeta and Topo echoed from below. Bring out your master brother, Vegeta declared. You are hardly my match. What master brother are you talking about? Topo replied, somewhat bewildered. Don't you have a master brother? Vegeta smiled. Since you are no match for me, it is only natural to summon your elder for assistance. What do you mean I have a master brother? Topo responded in confusion. Wymide interjected, this foolish disciple. For heaven's sake, can't you just play along with him? Why insist that you have no master brother? Now the truth will be revealed. Ramsey, grinning, turned his gaze to Wymide. What? Topo is unaware of the master brother's existence? Ramsey chuckled. Humph, it is quite understandable that he does not know. As Jiren left the fold quite early, Wymide gritted his teeth and promptly descended from the heavens. In an instant, Wymide appeared beside Topo, bowing respectfully. His face bruised and battered. Initially, Wymide was quite furious, but upon witnessing Topo's dismal state, he found himself at a loss for anger. You fool. Isn't your master brother Jiren? I have told you before, Wymide admonished. Jiren? My master brother? Topo responded, perplexed. How do I not recall? Isn't Jiren's master Lord Jekyll? Wymide was on the verge of cursing aloud. Are you a fool? How did I end up with such a dim-witted disciple? No, Topo was not dim-witted before. Has that little brat Vegeta knocked some sense out of him? Wymide scrutinized Topo, and indeed, his head appeared slightly deformed from the blows. It was only natural that his mind was struggling to keep pace. This is rather tragic. Swoosh. Ramsey descended from the skies, swiftly landing beside Vegeta. Oh, the master brother you mentioned, Jiren, is indeed Jekyll's disciple, Ramsey remarked with a smile. Wymide felt a chill run down his spine, and his expression shifted slightly. This is bad. He overheard that. What a blunder. Wymide, do you still have any dignity left? Ramsey chuckled lightly. Lord Ramsey, didn't you have a wager with him? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, for the next century, he is responsible for our universe's destruction, substituting for my duties, Ramsey nodded. Excellent. This will save me the trouble of intervening. Vegeta agreed with a satisfied nod. Stop bragging. Jiren is truly my disciple. Believe it or not, I care not. Wymide exclaimed, growing anxious. Boy, dare you challenge Jiren to another match? I refuse, Vegeta decisively declined. While I am confident in defeating Jiren, I simply will not engage. Lord Ramsey, can we return now? This trip has not been in vain, has it? Vegeta grinned widely. Yes, it seems agreeable. Ramsey swayed his trunk, grinning mischievously. Wymide, in a fit of exasperation, urged. Do not back down. You are no longer fighting? For the next century, I shall be at the mercy of this scoundrel, Ramsey. A mere journey to the 10th universe consumes several precious hours. Are you perhaps afraid, young one? Wymide gritted his teeth, defiantly confronting Vegeta. Vegeta, let us depart. Ramsey let out a hearty laugh, seizing Vegeta's arm and swiftly ascending into the skies. Wymide was left in disarray amidst the wind. You are crossing the line. To abandon a battle halfway. I have witnessed shamelessness, but this is beyond all bounds. You shall not leave. Wymide would not allow Ramsey to escape so easily, transforming into a streak of light to pursue them. With a flourish, Wymide extended his arms, obstructing Ramsey and Vegeta's path. Wymide, are you incapable of playing fair? Ramsey chuckled lightly. The one unable to play is you. What kind of game concludes without a proper finish? Wymide roared in indignation. You never stated that the game would continue indefinitely, Ramsey replied with a hearty laugh. Wymide was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he declared, If you do not wish to play, then let us engage in a duel, the two of us. Are you certain? Ramsey scoffed. You wish to battle here? Are you not concerned about shattering your universe? By the way, how do you intend to play this? Pray, enlighten us, Vegeta interjected suddenly. How about you face Jiren in combat? Wymide's eyes sparkled with excitement as he heard Vegeta's suggestion. And then? Vegeta inquired with a smile. If Jiren loses, I shall toil in the 10th universe for an additional 900 years, totaling 1,000. However, if Ramsey is defeated, he must labor in our universe for 1,000 years. Are you jesting? Vegeta chuckled. Lord Ramsey has already triumphed for 100 years. Should he lose, he must serve you for another 1,000? Is your arithmetic taught by a physical education instructor? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You, a mere apprentice destroyer, would presume to be insolent towards a true destroyer. Wymide's wrath ignited as he struck at Vegeta. With a swift motion, Ramzi raised his hand to block Wymide's assault. Wymide, do not overstep your bounds. He warned, if a fight is what you desire, I shall gladly oblige. Should you dare to bully my apprentice, I will ensure that your apprentice faces dire consequences. Torpo, standing quietly to the side, wiped the sweat from his brow. Am I also caught in the crossfire? The correct wager should be as follows, Vegeta continued. If I should accidentally lose, then the previous century shall be nullified, thus rendering it fair. What did you just say? Ramzi exclaimed in fury. So, if I win, I gain only 100 years, yet should I lose, I am bound to compensate for 1,000? This boy displays an utter lack of shame. Perhaps we should let it be, Vegeta suggested further. Indeed. Perhaps we should let it be. Ramzi mentally commended Vegeta for his quick thinking. Otherwise, I might have been ensnared by Wymide's antics. After all, I have already secured 100 years. I shall compete with you. Losing means 1,000 years of defeat? That hardly seems worthwhile. I am grateful I declined at the time. Mei Wei, contemplate this carefully. If it doesn't suit you, then let it be. Lang Shi chuckled, revealing his ivory teeth in a display of pride. Here's the deal. If I prevail, you shall forfeit a century to me. Mei Wei gritted his teeth and replied to Lang Shi. If I lose, I shall surrender a millennium to you. This should be equitable, no? Vegeta, what do you think? Lang Shi decided to consult Vegeta first, as he was the one engaging in battle. Should Vegeta lack confidence in his victory, then what was the point of the wager? Better to secure that century and avoid a futile struggle with Mei Wei. Lang Shi understood the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw. No, I cannot guarantee victory, Vegeta responded. Therefore, we need not take the risk. Mei Wei felt a sense of dread wash over him. This fellow possessed a keen self-awareness. He recognized he might not be a match for Jiren. This posed a dilemma. You speak the truth, Vegeta, Lang Shi laughed heartily. This lad has potential. Acknowledging one's limitations is a sign of wisdom. Let us depart swiftly. As Lang Shi pulled Vegeta away, he called back. Mei Wei, remember, 100 years. Do not forget. Mei Wei trembled with frustration. This scoundrel could not simply walk away unscathed. 1,000 years it shall be. How about that? Mei Wei clenched his jaw. If you lose, merely forfeit the century of work I owe you. If I lose, I shall serve you for 1,000 years. Is that condition agreeable? If you lose, you stand to gain nothing. Lang Shi turned to Vegeta. What do you say? Shall we give it a try? He makes a valid point, Vegeta smiled. After all, losing incurs no loss. You are correct. We can forego that century, Lang Shi pondered. If fortune favors me, then someone will work for you for 1,000 years. Splendid. That 1,000 years will allow for leisure, Lang Shi exclaimed with excitement, then asked, but do you truly feel confident? The odds are slim. Yet it is worth a shot, Vegeta reflected. If you lack confidence, let us settle for the century. I believe that is acceptable. No, what I mean is, I have no assurance of victory with my hands in my pockets, Vegeta clarified. Lang Shi replied. In that case, you seem quite assured. So show your hands. That will not do. If one is to boast, let it be grand, and strive to truly dazzle, Vegeta asserted with conviction. Lang Shi shook his head. The words were admirable, yet they sounded somewhat peculiar. Well then, do your best. Losing is inconsequential. At worst, we forego that century. Lang Shi patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Your affirmation is all I need. I shall engage him thoroughly, Vegeta said with a smile. What do you say, Lang Shi? In a delightful exchange, Wei Mei discovered two individuals whispering, fearful that Ramzi might flee. If you escape, I shall toil for you for a century, she implored. You should agree. This offer is quite advantageous for you. And such an opportunity may never arise again. With renewed encouragement, she pressed on. Very well, since you insist on a challenge, I shall indulge you further, Ramzi replied. A grin spreading across his face as he nodded lightly. Does this mean you consent? Wei Mei huffed, exhaling in slight relief. Agreed. Summon that fellow's elder brother. Ramzi smiled, though he was no elder brother at all. I am not deceiving you, Wei Mei insisted, her lips twitching as she affirmed her words. Enough. Whether he is an elder brother is of little consequence now, Ramzi remarked nonchalantly. He has arrived, Vegeta whispered to Ramzi. In a swift motion, Jiren soared from a distance and soon stood beside Wei Mei. Lady Wei Mei, Jiren stated with an impassive expression. Jiren, Topo exclaimed, scratching his head in realization. So, the elder brother you mentioned is indeed you. What elder brother? Jiren replied, taken aback. Chapter 48. Now, you may reveal your hands. Topo squeezed his eyes tightly. Jiren remained unresponsive. Jiren, the reason I summoned you is to hope that you might engage in a spar with this apprentice destroyer of Universe 10. Vegeta, Wei Mei explained. Gesturing towards Vegeta, Jiren immediately fixed his calm gaze upon Vegeta. After a brief silence, he shook his head, decisively declining. Wei Mei felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Does Jiren truly not regard me? She pondered. Defeat him, and the term shall be yours, Wei Mei whispered. You know my greatest desire is to resurrect my master, Jiken, Jiren stated earnestly. Very well, should you overcome him, I shall endeavor to bring your master back to life. Wei Mei contemplated. What means do you possess? Jiren inquired. Please do not place me in a difficult position. I will find a way, I assure you, Wei Mei promised. So, should I defeat him, you will indeed strive to revive my master? Jiren pressed once more. Indeed, Wei Mei affirmed with a serious nod. All right, I shall trust you. Jiren sighed deeply, agreeing. Given that Lady Wei Mei is willing to assist in reviving my master, the prospect appears considerably more promising. I shall engage him in battle. Suddenly, KRS and Margarita arrived on the scene. Previously, it was Margarita who had contacted Jiren through her staff, prompting his rapid arrival. Ah, it seems the competition shall persist. KRS remarked with a smile. Lady Wei Mei, how many more years do you intend to continue this? Margarita inquired cheerfully. Humph, for another 1,000 years. If Jiren loses this time, I shall work for Ramsey for a millennium. Wei Mei declared. And if you win? Margarita questioned. If victorious, the preceding century would be rendered null and void. With gritted teeth, Wei Mei uttered this remark. Margarita, she sighed, realizing that regardless of victory or defeat, Wei Mei had garnered no advantage. Margarita expressed her exasperation. In that moment, Wei Mei felt a pang in her heart. Margarita, must we speak so bluntly? This is quite enough. It appears that I have gained nothing from my triumph. However, if Mr. Jiren were to win, he might consider other competitions. Margarita whispered in Wei Mei's ear. Oh, such as? Wei Mei's eyes sparkled with interest. I have heard that the god of destruction of Universe 10 also has a disciple. Margarita replied with a smile, suggesting a contest between the disciples of the god of destruction. But our god of destruction in Universe 11 is still in his prime and has yet to take on a disciple. Wei Mei shook her head. It is not too late to recruit one now, Margarita smiled. For instance, the gentleman named Tispo below seems quite promising. Wei Mei's eyes gleamed with excitement. That is an excellent idea. If that fellow Kai of the gods of destruction were to take Tispo as his apprentice, then Tispo could battle the disciple from Universe 10. Perhaps I could reclaim my victory. Forget it. For now, let's focus on having Jiren win the match as soon as possible. You two may commence, Wei Mei smiled. With Jiren in the arena, that little rascal named Vegeta would hardly stir any trouble. Go, Jiren. Toph cheered for him. Jiren cast a deep glance at Toph, acknowledging that this little fellow had quite remarkably defeated Toph. However, he was still far from matching Jiren. Let us begin. Come forth, Jiren called to Vegeta. Vegeta remained with his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of taking them out. The battle begins. Wei Mei commanded. Ramusi inhaled deeply, sensing that a new round of combat was about to commence. He pondered whether Vegeta could secure a millennium for him. Let me try this move, Vegeta declared, slightly twitching his tail, which aimed at Jiren from a distance. Jiren looked at Vegeta with an impassive expression. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, beams of light erupted from Vegeta's tail, hurtling towards Jiren. With a disdainful grunt, Jiren effortlessly swatted the beams away, dispersing them in all directions. He easily neutralized the fiery projectiles Vegeta had unleashed. Suddenly, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing behind Jiren in an instant. Bang! Vegeta launched a kick aimed at Jiren's back. Jiren, seemingly already aware, gently raised his right hand and tilted his body slightly to block Vegeta's incoming strike. With a swift motion, Jiren grasped Vegeta's ankle. He then spun Vegeta in place. Once, twice, 3 times, until bang. As Jiren completed his third rotation, he suddenly felt a loosening in his grip, as if something had flown away. Momentarily stunned, he focused intently, and his eyes widened in astonishment. To his shock, he realized he was left holding only a leg. Vegeta's body had vanished. What was happening? Boom. Vegeta descended rapidly from above, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Jiren's crown. Jiren reacted swiftly, raising his arm just in time to block Vegeta's attack. Bam! Without hesitation, Jiren countered with a swift backhand, sending Vegeta hurtling backward. Smack! As Vegeta was propelled away, he immediately regenerated his severed leg. Jiren raised an eyebrow, pondering the unusual tactics at play. What a peculiar fighting style, remarked Margarita. Chris also covered her forehead, displaying a look of exasperation. Despite its novelty, the technique seemed ineffective. How intriguing, commented Wime. Ramsey remained silent, having noticed that this Jiren fellow was formidable. After several minutes of combat, Vegeta had gained no advantage. And Vegeta, for goodness sake, take your hands out of your pockets. Even in such a situation, you still stand there with your hands tucked away. Indeed, you are even mightier than I anticipated. Jiren said with a smile directed at Vegeta. I concur, Vegeta replied, grinning. Is it time to use your hands now? Jiren chuckled lightly. No need for that. Vegeta shook his head. It seems I must get serious now. With that, Jiren suddenly heightened his speed to its utmost limit. Whoosh. In an instant, he appeared behind Vegeta, who didn't even have time to react. Bang. Jiren's fist struck vehemently at the back of Vegeta's heart, producing a dull thud as Vegeta was caught off guard. Splutter. Blood spewed from Vegeta's mouth as his body lurched forward. However, Vegeta was quick to respond. As he lunged ahead, he executed a graceful spin. Whoosh. Energy erupted from Vegeta's feet, surging directly toward Jiren. Boom. With a cold smirk, Jiren swatted away the incoming energy with a deft motion. Whoosh. In the next moment, Jiren vanished once more, appearing directly above Vegeta. Thunderous. Jiren swept his hand downward, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy that enveloped Vegeta. Unfortunately, Vegeta was struck, plummeting rapidly toward the earth. Just as he was about to collide with the ground, he summoned energy to stabilize his descent. Whoosh. Vegeta shot upward, rapidly positioning himself directly across from Jiren. So, you are Jiren, are you? Vegeta inquired with a smile. Indeed, Jiren nodded. You are the first human to compel me to fight seriously. Vegeta's smile broadened. Are you truly ready to unleash your full potential? Jiren chuckled softly. In the distance, that young man stood with his hands in his pockets, naively believing that relinquishing his hands would enable him to defeat Jiren. How foolish. Whis let out a hum of disapproval. Rumshire remained silent, having recognized that this individual known as Jiren was not merely powerful, but extraordinarily so. The energy he unleashed in an instant surpassed even that of our gods of destruction. Whis lamented the unfairness of it all. How could such a formidable opponent be pitted against Vegeta? It seemed unlikely that victory was within reach for the next millennium. Even if Vegeta were to fully engage, it might not suffice to best Jiren. Sister Kess, it appears that Mr. Jiren from our universe is destined to triumph, remarked Margarita with a smile. Not necessarily. Kess responded with a grin. Margarita gazed intently at Kess, pondering her sister's unwavering confidence. This young fellow named Vegeta was indeed powerful. Yet he seemed to fall significantly short when compared to Jiren. Although Vegeta had yet to reveal his full capabilities, Jiren had not truly exerted himself either. Below, at the headquarters of the Pride Troopers, Tispa and the others looked up at the sky, observing the clash between Vegeta and Jiren. How is it progressing? Vice Captain. Surely Jiren can defeat him? Kokot inquired. Without a doubt, Jiren will prevail. He is Jiren after all. Tispa responded with a grin. Jiren is destined to win, added Quincy. Indeed, Jiren is the invincible legend, Casserole concurred. The faces of the Pride Troopers were etched with conviction and pride. Jiren will undoubtedly emerge victorious. High above, Vegeta and Jiren faced each other. You are indeed a worthy adversary, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Jiren remained silent. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. I hope you are not easily frightened, Vegeta declared, taking a deep breath. Boom. In the next moment, an astonishing surge of energy erupted from Vegeta. Suddenly, a brilliant golden aura enveloped him. When next observed, Vegeta was aglow with golden light. His hair transformed to a striking gold. Crackling electricity danced around him. Super Saiyan, transform. Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2, his power multiplying 100-fold. What? What is this transformation? Jiren's expression shifted dramatically. There is nothing to be astonished about. It is merely a simple transformation, Vegeta replied with a smile. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Rumshi's eyes widened in disbelief. This. Rumshire was utterly astonished. Kess maintained a relatively calm demeanor, though a flicker of confusion mixed with surprise danced across her features. For prior to this, while Rumshire had been asleep, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan in Kess's presence, but it had been the ordinary Super Saiyan form, not the Super Saiyan 2. This is also the reason why Kess feels perplexed and astonished. Why does your transformation appear so different from the one I witnessed previously? Although the appearance is somewhat similar, I can distinctly sense that your energy intensity has increased at least 100-fold. Previously, it was merely 50-fold. What is the meaning of this? You can actually upgrade your transformation? What? This fellow can transform as well. Wei Mei widened her eyes in surprise and turned to glance at Ramsey. To her astonishment, she found Ramsey equally astonished. You, Ramsey, can't possibly be unaware that this guy can transform, can you? Wei Mei inquired. Ramsey replied with a cough. How could that be? Of course I know he can transform. He resolved not to admit otherwise, thinking it would be too embarrassing. I clearly see you were taken aback. Wei Mei huffed. You obviously had no idea he could transform. I was merely feigning surprise for your benefit. Ramsey retorted defiantly. Wei Mei chose to ignore Ramsey. Who are you trying to fool? Upon glancing at Jiren, his expression had grown increasingly grave. What a joke. This kid's transformation. I sense that his power has at least increased 100-fold. This is no ordinary radiant glow. At this very moment, Vegeta was enveloped in a dazzling golden light, painting the sky around him in a brilliant golden hue. Indeed, Vegeta had ascended to Super Saiyan 2. After concluding his training with Ramsey and Kess, Vegeta had spent the past 3 years not only mastering the techniques of the God of Destruction, but also dedicating the remaining time to studying transformations. His research focused on what kind of transformation would enable me to unleash the greatest potential of my energy. At this stage, transformation had become merely an auxiliary skill for Vegeta, which he easily grasped. Transformations such as Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 were remarkably simple for him. As long as he maintained a serene state of mind while experiencing significant emotional fluctuations, it sufficed. Vegeta's emotional turmoil was easily accessible, namely, his anger at being unable to reach Kess. I mean, unable to get close. His thoughts momentarily strayed. Chapter 50. Wait a moment, let me transform again. It was through this method that Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan and subsequently ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Currently, Vegeta's fundamental combat power had reached 10 to the 41st power, an increase of an entire order compared to 3 years ago, equating to a tenfold enhancement. Although this may seem like a mere tenfold increase, Vegeta's true capabilities cannot be encapsulated solely by combat power. It is akin to Jiren. Jiren's energy intensity has surpassed that of the god of destruction, Wei Mei. However, should Jiren and Wei Mei engage in a genuine battle, Jiren would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. After all, gods possess their own unique combat styles, especially the god of destruction. Come on, Jiren, let us continue, Vegeta declared, hands tucked into his pockets. After all, dealing with just one human, I would consider it a loss if I had to use my hands. You are not worthy of me employing my full strength against you. Though you are reputed as the most formidable human in this universe, Jiren's expression grew increasingly grave, his countenance shifting through various shades. At this juncture, Jiren dared not exhibit any semblance of carelessness. With a thunderous roar, an immensely powerful energy erupted from within him, enveloped by a fiery crimson aura. Jiren could no longer afford to conceal any of his true power, revealing the full extent of his capabilities. It appears your energy has significantly increased, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. I shall not be defeated by you, Jiren replied with a cold demeanor. With that, Jiren transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards Vegeta's position. Wait, Vegeta suddenly called out. Jiren halted abruptly, casting a surprised glance towards Vegeta. What are you waiting for? Jiren felt no urgency, curious to see what further tricks Vegeta might employ. Is it merely a 100-fold increase in power? Do you believe I have unveiled my true strength? I may not be destined to lose to you. Jiren silently regarded Vegeta. Although this fellow named Vegeta had augmented his strength 100-fold, Jiren had yet to reveal his full potential. With a huff, Jiren affirmed that his might was beyond what anyone could fathom. The colors on Ramses' face shifted repeatedly. Indeed, based on the energy intensities from both sides, Jiren's energy level had surpassed that of Vegeta. If we assume Vegeta's battle power is 10 to the power of 41, then after transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, his battle power had ascended to 10 to the power of 43. However, as Ramses sensed Jiren's energy intensity, his heart sank. He could distinctly perceive that Jiren's energy translated to a battle power of 10 to the power of 44. Although the difference was merely one exponent, the gap was substantial. Ramses could only silently pray that Vegeta's destruction might prove somewhat effective. Moreover, wasn't this fellow also in possession of the most rudimentary angelic power? With these two layers of strength combined, it seemed feasible to contend with such a disparity of one exponent. A single exponent represents a tenfold difference. Surely, a tenfold advantage could be overcome, right? Tenfold, as you can see, Ramses noted. Judging from their energy intensities, Jiren's energy strength was indeed 10 times that of Vegeta. Merely comparing energy is utterly meaningless, Ramses remarked, shaking his head with an air of exasperation. Is that so? You shall soon find your words to be untrue. Jiren retorted with a hearty laugh. Oh dear, it seems our universe's Mr. Jiren is destined for victory. After all, this is a tenfold disparity, Margarita observed with a smile. If the difference were merely one-fold, perhaps it could be compensated for through combat techniques and divine power, KRS whispered, rendered silent. Never did KRS anticipate Jiren's overwhelming strength. Yet, what perplexed KRS was, why did Vegeta ask Jiren to halt? Was he planning to fight with both hands? However, even if Vegeta were to unleash his full potential, it would only elevate his power by a mere 1 or 2 times, which would be quite remarkable. In the face of such an overwhelming energy disparity, his path to victory remains exceedingly arduous. You still have time to concede. That way, you can avoid a beating. Jiren scoffed and chuckled nonchalantly. Is this truly your ultimate prowess? Vegeta inquired later on. Indeed, Jiren nodded. Are you certain? Vegeta pressed again. Indeed. What precisely do you intend to convey? Jiren frowned, urging him to surrender promptly. What I mean to say is that I have yet to utilize one more transformation. Vegeta grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. What did you just say? Jiren's expression shifted dramatically. What? Wei Mei's eyes widened in astonishment, ears perked up instantly. Did I hear that correctly? This lad still has one transformation left unused? Another transformation? Ramses was momentarily stunned. Boom. Vegeta's entire being suddenly radiated an even more intense golden light. Crackle. Arcs of electricity swiftly enveloped him, their density doubling from before. Simultaneously, Vegeta's hair continued to extend backward, soon cascading past his knees. Due to Vegeta's relatively shorter stature, his hair lengthened considerably. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta's brows were deeply embedded in his eye sockets, his gaze more ferocious than ever. Super Saiyan 3. This marked the pinnacle of Vegeta's transformations thus far. As for Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God, he had yet to explore those avenues. Vegeta believed that the transformations of Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3 were merely preludes, while Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God were mere embellishments. I aspire to develop a transformation uniquely my own. Of course, before that, it is also feasible to flaunt my Super Saiyan 3 form. This is my ultimate transformation, Super Saiyan 3. A smile graced Vegeta's lips. Jiren's pupils constricted sharply, his expression shifting dramatically. What? This fellow has transformed into this state. Wei Mei's lips twitched, her demeanor increasingly grim. Ramsey found himself at a loss for words. This lad is indeed full of surprises. Even I was unaware of this transformation. Wait a moment. What did he just say? Super Saiyan 3. How did he leap directly to 3? Shouldn't it have been 2? Chapter 51, Jiren concedes. Did your math teacher teach you sports? Wei Mei burst into laughter, attempting to mask her inner trepidation. Vegeta glanced at Wei Mei. No need to look at me. You claim your transformation is Super Saiyan 3? Does that mean the earlier transformation was Super Saiyan 2? Wei Mei asked with a cheerful smile. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. And 1. Did you skip straight from 1 to 2? Wei Mei chuckled lightly. The increase in strength is rather minimal, merely 50-fold. Hence I find no motivation to transform, Vegeta remarked, shaking his head. It seems his mathematics were not imparted by a physical education teacher. It is noteworthy that my transformation into a Super Saiyan 3 enhances my base power by 400 times. A smile graced Vegeta's lips. Thus, the question arises. If my base combat power is 10 to the 41st power, I implore you to declare my current combat power. 10 to the 45th power, the response came, causing a shiver to run through my being, my expression shifting dramatically. Congratulations, you've mastered the art of quick responses, Vegeta quipped. It appears your mathematical prowess indeed stems from a physical education instructor. Did I truly startle you with a mere 400-fold? Even such an increase could not elevate my combat power from the 41st to the 45th power. In truth, my base combat power is 10 to the 43rd power. I was deliberately deceiving you. A wave of frustration washed over me, yet I was increasingly astounded. According to this individual's method of energy calculation, my combat power seems to hover around 10 to the 47th power. His transformation has already reached 10 to the 45th power, indicating that his power is merely 100 times less than mine. This little fellow has truly only trained for 12 years. Humph, it is merely an increase in energy. Nothing remarkable. Jiren clenched his teeth. If it were solely about energy enhancement, I could elevate my energy to 10 to the 47th power. Oh, is that so? Then showcase your enhancement, Vegeta smiled. There is no need for that. For such an increase in energy would adversely affect my speed. Jiren retorted. Are you referring to a transformation akin to this? As Vegeta spoke, energy surged forth once more. Boom. Vegeta's muscles suddenly swelled, and in the next moment, his energy reached its zenith. In his Super Saiyan 3 form, he transformed into a muscular behemoth. The intensity of his energy surged by an additional 100-fold, with his energy value now attaining 10 to the 47th power. Jiren's expression shifted again. You can perform such a transformation as well? Humph. It is merely an increase in energy, Vegeta replied with a slight smile. Although the expanded muscles can elevate energy, they also impede speed. Jiren, being astute, you should be acutely aware that this transformation is not advisable. With that, Vegeta relaxed slightly, and in an instant, his muscles vanished. He reverted to his ordinary Super Saiyan 3 form. Jiren fell silent. Now let us settle this once and for all, Vegeta said with a gentle smile, his hands still tucked into his pockets. Swiftly, without further ado, Vegeta darted towards Jiren with astounding speed. Vegeta's velocity was indeed remarkable, after all. His combat power had now reached 10 to the 45th power, while Jiren stood at 10 to the 44th power. The disparity between Jiren and Vegeta was tenfold. In but an instant, Vegeta appeared directly opposite Jiren, his speed so astonishing that Jiren's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression shifting rapidly. Bang! Vegeta delivered a swift kick that struck Jiren squarely on the chin. A howl escaped Jiren's lips as his body tumbled through the air, rolling several times. Take this. Vegeta reappeared above Jiren, launching another kick. Bang! This blow landed forcefully against Jiren's chest, sending him plummeting from the sky. Boom! Jiren crashed into the ground like a cannonball, causing the earth to shudder violently. The majority of the Proud Warriors' headquarters trembled under the impact. Whoosh! The tip of Vegeta's tail aimed at the descending Jiren, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Jiren collided with the crater below, disoriented and dazed. At that moment, he looked up to see the incoming energy blasts. A pallor washed over his face as he swiftly crossed his arms to shield himself from the onslaught. Boom! The scene erupted once more into an explosion, enveloped in thick smoke. As the haze began to clear, Jiren, in a disheveled state, soared back into the sky. Bang! Just as Jiren ascended, Vegeta struck again, landing another blow to Jiren's chest. Uffed! Jiren coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward. Yet, almost immediately, Jiren charged back from the distance. Vegeta pursued him relentlessly. Wait a moment, Jiren exclaimed, raising his hands in a plea. Vegeta halted, recalling that he had also paused when Jiren requested it earlier. Thus, he granted Jiren a moment of respite. I concede. Jiren gritted his teeth, begrudgingly admitting defeat. Is that your concession? I haven't even taken my hands out of my pockets, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. With that, he withdrew his hands from his pockets. Jiren felt a crushing blow to his ego. The disparity between them was insurmountable. After a brief silence, Jiren declared, I will not be defeated by you. In 30 years' time, I shall surpass you. Without a hint of hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the buildings below. You're pinning your hopes on 30 years? Vegeta's voice echoed behind him. In 30 years, not only I, but even the second strongest in our universe could wipe the floor with you. Jiren visibly trembled at Vegeta's words, yet he dared not protest further. Defeat was defeat. This time, Jiren accepted his loss with grace. He returned to his dwelling without delay, embarking on a rigorous training regimen. In 30 years, I will surely defeat you. What is your universe's second strongest to me? The atmosphere thickened with tension as he vanished. Ramses erupted into laughter, sporting a rather impudent expression. Why-Might fell silent, her countenance marred by displeasure. Chapter 52, A Millennium. A Millennium. Why-Might. Ramses, overjoyed, approached and patted Why-Might on the shoulder. Get lost. Take your filthy hands off me. Why-Might gritted her teeth, seething with resentment. A millennium. A millennium. Ramses excitedly swayed his trunk-like nose. Why-Might trembled with fury, astonished that even Julian had lost to this brat. I was far too careless. Kaisai, we can return now? Ramses called to Kaisai, then turned to Why-Might. Remember to come to work tomorrow. If you delay the development of our universe, I will not forgive you. Why-Might's face turned a ghastly shade of green. How infuriating. Let us go, Vegeta. Ramses found Vegeta increasingly agreeable. Vegeta nodded and flew to Ramses' side. In a flash, Kaisai returned to Vegeta's vicinity. Without hesitation, Vegeta embraced Kaisai from behind. We're leaving, Why-Might. Remember to come to work. Ramses cackled heartily. Makarita, esteemed Why-Might. I apologize for the disturbance. Farewell. Kaisai waved. In the next moment, Kaisai, accompanied by Vegeta and Ramses, transformed into two beams of distinct colors, swiftly vanishing into the starry expanse, disappearing from the watchful eyes of Makarita and Why-Might. Observing the spot where Vegeta and the others had vanished, Why-Might's expression soured to the utmost. I am on the brink of retirement, yet I must toil for the 10th universe for a millennium. Why-Might felt tears welling up. This situation is unbearable. My dear Why-Might, do take heart, Makarita smiled. It is merely a millennium, it will pass in the blink of an eye. You speak lightly, Makarita, Why-Might retorted darkly. It's not you who will be working. Oh dear, we shall find a way to win it back, Makarita chuckled. What other options exist? Even Jillian has succumbed to that fellow. Why-Might clenched her teeth. Am I to challenge an apprentice destroyer as an official destroyer? That would be utterly humiliating. Did I not mention? We could consider a competition between Apprentice Supreme Kai, Makarita proposed. That is indeed a possibility. However, the question remains. Will Ramses be willing to gamble again? Why-Might pondered. What if he loses another 10,000 years? Makarita suggested. 10,000 years. Do not jest. Why-Might nearly broke down. A millennium is already more than I can bear. If I lose again, my retirement will be rendered meaningless. No, I wouldn't even be able to retire. I would just be working for the 10th universe. Dear Why-Might, do give it some thought. The one who loses is not me, Makarita said with a smile. Why-Might felt a pang in her heart. A competition between Apprentice Supreme Kai? This notion seemed feasible, yet it also felt rather unreliable. At that moment, I felt quite assured about Jiren's victory. Yet, what was the outcome? He ended up losing to that little brat named Vegeta. That little brat Vegeta is quite detestable as well. However, there was another approach. Makarita suggested. What do you have in mind? Asked the elder. Perhaps we could arrange a competition among the trainee gods of destruction from other universes, allowing our esteemed elder to win a substitute to take over his duties. Once victorious, we could send him to Universe 10. Makarita articulated her idea. The elder's eyes lit up at this notion. That is indeed a splendid idea. Since we cannot best Universe 10, bullying another universe could be a worthwhile alternative. But which universe should we choose? The elder pondered this dilemma, feeling a sense of defeat. Let us contemplate this further, Makarita replied with a teasing smile. However, there are no trainee gods of destruction in other universes. This complicates matters, the elder mused. We must strategize carefully. A perfect plan is essential. The elder contemplated, suggesting they return for now. Yes, esteemed elder, Makarita nodded in agreement. I sincerely apologize. From this moment onward, I shall diligently train. Topo stepped forward to express his remorse. You pitiful fool, the elder spat disdainfully, followed by a resigned sigh. Well, even Jiren was defeated by him. Indeed, if Jiren could not match that boy, what hope is there for Topo? The elder ceased further discourse, transforming into a crimson streak of light, vanishing swiftly. Makarita offered a word of comfort to Topo, her radiant aura merging into the cosmos. Left behind, Topo trembled violently. Just wait, Vegeta, I will surely defeat you. In the vastness of space, Vegeta, who is the perennial runner-up of our universe? Asked Lomsai suddenly. You don't know? Vegeta replied. What nonsense. Is there anyone I don't recognize? Lomsai scoffed. It's no longer significant, Vegeta declared. Why is it not important? Lomsai pressed. According to our agreement, you must assist me in searching for the Super Dragon Balls to fulfill my wish for immortality. Very well, I'm in a good mood today. I shall grant your request. Lomsai laughed heartily, consenting readily. Master Lomsai, shall we first visit Universe 6 or Universe 7? Kusu inquired. Let us head to Universe 7 first. After all, Beerus is still asleep there. We should gather the Dragon Balls from Universe 7 before stealing those from Universe 6. Understood, Master Lomsai, Kusu nodded. The three veered through the starry expanse, hastening towards Universe 7. Vegeta felt a surge of excitement within. So, in just a few days, I could become truly immortal? Vegeta, while I agree to help you gather the Dragon Balls to realize your wish, you should reconsider the notion of immortality, Lomsai suggested. As a god of destruction, even immortality holds little significance. Then let us seek an immortal soul, Vegeta countered. An immortal soul? That is of no use. Ramsey shook his head, remarking. Even if you possess an immortal soul, it is merely immortality. Should you incite the wrath of Lord Zeno, he would effortlessly erase you from existence. Vegeta responded. The road ahead is long. I shall seek knowledge both up and down. Is even an immortal soul insufficient to escape Zeno's erasure? Erasure is a transition from existence to non-existence. Though the soul remains alive, it is rendered void. Does this not evoke a sense of tragedy? Ramsey sighed. Furthermore, possessing an immortal body does not guarantee safety. If you encounter an insurmountable foe who seals you away, in that moment, life becomes a fate worse than death. Chapter 53. Go in search of the Super Dragon Balls. Enough of your ominous warnings, Vegeta snorted. When faced with an unmanageable adversary, one must simply devise a method to defeat them. You make a fair point, Ramsey nodded, given your current strength. As long as you refrain from provoking a god of destruction, I dare say there is no being across the cosmos who stands as your equal. Do not lavish me with such praise, or I shall grow conceited, Vegeta replied with a smile. Ramsey continued, consider the matter of immortality carefully. After all, gathering the Dragon Balls will take some time. Then it is settled. I shall choose immortality, Vegeta declared resolutely. This has been my wish for a very long time, and I intend to realize it. A wish from long ago? Ramsey was taken aback. In any case, we must first gather the Dragon Balls, Vegeta stated. Without collecting them, all discussion is moot. You make a valid point, Ramsey nodded in agreement. The trio swiftly entered the realm of nothingness. 2 hours later, they traversed from the void to the 7th universe. This is the 7th universe, Vegeta, Ramsey smiled. Am I not acquainted with our own universe? Vegeta retorted. How long will it take to find the Dragon Balls? Ramsey immediately turned to Kess. Based on my estimations, it will take approximately 7 days to gather all the Dragon Balls, Kess pondered, acknowledging that searching for a single Dragon Ball within a universe is indeed a time-consuming endeavor. Very well, I shall find a planet and prepare some delicacies for you, Vegeta suggested. Once you have gathered the Dragon Balls, contact me, or simply summon Shinron to grant my wish for immortality. Kess and Ramsey exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they regarded Vegeta. So you intend for us to work for you? Are you not going to lift a finger? I am not doing nothing. I shall prepare you fine food, Vegeta asserted. While that may be true, it still leaves a sour taste in the mouth, Ramsey remarked, shaking his head. Consider this, someone has been working for you for 1,000 years. You are asking us to search for the Dragon Balls for merely 7 days. Is that truly a burden? Vegeta countered. With that perspective, my spirits are lifted, Ramsey contemplated thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. And what of me? Kess rolled her eyes. I shall cherish you dearly from now on, Kess. Vegeta flashed a grin, inquiring, have you ever tasted my milk? Milk? Kess paused, slightly taken aback. Indeed. She had never experienced the flavor of milk, as dietary customs varied significantly across universes. In her realm, they consumed milk from other creatures, which bore no resemblance to cow's milk. Never had it, have you? Vegeta chuckled. Kess nodded in affirmation. I have not. My milk is truly delightful, Vegeta declared. Is that so? Kess pondered, intrigued. Well, then I must give it a proper try. It's a promise. Vegeta eagerly grasped her hand, his excitement palpable. Kess wore a bemused expression. Isn't it just about drinking your milk? Why the enthusiasm? She decided to let it slide, and suggested they search for the Dragon Balls. Let us check the communicator. I'd rather not be unreachable when we find the Dragon Balls. Vegeta retrieved the communicator Kess had gifted him. Rest assured. It's quite durable, he assured her, although Kess had not bothered to inspect it. Then why did the communicator Bardos give me break? Vegeta queried. I'm not entirely sure, Kess replied, a hint of guilt in her tone. I broke that communicator, Kess admitted, choosing to keep it a secret. Kess, can you hear me? Vegeta pressed a button, prompting the communicator to beep. The staff in Kess's hand flickered and vibrated slightly, causing her body to tremble as well. The spectacle was rather impressive. Vegeta watched her intently. I must say, it looks intriguing. You received that, didn't you? Kess smiled, showcasing the staff. Indeed. Is it true that when I press this button, your staff vibrates? Vegeta inquired. Kess responded, what kind of question is that? Although I understand your meaning. It feels as if there's more beneath the surface. Yes, Kess replied candidly. Next time, let me borrow that staff. It seems quite entertaining. Vegeta grinned. What would you do with my staff? Kess asked, a bit bewildered. Just to play with it for my girlfriend, Vegeta chuckled. Your girlfriend? How old are you? Do you really have a girlfriend? Kess was speechless. Age is irrelevant, Vegeta replied with a smirk. It's futile to argue with you. Let us expedite our search for the Dragon Balls. Kess inquired. Which planet do you plan to visit next? I'll wander around. Let us part ways here. Vegeta responded to Kess and Ramzi. Kid, the universe is vast. Don't lose your way, Ramzi advised. Also, don't accidentally wander onto Beerus's planet. That fellow has quite a temper. Be wary of his wrath. Understood, Vegeta nodded. I'm not that foolish. Why would I go to Beerus's planet? I'm just saying. Keep it in mind, Ramzi replied. Turning to Kess, he asked, Kess, have you located the first Dragon Ball? Yes, we're on our way there now, Lord Ramzi. Kess replied. Let us go, Ramzi nodded. The two individuals transformed into streams of light, each of a distinct hue, swiftly heading towards the location of the first Dragon Ball. After Kess and Ramzi departed, Vegeta remained suspended in the starry expanse, gradually closing his eyes. He then released his sensing ability, endeavoring to perceive the entirety of the universe. Vegeta's sensing prowess expanded rapidly, emanating from his core. He distinctly sensed the formidable presence of Frieza from a considerable distance away, alongside that of Frieza's brother, Cooler, and their father, King Cold. Even the auras of Dodoria and Zarbon were unmistakably detected by him. Vegeta held little interest in Frieza and his cohorts, continuing to extend his senses outward. Chapter 54. Sensing the angelic power of Merus. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta suddenly detected a concealed angelic presence. Who could it be? Shortly thereafter, he sensed another familiar aura nearby this hidden angelic force. Was that not the galactic patrolman Jocko? Thus, this concealed angelic power must belong to Merus. No wonder I could sense this hidden angelic strength. As a trainee angel, it is only natural to perceive his power. Vegeta refrained from delving deeper into this energy, instead allowing his senses to expand further. Before long, he detected a remarkably familiar presence. Bulma. At last, I have found you. Bulma, he muttered. A slight smile gracing his lips. You must have matured by now, right? Surely, you can bear fruit. Splendid. It is time to visit Earth. I shall first deal with those lecherous individuals surrounding Bulma. With a resplendent brilliance akin to that of the stars, Vegeta erupted in radiant light. Overlaying this dazzling glow was a layer of crimson flame. This display, which he had not exhibited during his battle with Jiren, was unnecessary then. He had triumphed over Jiren merely by transforming into Super Saiyan 3. With a whoosh, Vegeta became a streak of light, hurtling towards Earth. Had Ramzi been present, he would have been astonished by Vegeta's velocity, for it surpassed even that of Ramzi himself. At the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Merus suddenly paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. He swiftly approached the window, gazing out at the celestial bodies. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, what was that just now? For a fleeting moment, it felt as though someone was sensing me. This individual also possesses angelic power. What could this mean? Is there a new angel being born in this universe? That should not be the case. Angels are the essence condensed from this universe, and only one essence can be formed at a time. Having ascended as an angel in this universe, I find that no new angels are destined to be born in the near future. Could it be that he hails from another universe? Mel's originally intended to release the power of the angel to attune himself to the situation. However, after careful contemplation, he resolved to refrain from meddling further. Instead, he chose to focus on his own cultivation. Ignoring the matters concerning Vegeta, Mel's returned to his own tasks. In the vast expanse of space, a colossal spaceship hovered. Frieza occupied this vessel, seated comfortably within his hovering apparatus. His tail swayed rhythmically, and a smile of boundless delight graced his lips. It had been quite some time. What had become of those Saiyans? Frieza suddenly inquired. Lord Frieza, currently the remaining Saiyans are merely Raditz and Nappa. The others have perished, Dodoria responded with a bow. Oh, how unfortunate, Frieza remarked with a smile, then continued. By the way, what of Vegeta? Is there any news regarding that little monkey? Lord Frieza. Since Vegeta departed from planet Vegeta, he immediately made his way to Earth, and we lost contact thereafter. It is likely that he damaged the spaceship's communication equipment, Dodoria speculated. I believe Vegeta has been living on Earth for these years. What? Does he intend to marry and have children on Earth? Frieza chuckled. Indeed, my lord, you are correct. Baliblu replied. According to our investigations, the genes of Saiyans and Earthlings can combine, meaning offspring can indeed be born from their union. Let us not dwell on him. Perhaps Vegeta has rendered himself useless, Frieza remarked nonchalantly. As they conversed, Vegeta streaked past the front of Frieza's spaceship, a brilliant fusion of colors swirling in a breathtaking display. The speed was such that, to Frieza, it appeared only as a fleeting glimpse. What was that? Dodoria exclaimed, clearly having witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon. It seemed as though someone was flying, Beliblu murmured, his eyes sharper in perception. What? Someone is flying. Frieza was taken aback, glancing at Beliblu. Did you discern who it was? Not clearly, my lord, Beliblu rubbed his eyes. The coloration of that light suggests it may be Lord Beerus and his attendant, Frieza whispered. Can the monitors capture an image of him? Beliblu promptly adjusted the surveillance equipment. However, the monitors failed to register any such speed. For Vegeta had passed in a mere flash. Has Lord Beerus awakened? Frieza pondered. This is quite peculiar. If Lord Beerus were awake and passed by my spaceship, why would he not greet me? I believe my efforts on behalf of Lord Beerus have been commendable. Over the years, I have obliterated numerous planets. Moreover, I have taken the liberty of constructing a culinary planet dedicated to Lord Beerus. This celestial body boasts a magnificent statue of Lord Beerus, which I have meticulously redesigned. The material of this sculpture surpasses the previous one in quality by 100-fold, rendering it far less susceptible to breakage. Thus, why is Lord Beerus not in my presence? It seems unlikely that it is indeed Lord Beerus himself. Could it possibly be the portly version of Lord Beerus? Previously, there had been reports from the planet of Vanfu, stating that a plump Lord Beerus had been encountered. Very well, I shall inquire further once Lord Beerus awakens. I suspect he remains in slumber. Frieza could hardly fathom that the figure who had just soared past him was none other than Vegeta. Vegeta, having just emerged victorious against Jiren, found no cause to engage with a mere Frieza. With the fusion of angelic power and destructive energy coursing through him, Vegeta propelled himself towards Earth at an unparalleled speed. Concurrently, Kusu and Ramzi were diligently searching for the first Dragon Ball within the 7th universe. On Earth, near Mount Bowsy, a green sedan traversed the winding roads. With a creak, the vehicle came to a gradual halt, and Bulma alighted, armed with a Dragon Ball radar. It should be around here, she murmured to herself. Just a little further west, it must be nearby. Chapter 55. Bulma embarks on her quest for the Dragon Balls, taking a deep breath amidst the forest. Bulma returned to her vehicle, driving up the mountain. Vegeta, you scoundrel. You promised to return when I turned 16. She huffed, her mood slightly soured. In her frustration, she pressed the accelerator, increasing her speed. Suddenly, Bulma spotted a large fish obstructing the road. She paused in disbelief. How could a fish be in the middle of the highway? Startled, she slammed on the brakes, skidding perilously close to the creature. At the same moment, a young Goku, carrying the fish home, was equally alarmed, his hair standing on end from fright. That startled me. How could you walk down the road with such a large fish? Bulma yelled, lowering her window to address Goku. Goku looked back, bewildered. Is this person a monster? Are you trying to steal my fish? He exclaimed, before effortlessly lifting Bulma's car and tossing it aside. Bulma and her vehicle tumbled in a chaotic heap. What on earth? Who is this wild child? Bulma shook her head and retrieved her gun, emerging from the wreckage. Ah, a fairy has sprung forth from that monster. Goku gasped in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma fired a shot, the bullet striking Goku squarely in the forehead. Ah, the pain. The pain. Little Goku clutched his head, howling in agony. What kind of joke is this? Why can't I be defeated? Bulma stood there, astonished. Fool. How could that little creature possibly defeat me? My body is as sturdy as steel. Little Goku shouted defiantly. Monster, allow me to teach you a lesson. With that, he brandished his Rui Bang. Wait. I'm not a monster. I'm a human. Bulma quickly raised her hands in surrender. A human? Little Goku paused, his expression one of disbelief. Is that true? Indeed. Just like you. Look. Bulma gestured to her own body. Don't move, don't move. Little Goku circled around her. You certainly have a great deal of suspicion, Bulma remarked. Little Goku scrutinized her closely. You are somewhat different, appearing rather delicate, he mused, resting his chin on his hand. Of course, I am different. I am a girl. And you are a boy, Bulma replied. Ah, you are a girl? Little Goku was taken aback. You rural bumpkin, have you never seen a girl before? Bulma questioned. This is my first time encountering a girl, Little Goku responded, recalling what his grandfather had told him about treating girls kindly. Your grandfather was absolutely right. But do not harbor any improper thoughts about me. I already have a boyfriend, Bulma chuckled. What is a boyfriend? Can you eat it? Little Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued. Well, sometimes you can, Bulma nodded. Little Goku scratched his head, deep in thought. Is that expression serious? A girl without a tail? How amusing. Little Goku suddenly noticed that Bulma lacked a tail. A tail? Do you have one? Bulma was momentarily stunned, finally realizing the tail behind Little Goku. All men have tails. Little Goku affirmed with a nod. What nonsense are you spouting? Bulma scolded. Tell me, do you know someone named Vegeta? Vegeta? What does he do? Little Goku scratched his head. Perhaps he is one of your kin, Bulma pondered. My kin? What do you mean? Little Goku was baffled. Never mind. It seems you do not know him, Bulma sighed, shaking her head in disappointment. Your words are incomprehensible, Little Goku said, growing increasingly perplexed. He then pointed to the car and asked, but speaking of which, What is this creature? Is it called Vegeta? Well, cough, that is not a creature. It is a car made by humans, and it is not Vegeta, Bulma sighed. This little fellow's intelligence is concerning. This is a car, right? I've heard of them. It looks nice, though it seems rather fragile, little Goku said as he jumped onto the car and stomped down hard a few times. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. Fortunately, my family is the richest in the world. Plus, Vegeta left us a significant amount of jewelry before he departed. You can stomp on this car to your heart's content. You came from the city, didn't you? Little Goku asked. I hail from West City, Bulma replied. Come with me. You are a girl, and I would like to treat you to a proper meal, little Goku beckoned. I must declare in advance that I am in a relationship. My boyfriend is quite remarkable. Should you dare to harm me in any way, I assure you that he will not forgive you, Bulma said. Little Goku replied. What are you talking about? I completely don't understand. Follow me. I shall treat you to grilled fish. With that, little Goku led the way. Bulma pondered thoughtfully. This little fellow also possesses a tail. He should indeed be of the same race as Vegeta. Perhaps through him, I could locate Vegeta. After all, I came in search of the Dragon Balls, hoping to find Vegeta with the aid of Shenron. Having this little one assist me in my quest for the Dragon Balls could prove beneficial. Bulma trailed behind little Goku, ascending towards the summit of the Baozi Mountain. At the end of the mountain path stood little Goku's home. Upon reaching his residence, little Goku exclaimed, Grandpa, look, we have a girl visiting our home. He bowed before a 4-star Dragon Ball resting on the table. Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight. A Dragon Ball. I found it. I can't believe it's here. In her excitement, she rushed forward and snatched the Dragon Ball. Don't touch my grandpa. Little Goku protested urgently. This is a Dragon Ball. How can it be your grandpa? Bulma smiled. Oh, you're quite the handful. Let me show you this. With that, she retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from her pocket. Huh? You have a grandpa too? You have 2 grandpas. Little Goku stared in astonishment. Well, this is what we call a Dragon Ball, Bulma explained with a smile. Initially, I had no idea what it was. After Vegeta came to our home, he informed me about the Dragon Balls. There are 7 in total. And I found these 2 just a couple of days ago. Once all 7 are gathered, Shenron will appear and grant any wish you desire. Chapter 56. Vegeta returns to Earth. That sounds rather intriguing, little Goku said with excitement. I already know my wish. I want to ask Shenron to help me find Vegeta. Bulma smiled. Vegeta? Is he the boyfriend you can eat? Little Goku inquired. Bulma replied. Ahem, you could say it that way. Where did he go? Can't you just find him? Little Goku asked. What do you know? He may have left Earth, Bulma responded. Left Earth? What is Earth? Little Goku queried, bewildered. I'll explain it to you later, Bulma said, not wishing to delve into details. Why don't you know anything? You should give me that 4-star ball. No way. This is my grandpa's keepsake. Little Goku firmly refused. Then let us search for the Dragon Balls together, Bulma proposed. You have nothing to do anyway. A real man should wander and seek adventure. When Vegeta was your age, he had already traveled to many places. But this ball has to stay with me. Little Goku insisted. All right, that is fine. You can keep it, Bulma conceded readily. After leaving the room, Bulma casually pulled out a universal capsule and tossed it away. Bang! The capsule transformed into a sports car. Wow, you truly possess magical skills. Little Goku exclaimed, taken aback. You fool, this isn't sorcery, it's a universal capsule. Now, hurry and get in the car, Bulma urged. Goku hesitantly climbed aboard. The vehicle roared to life, speeding ahead. This is amazing. It's much faster than I can run. Goku exclaimed. By the way, what is your name? Bulma inquired. My name? I'm Goku. He replied, then asked, and you? I am Bulma, she answered. Bulma burst into laughter. While Goku joined in, Bulma, son Goku. However, Bulma's expression soured. Is my name really so amusing? My mother's name is the real joke, she retorted. 20 minutes later. The car gradually came to a halt. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back, Bulma said. What's wrong? Where are you going? Goku asked, momentarily perplexed. You silly boy, when a girl says that, it means she needs to use the restroom. Bulma snapped. How did I end up with such a fool while searching for the Dragon Balls? With that, she dashed away. Oh, so she needed to use the restroom, Goku realized. Scratching his head in confusion. Is it really necessary to go so far for that? Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Vegeta had arrived. Vegeta slowly landed beside Goku. Huh. Goku gazed at him in astonishment. You are. I am Vegeta, he replied. Vegeta? Are you Bulma's boyfriend? Goku rubbed his eyes. Staring at Vegeta. Bulma's boyfriend? Vegeta raised an eyebrow. That's what she said. She even mentioned you might taste good. Goku pondered, looking at him skeptically. Kakarot. When a girl goes to the restroom, you should know to look away, Vegeta instructed. Look away? Goku blinked in confusion. Yes, it's impolite to stare, Vegeta clarified. Understood. But my name isn't Kakarot. It's Goku, Goku responded. Your true name is Kakarot, Vegeta smiled, because you are a Saiyan, just like me, and we both have tails. With that, Vegeta released the tail coiled around his waist. A tail? Having a tail is quite normal, Goku scratched his head. Only my grandfather doesn't have one. He's a strange one. Suddenly, Bulma's voice echoed in the distance. Help! Someone save me! She cried out. What happened? Did you encounter a snake? Goku asked. Whoosh. Vegeta immediately took to the skies. Goku was left stunned, realizing, incredible. Bulma's boyfriend can fly. In an instant, Vegeta was at Bulma's side, who was now being captured by a pterodactyl. Fantastic. It's been ages since I've had a taste of girl meat. This will be a feast, the pterodactyl exclaimed, causing Bulma to tremble in fear. Just then, Bulma's gaze locked onto the approaching Vegeta. Vegeta hovered in the air, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the wyvern. Am I dying? Is that really Vegeta? Have I lost my mind? Bulma sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. In the next moment, her weeping deepened, a realization dawning upon her. Indeed, it was an illusion. 12 years had passed. Vegeta should have matured by now, yet he remained unchanged. What else could this be but a figment of my imagination? Please don't eat me. I'm not appetizing, Bulma pleaded hastily. Kid, don't be a nuisance, the wyvern retorted coldly. Do you have any idea who that woman is? Vegeta's voice turned icy. She is my girlfriend. I relish devouring other people's girlfriends, the wyvern scoffed. I'll give you one last chance. Release my girlfriend, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, I will roast you alive, Vegeta declared. Kid, do you know who you're addressing? Do you think your ability to fly makes you special? The wyvern burst into laughter, swiping a claw towards Vegeta, convinced that this strike would send him crashing to the ground. With a mere flicker of energy, Vegeta created an invisible barrier that halted the wyvern's claw midair. In an instant, Vegeta materialized beside Bulma, effortlessly dislocating the wyvern's leg. Ah! The wyvern shrieked in agony. Vegeta then embraced Bulma and, with a gentle motion, severed one of the wyvern's wings. The creature collapsed, writhing in pain. Moments later, Vegeta descended slowly to the ground, still holding Bulma. Bulma stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Rubbing her eyes, she gazed at Vegeta, feeling as if she were caught in a dream. I couldn't have been mistaken, could I? She inquired. Chapter 57. Bulma, I'm back. Kakarot. Are you hungry? Vegeta asked, turning his gaze to Goku. Goku nodded vigorously. How did you know I was hungry? Eat him, Vegeta instructed Goku. I've tasted it before. It seemed quite delectable, Goku replied, licking his lips and surveying the surroundings. I'll fetch some firewood. I want to roast it. Go ahead, Vegeta smiled faintly. Goku dashed off eagerly. The wyvern wore a mask of despair. Vegeta ignored him. I offered you a chance, and you squandered it. I won't grant you a quick death now. You dared to threaten my girlfriend. I will consume you. Are you all right, Bulma? Vegeta asked softly, examining her from head to toe. The little girl he once knew had blossomed into a young woman. Indeed, 16-year-old Bulma was more captivating than ever. A distinct fragrance emanated from her, stirring feelings within Vegeta that he found difficult to suppress. Is it truly you, Vegeta? Am I not mistaken? Bulma felt as though she were in a dream, rubbing her eyes once more. Please, spare me. I shall not dare again, pleaded the pterosaur. It is I, Bulma, who has returned, she declared. Vegeta nodded, a beam of light flickering in his hand. With a swift motion, he pierced the pterosaur's mouth, rendering it speechless. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, much to Vegeta's amusement. How could it possibly be you, Vegeta? 12 years have passed, and you haven't grown an inch, Bulma remarked. Astonished. Our Saiyan physiology is rather unique. We maintain the appearance of youth for an extended period. Once that phase ends, we grow in an instant, Vegeta elucidated. Is that so? Bulma gazed at him with skepticism. Will you really grow in an instant? Certain things can indeed grow in an instant, Vegeta added cryptically. What could be so extraordinary? Bulma inquired, taken aback. I shall show you in due time, Vegeta promised with a smile. By the way, was that little Goku one of your kin? I heard you call him Kakarot, Bulma questioned. Indeed, he is my kin. His true name is Kakarot. Vegeta confirmed with a nod. Just then, little Goku returned, clutching a large bundle of firewood. Let us feast on roasted pterosaur, he exclaimed, skillfully arranging the wood. The pterosaur's eyes were filled with endless despair. Bulma, did you bring fire? Goku asked eagerly. I did, Bulma nodded, moving to retrieve her lighter. There's no need for such trouble, Vegeta said, waving his hand lightly, igniting the firewood instantly. Wow, Vegeta, is that magic? Can you teach me? Goku's eyes widened with anticipation. I shall teach you gradually. It's not difficult, Vegeta replied with a smile. Also, teach me that skill of flying. Goku added eagerly. Agreed. But first, let us feast on this pterosaur, Vegeta declared. Yes, we're going to enjoy dragon meat. Goku nodded enthusiastically. He then produced a long stick and impaled it into the pterosaur. Ouch! The pterosaur cried in agony. My apologies. Bear with it, Goku chuckled. At this juncture, Goku was far from benevolent. He lacked guidance. During this period, Goku was primarily focused on eating. Having lived on Bunyan Mountain, he had indulged in many delicacies. And some talking creatures had also fallen prey to him. Later, under Master Roshi's tutelage, he began to appreciate the value of life. Thus, at present, Goku was merely a glutton, a pure and simple gourmand. With a swift motion, Goku withdrew the stick from the pterosaur's mouth, propping it over the flames to commence the roasting. Before long, The aroma of grilled pterosaur filled the air. It had been roasted alive. Vegeta and Goku savored a delightful feast, while Bulma hesitated to partake. After finishing the pterosaur, the sky gradually darkened. "Let us sleep outdoors tonight," suggested Goku. "I think that's a good idea." Vegeta nodded in agreement. "What are you joking about? My body is so frail. How could I possibly sleep outside?" Bulma scoffed, taking out a capsule from her small bag. "What I mean is, let Goku sleep outside by himself while I stay inside with you." Vegeta chuckled. Bulma approached Vegeta quietly. "Isn't that inappropriate? Those who don't know might think we are bullying a child," she whispered. "He is not a child anymore. He is already 12 this year." Vegeta replied. "Really? 12? Bulma looked astonished at Goku and asked, "Goku, are you really 12 this year?" Goku counted on his fingers carefully, shaking his head. "I'm 14. 14. Bulma wiped her sweat, realizing that indeed scions grow slowly. "Vegeta, you're 17 this year, right?" "Yes," Vegeta nodded, then turned to Goku, saying, 11 comes before 12, not 14. "Oh, then I'm 12, Goku suddenly enlightened. "It doesn't matter." Vegeta shook his head and patted Goku's shoulder. "Kakarot, you must remember one thing. There is a distinction between boys and girls. A girl like Bulma, of her age, should not have any intimate contact with you. That would be impolite." "I see," Goku nodded. "But I'm different, because I'm her boyfriend, and boyfriends can have intimate contact with their girlfriends," Vegeta added. Chapter 58. I can't defeat her father. Goku seemed to grasp the concept. "You will have a girlfriend in the future. An intimate contact between you will be quite normal." Vegeta explained further about relationships. With this understanding, Goku became much more respectful towards Bulma, refraining from any inappropriate actions. "Boyfriends can eat," Goku remarked to Bulma. Bulma silently wiped her sweat beside him. "How come you remember that phrase? The concept of boyfriends eating is too profound for you." "I will explain more later," Vegeta clarified. "So what should you do tonight?" "I should sleep outside, and you and Bulma should sleep together. Is that the idea?" Goku asked. "Yes, what a good child." Vegeta nodded with satisfaction. "All right, I know what to do." Goku promptly found a patch of grass and lay down. Bulma tossed the capsule away. Conjuring up a house. Vegeta naturally entered the house. Bulma quickly followed, feeling her heart race. Could it be that tonight she would do something with Vegeta? "Vegeta, is it appropriate for us to leave Goku outside?" Bulma inquired. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. He will gradually get used to it." Vegeta smiled, sinking into the sofa. "Should we take a shower first?" Bulma asked, blushing. "What are you thinking?" Vegeta was taken aback. "I'm not thinking anything." Bulma shook her head vigorously. "How dreadful. How could I be so forward? Shouldn't it be the boys who take the initiative in such matters?" "Not tonight. Perhaps later when I'm older," Vegeta said. A hint of disappointment in his voice. "Can't you see I'm still just a child? My body hasn't matured yet. I fear you might be disappointed if we were to be together now. Let us wait until I grow up a bit more. Please don't be so blunt." Bulma hurriedly replied. "It's merely a matter of time." Vegeta smiled reassuringly. "Let us change the subject," Bulma quickly suggested. "What have you been up to all these years?" "I've been diligently training," Vegeta responded. "Training with that blue sprite named Babidi?" Bulma asked, her expression darkening. "No, not her. I eventually parted ways with her due to certain circumstances," Vegeta clarified. "Really?" Bulma sighed in relief. "Indeed," Vegeta nodded. "She intended to take me to the 6th universe for training, but due to various reasons, she left me in a void." "What? You've been training in that void all these years? How did you survive?" Bulma asked, concern etched on her face. "Babidi is rather principled. She sent her sister to fetch me," Vegeta added. "Sister?" Bulma blinked in surprise. "Yes, another blue sprite," Vegeta confirmed. Bulma suddenly had an uneasy feeling. Afterward, "I accompanied her sister to the 10th universe, where I continued my training until now," Vegeta stated candidly. "Is her sister beautiful?" Bulma inquired, clearly interested in that detail. "She is quite fair," Vegeta replied, nodding earnestly. "Hey, you're drooling," Bulma remarked, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Vegeta wiped his mouth and, in a casual motion, rubbed against Bulma. "How could I possibly have such a shameless boyfriend?" Bulma exclaimed, on the brink of tears. "You must have done something inappropriate with that blue sprite-ass sister." "I assure you, I have not. I can guarantee that." Vegeta raised his hand in promise. "Really?" Bulma said, still skeptical. "Absolutely," Vegeta affirmed once more. "This doesn't seem like your usual behavior," Bulma observed, her gaze scrutinizing. "There is nothing to doubt." "I cannot defeat her," Vegeta replied. Bulma fell silent. "You didn't do anything inappropriate because you couldn't defeat her? What if you could?" Bulma pressed further. "That wouldn't change anything." Vegeta shook his head. Bulma paused, puzzled. "Why would it be different if you could defeat her?" "Because I cannot defeat her father," Vegeta added. Bulma held her head, overwhelmed by the conversation. A moment of silence ensued. "Is her father very powerful?" Bulma asked. "Extremely powerful. He is said to be the mightiest god in the universe." Vegeta's expression turned grave. "What? The mightiest god in the universe?" Bulma gasped in astonishment. "Thus, the road ahead is long, and I must continue to train diligently," Vegeta lamented. "Will I ever be strong enough to defeat her father?" Bulma inquired. "What is there to hesitate about? I certainly intend to. You know, with his 3 daughters, Vegeta candidly replied. Bulma huffed. Fine, I won't talk to you anymore. Angered, she retreated to her bedroom and locked the door behind her. Vegeta, however, was in no rush to reconcile with Bulma. His main concern was that his body had yet to mature. If he were to be labeled a weakling, it would indeed be tragic. Why has my body still not grown? At 17, I should have matured by now. Oh well, a little more time won't hurt. There will be ample opportunities in the future. If my growth continues to stall, I shall summon Shinron to expedite my maturation. After all, we are currently on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Once gathered, I can wish for an adult body. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Goku knocked on the door. Vegeta opened it. Good morning. Goku grinned. Kakarot, did you sleep well last night? Vegeta smiled. Quite well, thank you. It's comfortable sleeping outdoors. Goku nodded. What about Bulma? When shall we search for the Dragon Balls? Bulma has just risen. Let us wait a moment, Vegeta replied. All right, I will go train. Goku said, before asking, Vegeta, would you like to train together? No, this type of training is not suitable for me, Vegeta chuckled. Very well, I shall train alone then. Goku dashed off. With a thud, Goku lifted a large boulder and crushed it effortlessly. Chapter 59. Is Master Roshi still alive? Suddenly, as Goku approached another stone to exert his strength, an enormous sea turtle unexpectedly stood up, startling him. The turtle was equally surprised. You nearly gave me a heart attack. It exclaimed, wiping its brow. Hello, great turtle. Goku waved at the creature. The turtle replied, Ahem, young one, I am a sea turtle, not a land turtle. After speaking, the turtle noticed the tail behind Goku, which filled it with a sense of foreboding. Why does this little one have a tail? Just like that fellow named Vegeta. Is it fashionable for children to have tails nowadays? As the turtle pondered this, it suddenly recognized a familiar figure. Rubbing its eyes, it exclaimed, Isn't that the little brat Vegeta? Could it truly be him? It had been 12 years. Surely he would have grown taller. Old turtle. It's good to see you again. Vegeta greeted with a smile. The turtle trembled. It really is you, Vegeta? By the way, is that old coot Master Roshi still alive? Vegeta asked with a grin. Fortunately, he survived after drinking the super divine water, the turtle replied, wiping its brow. He is quite resilient. Vegeta nodded, and the turtle fell silent. This fellow is nothing but a scoundrel. He actually made Master Wutian drink that highly toxic super divine water. As a result, Master Wutian slept for 7 days and nights before finally awakening. Fortunately, he pulled through. Otherwise, he might have truly succumbed to the poison. How did you end up here? Vegeta inquired of the turtle. I departed from my companions in search of pine mushrooms, lost my way, and have been searching for the ocean for a year. The turtle lamented, tears streaming down its face. Oh, Sun Wukong nodded sympathetically. You took a wrong turn. The ocean is that way. Allow me to return you, Vegeta suggested. The turtle responded, could I not walk back myself? It spoke, a hint of fear in its voice. That kick you gave me still haunts me to this day. You truly are shameless to consider tossing me again. It should take you about 130 kilometers to reach the ocean again, Vegeta remarked, soaring into the sky for a better view before landing. What, 130 kilometers? The turtle gasped. How long will it take me to crawl back to the ocean? Shall I just toss you back then? Vegeta chuckled. It would be so convenient. No, I can crawl back on my own. The turtle hastily turned and scurried away at an astonishing speed. Kakarot, whoever claimed that turtles are slow? Vegeta laughed, addressing little Wukong. Not me, little Wukong replied. At that moment, Bulma finally finished tidying up, transforming the house back into a capsule, and emerged looking presentable. What just happened? I heard you talking to someone, Bulma asked. Nothing much, just a turtle, little Wukong replied. A turtle? Have animals become sentient now? Even turtles can speak, Bulma marveled. But enough of that, let us search for the Dragon Balls. We should explore over there. As she spoke, she pointed southward. The turtle crawled in that direction. Little Wukong noted. Bulma did not respond. By the way, Bulma, wasn't your wish supposed to be about finding Vegeta? Since he has returned, what more do you wish for? Little Wukong asked curiously. I want an endless supply of strawberries, is that not enough? Bulma huffed indignantly. Little Wukong looked perplexed. Hey, Vegeta, Bulma seems quite upset today. He whispered to Vegeta. Girls have those days. So be cautious in the coming days. Do not provoke her, Vegeta advised quietly. Why do they always have those days? Little Wukong asked, confused. You wouldn't understand. Explaining it is too complicated. It involves human anatomy, and I will tell you later, Vegeta replied. It does sound quite complex. Little Wukong scratched his head. Humph. Bulma huffed at Vegeta again, tossing out a capsule. The capsule instantly transformed into a car. It has been a while since I drove. My driving skills are excellent, Vegeta declared as he took his seat in the driver's area. Humph. Bulma pouted, visibly displeased. Last night, I was so furious, and Vegeta? You didn't even try to console me. Vegeta, I find you insufferable. Everyone, buckle up. I'm about to drive. Vegeta slammed the accelerator. Slow down. This car has been modified by my father, and it's incredibly fast, Bulma cautioned. Bulma, I simply adore driving, especially all sorts of vehicles, Vegeta grinned. Spare me. Bulma retorted. I'm starting it now? Vegeta pressed the gas pedal to the floor. Boom. The engine exploded. The car billowed thick smoke. Bulma. Goku. Vegeta. Cough, cough. Your car isn't sturdy enough. Vegeta was at a loss for words. Vegeta, I detest you. Bulma exclaimed angrily. Kakarot. Now you understand why girls are so easily angered? Vegeta turned to Goku. Goku, choked by the smoke, coughed incessantly. Thankfully, Bulma still had a capsule. She tossed out another car capsule. I'll drive. Bulma huffed, taking the driver's seat. Vegeta settled in the passenger seat, while Goku sat in the back. The car headed south. As they drove, hey, isn't that a giant turtle? It's moving rather quickly. Goku pointed at the sea turtle appearing ahead. Let us greet it, Vegeta suggested. All right. Goku nodded, rolled down the window, and waved at the turtle. The turtle. Goodbye, big turtle, Goku called. The turtle thought, why don't you give me a ride? Isn't this perfectly along your route? Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the seaside. According to the radar, the Dragon Balls seemed to be located in the deep sea. Bulma scrutinized the Dragon Ball radar and enlarged the map. Oh, there's a small island here. Got it. I'm off to retrieve the Dragon Balls, Vegeta declared, taking to the skies. Chapter 60, I do not wish to take disciples. Whoosh. Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, and, in an instant, landed on Master Roshi's small island. Master Roshi was sunbathing on the island, looking utterly disenchanted. Upon seeing Vegeta descend, he adjusted his sunglasses. Is that really you, Vegeta? Master Roshi blinked in astonishment. Old man, you're still alive? Vegeta greeted him. Master Roshi, are you still drinking that Super God water? I've saved up a bottle. Vegeta, holding up the bottle of Super God water, waved it in front of Master Roshi's eyes. Master Roshi jumped in surprise and vigorously shook his head. By the way, what day is it today? Why aren't you inside watching television? Isn't there a program today? Vegeta inquired curiously. You have the nerve to ask. Master Roshi huffed, puffing out his cheeks. Since the last time I drank your Super God water, I feel like I haven't been myself. I haven't had any peculiar thoughts for a long time. Are you saying you've become impotent? Vegeta chuckled. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Master Roshi replied irritably. I have consumed copious amounts of super divine water without any adverse effects. Why then do you appear so weakened? Vegeta inquired, shaking his head. Old man, your constitution simply cannot withstand it. The turtle hermit fell silent, feeling an overwhelming sense of heartache. And concerning your frailty, you ought to consult Korin. Vegeta remarked with a smile, for after all, the super divine water was indeed his creation. The turtle hermit chose to remain mute. Dare I even cast blame upon Korin? I cannot possibly contend with that feline. He sighed. Now, I shan't waste any more words with you. I am in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, yes. The very ones adorning your neck, Vegeta declared, pointing at the Dragon Ball hanging from the old man's neck. What is this? The turtle hermit asked, momentarily taken aback. That is the Dragon Ball, Vegeta replied. I lost it several years ago, but recently recovered it while frolicking by the sea. What do you require it for? The turtle hermit huffed. It is undoubtedly of use. Hand it over, Vegeta stated, lacking any pretense of politeness, and beckoned with his finger towards the Dragon Ball around the turtle hermit's neck. With a resounding pop, the Dragon Ball detached from the turtle hermit's neck and soared directly into Vegeta's hand. Splendid, splendid, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Did I ever promise it to you? You have outright stolen it, protested the turtle hermit. By the way, I have found a disciple for you. Once I complete my quest for the Dragon Balls, you shall mentor him, Vegeta added, suddenly recalling something as he turned back to the turtle hermit. I have no desire to take on a disciple. The turtle hermit vehemently shook his head. Do not speak so. Allow me to introduce you to him, Vegeta insisted, stepping forth to grasp the turtle hermit's shell and soaring into the air. You rascal. I have no intention of taking on a student. Ever since consuming the super divine water, I have suffered from its after effects. I find myself devoid of interest in women. And you expect me to take on a disciple? My sole source of joy has vanished. Whoosh. Vegeta soon arrived at the side of Goku and Bulma, carrying the turtle hermit with him. An unusual old gentleman has arrived. Bulma noted, somewhat taken aback. Hello. Goku waved cheerfully at the turtle hermit. The turtle hermit's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at Goku. This boy also bears a tail. Is Vegeta suggesting that I accept him as my disciple? Thud. Vegeta landed with the turtle hermit. I trust you have observed and deduced. This is the disciple you are about to accept, Vegeta proclaimed with a smile, gesturing towards Goku. The turtle hermit, hands clasped behind his back, tearfully acquiesced. Disciple? Master? Goku remained in a state of bewilderment. Kakarot, once we gather the Dragon Balls, you will come and learn martial arts from this old fellow, Vegeta proposed. Ensure you put forth your utmost effort. Will following him enable me to defeat you? Goku asked, his excitement palpable. Do not make me your benchmark, otherwise despair will surely ensue, Vegeta chuckled. Goku blinked in confusion. Bam! Vegeta playfully kicked the turtle hermit. Why did you kick me? Have I not already tacitly accepted him as my disciple? What more do you wish of me? The turtle hermit exclaimed. Oh, that girl is rather beautiful, he added, his attention shifting. However, I find myself utterly disinterested. What a shame. Kakarot, you must perform the customary bow of respect, Vegeta instructed the young Goku, urging him to kneel and pay homage. Ahem, there's no need for such formality, Master Roshi quickly interjected with a wave of his hand. Then let it be. Vegeta acquiesced with a nod. As young Goku prepared to kneel, he paused, uncertain of how to proceed upon hearing Vegeta's words. Vegeta, should I still bow? He inquired. No need. Your master has stated that such courtesy is unnecessary, Vegeta replied with a smile. Well, I won't be too formal then, Goku said, grinning widely. Master Roshi appeared to be at a loss for words. Old man, you see, your disciple has already bowed to you. You ought to offer him a token of greeting in return, Vegeta remarked with a chuckle. Master Roshi responded, did he actually bow? And this Kakarot fellow is rather unlikable. If Vegeta says you need not bow, then you need not, Vegeta asserted. Who is truly your master here? Hurry up, I'm quite busy, he added with a hint of impatience. As the greatest deity in the universe, you should feel privileged to have my attention while I indulge a mere human. Master Roshi wore a bewildered expression. You are the greatest deity in the universe? What are you talking about? I am the god of martial arts. The same one who nearly perished from drinking that super divine water last time. I barely survived, and I was left feeling drained. Sighing, he thought, never mind. I cannot defeat Vegeta. I shall simply grant his wish. Come forth, immortal bird. Master Roshi called out loudly. However, nothing appeared. Goku looked utterly baffled. Nothing is coming. Bulma remarked. Ah, I remember. That immortal bird seems to have succumbed to food poisoning, Master Roshi mumbled. Bulma replied. Can an immortal bird truly die? Wiping the sweat from her brow. The reason it is called an immortal bird is in the hope that its life may endure eternally, Master Roshi reflected. Oh well, let's try something else. With that, Master Roshi waved his hand once more. Come forth, flying Nimbus. Whoosh. A golden cloud swiftly approached from a distance, hovering gracefully beside Master Roshi. It's a golden cloud. The golden cloud is here, Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. This is the flying Nimbus, Master Roshi explained. I believe Vegeta has encountered such a thing before. There are many at Korin Tower, and I obtained this one from Master Karen. Chapter 61, Vegeta's Angelic Power. How do you eat it? Goku asked, smacking his lips. Such a precious cloud cannot be consumed, Master Roshi said with a scowl. You can sit atop the flying Nimbus and travel wherever you desire. Can it fly into the sky? Goku asked eagerly. Of course, Master Roshi replied with a smile. But only those with pure hearts can ride the Nimbus. Only good children are permitted to do so. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Master Roshi leaped gracefully onto the flying Nimbus. You see, it is done like this, he stated. Vegeta regarded Master Roshi with surprise. This old man can actually ride the Nimbus. I see now. In the original work, the reason Master Roshi could not ride the flying Nimbus was due to his improper thoughts upon meeting Bulma. Furthermore, Master Roshi has always been somewhat lecherous. However, after drinking the ultra-divine water, he has essentially lost his masculine abilities, rendering him much more docile. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for him to be able to ride the Nimbus now. With a sudden leap, Master Roshi bounded down from the Nimbus. Little one, if you can ride it, the Nimbus will be yours, he proclaimed with a smug expression. That wicked little brat Vegeta would undoubtedly be incapable of riding it. Thus, this long-tailed little rascal would surely fail as well. Besides, this child cannot fly and cannot cheat. I'll give it a try, young Goku said, and effortlessly leaped onto the Nimbus. Master Roshi's eyes widened in astonishment. This child is remarkable. At the very least, he is better than Vegeta, he mused, though regrettably. My Nimbus is now in jeopardy. Let us go. Young Goku called to the Nimbus. With a whoosh, the Nimbus somersaulted through the air, and young Goku danced with joy. Master Roshi felt a pang of frustration. It was truly infuriating. Vegeta, have you found the Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired, turning to him. I have, Vegeta replied, handing the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Wonderful. This is the 4th Dragon Ball. We only need 3 more to complete the set. Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Young Goku soared through the air, and soon, he spotted a large sea turtle moving swiftly below. He descended rapidly, appearing above the turtle. Hello, big turtle. He waved. The turtle's eyes widened. Isn't that Master Roshi's Nimbus? Hey, you're moving quite fast, young Goku remarked. Is that Nimbus Master Roshi's? The turtle asked. It's mine, young Goku corrected him. I meant to say, it was given to you by Master Roshi, right? The turtle hurriedly clarified. No, it was given to me by Master Roshi. Young Goku shook his head. I want to say more. I have things to do. Nimbus. With that, the Nimbus sped away. The turtle was left bewildered in the wind. Don't you know that Master Roshi is the same as the old turtle teacher? This little brat is truly annoying. Just as unlikable as Vegeta. Young Goku quickly flew back. Can I leave now? Master Roshi asked Vegeta. Go on, Vegeta nodded. Master Roshi turned away, his expression one of utter disinterest. Life is indeed a tragedy. Let me take you back, Vegeta mused. Very well, Master Roshi replied, glancing at the vast ocean before him. Nodding slightly. If no one takes me back, I would have to swim myself. Without further ado, Vegeta grasped Master Roshi's shell and took to the skies. In no time, Vegeta had returned Master Roshi to his small island. Vegeta, what are you collecting those magical orbs for? The turtle sage, filled with curiosity, inquired. It is said that gathering all 7 can grant any wish. Vegeta smiled and replied, what? It can fulfill any wish? Could it restore my former masculine glory? The turtle sage's eyes brightened, and he asked, somewhat excitedly, shall I administer treatment? Vegeta responded, I shall treat you. You? Treat me? The turtle sage was taken aback. Casting a doubtful glance at Vegeta, it should pose no significant issue. Vegeta reassured him with a grin. Let us give it a try. With a swift motion, Vegeta raised his right hand. Instantly, a brilliant point of light, reminiscent of stars, coalesced in his palm. However, this luminous orb appeared somewhat murky. Lacking the purity of the divine powers emitted by Kakarot and Bardock, it was as if shrouded in a veil of mist. What is this substance? The turtle sage exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Come, give it a try. I sense no problem, Vegeta encouraged with a broad smile. What do you mean by sense no problem? Do you take me for a guinea pig? The turtle sage wiped his brow in anxiety. With a decisive gesture, Vegeta pointed directly at the turtle sage. The radiant point of light swiftly entered his body, causing him to shiver momentarily. A minute passed. Vegeta led the turtle sage to the living room and switched on the television, which displayed a delightful program featuring a dancer. The turtle sage rubbed his eyes vigorously, nearly drooling in excitement. He exclaimed, overwhelmed. So does this mean I am healed? It worked. This indeed possesses healing capabilities. Vegeta chuckled. You didn't know this was a healing technique? The turtle sage questioned, wiping his brow again. I had no idea, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. The turtle sage fell silent, contemplating. Aren't you afraid of rendering me incapacitated? He asked with a wry smile. What do I have to fear? The one who should be concerned is you. Vegeta replied with a smirk. This is too much. The turtle sage lamented, caught between laughter and despair. If you think I am excessive, I could easily revert you to your previous state, Vegeta taunted, shaking a bottle of divine water. The turtle sage hastily covered his mouth, refraining from uttering another word. I shall take my leave. Take care, Vegeta declared before soaring into the sky, breaking through the roof of the turtle sage's home. Are you merely here to wreak havoc? The turtle sage murmured. Vegeta soon returned to Bulma's side. Bulma, let us depart, he beckoned. Vegeta, that old man mentioned you know the great Kakarot, who possesses many golden clouds. Could you ask him to send one my way? Bulma inquired. You wouldn't fit, Vegeta responded. What nonsense. How could I not fit on such a thing? Look at me. So adorable, so beautiful, so gentle and virtuous. Bulma huffed. Chapter 62, The First Super Dragon Ball. While her beauty and charm are indisputable, the descriptors of gentleness and virtue seem somewhat misplaced, Vegeta thought, shaking his head. What do you mean by that? Bulma glared at him. Immediately, Bulma waved at Goku. Goku, come down first. I want to show Vegeta if I can sit on it. Bulma huffed. Goku leapt down from the flying Nimbus. Bulma dashed toward the Nimbus. With a whoosh, Bulma's body penetrated the Nimbus and tumbled down, making intimate contact with the ground. Why can't I sit on the Nimbus? Is being pretty a crime? Bulma sobbed. In the vastness of space, Kess and Ramsey finally located the first Super Dragon Ball. Is it really this large? Ramsey inquired, astonished at the Dragon Ball, which was as big as a planet. Indeed, it is quite large, Kess nodded. It contains 2 stars. Ramsey glanced at the Super Dragon Ball. This is the 2-star Dragon Ball, Kess replied. Let us transport this Super Dragon Ball to the center of Universe 7, Ramsey suggested. All right, Lord Ramsey, Kess agreed without objection. With a flick of her staff, Kess directed it at the Super Dragon Ball. An invisible angelic force swiftly enveloped the Dragon Ball. Let us go, Lord Ramsey, Kess said. Let us, Ramsey nodded. Kess, pulling the Super Dragon Ball, moved rapidly, while Ramsey walked alongside her. On their journey, Ramsey asked, by the way, that fellow Beerus hasn't he awakened yet, has he? Not yet, Kess replied. That's good. It would be quite troublesome if he wakes up. Ramsey grumbled. Then added, but where did Vegeta learn about the Super Dragon Balls? He must have heard it from Bardock or Lord Kampa, Kess speculated. That's possible, Ramsey nodded. Things are manageable here in Universe 7 with Beerus asleep. However, we must be cautious in Universe 6 to avoid alerting Kampa. Moreover, Bardock and Lord Kampa are still unaware that we intercepted Vegeta from Universe 6. Kess lowered her voice. They likely think that Vegeta has been destroyed by you. I almost forgot about that. So much time has passed, Ramsey remarked, tapping his head. In any case, let us be careful and secretly transport the Dragon Balls from Universe 6 to Universe 7. Kess smiled, confident that even Bardock could not monitor the Super Dragon Balls constantly. Let us first gather the Dragon Balls from Universe 7, Ramsey proposed. All right, Lord Ramsey, Kess replied. The two sped toward the center of the universe with the Super Dragon Ball. For Kess estimated that collecting them all at the center of Universe 7 would be comparatively easier. Meanwhile, on Frisia's spaceship, Frisia sat in the cockpit, gazing at the distant starry sky. Suddenly, he noticed a golden light swiftly approaching from afar. Frieza spotted the glimmering light in the distance. Doria and Biliblu behind him were equally astonished. The three of them exchanged wide-eyed glances. Was that a star? A golden star? Doria exclaimed, marveling at the sight for the first time. Biliblu's eyes were also wide with wonder. Frieza remained silent, the shock in his eyes beyond verbal expression. Let us approach, Doria suggested. My lord Frieza, shall we go take a look? Biliblu inquired. There are countless peculiarities in the universe, a golden star soaring through the cosmos. Is it not strange? Frieza scoffed. It is likely that this star has strayed from its original domain, appearing in this region. Biliblu speculated. It does not feel like a star. It seems devoid of heat, Frieza remarked, shaking his head. My lord. It appears there are two red pentagrams at the center of that celestial body, Doria gasped. What on earth could that be? Biliblu was equally baffled. Frieza too displayed a look of confusion. My lord Frieza, should we investigate further? Biliblu asked once more. Curiosity killed the cat. Frieza hesitated, ultimately deciding against approaching. The Super Dragon Ball was simply too immense. Frieza and his companions focused solely on the Super Dragon Ball, oblivious to Kess and Ramsey, who were transporting it away. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, Kess spoke to Ramsey. We shall soon reach the center of the universe. That brat Vegeta sent us to find the Dragon Balls while he enjoys a feast on some planet. Ramsey expressed his displeasure. Lord Ramsey. Think back to the events of a millennium ago, Kess smiled. Humph. It is precisely because of that thought that I agreed to search for the Super Dragon Balls. Ramsey huffed. The two left a trail of golden light across the starry sky. On Earth, during their ensuing journey, Vegeta, accompanied by Bulma and Goku, encountered Oolong once again. Vegeta, lacking any courtesy, promptly delivered a beating that left Oolong battered and bruised. What have I done? Oolong protested. I am warning you because I wish to make it clear that Bulma is my girlfriend. If you dare entertain any improper thoughts about her, I shall turn you into a roasted pig, Vegeta threatened, stepping on Oolong's face. I fancy roast pig, Goku chimed in, brandishing a knife and fork. Licking his lips at Oolong. Oolong trembled in fear. From Oolong, Vegeta and his companions secured another Dragon Ball. Shortly thereafter, they ventured into a desolate desert. Just as they entered, Lu Ping, riding a motorcycle with Pure, sped towards them. Who are you? Goku asked, momentarily taken aback, sensing an ominous premonition. Oolong's expression shifted slightly. Vegeta, hands in pockets, cast a glance at Lu Ping. Bulma, feeling a bit frightened, hid behind Vegeta. The bandit appeared rather intimidating. Chapter 63. The standard recline of Lepin. I am a hyena who calls the wilderness my home, and my name is Lepin. Thus, Lepin introduced himself. I am Purr. Purr chuckled proudly beside Lepin. You little brats are no match for me. If you wish to leave this desert alive, surrender your money and capsules at once. Lepin huffed, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Vegeta and the others. Purr, are you that weeping little Purr? Oolong recognized him. Oolong, you are Oolong? Purr's expression shifted slightly. Do you know that pig? Lepin inquired, turning his head. Yes, he is the one who often bullied me at the kindergarten in the south, Purr nodded. He had been expelled for stealing the female teacher's underwear. Oolong, you are truly detestable. You only know how to bring up people's shortcomings. Oolong retorted angrily. Enough of this. Hand over your money and capsules now, Lepin huffed again. Hey, Vegeta, aren't you supposed to be powerful? Deal with him quickly. Oolong urged Vegeta. Let me handle this, suggested Goku. Why bother? Vegeta said dismissively, waving his tail through the air. In an instant, an invisible energy enveloped Lepin. Ah! Lepin screamed, hurtling backward. Upon hitting the ground, his head tilted, and he promptly lost consciousness, adopting the trademark recline of Lepin. Lepin! Purr exclaimed in shock, rushing forward in haste. Allow me to administer some super divine water, Vegeta said, dripping a drop of the water onto his hand before gently pointing it at Lepin. With a splatter, the super divine water surged into Lepin's body. He immediately turned a shade of deep purple, indicating severe poisoning. Whether he would survive now depended on his luck, Vegeta grinned. At last, all those who coveted Bulma had been dealt with. Now, they could enjoy a period of repose. Oolong stood by, utterly astonished. Is this fellow named Vegeta truly that formidable? I never imagined he could best Lepin so easily. Purr, weeping, transformed into a blanket to carry Lepin back for recovery. As for Lepin's chances of survival, that was no longer Vegeta's concern. If you survive, consider it a stroke of fate. Perhaps, even if you do survive, you might end up like Master Roshi, turning feeble. That would indeed simplify matters. Thus, Vegeta and his companions continued their journey, seeking the next Dragon Ball. Along the way, they traversed places such as Flame Mountain. Notably, the flames there posed no challenge for Vegeta, who leaped directly into the fire to retrieve the Dragon Ball. Naturally, Goku also experienced his first encounter with Chi-Chi. 6 days passed. Vegeta and his team easily defeated the Pilaf trio and finally located the last Dragon Ball. All 7 Dragon Balls were gathered. We've finally done it. Bulma exclaimed with immense excitement. Vegeta replied, shall we wish for a larger body? No. We should consult the Eternal Dragon first. in the vastness of space. In the central region of the 7th universe, after 7 days of diligent gathering, Kess and Ramsey had finally assembled the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Now, these magnificent orbs radiated a golden light, transforming the surrounding cosmos into a resplendent hue of gold. At last, they were united, and thankfully, that fool Kampa remained oblivious to their actions. Ramsey exhaled a sigh of relief. Just a few days prior, Kess and Ramsey had stealthily retrieved 3 Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe, all without Kampa's notice. This sense of accomplishment filled Ramsey with pride. You absolute fool, Kampa. I have pilfered the Super Dragon Balls from your universe, and you remain completely unaware. Indeed, Kess nodded in agreement. That fellow Beerus has yet to awaken, correct? Ramsey chuckled. Yes, he is still fast asleep, Kess replied. Excellent. Our fortune continues to shine brightly. Ramsey laughed heartily. Indeed, Kess smiled. Let us hasten to summon Vegeta. Ramsey beckoned to Kess, eager to fulfill their wish so they could return to the 10th universe. Very well, Kess affirmed, promptly using her staff to call upon Vegeta. On Earth, the 7 Dragon Balls lay arranged upon the ground. Dragon, arise. Grant us our wish. Vegeta bellowed at the 7 orbs. With a resounding clap, the Dragon Balls erupted in a brilliant golden glow. The intertwining beams of light coalesced into a dazzling column that soared into the night sky, drawing attention with its brilliance. Golden lightning cascaded from above, enveloping the radiant column. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Goku, Bulma, Oolong, and the others stood in awe. In the next instant, the golden column transformed into a colossal azure dragon, winding through the starry sky and releasing a powerful roar. Goku and Bulma were momentarily struck dumb. This is the dragon. Speak your wish, and I shall endeavor to fulfill it, the dragon's voice resonated. However, upon uttering these words, the dragon's gaze fell upon the figure of Vegeta below. Is that you? The dragon's expression shifted slightly. What brings you here again? Did I not grant you an immortality wish last time? We meet again. Vegeta replied with a slight smile. Cough, cough. Are you here to upgrade your previous wish? The dragon inquired. Can you even upgrade? It sounds as if you possess such capabilities, Vegeta retorted. The dragon felt a pang of disappointment. State your wish, it urged. Dragon, I desire an endless supply of food. Bulma began, but before she could finish, Vegeta swiftly stepped forward, encircling her from behind and covering her mouth with his hand. Wait, Bulma. Do not rush to make your wish. I have a question for the dragon, Vegeta said. Ask away, the dragon responded. Dragon, I would like to inquire, Vegeta began. However, before Vegeta could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a vibration emanating from his body. Please hold on a moment. Vegeta called out to the eternal dragon. The dragon replied. If you have questions, feel free to ask. How dare you ask me to wait? Is this how you exhibit courtesy? Vegeta retrieved the communicator that Krillin had gifted him and pressed the button. Mr. Vegeta, the Super Dragon Balls have been gathered. Would you like to come over? Or shall we make the wish directly? Krillin inquired. Chapter 64. The Super Dragon Balls are assembled. So soon they have been gathered. How splendid. Vegeta felt a surge of happiness that arrived so unexpectedly. Let us make the wish directly. It would take considerable time for me to come over. Very well. Is it the wish we discussed earlier? Krillin asked again. Indeed, Vegeta affirmed. All right then, please wait a moment. The wish should be realized shortly. After Krillin spoke, he prepared to summon the dragon. Wait a moment. While you're at it, could you also inquire of the dragon why my body hasn't matured yet? Vegeta requested of Krillin. Oh dear, so Mr. Vegeta is concerned about his physical growth? Krillin chuckled. I thought you were indifferent to such matters. Who said I am indifferent? With such a small body, how can I enjoy playful times with my girlfriend in the future? Vegeta huffed. What does your size have to do with playing with a girlfriend? Krillin was taken aback. You shall understand in due time, Vegeta replied. However, if you ask questions, they might be considered wishes, Krillin responded. If they are deemed wishes, let it be so. That is not the crux of the matter, Vegeta stated. Understood, Krillin replied. I shall prepare to begin now. Thank you, Krillin, Vegeta said with a polite tone. At this moment, it was indeed wise to be courteous, as one must acknowledge the distance that separates them. Should he be rude to Krillin now, he might find himself without a wish granted, with no recourse for complaint. The dragon, puzzled, looked on. Wishes? Are there individuals making wishes elsewhere? A wish for Vegeta? What is the situation here? The dragon was genuinely curious. Not only was the dragon intrigued, but Bulma, Goku, and Oolong also cast puzzled glances at Vegeta. Why is there someone wishing for Vegeta? Are there multiple eternal dragons? Vegeta. Who was that person just now? Their voice was quite pleasant, Bulma asked with a hint of jealousy. That would be Krillin's sister, Kess, Vegeta replied candidly. The sister of that little blue sprite, Bulma remarked with a huff. Isn't she also blue-skinned? Indeed, Vegeta nodded. Humph, I cannot fathom your taste in preferring blue skin. Bulma pouted, visibly displeased. Occasionally changing colors brings a sense of novelty, Vegeta grinned. Goku. Oolong, did you understand that? I can't comprehend what Bulma and Vegeta are discussing, Goku queried. Perhaps it is best you remain in ignorance, Oolong replied, unable to continue listening. This fellow named Vegeta is utterly shameless. It seems he has another girlfriend of a different hue out there, who is currently assisting him in his quest for the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desires. Why do I not possess such an obedient girlfriend? Hey, I am still waiting to grant your wishes. What are your desires? The dragon inquired with a frown. Dragon, may I pose a question as a wish? Vegeta asked. What a coincidence. I too have a question for you. Shall we exchange? The dragon replied. Very well, Vegeta acquiesced. Bulma exclaimed, is this how we can play? You may ask first. The dragon stated, I ask you, what is the matter with my height? When will I grow up? Vegeta queried. The Saiyan physiology is rather unique. It maintains a prolonged juvenile stage, particularly among royal Saiyans, allowing them to better disguise themselves, the dragon elucidated. No need for such elaborate explanations. I comprehend your words. Please, get to the point, Vegeta urged. The dragon responded, you will enter adulthood immediately at the age of 18-20. What? No specific time frame. Vegeta scoffed. I apologize. But due to the variance in individual physiology, it is challenging to predict an exact time. This also relates to your own growth. Once your cellular development reaches a certain threshold, you will instantaneously enter adulthood. Forget it, it's not important. Vegeta shook his head. The dragon remarked. If it's not important, why did you inquire so thoroughly? You should take advantage of your juvenile phase to accomplish meaningful endeavors. Vegeta pondered. What if, on the day I reach adulthood, I am with Bulma or Kairatsu or Bardock, and suddenly my body expands? That sounds rather entertaining. Juvenile phase? Bulma echoed in surprise. This is a trait of our Saiyan lineage. I have mentioned it before, Vegeta clarified. We sustain a lengthy juvenile period, as we are a warrior race, allowing for better concealment. Upon reaching a certain age, we will instantly mature into adulthood, and thereafter, we shall remain in that phase for an extended duration, even without aging. How unfair, Bulma shook her head. So when I grow old, you will still be a youthful specimen. Vegeta retorted, youthful specimen? Who are you calling youthful? Your flesh is the real delicacy. Have you completed your inquiries? May I pose my question now? The dragon replied. Go ahead, Vegeta nodded. Is your friend on Namek? Is she also aiding you in your search for the Dragon Balls? The dragon asked. My friend is not on Namek. Vegeta shook his head. To my knowledge, Dragon Balls also exist on Cyril. Is your friend assisting you in your search there? The dragon inquired again. Not at all. Vegeta shook his head once more. Have you finished your questions? Vegeta responded. The dragon seemed disinclined to converse further. I have concluded my inquiries, but did you answer me? Is this how we engage? Do enlighten me. Where exactly is this Dragon Ball? Are you unable to sense it? Are you not the eternal dragon, endowed with omniscience? Vegeta inquired with a hint of curiosity. The eternal dragon felt a pang of frustration. The reason I cannot sense it is that the dragon has yet to appear. Should it manifest, I would indeed be able to perceive its presence, the eternal dragon replied with a scowl. I hold no fondness for that little rascal. The last time I was summoned, I was treated rather rudely. This time is no different. If it weren't for the fact that I cannot defeat you, I would refuse to grant your wish. But alas, even if I cannot best you, I shall still fulfill your desire. Chapter 65. The Eternal Dragon and the Divine Dragon. You shall soon know. That dragon is likely on the verge of being summoned, Vegeta said with a smile. Well then, please commence your performance. The Eternal Dragon retorted. What performance am I to commence? Am I to be astonished by the emergence of a dragon from Namek or Cyril? As if that would be surprising to me. At the center of the universe, 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet, gathered in unison. Kess and Ramzi floated near the Super Dragon Balls. Is this how we make our wish come true? Ramzi inquired. To summon the Divine Dragon, one must invoke it. Only through the Divine Dragon can any wish be realized. Kess replied. The Divine Dragon? How do we summon it? Hurry, let us not create too much noise and alert that fiend Beerus, Ramzi urged. My Lord Ramzi seems rather fearful of Lord Beerus, Kess remarked with a smile. Humph, do you think I fear him? Ramzi scoffed. This is his universe, after all. Engaging in covert actions here feels a tad unscrupulous. I would rather not give him any leverage. Very well, I shall begin the summoning of the Divine Dragon now. Kess responded. As an angel, particularly the eldest of all angels, Kess knew precisely how to summon the Divine Dragon. Arise, Divine Dragon. Grant our wish. I wish to flourish. Kess bellowed towards the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Instantly, a more intense golden radiance shimmered from the Dragon Balls. In the blink of an eye, the very center of the universe was bathed in gold. A colossal golden beam swiftly spread throughout the cosmos. Why do you wish to flourish? Ramzi inquired, intrigued. I know not. It is merely the incantation required to summon the Divine Dragon, Kess replied. What a magnificent spectacle! Ramzi exclaimed in awe. In the next moment, an immense golden dragon materialized before Kess and Ramzi. The Divine Dragon was of such colossal proportions that its vast form seemed boundless, filling the very core of the universe. Golden rays emanated swiftly in all directions. In that moment, the entirety of the 7th universe appeared to be enveloped in gold, rendering countless stars insignificant before the magnificent golden dragon. Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. I can fulfill any desire you may have. The Divine Dragon's voice resounded with authority. Earth, whether it be the dragon of Namek or that of Cyril, the moment they manifest, I shall undoubtedly sense their presence immediately, declared the dragon with unwavering confidence. Just as the words left the dragon's mouth, its expression transformed dramatically. The venerable dragon was taken aback, quivering uncontrollably. Do you now discern which dragon has materialized? Vegeta asked with a grin. You have summoned the venerable dragon. The astonishment is beyond words. The dragon's eyes widened in disbelief, the shock reflected in its gaze. This is truly extraordinary. The venerable one has appeared. In that instant, the dragon forgot its purpose of granting wishes to Vegeta and the others, mainly because they had yet to articulate their desires. What venerable one? Bulma inquired, turning to Vegeta in confusion. In simple terms, the Dragon Balls of Earth were fashioned from fragments of the Super Dragon Balls scavenged by the Namekians, Vegeta succinctly explained. Thus the wishes that can be granted are limited. Limited wishes? Bulma paused. I assumed any wish could be fulfilled. The dragon cast a sidelong glance at Bulma, feeling a tinge of disdain. However, upon realizing that Vegeta's companions had managed to summon the venerable dragon, it began to regard Vegeta with newfound respect. This individual is indeed remarkable. Even the venerable dragon has been summoned by his friends. In the heart of the cosmos, the voice of the dragon resonated. Speak your wish, and I shall fulfill any desire you have. Kiss, do you think if I were to make another wish now, that little brat Vegeta would be infuriated? Ramsey chuckled. There is a possibility, though Ramsey would likely face Vegeta's wrath, Kiss replied. Humph, do you believe I fear that little brat? Ramsey retorted. Are you truly contemplating changing your wish, Ramsey? Kiss inquired. Just musing, but perhaps I should refrain. After all, that little brat helped me secure a millennium. This wish is a reward for him. Ramsey laughed heartily. Now, I shall make my wish, Kiss declared. Go ahead, Ramsey acquiesced. Great dragon, I beseech you to grant Mr. Vegeta true immortality. Kiss articulated the wish. Is the Mr. Vegeta you speak of the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta 4, from the 7th universe? The dragon's voice reverberated. The Prince of the Saiyans from the 7th universe? Kiss pondered briefly. Ramsey, too, was momentarily stunned. He is currently on Earth, having summoned the dragon of that realm. The dragon added. Hey Kiss, what is going on? Ramsey asked curiously. ISNT that little brat from the 6th universe? Oh dear. I too believed he hailed from the 6th universe. Kiss nodded. It turns out he is from the 7th universe. I understand now. It means that Kampa attempted to pilfer from the 7th universe, aiming to steal from their 6th universe, but we intercepted his plans, Ramsey mused, contemplating deeply. It appears to be just that. Kiss lightly tapped her forehead. Wow, the tale grows ever more intriguing. I never anticipated that Vegeta hails from Universe 7, exclaimed Ramsey with a hearty laugh. I too was taken aback, sighed Cress, who had not previously delved into Vegeta's true identity. The revelation from the Eternal Dragon jolted Cress and Ramsey back to reality. So, it is indeed true that Vegeta belongs to Universe 7. This adds a fascinating twist. Oh, revered Eternal Dragon, it is he, Mr. Vegeta? Please grant him the gift of immortality, Cress requested earnestly. Cress, are you absolutely certain? What if we mistakenly grant the wish to the wrong individual? That would indeed be troublesome, Ramsey inquired. It cannot be mistaken. It is undoubtedly him, Cress affirmed confidently. A golden light surged within the Eternal Dragon's eyes. Chapter 66, The True Immortality. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The Eternal Dragon proclaimed before transforming into a radiant burst of golden flames, swiftly dispersing throughout the cosmos. In an instant, tranquility returned to the central region of Universe 7. Cress and Ramsey, gazing at the vanished Super Dragon Balls, fell into a contemplative silence. On Earth, the Eternal Dragon widened his eyes, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Vegeta. The dragon seemed taken aback, Bulma remarked. How could he not be? His ancestors have come forth to fulfill my wish, Vegeta replied with a grin. What wish do you intend to make? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Oh, nothing extravagant, merely a wish for immortality. Vegeta smiled faintly, suddenly turning to glance diagonally behind him. Immortality? Goku exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. It's here. Vegeta exclaimed with a beaming smile. What is here? Bulma asked, puzzled. There's nothing here. Goku scratched his head, surveying the surroundings. I see nothing either. Oolong chimed in, shaking his head. Can you see it? The Eternal Dragon gazed at Vegeta in disbelief. I cannot see it, but I can sense it, Vegeta responded with a smile. At that moment, an intangible divine energy enveloped Vegeta, swiftly enhancing and transforming his body. In an instant, Vegeta underwent a remarkable upgrade, achieving true immortality. He could distinctly feel the extraordinary changes coursing through his being, as if an infinite vitality had awakened within him. I must test what extraordinary changes my body has undergone, Vegeta thought to himself, propelling himself skyward with great speed. Boom. Vegeta's body suddenly erupted into a mist of crimson. Eternal Dragon. Vegeta, what has happened to you? Bulma gasped in horror. Did he just explode? Goku was left in shock. How could he explode out of nowhere? Oolong was utterly dumbfounded. A scene even more astonishing unfolded as the blood mist that was once Vegeta swiftly coalesced together. Snap! In the next moment, Vegeta's form reverted to its original state. Is this the true essence of immortality? A satisfied grin spread across Vegeta's face. The dragon remarked, "Are you attempting immortality? You are quite audacious, aren't you? To experiment with self-detonation, aren't you afraid of the pain?" With a resounding thud, Vegeta descended from the sky, landing beside Bulma, his heart brimming with joy. He had finally achieved true immortality. Just moments ago, he had transformed into a mist of blood. Yet here he was, restored. It was nothing short of exhilarating. The wish he had longed for before his journey had now come to fruition. "Bulma, you desire a strawberry that you can never finish, don't you?" Vegeta inquired. Bulma, still in a daze, responded, "I distinctly saw you explode. How are you unscathed? Bulma, wake up." Vegeta gently tapped her arm. Bulma quickly regained her senses and asked, "What? Hurry and make your wish. The dragon has been waiting for so long." "Indeed. I have been waiting quite a while," the dragon confirmed. "It was truly astonishing to see my progenitor emerge. I wish for a strawberry that I can never finish." "Is that wish feasible?" Bulma eagerly asked. "Certainly, it is quite possible. The concept is simple. The strawberry merely requires the ability to regenerate," the dragon replied, his eyes glimmering with a crimson light. With a flash, a beautifully adorned strawberry fell from the sky. Vegeta beckoned with his finger, and the strawberry box floated into his hands. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell," the dragon declared before transforming into 7 streaks of light, swiftly dispersing across the world. Peace returned to the realm. Vegeta opened the box and took a bite of the strawberry. To his astonishment, the bitten fruit suddenly regrew. "How marvelous." Vegeta nodded in satisfaction and offered the strawberry to Bulma. "What is this? You should let your girlfriend taste the good stuff first," Bulma pouted. "I merely wanted to sample it and see if it was delectable," Vegeta clarified. Bulma, undeterred by the saliva Vegeta had left on the fruit, also took a bite. "Let me have a taste. I want to eat too," Oolong shouted from the side. With a swift kick, Vegeta sent Oolong sprawling. "What are you doing here, you pig? Is this even for you?" After a brief silence, Bulma suddenly felt that her wish paled in comparison to Vegeta's. After all that effort gathering the Dragon Balls, she ended up with just a single strawberry. She regretted not asking for an eternally youthful body instead. "Don't worry, in a year, the Dragon Balls will be revived, and I will grant you a body that remains forever young," Vegeta assured her. "Really?" Bulma looked at Vegeta with anticipation. "Of course. How could my girlfriend ever grow old?" Vegeta stepped forward and grasped Bulma's hand. "While the notion of growing old together holds a certain charm, I find myself more enamored with an everlasting field that remains fertile." "Bulma. Oolong. Little Goku." "Bulma, you understood that in an instant?" Vegeta exclaimed. "Humph, even a pig can understand it." "How could I not?" Bulma huffed. "Oolong, you two continue your conversation. I'll take my leave, if you don't mind." That evening, as the time came to summon the dragon, darkness enveloped the surroundings. In the wild, Oolong was overwhelmed with emotion. "Why should those two have a house while we are left to sleep under the stars?" Oolong gritted his teeth. Vegeta declared that Bulma is his girlfriend, and no other man should come too close to her. Little Goku, however, seemed indifferent and earnestly addressed Oolong. "Are you a pig?" Oolong rolled his eyes in annoyance. "I am not a pig, you are?" Little Goku retorted. Oolong chose to ignore Goku. "Dealing with such a foolish ally leaves me exasperated. Perhaps I shall gaze at the moon instead. The moon is particularly full tonight. It has been ages since I beheld such a splendid sight. If only a girl could accompany me, but alas, my only companion is this pig of an ally, Little Goku." Chapter 67, Transformation. The Golden Great Ape. "Oolong, what are you looking at?" Little Goku inquired with curiosity. "Humph, that's none of your concern," Oolong huffed. "I want to see too." Little Goku tilted his head towards the sky. Upon looking up, he beheld the round moon illuminating the night. "It is the night of the full moon," Little Goku exclaimed. "Do you have an issue with that?" Oolong asked angrily. "Terrifying monsters appear on the night of the full moon," Little Goku stated earnestly. "Stop spouting nonsense," Oolong retorted. "I'm not lying. My grandfather was trampled by that very monster," Little Goku revealed. "Your grandfather was Son Gohan, right? Such a formidable person fell victim to it?" Oolong gazed at Little Goku in astonishment, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Is that monster truly so fearsome?" "Indeed. That creature not only crushed my grandfather, but also flattened our home and the trees we had planted outside," Little Goku continued. "What manner of being could it be?" Oolong felt a wave of fear wash over him. "I was asleep at the time, so I didn't witness it," Little Goku shook his head. "But you just said the monster flattened the house. You are the real fool," Oolong thought to himself, convinced of Little Goku's lack of intellect. "My grandfather often told me that one should not gaze at the full moon. However, I believe it's harmless," Little Goku remarked, tilting his head back to the moon. "Look, I see it again." Oolong suddenly felt a disquieting premonition. Could that monster be this fool? Thud, 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 thud. Suddenly, Oolong heard a sound resembling drumming. "What is that noise?" Oolong inquired with curiosity. It feels as if something is pulsating rapidly. In Vegeta's words, it has a certain rhythm. Little Goku pointed to his heart. Have you developed a heart condition? Oolong questioned. Whoa. Little Goku suddenly let out a loud cry, and his body expanded several times in an instant. In the blink of an eye, little Goku transformed into a formidable black gorilla. Oolong's heart plummeted, his spirit nearly escaping him in sheer terror. Vegeta! Vegeta! Oolong shouted, his voice filled with panic. With a fierce roar, little Goku unleashed a single punch that obliterated a distant mountain peak. Oolong, paralyzed with fear, felt his entire body weaken. With a resounding thud, little Goku seized the mountain, lifting it high above his head and preparing to hurl it at Oolong. The impact was thunderous, as the immense weight of the mountain crushed Oolong beneath it, eliciting cries of pain. Little Goku, pounding his chest in wild triumph, emitted increasingly ferocious roars. Meanwhile, within the confines of their dwelling, Bulma emerged from her bedroom, bewildered by the cacophony. What is happening? It feels as though the very earth has trembled, she exclaimed, glancing at Vegeta. Is it a full moon tonight? Vegeta queried, his expression grave. Yes, it's a full moon. Why do you ask? Bulma replied, puzzled. As Saiyans, we transform into giant apes under the light of a full moon. I suspect little Goku has already undergone this transformation, Vegeta explained. Giant ape? Bulma was taken aback. Let me see. Driven by curiosity, she approached the door and opened it. The moment their eyes met, Bulma's complexion turned pale. She promptly executed a dramatic turn and rushed back to her room, slamming the door shut and leaning against it for support. Vegeta, observing her reaction, commented, you think leaning against the door will suffice? If little Goku steps down, this house will be flattened. He soared through the window, ascending into the sky with grace. With a swift motion, Vegeta raised a hand to block little Goku's descending foot. With an elegant flick of his fingers, Vegeta severed little Goku's tail. In an instant, little Goku's form rapidly diminished, returning to his original state. Vegeta, with a mere touch of his finger, dissipated the mountain that had trapped Oolong into nothingness. Thank you for saving me, Vegeta, Oolong exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. You are a good person, I misjudged you. Now, remove your clothing, Vegeta commanded. What did you say? Oolong stammered, taken aback. Aren't you fond of Bulma? Are you truly not even sparing this pig? Vegeta retorted, enough with the nonsense. Do as I say, or I shall roast you like a suckling pig. A flame ignited at the tip of his finger, further unsettling Oolong. Perhaps I should just comply with him, Oolong thought, realizing Vegeta's peculiar interest in pigs. Swiftly, he stripped off his trousers. Very well. Oolong gritted his teeth, ready to concede. With a swift kick, Vegeta sent Oolong sprawling to the ground. What on earth is going on in that pig's head? Oolong protested. If you want me to lie down, just say so. Must you resort to violence? Vegeta nonchalantly beckoned with his finger, draping Oolong's trousers over little Goku's form. Why does this pig look so obnoxious? Vegeta scoffed, delivering a swift kick that sent Oolong flying. Oolong exclaimed, you should have told me earlier. You could have asked me to dress Goku. Bulma quietly opened the door and stepped outside, her curiosity piqued. Vegeta, where's the great ape? Where did it go? She asked, glancing around. Would you like to see? Vegeta inquired. That would be nice, Bulma murmured. Very well, I'll show you. Vegeta immediately looked up at the full moon. With a sudden clap, he transformed into a massive black great ape. Bulma gasped, while Oolong was utterly terrified. Bulma's face drained of color as she stared. Look, Bulma, isn't it amusing? Vegeta chuckled. Not at all. Change back immediately. Bulma retorted, her voice filled with urgency. I'll see if I can assume another form, Vegeta pondered. With another clap, golden light erupted from his body, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. His hair shone a brilliant gold. Vegeta adjusted his belt, inspecting himself. Even this part has turned golden. What a spectacular sight. Hey, what are you looking at? Bulma wiped her brow. Are you not seeing this? It's golden. Vegeta exclaimed. No. I don't want to see. Bulma shouted frantically. Just saying you don't want to see is sufficient. If you say more, I might think you actually want to look. Vegeta remarked. Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a blooming rose. A moment of silence ensued. Why did you turn golden? Bulma asked, taking a deep breath, bewildered. Vegeta ignored her, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on the distant starry sky. In an instant, his body rapidly shrank and transformed. With a swish, he became Super Saiyan 4. His frame was adorned with red fur, and his pupils gleamed a striking red. Even his tail matched the color. Moreover, he now towered over Bulma by more than 10 centimeters. What is this transformation? Bulma gasped, murmuring, you look incredibly handsome. This change is rather pleasant. Suddenly, it feels as though Bulma has shrunk. Vegeta smiled. You've just grown taller, Bulma huffed. Is that so? Vegeta nodded. Your voice has matured, Bulma remarked. Let me check if this part has matured as well, Vegeta said, playfully lifting his pant leg to take a look. What color is it? Oolong inquired curiously as he approached. Bang! Vegeta swiftly knocked Oolong to the ground with a kick. What business do you have here, you pig? Vegeta grumbled. You're quite fortunate, pig. After enduring my kicks, you're still alive. You've reached the pinnacle of pighood, Vegeta chuckled. It is truly excessive to relentlessly bully the innocent. And Yulong feels like weeping. Bulma, come here, I wish to whisper something to you, Vegeta said. What is it that you wish to tell me? Bulma paused, then obediently approached. Red, Vegeta murmured softly in her ear. Did I inquire about the color? Bulma retorted, her cheeks flushing as she playfully scolded him. Am I presentable in this manner? Vegeta inquired with a smile. I have no desire to speak further, Bulma huffed. If it proves challenging, perhaps endeavor to maintain this form, Vegeta chuckled lightly. Concurrently, Vegeta assessed his energy intensity. Super Saiyan 4, an increase of 3,000 times. Vegeta's fundamental combat power stands at 10 to the power of 43. Thus, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan 4, his strength escalates to 10 to the power of 46. Previously, he had been alarmed by the overwhelming prowess of a foe, who mistakenly claimed that Super Saiyan 3's transformation was equivalent to 10 to the power of 45. In reality, the enhancement in power from Super Saiyan 3 is not so vast. Vegeta triumphed over Jiren primarily due to his already elevated base combat power of 10 to the power of 43. Therefore, once he ascended to Super Saiyan 3, his combat capability surpassed that of Jiren. Now, as a Super Saiyan 4, his strength has surged even higher. However, these calculations solely pertain to combat power. Would reaching 10 to the power of 47 or 48 suffice to vanquish a god of destruction? Vegeta understands the improbability of such a scenario. Each deity possesses their own unique combat methodologies. Although an increase in energy augments one's strength, merely relying on energy is insufficient to conquer a god of destruction. Nevertheless, Vegeta does not solely depend on energy. He has mastered Ultra Instinct and the techniques of the gods of destruction, the latter often referred to as self-instinct. Dual mastery at his disposal. Even so, Vegeta remains vigilant. He has perused the Dragon Ball Super manga, wherein Frieza sought a dimension with a slower flow of time to train for a decade. Upon his emergence, he transformed into a black gold form, effortlessly obliterating Goku and Vegeta, who had achieved Ultra Instinct and Self-Instinct. Just how formidable is that being? Yet, even at that time, Frieza was still no match for Beerus, illustrating the extraordinary power of the gods of destruction and their unique attributes. Over the years, Vegeta has trained alongside Ramzi. Although he sometimes manages to land a hit, he knows it is merely due to Ramzi's carelessness. In a true confrontation with a god of destruction, Vegeta doubts his current strength would suffice. The road ahead is long, and I must continue my exploration. What transformation is this? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. I will confide in you. It is red, Vegeta whispered again in her ear. No need to emphasize that a second time. Bulma retorted, her face still flushed. Do you wish to see? Vegeta asked. I do not. Bulma huffed once more. Neither the golden hue nor the crimson shade captivates your gaze. What is it that you wish to behold? Vegeta inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Bulma fell silent. Is this a matter of color? Will you persist in this manner henceforth? She questioned. For the time being, that is my intention. Cherish the red elephant. Vegeta replied with a smile. Why should I cherish it? Bulma retorted, her frustration palpable. Because soon enough, it may turn white, Vegeta remarked. Turn white? That is merely a consequence of excessive exposure. Bulma asserted confidently. Vegeta responded, I find myself at a loss for words. However, returning to the subject at hand. What are your plans moving forward? First, I shall attend to some pressing matters, and then I will return to accompany you, to grow together, and I must admit, I rather enjoy slam dunks and basketball, Vegeta stated earnestly. Basketball? Bulma scratched her head in confusion. What do you mean by basketball? Why does it seem like there is more to your words? Yet, I cannot fathom the connection between basketball and those aspects. I once heard someone elaborate on the intricate relationship between basketball and hoops. It was rather profound. I shall explain it to you gradually, Vegeta chuckled. Basketball and hoops? I still don't comprehend. Bulma expressed her bewilderment. You will come to understand, Vegeta assured her with a smile. Well then, let us rest for now, Bulma yawned. After a long night, it is time for slumber. I shall not sleep beside you tonight, Vegeta declared. Having just transformed, I struggle with controlling my strength. I wouldn't want to accidentally harm you. Ugh, how annoying. Bulma exclaimed, her expression darkening. You speak as if we've shared a bed before. We did share a room. Does that not count? Vegeta retorted. That does not count. That does not count. Bulma insisted loudly. From a distance, Oolong approached, feeling rather disheartened. You two are indulging in romantic banter while I, a mere pig, am left out. What kind of world is this? Suddenly, Bulma tossed a universal capsule, which transformed into a small house. She opened the door, and both Vegeta and Bulma stepped inside, shutting the door behind them. Oolong, tears streaming down his face, lamented. This is too much. Once again, I am left outside with little Goku while you two occupy the house. Space awaits us. Come, Chris, let us seek out Vegeta. Ramzi beckoned. Let us hope he has prepared a feast for us. Indeed, Chris nodded, smacking her lips in anticipation. How long will it take to reach the planet where Vegeta resides? Ramsey inquired. It is a bit distant, perhaps a little over an hour, Chris assessed. With the Super Dragon Balls gathered, is an hour truly a concern? Ramsey countered. By the way, let us contact Vegeta and request him to prepare a meal for us. We shall arrive in an hour. Understood, Master Ramsey. Chris nodded gently, promptly establishing contact with Vegeta through the staff in her hand. Vegeta quickly connected with Chris. Chris, what is it? He inquired. Oh dear, Mr. Vegeta, Lord Ramsey and I shall arrive on Earth in an hour. Lord Ramsey has requested that you prepare a feast for our arrival, Chris replied. An hour? That's far too soon. I can't accomplish anything in that time. Vegeta expressed his frustration. I had intended to practice controlling my power and engage in a basketball match with Bulma. How can you arrive so quickly? And expect me to prepare a feast? I can only offer you milk. Will you drink it? Just milk, and it's solely for you, Vegeta stated. Hee. Lord Ramsey heard that and turned green with envy. Chris chuckled, adding, he said he wants to drink some too. Vegeta retorted, Ramsey, enough already. Why are you joining in? I've got it. Let us leave it at that for now. We shall discuss the milk later. Until an hour from now then. With that, Vegeta abruptly ended the call. After concluding the conversation, Vegeta transformed, reverting to his Super Saiyan 4 form. Why did you change back to your original form just to speak with the sister of the Smurf? Bulma inquired. The sister of the Smurf is coming to see me soon, so please refrain from saying anything. I want to see if I can deceive them with my Super Saiyan 4 appearance, Vegeta pondered. What do you intend to deceive them about? Bulma asked, somewhat perplexed. They wish for me to become a god in their universe, but I have no desire to go. They insist, yet I still do not wish to comply, Vegeta explained. To be honest, I'm merely toying with them. Bulma silently wiped the sweat from her brow. Your earlier words suggested the universe would cease to function without you. Little Goku has never seen me like this, Vegeta contemplated. However, that pig has seen it. I must relocate that pig elsewhere. Do as you wish. I shall simply support you, Bulma huffed. Could you prepare some delicacies for me? Are there any delectable items in this house? Vegeta inquired. It seems we only have instant noodles left, Bulma replied. Instant noodles will suffice. What more could I ask for? Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Bulma was puzzled. What more indeed? With a smile, Vegeta thought that these instant noodles would surely astonish Ramsey and Chris, and they were quite easy to prepare. Now, I must relocate that pig. If it were to spill the beans, it wouldn't be amusing at all. Vegeta pushed open the door and stepped outside. The pig was sleeping alongside little Goku. Hey pig. You should spend some time with Master Roshi, Vegeta said, waving his hand toward Oolong from a distance. Bang! A surge of powerful energy immediately enveloped Oolong. He ascended uncontrollably into the air. What are you doing, Vegeta? Oolong exclaimed. I haven't wronged you this time. I was merely trying to take a nap. However, Oolong soon vanished from sight, initially terrified and bewildered. 10 seconds later, Oolong's mindset gradually settled. Why should I fear? I too can transform into a bird or a bat and soar through the skies. After Oolong was taken away, Vegeta remained behind, silently awaiting the arrival of Kess and Ramsey. An hour swiftly passed. Whoosh, whoosh. Vegeta observed two distinct beams of light emerge in the night sky. Kess and Ramsey were hastening toward him. Kess, having already pinpointed the location with her communicator, found it effortless to locate this place. As Kess and Ramsey descended from the heavens, they gently landed beside Vegeta. Greetings, you must be Lord Kess and Lord Ramsey, Vegeta said, habitually slipping his hands into his pockets and bowing politely. Kess paused momentarily, while Ramsey scrutinized Vegeta closely. Vegeta had undergone a significant transformation into a Super Saiyan 4. His appearance had altered so drastically that he was nearly unrecognizable as Vegeta. Moreover, his voice had matured. Who are you? Where is Vegeta? Ramsey inquired. I am Vegeta's brother, doll. Vegeta has departed from Earth, Vegeta replied. What? Departed from Earth? Ramsey was taken aback, incredulous. He left without informing us? Kess remained silent, casting a penetrating glance at Vegeta. Kess, swiftly contact Vegeta and ascertain his whereabouts, Ramsey huffed. Understood, Lord Ramsey. Kess said as she prepared to communicate with Vegeta. By the way, my brother instructed me to return this to you upon meeting. Vegeta produced the communicator and handed it to Kess. What does that fellow mean by this? Ramsey furrowed his brow. My brother mentioned that there was no need to search for him, Vegeta responded. What is this fellow's intention? Just when he has acquired immortality, he chooses to abandon us. Ramsey's expression darkened. Chapter 70. Ramsey failed to recognize him. Kess continued her silent appraisal of Vegeta. This identity may elude the god of destruction, but deceiving an angel is exceedingly difficult. What could he possibly be scheming? Am I not good enough for him? Ramsey huffed, departing without uttering a word. Following this, Ramsey appeared somewhat disheartened. How infuriating. I worked hard to cultivate the god of destruction, Ramsey sighed. Kess remained reticent. Kess, do speak. What is your perspective on this matter? Ramsey queried. What can I say? Isn't Vegeta right beside you? If you cannot discern it, whose fault is that? Moreover, when did Vegeta learn this transformation? I must admit, it does look rather impressive. This journey to Earth has afforded Vegeta considerable growth, Kess mused. Kess, what are you pondering? Ramsay remarked, his face darkened. As I pondered whether to reveal the true identity of Brother Vegeta to Lord Ramses, Kes smiled. What? His true identity? Ramses was taken aback, scrutinizing the figure of Vegeta across from him. What could his true identity be? Was there something extraordinary about it? Is Lord Ramses truly oblivious? Kes inquired. What have you disowned? Ramses scratched his head, studying Vegeta anew, and couldn't help but murmur, yet, I must admit, this fellow possesses a remarkable energy intensity, perhaps even surpassing that of young Vegeta. So, you are Vegeta's brother? Kes. Vegeta. Had this fool yet to grasp the situation? No, I am not Vegeta's brother. I am your second uncle, Vegeta replied with a grin. What did you say? Are you aware of the consequences of being disrespectful to a god of destruction? Ramses roared in anger. Now even the most insignificant of creatures dare to provoke me? You think because you claim to be Vegeta's brother, I will hesitate to deal with you? With a swift motion, Ramses lunged toward Vegeta. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, evading Ramses' assault with ease. Oh, you've dodged? Quite agile, aren't you? Ramses scoffed, pursuing him again. Bang, bang, bang. Ramses unleashed a flurry of rapid punches at Vegeta. With a gentle lift of his hand, Vegeta caught every single blow effortlessly. Ramses was left astonished. Vegeta's brother was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Come again, Ramses declared, intrigued, ready to unleash more of his destructive power to engage with Vegeta's brother in earnest. Enough of this, Vegeta stated, transforming back to his usual form in an instant. Ramses' eyes widened in disbelief. What? Vegeta? You are Vegeta? He exclaimed, utterly stunned. Vegeta chuckled lightly. What a jest. How did you transform into something so unrecognizable? Ramses stammered. How is it? Amusing, isn't it? Vegeta responded with a smile. What is amusing about it? Are you entertaining? Ramses' expression darkened. Are you toying with an elephant? Regrettably, Kes had recognized him. I had thought you would remain unrecognized, Vegeta sighed. Oh dear. The reason I recognized you was not due to probing your body, Kes replied. I discerned it from the subtle details of your movements. Subtle details? Vegeta was taken aback. For instance, you have your hands in your pockets, Kes remarked, and although you transformed, your clothes remained unchanged. Vegeta. An oversight, indeed. What on earth are you playing at, Vegeta? Is it amusing to make me unrecognizable? Ramses scowled. Let us discuss this inside. I have prepared a lavish feast for you both, Vegeta smiled. Now that's more like it. Ramses felt his spirits lift at the mention of a sumptuous meal. I came here solely for the food. I care not for your identity. Vegeta invited Kes and Ramses into the room. Smack. Vegeta transformed, reverting to his Super Saiyan 4 form. How did you end up looking like this again? Ramses inquired, taken aback. The previous form was rather diminutive. I had to look up to you, which was quite displeasing, Vegeta retorted. Whatever you say, Ramses huffed. Just make sure to prepare some delectable food for me. I have prepared a plethora of delicious dishes, Vegeta replied. What do you have? Kes asked, her anticipation palpable. Braised beef, slow-cooked pork bones, sauerkraut beef, mushroom stewed chicken, golden soup with fatty beef, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, pepper chicken, and so forth, Vegeta enumerated. Sounds delightful, doesn't it, Kes? Ramses' eagerness grew. Oh my. Just the names alone sound appetizing. Kes nodded in agreement. Bulma mused. Are these two really that gullible? What Vegeta mentioned is merely instant noodles, isn't it? And that blue-haired girl does appear quite lovely. What is the relationship between her and Vegeta? Bulma, is the water boiling? Vegeta queried. Yes, it is. Bulma affirmed with a nod. Prepare to serve, Vegeta commanded, gesturing grandly as an array of instant noodles was presented on the table. Ramses and Kes exchanged astonished glances. Is this what you call cuisine? What are all these packages? Ramses inquired, picking up a packet of instant noodles. This one is braised beef flavor, Vegeta explained, tearing open the packaging and pouring the noodles into a bowl, adding the seasoning packet. Don't we have bucket noodles? We wouldn't need to transfer them to a bowl, Bulma whispered to Vegeta. Bucket noodles are far too expensive. One must learn to economize, Vegeta replied. You brought back hundreds of billions in jewels. Are you really trying to save a few coins here? Bulma retorted. Well, they are your friends. Entertain them as you see fit, she conceded. Vegeta poured boiling water into the bowl. Bulma, did you bring the tablet? He asked. The tablet? What for? Bulma was momentarily bewildered but obediently retrieved it, handing it to Vegeta. He placed the tablet atop the bowl. Be careful with that. It's quite costly. Bulma exclaimed, exasperated. Chapter 71. Who are you trying to fool? Your family is the wealthiest in the world. Do you really need to worry about the tablet's cost? Vegeta asserted confidently. You could easily switch to bucket noodles, Bulma lamented, at a loss for words. Switching to bucket noodles is far cheaper than a tablet. What do you know? Noodles prepared with a tablet have a deeper essence, Vegeta declared. Bulma chose silence. If you want to fuss, then fuss away. Bring me another tablet. Vegeta prepared another bowl of noodles for Kes. That's it. Bulma scoffed. Do you want a monitor as well? Then let us use a monitor, Vegeta replied, retrieving one from Bulma's bedroom and placing it atop Kes's bowl of noodles. Kes and Ramses stared in disbelief. All right, it's ready to eat, Vegeta announced. Let me have a taste. Ramsey took a bite of instant noodles, immediately savoring the delightful sensation on his taste buds. Chris also sampled a small portion. To her surprise, she exclaimed, "Oh my, I had no idea such delicious food existed. Today has truly broadened my horizons." Chris reflected with profound admiration. Bulma interjected, "Are they truly divine beings? Have you never tasted instant noodles before? How can you find this so delectable?" In no time, the two devoured both packs of noodles, leaving not even a drop of broth behind. "Delicious, delicious. Vegeta, I never expected your instant noodles to be this scrumptious." Ramsey smacked his lips, still yearning for more. "Could I have another pack?" Chris inquired. "One pack is just right. It leaves a lingering taste," Vegeta mused. "If you eat too much, the initial flavor diminishes." "Stop trying to fool me," Ramsey retorted with a huff. "You can take them home and savor them at your leisure. I'm not competing with you." Vegeta smiled. "Can we really take them home? I want to take them all," Ramsey declared. "Sure, take them all. They're yours," Vegeta readily agreed. "Now that's more like it," Ramsey exclaimed joyfully. Without further ado, he hastily packed the remaining dozen or so instant noodle packets. Bulma provided him with a multifunctional capsule, marveling at the unique invention from Universe 7. Ramsey glanced at the capsule in his hand, expressing a fleeting sentiment, then stuffed all the noodles inside. Vegeta chuckled to himself. With just 2 packs of noodles, Chris and Ramsey had been thoroughly appeased, and they had even contributed to my transformation into a true immortal being. "Regardless, I sincerely thank you for your assistance over the past 7 days," Vegeta expressed gratefully. "No need for such formality. It was merely a small favor," Ramsey replied, jovially waving his trunk. "Next, we can go trick someone," Vegeta grinned, suggesting they find a god of destruction to outsmart and devise a way to secure a millennium for Ramsey. "Trick a god of destruction?" Ramsey paused, momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Vegeta means that his current appearance makes it difficult for those who have seen him to recognize him," Chris smiled, adding, "Even Lord Ramsey didn't recognize him, did he?" Ramsey's eyes lit up with realization. "Indeed, I didn't recognize him either. I've been with this fellow for 12 years, and still, I failed to identify him. Who else could? Who shall we deceive? Shall we continue to target that delectable fellow?" Ramsey inquired, excitement bubbling within him. Vegeta replied, "You might as well grab a sheep and give it a good tug." Chris covered her face, at a loss for words. "The problem is, only that delectable fellow has an in-turn god of destruction," Ramsey added. "Lord Ramsey seems to have a point." Chris nodded in agreement. "Indeed, other gods of destruction do not have interns, making them less likely to be fooled. We cannot continue to exploit the in-turn god of destruction. Perhaps we should consider the in-turn Supreme Kai," Vegeta suggested. "In-turn Supreme Kai? How do we go about that?" Ramsey asked. "Just do this, and then this," Vegeta instructed. "Do you understand?" Ramsey shook his head in confusion. "How can you still not comprehend?" Vegeta sighed. "You do this, and then this. Surely you understand now?" "I almost get it," Ramsey nodded knowingly. "Then let us prepare our strategy," Vegeta declared with a sweeping gesture. "All right, it's a delightful decision." Ramsey nodded vigorously. "Bulma, I must leave Earth for a while. It may be some time before I return," Vegeta said to Bulma. "How long will you be gone this time?" Bulma asked, her expression one of displeasure. "You've barely been gone for 7 days, and now you're leaving again?" "It won't be for long," Vegeta reassured her. "Once I finish my tasks, I will come back to keep you company." "Very well," Bulma acquiesced with a nod. Ramsey was taken aback. Is he really going back to Earth? Back to the 7th universe? I'll need to ask him about this later. Now let us embark. Vegeta immediately positioned himself behind Krix and embraced her from behind. However, in his form as a Super Saiyan 4, the embrace felt rather different. Krix remarked, "I suddenly find this a bit unfamiliar. I preferred when that little one was hugging me. Are you not accustomed to it?" Vegeta inquired. "I too feel a bit out of sorts. It seems you have grown shorter." "Never mind. Let us just proceed." Krix sighed in resignation, adding, "You should have left the room before hugging me." "No worries. Just carry me outside," Vegeta said. Krix complied, reluctantly bearing Vegeta on her back as they exited. Bulma was at a loss for words. "You two are rather affectionate, aren't you?" Soon, Krix brought Vegeta outside, with Ramsey following suit. "Bulma, we are off." Vegeta waved to her. "Humph," Bulma replied, still somewhat displeased. With a whoosh, Krix and Vegeta transformed into a radiant streak akin to starlight, swiftly vanishing into the cosmos, disappearing from Bulma's sight. Ramsey also shimmered with a purplish-red glow before vanishing. The trio swiftly ventured into the starry expanse. Bulma gazed at the 3 figures disappearing into the void, feeling a pang of loss. Yet, she understood that Vegeta was embarking on an important mission and did not wish to hinder him. Chapter 72, Destination, Universe 10's Supreme Kai Realm. As the sun rose the following day, Goku yawned and awakened. "Good morning," he waved to Bulma. "Good morning," Bulma replied. "How much do you remember about last night?" "What happened?" Goku asked, bewildered. It seemed he remembered nothing at all. It appeared only Vegeta's transformation had left an impression. Bulma muttered to herself. What did Vegeta transform into? Goku scratched his head. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the ground. What's wrong? Bulma inquired. I'm just feeling a bit unsteady, Goku responded, perplexed. Perhaps it is due to the loss of his tail that Goku's balance is somewhat off, Bulma speculated. Yet I believe he will adapt swiftly. Tail. Goku paused, feeling the absence of the appendage behind him. Huh, where is it? What happened to my tail? Bulma replied. Well, it's for the best. Goku, displaying a carefree demeanor, shrugged off the concern. You're rather forthright, Bulma remarked, wiping her brow. My power pole, Goku exclaimed, noticing his staff resting on the ground, and darted over to retrieve it. What are your plans moving forward? Bulma inquired. What about Vegeta? Goku asked, noticing his absence. Is he still asleep? He has left Earth, Bulma explained. Left Earth? Goku pondered, struggling to comprehend. In essence, he has gone far away to continue his training, Bulma clarified. Then I, too, shall train diligently, Goku declared. I will follow Vegeta's advice and seek Master Roshi for guidance. Very well, let us part ways here, Bulma nodded. I must return home to West City. Kinta 1, Goku called out. The flying Nimbus appeared with a whoosh. Goku mounted the cloud. Hey, why has my outfit changed? He scratched his head in confusion. You just noticed? Bulma wiped her forehead. Never mind, it's not important, Goku chuckled. You've been led astray by Vegeta, Bulma sighed. Farewell, Bulma, Goku waved. Take care, she replied as she waved back. With a whoosh, Goku soared away on his Nimbus, while Bulma quickly produced her plane capsule and sped towards the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. As Goku rode the Nimbus, he reflected on the journey to find the Dragon Balls, feeling he had gained considerable insight. The world indeed hosts a myriad of characters. Wait a moment. What about that pig? He mused. Oh, never mind him. He should be fine. First, I'll return home to gather my belongings to stay at Master Roshi's. Goku made a brief stop at his home on Mount Pozu, packing his bedding and essentials. Soon after, he appeared on Master Roshi's small island atop the Nimbus. Hey, old turtle, you're back, Goku exclaimed as he landed and spotted the giant sea turtle. I shall reiterate, I am a sea turtle, not a land turtle. The turtle corrected him. That is of little consequence, Goku chuckled. By the way, where is Vegeta? The turtle asked, shaking his head with a hint of trepidation. I heard he has left Earth, Goku replied. Left Earth? Has he received his comeuppance? The turtle rejoiced. Is Master Roshi home? Goku inquired. Are you referring to Master Mateto? Yes, he is home, the turtle nodded, and there is also a small pig. A pig? Goku scratched his head as he entered the dwelling. Inside, he found Master Roshi and Oolong transfixed by the television, their eyes glazed over in wonder. Both human and pig drooled as they watched a lovely young lady dance gracefully on the screen. What a peculiar box that contains people, Goku remarked as he leaned in for a closer look, but neither Master Roshi nor Oolong acknowledged him. Hey, Oolong, what brings you here? Little Wukong inquired, perplexed. Silence, Oolong retorted, his eyes glued to the captivating screen, unwilling to miss a moment. What is so fascinating about this? Little Wukong found himself bewildered. Be quiet, Oolong snapped. Grandpa, I've arrived, Little Wukong announced to Master Roshi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Master Roshi spun around, fixated on the beautiful young lady on the screen. Grandpa, son Wukong shouted loudly into Master Roshi's ear. Both Master Roshi and Oolong were startled and quickly turned their attention to Little Wukong. Isn't this Little Wukong? Oolong blinked in surprise. What are you doing here? Where's that fellow Vegeta? Yes, where's Vegeta? Master Roshi also asked with concern. According to Bulma, he has already left Earth, Little Wukong replied. Left Earth? That's splendid. Master Roshi sighed in relief. He truly departed? That's wonderful news. Oolong exclaimed joyously. What brings you here? Master Roshi inquired. Grandpa, as per our agreement, I've come to train with you, Little Wukong stated. Just a moment. Master Roshi waved his hand. I haven't finished watching my program. Indeed, the show isn't over yet. Oolong nodded in agreement. Grandpa, I'm hungry, Little Wukong added. There's a refrigerator over there. Help yourself. Master Roshi gestured toward it. Little Wukong approached the refrigerator, glancing at it curiously. Why is the food stored in such a peculiar box? He muttered, then opened it, feeling a rush of cold air akin to winter. Without hesitation, he began to eat, quickly devouring all the contents within. All right, we'll meet again next time. The young lady on the TV waved to the audience. Is that all? That was quite a delightful dance. Master Roshi wiped his mouth in satisfaction. Indeed, it was splendid. Oolong echoed, also wiping his mouth. Thus, Little Wukong temporarily settled in Master Roshi's abode, embarking on his martial arts training under his guidance. In Universe 10, the vast cosmic expanse. After several hours of travel, Vegeta and his companions had returned to Universe 10. We are almost at the Kaishin realm, Kess said with a smile. Indeed, Vegeta nodded, tightening his grip. Loosen up a bit, Kess sighed. I prefer it tight, Vegeta asserted confidently. I sense there's more to your words, Kess remarked. Vegeta, are you certain this plan is viable? Ramsey pondered. Let us give it a try. As for its feasibility, that depends on our execution. No matter how brilliant my plan is, if you falter, it will be futile, Vegeta replied. Chapter 73. The Fusion of Angelic and Destructive Powers. Your reasoning holds some merit. Ramsey nodded. By the way, you mentioned you still intend to return to Universe 7? Of course, Vegeta affirmed. What purpose does that serve? Wouldn't it be better to remain in Universe 10 as a Kaishin? Ramsey proposed, if you were to become the Supreme Kai, our lives would be intertwined. And I would feel a greater sense of security. Vegeta shook his head and replied, you ought to abandon such thoughts. Should I ascend to the position of Supreme Kai, I would challenge all the gods of destruction. If I were to be vanquished, you would inevitably perish alongside me. Ramsey, somewhat speechless, thought. This guy really might be capable of that. Is your role as Supreme Kai merely temporary? Asked Kess. Just a jest, Vegeta replied with a grin. Regardless, do whatever you can to extend my time by a few millennia. That should suffice for me to recline in our universe. Ramsey chuckled. I shall do my utmost. Ensnaring one adversary at a time, as a means of repaying you for your guidance over the years. As Vegeta spoke, a thought struck him, prompting him to retrieve a small notebook he carried. Ramsey blinked in surprise. What do you need that notebook for again? Vegeta opened the notebook and glanced at the numbers within. 80,060. The same figure, unchanged. Ramsey leaned in for a closer look. It hasn't changed. I feared I might forget. Vegeta replied as he returned the notebook to its place. I can't fathom your intentions. You will understand once my strength increases, Vegeta smiled. Strength increase? Your power is already remarkable, especially with your current transformation reaching 10 to the 46th power. In terms of combat prowess, you are already comparable to me. Ramsey noted. I am aware that I am still far from enough, Vegeta lamented. You possess quite a sense of self-awareness, Ramsey chuckled. Each deity has their own combat style. And I advise you not to provoke the other gods of destruction, lest I be unable to contain the situation. Even though you are immortal, the gods of destruction have myriad ways to deal with you. I understand, Vegeta nodded. Until I fully integrate the powers of destruction and angelic energy, I will choose to remain discreet. Integrate. Ramsey was taken aback. What do you mean by that? What are you attempting to integrate? The fusion of destruction and angelic energy. Vegeta declared. Are you jesting? I have warned you numerous times that these are two distinct forms of energy. Their fusion carries significant risks, Ramsey exclaimed. If you continue down this reckless path, you might very well obliterate yourself. I am immortal. I cannot die, Vegeta retorted. Ramsey sighed. I had forgotten. Your immortality is a gift I bestowed upon you. This conversation is futile. I'm going to test it now. As Vegeta spoke, he conjured a sphere of angelic energy in his left hand and a sphere of destruction energy in his right. Stop this at once. Do you wish to annihilate our universe? Ramsey shouted. Are you suggesting that merging these two energies could potentially destroy the universe? Vegeta was taken aback. There is such a probability. Kess sighed resignedly from ahead. What have I gotten myself into? If you destroy our universe, I will not let this go. Ramsey's expression darkened. Previously, Mr. Vegeta merely infused a minuscule amount of angelic power into the destructive force, which posed no significant risk. However, should an equal proportion of angelic and destructive energies be amalgamated, it could indeed give rise to an overwhelmingly catastrophic force. Such an endeavor should not be undertaken lightly. Kess added. Yes, let's reserve it for other universes and refrain from utilizing it in ours, Vegeta remarked, promptly retracting both the angelic and destructive powers back into his being. Consider yourself fortunate, Ramsey exhaled in relief. Shall we attempt to condense a minuscule amount? Vegeta suggested, conjuring a brilliant point of light in his left hand and a purplish-red point in his right. Not even a smidgen. There should be no experimentation. Ramsey exclaimed vehemently. Just a tiny bit. What's there to be concerned about? Vegeta observed nonchalantly, scrutinizing the angelic energy. I've noticed that since transforming into this form, my angelic power appears significantly more pristine than before. Indeed, it has become much clearer, indicating that your concentration of angelic energy has reached quite an impressive level, Kess remarked. Glancing over, if the concentration of a true angel's power is rated at 100, yours is approximately 70. What about my previous angelic energy concentration? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. That was around 40, Kess replied. And what of the concentration of a trainee angel? Vegeta asked again. A trainee angel? Kess paused in surprise. Previously, I sensed a hidden angel within the 7th universe. It could very well be a trainee angel undergoing practical training among the Galactic Patrol. Oh, you possess quite a wealth of knowledge, being able to sense even a trainee angel, Kess expressed, somewhat astonished. There's nothing particularly remarkable about it, Vegeta smiled subtly. The concentration of a trainee angel's power can exceed 85, Kess stated. So, my angelic energy concentration is nearing that of a trainee angel, Vegeta remarked with a grin. You're still 15 points short, Kess countered. Thus, you should refrain from forcibly merging these two energies. Previously, your angelic power was rather murky and insufficient in concentration, Ramsey advised. Now that your angelic concentration has increased, merging them could be perilous. Hey, are you even listening to me, or is my voice falling on deaf ears? Oh dear. This is troubling, Kess noted, recognizing Vegeta's subtle actions. Vegeta's forefingers, one bearing distinct energy from the left hand and the other from the right, began to collide. He endeavored to fuse the two luminous points of energy. "Run, Kess!" Ramsey shouted urgently. In a flash, Kess effortlessly extricated herself from Vegeta's embrace and vanished without a trace. "Wait for me," Ramsey exclaimed. "Why did you leave me behind?" He prepared to make his own escape. Previously, Ramsey had been lenient regarding Vegeta's insufficient angelic power. But now that it surpassed the 70 mark, the situation had become somewhat alarming. Chapter 74, The Powerful Annihilation Force. Vegeta forcefully compressed the light of both angelic power and destructive energy into a single orb, rolling it in his hands. "You do not wish to fuse, do you? You do not desire to be together? Allow me to play the matchmaker. I shall compel your union. I have stripped away your barriers and placed you together. Would you not ignite like kindling?" With sheer determination, Vegeta melded the two opposing energies into a singular sphere. He kneaded and rubbed, and the two reluctant points of light embraced one another. In the next moment, Vegeta was taken aback, suddenly sensing a tremendous surge of energy erupting from what was now a singular point of light. "This is disastrous." With a thunderous roar, an immense wave of energy burst forth. The entirety of Universe 10 was momentarily engulfed in blinding light, accompanied by a cataclysmic sound. A black hole was birthed from the explosion. Nearby, Ramsey found himself battered and bruised, appearing quite disheveled. Only Kess managed to escape, darting away swiftly and evading the chaos. Furthermore, after distancing herself, Kess conjured a protective shield around herself. This cosmic expanse was abruptly punctured by the formation of a black hole, which rapidly began to consume nearby light and heat. With a diameter of approximately 100 meters, this black hole was relatively modest in size within the vastness of the universe. As for Vegeta, he was no more, obliterated by the ferocious energy that had erupted far too close to him, reduced to mere blood mist. In a swift motion, Kess appeared beside Ramsey. "He is dead," she stated. Ramsey rubbed his sore face, gritting his teeth. "Indeed, he is," Kess nodded. "That fool refused to listen, and now he has met his end." Ramsey seethed with frustration. "If it weren't for my immortality, I would have perished." Kess replied, "Indeed. Quickly, heal me before he recovers. I do not wish for him to witness my current state of disarray." "Very well, my Lord Ramsey," Kess responded with a slight smile. Her staff pointed toward him as the angelic power enveloped him swiftly. The divine energy rapidly mended Ramsey's injuries. With a sudden crack, the blood mist that was once Vegeta coalesced, restoring him to his original form as a Super Saiyan 4. Simultaneously, Ramsey's wounds healed completely. Kess retracted her staff, and Vegeta immediately turned to face Ramsey and Kess. "What immense power," Vegeta marveled. "Continue on as you wish. If you were not immortal, you would have perished long ago." Ramsey retorted darkly. "It is precisely because I am immortal that I harbor no fear," Vegeta replied. "Your reasoning is quite sound," Ramsey conceded. "Now you comprehend the advantages of immortality?" Vegeta remarked. "Do not revel in your fortune. Had that attack harmed your soul, you would not have been so fortunate." Ramsey scoffed. "My soul is not so easily wounded." Vegeta smiled faintly. "What do you mean?" Ramsey paused, perplexed. "Why do you say that?" "Mr. Vegeta's soul appears to be extraordinarily potent, at least 50 times stronger than that of an ordinary person," Kess explained to Ramsey. "What do you mean?" Ramsey exclaimed, astonished. 50 times stronger? Is this lad's soul strength not phenomenal? The strength of a god of destruction's soul is merely 40 times that of a normal person. How could you possibly surpass that by tenfold? Perhaps one should consult the protagonist of the neighboring tale, Dragon Ball, beginning with the understanding of the erasure technique, for insight. Vegeta smirked with pride. Ramsey fell silent, feeling a pang of discomfort. Kess offered no explanation, primarily because she was uncertain how to articulate it. Each individual's soul strength varies. If an ordinary person's soul strength is quantified as 1, then Vegeta's would be 50, while Ramsey's would be 40. Kess did not disclose her soul strength, nor did Vegeta inquire further. "Kess, what is your soul strength?" Vegeta asked. "Mine is approximately 100 times that of an ordinary person," Kess replied. Vegeta felt a slight sting in his heart. "Do not underestimate angels," Ramsey remarked. "They are the true deities of this universe. We gods of destruction are merely mortals who ascended to divinity through rigorous training. If you were to compare yourself with a true deity, you would inevitably come up short." Vegeta remained silent, acknowledging the formidable nature of the angelic race. However, it led him to ponder, given the immense devastation wrought by the recent explosion. How could Ramsey remain unscathed? Vegeta regarded Ramsey with a penetrating gaze. "Of course, I am a god of destruction. Such a trivial amount of energy could hardly harm me." Ramsey chuckled heartily. Vegeta found himself convinced. The god of destruction was indeed formidable. "Had I not been immortal, I would have perished," he mused, reflecting on the fact that Ramsey emerged unscathed despite the proximity of the explosion. It seemed his own physical training was still lacking. "I was obliterated." Yet Ramsey appeared entirely unaffected. "Surely, Beerus must be even more powerful. How many more years until Beerus awakens?" "Over 20? There is still time. I must dedicate myself to rigorous training." Vegeta then turned his gaze towards the immense black hole created by the explosion. What a spectacular sight, he marveled. You still have the audacity to comment? Just look at what you have done. Ramsey retorted, exasperated. I never imagined that the fusion of such two small points of light could yield such tremendous power, Vegeta remarked once more. The amalgamation of these two energies indeed presents a remarkable option. Even my Super Saiyan fourth form was reduced to mere fragments. And this was merely a fusion of two light points. If they were to be larger, we might very well shatter the universe. He resolved to explore this further. The fusion of two energies of differing natures is prone to mutation, particularly when combining angelic and destruction powers. Forcing them together can lead to the circumstances we just witnessed. Kess elucidated. Fortunately, you only fused a single light point. Had it been larger, your very soul might have been shattered. Understood, Vegeta nodded. In the 10th universe. Within the realm of the Kaioshin Gaosu was imparting wisdom to the apprentice Kaioshin Zamasu. As a Kaioshin, one must maintain a virtuous mindset. I have noticed a recent decline in your demeanor, Gaosu remarked with concern. Zamasu replied, Is it due to my defeat at the hands of that apprentice destroyer, Mr. Vegeta? Indeed, Gaosu responded. Chapter 75. Zamasu lamented, Such talent is cruelly thwarted. No, that cannot be the case, he retorted, unwilling to concede. That fellow named Vegeta, just you wait. One day, I shall vanquish you and show you what true power entails. Adjust your mindset, Gaosu advised. Destroyers primarily embody destruction, and thus, they possess greater strength than us Kaioshin, and will continue to grow stronger. Is it too late for me to sign up as an apprentice destroyer, my lord? Zamasu inquired hesitantly. Gaosu chuckled, I was merely jesting. Noticing a shift in Gaosu's expression, Zamasu quickly amended his words. It appears you aspire to be a destroyer, Gaosu sighed. This matter is beyond my authority. I shall consult Lord Rumshire when I have the chance. Really? Zamasu's face lit up with joy, astonished that the Kaioshin would entertain his aspirations. If Lord Rumshire does not oppose your ambition to become a destroyer, I will not forcibly dissuade you, Gaosu smiled. Everyone is born with a role suited to them. Perhaps you truly are destined to be a destroyer, as your mindset has strayed from that of a Kaioshin. My apologies. It is my fault, Zamasu admitted, bowing his head in contrition. At that moment, the entire Kaioshin realm was suddenly enveloped in a blinding light. What is happening? Is the universe about to perish? Gaosu exclaimed, bewildered. Why has the entire Kaioshin realm turned white? Zamasu gazed in shock, his face pale. Have we encountered a problem in our universe? Gaosu struggled to comprehend the unfolding phenomenon, reminiscent of the moments preceding cosmic annihilation, though he had never witnessed such destruction. The master and apprentice exchanged wide-eyed glances, their expressions laden with terror as they beheld the extraordinary changes on the horizon. A minute later, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The deafening sound shook the entire Kaioshin realm, causing Zamasu and Gaosu, weakened as they were, to collapse to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, Zamasu reacted swiftly, enveloping himself in a protective shield. He then created a barrier for Gaosu, and their expressions improved considerably, trembling with fear. The two were on the verge of embracing each other. What in the world? We are gods. One of us is a Kaioshin, the other a Kaioshin. Surely we are among the upper echelons of this universe? How could such a remarkable event instill such fear in us? What on earth is happening? Fortunately, the thunderous noise was but a fleeting moment. The sky gradually regained its tranquility, aside from the emergence of a new black hole in the cosmic expanse. The universe appeared to have suffered no significant damage. Moreover, the black hole created by Vegeta, having absorbed light and heat, was shrinking rapidly, soon to vanish entirely. What transpired? Zamasu was utterly astonished. Lord Supreme Kai, should we not go and investigate? It would be prudent. I too am concerned about any significant events unfolding in the universe. Grovas solemnly nodded, just as they were about to set off to assess the situation. A sudden gust of wind heralded the arrival of two distinct beams of light in the distant sky. One shone with the brilliance of stars, while the other glimmered in a deep crimson hue. Zamasu glanced upward, recognizing the figures of Lord Ramsey and Lord Kess. Is it truly the god of destruction? Zamasu's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that the god of destruction has changed his mind and wishes to take me as his disciple? I must seize this opportunity. With a flourish, Kess descended gracefully to the ground of the Supreme Kai realm, accompanied by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Lord Kess, Lord Ramsey. Grovas immediately approached to pay his respects, and Zamasu dutifully followed suit. Vegeta, unperturbed, stepped down from Kess's side. What transpired in the cosmic realm, Lord Kess, Lord Ramsey? Grovas inquired hastily. It is of no great consequence, my disciple. Vegeta met his demise through his own reckless energy, Ramsey remarked, flicking his trunk in a nonchalant manner. Grovas and Zamasu were left speechless. Zamasu felt an overwhelming wave of joy. The so-called Vegeta, the apprentice god of destruction, had perished, killed by his own unleashed energy. How utterly foolish. However, his gaze soon fell upon the transformed Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Who was this individual? Zamasu, of course, could not recognize him. For even Kess had only discerned Vegeta through subtle details gathered over years of interaction. It took 12 years of close proximity for Kess to identify him. And even Ramzi failed to recognize the Saiyan. Though Vegeta still had his hands in his pockets, no one doubted his identity. He appeared entirely different. The only commonality was that both possessed tails, yet in this universe, many shared that trait. Grovas, at a loss for words, remarked, "Truly, fate seems to conspire against the talented." With that, Zamasu burst into tears, displaying an exaggerated sorrow. Internally, he scoffed, "This is absurd." Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. I nearly revealed my true feelings. I must not let my joy show on my face. He wept with feigned despair. "What are you crying for?" Ramzi inquired. Although I had only met Mr. Vegeta once, we forged a profound friendship through a friendly sparring session. Zamasu lamented, wiping away a tear. "Is there no hope for Mr. Vegeta?" Guavas asked, his tone tinged with regret. Zamasu, grinding his teeth in frustration, retorted, "Why should we save him? What purpose does it serve? It is unnecessary." Humph. Ramzi scoffed. He brought this upon himself. Guavas, uncertain of how to offer consolation, swiftly redirected the conversation, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you to seek my presence?" "Lord Ramzi, allow me to introduce him. This is Vegeta's brother, Dar." Ramzi gestured towards the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta while addressing Guavas. Guavas was taken aback, contemplating the implications as he gazed at Vegeta. Vegeta's demeanor remained tranquil, devoid of sorrow or joy, starkly contrasting with the grief-stricken Zamasu. Chapter 76, The Kaioshin Examination. Guavas studied both Vegeta and Zamasu, suddenly perceiving Zamasu as the true brother of Vegeta, rendering this Dar a mere pretender. "Ah, Mr. Dar," Guavas mused, struggling to comprehend Ramzi's intentions in introducing Vegeta's brother. The situation with Vegeta has served as a reminder that taking on disciples without due consideration often leads to unsatisfactory outcomes. Ramzi reflected. "Indeed, my condolences, Lord Ramzi," Guavas replied, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Zamasu secretly reveled in the situation. What the god of destruction says is profoundly insightful. Disciples taken on a whim rarely amount to much. "Look at Vegeta, whom you hastily took on, only to see him meet his demise," Zamasu remarked. "I believe it would be prudent for us to monitor each other's disciples in the future," Ramzi suggested to Guavas. "Absolutely," Guavas concurred, nodding in agreement. "Thus, I bring you a new disciple," Ramzi pointed at Vegeta. "Guavas." Zamasu. Zamasu was utterly flabbergasted. "Wait, are you suggesting I be replaced? Huh. You wish to swap me out for a god of destruction? If that is the case, I would welcome it. I have dreamt of becoming a god of destruction." Guavas was at a loss for words. "On what grounds do you propose to exchange my disciple? Your disciple has encountered difficulties. Do you consider it appropriate to substitute him with mine? How about this? I shall not make it difficult for you. You may set an examination for them," Ramzi proposed. "If this Dar loses to your disciple, we shall consider this conversation moot. However, should he prevail, I hope you will allow Dar to become your apprentice Kaioshin." Guavas hesitated, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with Dar. "I am quite acquainted with Zamasu, and besides, this Dar was sent by Ramzi." Although Guavas, as a Kaioshin, maintained a calm disposition, he felt disgruntled at being prompted to take on a disciple. "Let the contest commence. Feel free to set the examination, teacher," Zamasu interjected with a huff. "Very well." Guavas contemplated carefully. Since even Zamasu agreed, he resolved to devise a few challenges for them. If Zamasu were to truly be defeated by this individual named Dar, it would indeed suggest that Dar is more suited to the role of the apprentice Kaioshin. At that juncture, I could readily introduce Zamasu to Rumshur, allowing Zamasu to become the apprentice destroyer. Wasn't he his predecessor, the apprentice destroyer, already vanquished? There is no harm in introducing my disciple to him, is there? You introduce your disciple's elder brother to me, and I shall introduce my disciple to you. A change of partners can be quite beneficial." Guavas readily acquiesced. The examination for the Kaioshin consists of 3 distinct components: combat, mental fortitude, and wisdom. Guavas elucidated that combat pertains to its literal interpretation. For the Kaioshin is the deity tasked with upholding cosmic peace. Although not as formidable as the destroyers, they must possess a requisite level of combat prowess. At the very least, not to be outmatched by an ordinary individual. Vegeta remained silent. Zamasu, however, was eagerly rubbing his hands in anticipation. "I have never feared anyone in battle, save for that fellow named Vegeta. Yet, he is already dead. Thus, I find little to fear now. Now, you two shall engage in a brief sparring match, but do not endanger each other's lives. The victor shall earn a point," Guavas instructed. Zamasu beckoned Vegeta forward. However, before Zamasu could finish his words, Vegeta launched a kick from a distance. Vegeta's legs soared through the air, colliding forcefully with Zamasu's chest. Puff! Zamasu was sent flying backward. In the next instant, he tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before finally regaining stability. Once he steadied himself, his head tilted, and he promptly lost consciousness. Vegeta pointed at the leg that had been sent flying. Bang! The leg instantly disintegrated into a mist of blood. Vegeta did not employ destruction. Instead, He utilized pure energy to obliterate the leg. To use destruction would be too revealing. Snap. Vegeta casually kicked, and a new leg, complete with trousers, sprouted forth. It is noteworthy that Vegeta had also changed his attire for this appearance, lest he be too easily associated with his former self. Indeed, upon this visit, neither Guavas nor Zamasu recognized him. It would have been astonishing had they done so. Guavas was momentarily stupefied. The disparity in power was staggering. This individual named Dar seemed even more formidable than Vegeta. When did our universe give rise to such a powerful figure? Where did Lord Rumshire find him? The previous Vegeta was already impressive, but this one was even more ferocious. He merely kicked and knocked Zamasu unconscious. And the leg can regenerate. Does it not hurt? The astonishment in Guavas' eyes was beyond words. So powerful. Zamasu was considered quite formidable among all the Kaishins, yet this person had rendered him unconscious in an instant. Chris, attend to that individual, Rumshire instructed Chris. Understood, Lord Rumshire. Chris nodded gently, swiftly appearing beside Zamasu to administer healing through the staff in her hand. In but a fleeting moment, Zamasu awakened, his injuries entirely mended. He appeared somewhat disoriented. Had I not just seen a leg approach? Then I blacked out. Let us proceed to the second phase of the assessment, Ramusi instructed Gavas. Ahem, very well, Gavas replied with a bittersweet smile, offering Zamasu a word of comfort. The Supreme Kai is not primarily meant for combat. Rather, it serves as a means to refine one's mindset and broaden one's perspective. Zamasu fell silent, casting a fearful glance at Vegeta. Is this fellow Vegeta's brother? I shall remember you. Your name is Dal, is it not? How utterly shameless to throw a leg to strike. This is the first time I have witnessed such a disgraceful tactic. Follow me. Gavas beckoned Vegeta and the others into a chamber. Kes and Ramusi followed suit. Inside the room floated numerous crystal orbs, each displaying the scenes of various planets. Gavas selected one orb and approached. This is Babari Star, he announced to Vegeta and Zamasu. You two may observe first, and then I shall assess you. Vegeta remarked. I am familiar with this image. He gazed into the crystal orb, where two Babari inhabitants engaged in combat, each wielding a wooden club in a turn-based struggle. Reminiscent of a tactical game. You strike me once, I shall retaliate in kind. Ultimately, one Babari fell, howling in agony, blood spewing from his mouth. Clearly on the brink of death. Chapter 77. Successfully elected as an intern Supreme Kai. What are your thoughts? Gavas inquired of Vegeta and Zamasu. How barbaric. Zamasu wiped the sweat from his brow. Vegeta remained silent. This planet has only recently birthed humanity, and these beings indeed appear excessively savage. Gavas nodded in agreement. What do you think should be done? A thought stirred within Zamasu. How to handle it? As a disciple of the god of destruction, the most fitting course of action would be to obliterate them, wouldn't it? Am I not aspiring to become a god of destruction? Which of you will speak first? Gavas asked. I shall go first, Zamasu declared. Does Mr. Dahl consent? Gavas inquired. Very well, let him speak first, Vegeta nodded. I believe they should be eradicated. Zamasu expressed his opinion. Eradicated? Gavas was taken aback. Yes, entirely annihilated, Zamasu clarified. Gavas. Zamasu, is this how I typically instruct you? Indeed. Ramusi nodded in satisfaction from the side. Zamasu secretly rejoiced. The god of destruction's gaze was one of approval. It seemed I had taken the right step. And you, Mr. Dahl, what is your perspective? Gavas turned to Vegeta. To protect them, to quietly safeguard them, Vegeta replied. If guarding for 1,000 years is insufficient, then let it be 10,000. Gavas' eyes sparkled as if discovering a treasure, regarding Vegeta with newfound admiration. This fellow named Dahl is rather impressive. His thoughts resonate perfectly with mine. Please elaborate further, Mr. Dahl. Even Guas seemed somewhat exhilarated. However, Zamasu displayed a look of disdain at the side. This fool. I have no desire to be the Supreme Kai. The god of destruction is right here beside us. I intend to seize this opportunity to attach myself to him. I aspire to earn the god of destruction's admiration and strive to become his new disciple. If you wish to be the Supreme Kai, then so be it. Humanity will eventually establish its own order. It is only natural for them to be in a state of barbarism, as they have just come into existence. Vegeta replied calmly, stating that as long as we diligently protect them, I believe that one day, they will cultivate their own civilization, leading this planet towards a brighter future. Guas was overjoyed and immediately began to applaud. Mr. Dahl is absolutely correct. His thoughts align entirely with mine. Where did Lord Ramzi find this person? In terms of combat, insight, or realm, he surpasses Zamasu by several magnitudes. When I was instructing Zamasu, I never experienced such an enlightening feeling. Mr. Dahl has indeed articulated the essence of what it means to be a Supreme Kai. Kiss nodded in satisfaction, a hint of surprise and delight on her face. This little Vegeta is truly remarkable. I did not expect his understanding to be so profound in this regard. It's hard to imagine he was once that reckless little brat. Suddenly, it feels as if you have matured overnight. Well, indeed, you have grown. This transformation has turned you into an adult. Guas, are you satisfied with Dahl's performance? Lord Ramzi discreetly gave Vegeta a thumbs up. Kid, you've got potential. I had not previously taught you some aspects of being a Supreme Kai, yet you have reached this level through your own comprehension. I am very satisfied. Guas nodded happily. In that case, let Dal become your in turn Supreme Kai. You have no objections, do you? Ramsey inquired. While there were no objections, Guas felt a twinge of guilt regarding Zamas. After all, Zamas had spent a considerable amount of time alongside Guas. How about this? I feel that Zamas' temperament is more suited to being a god of destruction, Guas suggested with a smile. Let Zamas become Lord Ramsey's disciple. Zamas immediately perked up, his eyes sparkling with hope as he gazed tenderly at Ramsey. Hurry and accept me. I am waiting to become a god of destruction. Humph. Does he think he is worthy? Ramsey scoffed disdainfully and, with a flick of his hand, sent a slap through the air. Bam! With a muffled sound, Zamas was propelled into the air, tracing an arc before plummeting back down. As Zamas soared, his heart sank. After all this, I have not been chosen as the Supreme Kai, and the god of destruction looks down on me. Thud! Zamas crashed headfirst into the ground of the Supreme Kai realm, leaving only his 2 feet flailing helplessly above the surface. Lord Ramsey, you are astonished by the presence of Guas. How can such a waste be deemed worthy of being my disciple? Ramsey scoffed, considering it a considerable favor that I did not outright dismiss him. Guas fell silent. Very well, let Zamasu wallow in his own filth, Ramsey declared. Guas, clearing his throat, hesitantly inquired, is there anyone suitable for the position of your apprentice destroyer, Lord Ramsey? After pondering for a moment, Ramsey replied, I believe I am not yet at retirement age, so let that little brat Vegeta perish in vain. Why should I take on another disciple? A smirk played on Ramsey's lips. Guas silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Has even this destroyer begun to play tricks? Suddenly, Guas noticed Vegeta dragging the unconscious Zamasu towards the restroom. Lord Ramsey instructed him to eat filth, Vegeta stated. Guas remained silent, vigorously wiping his perspiration. With a swift motion, Vegeta carelessly tossed Zamasu into the latrine. Guas remained speechless, continuing to wipe his brow. Ramsey winked at Vegeta, clearly pleased with the cooperation. Since Dal has now become your apprentice Supreme Kai, it is time to bestow upon Vegeta the treasures of the Kaioshin, such as the Patera earrings, time rings, and crystal balls, Ramsey remarked to Guas. Vegeta? Guas was taken aback. I merely have a fondness for him. Do not mind the details, Ramsey quickly added. This is ridiculous. I almost revealed too much. Vegeta whispered into Ramsey's ear, you are a foolish ally. Ramsey glared. Who are you calling a fool? Vegeta, you have met a dire fate. Ramsey wiped away a tear. Guas did not respond. Chapter 78. Patera earrings, time rings, crystal balls. Just tell me if this disciple is suitable or not, Ramsey continued. Lord Ramsey, I find it hard to comprehend how you can rapidly shift from sorrow to reality. Guas sighed. As a destroyer, what significance does the death of a disciple hold? Ramsey huffed. Now quickly, I ask you, is he suitable? Suitable, of course, Guas nodded. But isn't it a bit premature to bestow the Patera earrings at this stage? Hand them over. Why are you hesitating? Ramsey could no longer contain himself, grabbing Guas by the collar and lifting him, snatching the Patera earrings from his ears. Guas protested. Why are you forcibly taking them? Do not bully my master. Vegeta feigned indignation, rushing forward. Away with you. Ramsey dismissed him with a swift blow, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground. Guas remained silent. Dal possesses a sense of loyalty. Ramsey is stealing earrings, and you dare to assist me. I truly did not misjudge him. I understand now. I shall give it to him, Guas quickly stated. As he spoke, Guas retrieved a crystal ball and handed it to Vegeta. As for the time ring, Guas mused, it can only be possessed by a fully fledged Supreme Kai. Let us set aside the time ring for now. Ramses nodded, no longer making things difficult for Guas. At present, Vegeta had effortlessly acquired the Patera earrings and a crystal ball. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his storage ring and cleaned the Patera earrings. Guas inquired, what do you mean by that? After cleaning, Vegeta proceeded to disinfect the earrings with alcohol before adorning them on his ears. Kiss, do I look handsome? Vegeta grinned. Kiss responded, by the way, where does such a large egg typically reside? Vegeta shook the crystal ball in his hand and asked, surely, I can't just place this crystal ball in the storage ring, can I? Although, it wouldn't be impossible. However, Vegeta felt it lacked divine significance. This is a divine object. Do you think it appropriate to store it in a mere storage space? Kiss silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Do you refer to this crystal ball as an egg? The crystal ball can be stored away with a mantra and retrieved when needed, Guas explained to Vegeta. I will teach you the mantra now, but to truly grasp it may take some time. Thank you, Master, Vegeta nodded. Subsequently, he followed Guas to learn the mantra. That kid has never called me Master. Ramses muttered indignantly to Kiss. It seems he hasn't called me that either, Kiss pondered. Let us both disdain him, Ramses suggested. Very well, let us disdain him together. Kiss agreed. 10 minutes later, Guas said, I have taught you the mantra. Now take your time to comprehend it. I believe you will soon be able to store the crystal ball. I'll give it a try, Vegeta replied with a gentle nod. No need to rush. It took me several years just to master the act of storing the crystal ball, Guas chuckled. Suddenly, The crystal ball in Vegeta's hand vanished without a trace. Guas's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How did you do that? He stammered in shock. It's nothing extraordinary. All divine powers are interconnected, Vegeta smiled. He had now grasped the power of an angel, albeit at a concentration of only 70. However, learning some special abilities from the Kaioshin was exceedingly simple for him. Vegeta could practically master them in a heartbeat. Guas was dazed for several seconds, finally regaining his composure. This guy is a prodigy. He marveled at the swiftness of Vegeta's comprehension. Ignoring Guas, Vegeta silently approached Kiss. Kiss was slightly taken aback. What do you want in front of me? Vegeta reached into his pants pocket and pulled out the crystal ball. Kiss, look, isn't it fun? Vegeta smiled. Kiss covered her face, wishing to say nothing further. You only have one. Ramses chuckled mischievously. Vegeta rolled his eyes, unfazed, and wrote a number after 80,060 in his small notebook. Ramses craned his neck to take a look. What are you up to now? Just ignore him. That kid is always so mysteriously unpredictable. What about that instant transmission? Guvas, kindly instruct Dar on the art of instantaneous movement, Ramses commanded, addressing Guvas. Guvas replied, if you were not a destroyer, I would suspect you were here merely to pilfer knowledge. Very well, but mastering instantaneous movement will undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. That's of no concern, Ramses assured, unhurried by the passage of time. All right then, I shall commence teaching Dar this skill, Guvas nodded. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, and what of Zamas? Let him continue feasting on his own excrement. Ramses shrugged his elephantine trunk. That fellow has become irrelevant. After all, he won't perish from such a fate. What kind of twisted logic is that? Guvas expressed a look of exasperation, yet remained diligent as he began imparting the knowledge of instantaneous movement to Vegeta. This is the Kaioshin's method of instantaneous movement. This time, Vegeta found the process considerably more challenging. Guvas exhaled a slight sigh of relief. I was beginning to think you were a prodigy capable of mastering anything at a whim. However, Guvas soon discerned that Vegeta struggled with this technique. Even more so than Zamas had. Now that feels more like a normal response. Surely you must have limitations? Guvas felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. What is the matter with this fellow? Why has he yet to grasp instantaneous movement after such a prolonged effort? Ramses pondered in confusion. Kiss, resting her chin on her hand, observed Vegeta thoughtfully. After a brief silence, she remarked, it seems Mr. Vegeta is somewhat resistant to learning instantaneous movement. Resistant? Why? Ramses queried. Perplexed. I cannot say, Kiss replied, shaking her head. Just then, Vegeta executed a brief instantaneous move, appearing near Kiss and Ramses, overhearing their conversation. There's nothing peculiar about it. Once I master instantaneous movement, Kiss will no longer be able to fly away without me, Vegeta stated. Kiss and Ramses exchanged glances. You've become rather addicted to this, haven't you? Ramses chuckled. Indeed, I'm starting to get the hang of it, Vegeta remarked before vanishing once more, returning to Guvas' side. Kiss, holding her forehead, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Kiss, that is not the focal point anymore, Ramses urged, his anticipation mounting. Let us proceed with the plan proposed by Vegeta. Very well, Lord Ramses, Kiss nodded. With that, the crystal orb atop her staff began to shimmer. Chapter 79, Ramses, delicious. Hurry over here. Universe 11, Kaioshin Realm. 7 days prior, Mebius and Margarita had already arrived in the Kaioshin Realm. Additionally, Mebius had brought Tispo along. Currently, Kaioshin Kai was training Tispo. Hey Kai, how is it progressing? When will this fellow be ready to embark? Mebius inquired. Essentially, he is already prepared, Kai responded, the rest depends on his own understanding. Looking at Tispo, one could see a patera earring adorning his ear, but nothing else. As for instant transmission, Tispo has also undertaken its study, albeit with less profound comprehension. Tispo can only teleport within a certain range of the Kaioshin realm. Whoosh. At this moment, Tispo is executing instant transmission at an astonishing speed within the Kaioshin realm. The swiftness of his movements has elicited applause from Kai, the god of creation. Indeed. If Tispo can hone his skills further, I believe he will soon master instant transmission and be able to traverse even greater distances, Kai remarked with a smile. That is splendid. Waimai nodded in satisfaction before turning to Margarita and suggesting, Margarita, shall we commence? Which universe do you think would be suitable? Currently, it seems that only the god of destruction from Universe 10 has recently taken on a disciple, Margarita replied with a smile. Isn't that rather conspicuous? Waimai mused. We just held a competition for the disciples of the god of destruction, and now we're conducting a competition for the Kaioshin's disciples. Do you think that Ramsey fellow might become suspicious? That is indeed a concern, Margarita acknowledged. Perhaps we should reach out, tentatively inquire? Waimai proposed. Very well, Margarita responded, promptly establishing contact with Klex through her staff. In Universe 10, within the Kaioshin realm, Klex was just preparing to converse with Margarita when she suddenly received a message from her. Oh my, it's Margarita, Klex exclaimed with a smile. Margarita? Quickly, answer it and see what she wants, Ramsey urged, momentarily taken aback. And asked why that fellow hasn't he been assisting me in our universe these past few days. Understood, Plex replied, immediately initiating a video call. Plex's sister, Margarita, greeted. Hello, Margarita, Plex responded. It seems my sister Klex is not in the realm of the god of destruction, Margarita observed through the video, noting that Klex was not situated on Ramsey Planet. Indeed, we are currently at the Kaioshin's realm. I heard that the Kaioshin has recently taken on a disciple, so we wanted Mr. Vegeta to come over for some sparring. Plex explained. Sparring? Oh dear, isn't that a bit of bullying? Margarita chuckled. Yet, unforeseen circumstances do arise, Klex sighed with resignation. Unforeseen circumstances? Why do you say that? Sister Klex? Margarita inquired, puzzled. While we were en route, Mr. Vegeta inadvertently gathered destructive energy and ended up harming himself, Klex lamented. Margarita coughed lightly. Mr. Vegeta truly is exceptionally talented. To amass destructive energy and then destroy himself, truly a remarkable individual. Indeed, Klex nodded. Did Sister Klex utilize the time ring to rescue Mr. Vegeta? Margarita asked. Lord Ramsey stated that there's no need for rescue. He is no longer of any use, Klex replied. Margarita wiped her brow. Lord Ramsey is indeed ruthless. Just moments ago, that lad Vegeta managed to win against you for a millennium, and yet you do not even attempt to save him. We had already arrived near the realm of the Supreme Kai, so we might as well pay a visit, Kes continued. Through Kes's staff, Margarita caught sight of Vegeta meditating in the distance. Is that red-haired gentleman the apprentice Supreme Kai of Universe 10? Margarita inquired. Indeed, you see him, Kes replied. His name is Dar. How coincidental. Our Supreme Kai in Universe 11 has also taken on a disciple, Margarita smiled. Oh, is that so? Kes paused in surprise. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 has taken on a disciple as well? What an extraordinary coincidence. Margarita, let us get to the point, Whis urged. Since both universes have taken on Supreme Kai apprentices, Margarita nodded towards Whis. Shall we arrange a competition akin to that of the Destroyer-S disciples? I'll consult Lord Ramses about that, Kes remarked, taken aback. This isn't the usual format. According to tradition, Vegeta, as the new apprentice Supreme Kai, should challenge the apprentice destroyer of Universe 11. That would certainly rake in another 1,000 years of entertainment. Now we're discussing a challenge between apprentice Supreme Kais. Is your apprentice Supreme Kai even a match for Vegeta? Vegeta's current transformation has enhanced his power by 3,000 times. In terms of energy, he is merely 10 times weaker than Lord Ramses. Of course, gods have their own combat styles, which Vegeta is well versed in. It seems the apprentice of the Supreme Kai from Universe 11 is in for some trouble. Kes theatrically waved at Lord Ramses. Ramses, playing along, ambled over, his nose twitching. What's the matter? Ramses had been eavesdropping from the sidelines, but now feigned ignorance like a long-nosed elephant. Lord Whis wishes for the apprentice Supreme Kais to engage in a competition. What is Lord Ramses' opinion on this? Kes asked. Let me speak with him, Ramses replied. Very well, once you've spoken, I'll turn on the amplification. Kes nodded and addressed Margarita. Margarita, let them communicate amongst themselves. All right then, Margarita agreed. Hey Whis, what is going on with you? Ramses inquired with a frown. Weren't you supposed to come and work for me? You haven't shown up in the past few days. There's no need to be so anxious about such things. It's merely about destroying planets. You don't have to go every day. A rare visit to obliterate a few planets should suffice. After all, it won't hinder your universe's development. Wouldn't you agree? Whis chuckled. Besides, even you don't work every day, do you? I'll ask you when you plan to come to work, Ramses huffed. I assure you, it won't impede the development of your universe. That's acceptable, right? You needn't worry about when I go, Whis swore to the heavens. Chapter 80 Whis, good riddance. That's settled then. Ramses nodded in agreement, then asked, so you mentioned earlier about wanting to compete with me? Compete? Of course. The thought of having you work for me for 1,000 years fills me with immense pressure. With determination, Waymay declared, I will reclaim my victory. How do you wish to proceed? Ramsey inquired. The issue lies in the fact that your apprentice destroyer cannot possibly defeat mine. Enough of your pretense. Waymay retorted with a huff. I am well aware that the one known as Vegeta has perished, having succumbed to his own destructive energy. You actually believe that? I was merely jesting, Ramsey replied in a low tone. Then bring him before me. Waymay said, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Cursed be your insight. Ramsey clenched his teeth. I should have saved him back then. All right, I shall not bully you, since your apprentice destroyer is no more. Let us engage in a contest between the disciples of the Supreme Kai, Waymay proposed with a smirk. How do you intend to compete? Ramsey secretly delighted at the prospect. As we did before, let them engage in battle, Waymay suggested, one match to determine the victor. How shall we play? Ramsey asked. You have already lost to me for a millennium. Similar to before, if I win, that millennium you owe me shall be nullified, Waymay stated. Should I lose, I shall owe you another millennium. In total, I would serve you for 2,000 years. Am I truly in need of that extra millennium? Ramsey shook his head dismissively. That is of no interest. It would be better for you to join us in our universe sooner rather than later. With that, Ramsey signaled to Kess to end the call. Kess, without hesitation, promptly terminated the connection. Wei Mei exclaimed, "You wretched Ramsey. You win and then refuse to continue? Is such behavior not disgraceful? Call him back." Wei Mei gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tightly, her entire being trembling with frustration. Lord Ramsey may not consent, Makalita pondered. What if we propose 10,000 years instead? Wei Mei countered, 10,000 is excessive. Let us add 2,000 or 5,000 at most. But nothing beyond that. What if I were to lose again? Wei Mei's fear of defeat was palpable. It should not come to that, Makalita reassured her, among all the supreme Kais. Mr. T's strength is among the finest. Yet I cannot shake this ominous feeling. Wei Mei hesitated. Let us start with 2,000 years, if he disagrees. We may then consider 5,000, Makalita suggested. Agreed. Proposing 10,000 outright would certainly raise his suspicions. Wei Mei nodded. Very well, I shall contact Sister Kess once more, Makalita stated. With that, Makalita initiated another video call with Kess. Sister Kess, could you kindly ask Lord Ramsey to speak with Lord Wei Mei once more? Makalita requested. Of course. Kess replied. The two destroyers commenced yet another round of communication. Wei Mei, I have stated my disinterest in playing. I have already won, so why should I continue? Ramsey remarked with a hint of pride. What of 2,000 years? Should I lose, I would work for you for 3,000 years. Wei Mei retorted through gritted teeth. Am I in need of those extra 2,000? Ramsey scoffed. 5,000. 5,000 will suffice, yes? If I lose, I would owe you 5,000 years. Delicacies made Wei Mei clenched his fist and proclaimed, shouldn't it be 6,000 years? Longshi was momentarily taken aback. Your math truly reflects your background as a physical education teacher. Wei Mei retorted, what I meant is a direct 5,000 years. The previous 1,000 years are already included. 5,000 years. Longshi hesitated. You see, if you win, you gain 5,000 years, and if you lose, you don't incur any loss. It's merely a cancellation of the previous wager. Wei Mei cautiously reminded him. Longshi appeared somewhat troubled. Consider it a favor owed to you, Longshi. Does that suffice? Wei Mei reiterated. All right, if you are so keen on this wager, let us proceed. Longshi nodded, albeit reluctantly. Adding, however, my intern god of destruction is quite formidable. Perhaps we should reconsider. How coincidental. My intern god of destruction is also quite powerful, Wei Mei chuckled. Shall you come over, or shall we go to you? Longshi inquired. Let us go to you. We shall arrive shortly. Wei Mei exhaled in relief, her smile radiating joy. The fellow had finally acquiesced. Thus, the conversation concluded. Wei Mei, with a serious expression, patted Tispo's shoulder. Tispo, I hope you won't let me down, she remarked. Rest assured. Lady Wei Mei, Tispo replied with a smile, you are well aware of my capabilities. Indeed, your prowess is quite remarkable among the gods of destruction. Wei Mei nodded. By the way, I just heard that a fellow named Vegeta has perished? Tispo inquired with a hint of curiosity. Yes. He was obliterated by the destructive energy he himself amassed. Wei Mei laughed. What a fool. He met a fitting end. Tispo chuckled even more, though perplexed, he asked. How could he be destroyed by his own energy? It is possible that the destructive energy he gathered was so immense that he inadvertently ensnared himself within it. Wei Mei speculated. Regardless, it matters not. I was hoping for his demise sooner. So, Lady Wei Mei, when shall we set forth? Tispo was already brimming with eagerness. Macaulay, please restore Tispo's strength. We must ensure absolute success this time. Wei Mei instructed Macaulay. Of course, Lady Wei Mei. Macaulay nodded and approached Tispo, using her staff to rejuvenate his energy. Lady Wei Mei, is this truly necessary? My energy hasn't been overly depleted, Tispo remarked nonchalantly. This time, I cannot afford even the slightest misstep. You must be fully prepared for battle. Wei Mei admonished with a serious demeanor. Fear not. I shall effortlessly vanquish the intern god of destruction from the 10th universe. Tispo's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence. Very well, that is all I need to hear. Wei Mei nodded and instructed Kai. Kai, transport us to the realm of the god of destruction of the 10th universe. Chapter 81. Wei Mei takes the bait. Understood. Lady Wei Mei. Kai did not object. Everyone, please hold on tight. We are departing immediately. Tispo stepped forward and grasped Kai's hand. Wei Mei placed her hand gently upon Kai's shoulder, while Makalita rested her hand on the other. Kai Kai, Kai chanted, invoking the power of instantaneous movement. In a mere blink, they, along with Wei Mei and Tispo, arrived at the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Welcome, Lord Wei Mei, Lord Kai, and Makalita, Kess greeted with courteous formality. Oh dear, I apologize for the intrusion, Makalita smiled graciously. It has been a long time, Lord Kai. Guavas nodded respectfully towards him. Greetings, Lord Guavas, Kai reciprocated. Salutations to you, Lord Wei Mei and Lord Makalita, Guavas continued. My apologies for the disturbance, Lord Ramses, Kai acknowledged. Enough of these pleasantries, we are wasting time. Ramses declared with a wave of his hand, a hint of impatience in his tone. Indeed, let us proceed to more substantial matters. Wei Mei concurred, nodding in agreement with Ramses. Meanwhile, Tispo gazed intently at Vegeta across the way. Vegeta was now adorned in the attire of the Supreme Kai, his ears adorned with 2 Patera earrings. Unmistakably a disciple of the Supreme Kai. You are the apprentice Supreme Kai, are you not? Tispo inquired, stepping forward. Yes, I am at your service, Vegeta replied politely. Humph. This lad is far more courteous than that other fellow. Vegeta. Tispo chuckled heartily. Wei Mei regarded Vegeta with a discerning eye. Indeed, from his demeanor, it was clear that he possessed a greater level of courtesy than the other Vegeta. However, why was this apprentice Supreme Kai with his hands stuffed in his pockets? Was it customary for those of Universe 10 to adopt such a posture? Wei Mei scrutinized Vegeta once more, unable to discern the reason behind it. Makalita observed Vegeta as well, choosing to remain silent. Though angels are omniscient, they cannot scan a person's entirety upon sight, especially when the individual is a man. Being a woman, Makalita felt a slight hesitation in this regard. Moreover, she found this man rather striking. No, striking may not be the right term. It was more accurate to describe him as embodying a robust masculinity. His muscular physique, paired with his crimson hair, was undeniably impressive. What is your name? Tispo inquired with a cheerful demeanor. I am Dao, Vegeta replied. I am Tispo, the apprentice Supreme Kai of Universe 11. Tispo introduced himself with a smile. Wait a moment. Why do I feel like I have seen this rabbit somewhere before? Ramses murmured. Is that so? Wei Mei responded with a hint of nervousness, hastily adding, perhaps you are mistaken? This species is quite common throughout the universe, and do you not think he bears a resemblance to that fellow, Beerus? Ramses scrutinized Tispo once more, forcibly dismissing any lingering doubts regarding Vegeta. He had long recognized Tispo, but it mattered little. This rabbit was hardly of any significance. Vegeta's mere flatulence could send him flying. Strangely enough, as you mentioned, this fellow bears a striking resemblance to Beerus, remarked Ramsey, pondering whether he might be Beerus's long-lost second uncle. Perhaps. Wei Mei nodded in agreement. Kess and Margarita exchanged silent glances, both angels seemingly at a loss for words. Lord Beerus seems to be caught in the crossfire here. The two destroyers were surprisingly united in their disparagement of Beerus. However, this was to be expected. After all, Lord Beerus has a penchant for mischief, and he is, without a doubt, the mightiest of the destroyers. The other gods of destruction have long harbored disdain for him. Shall we commence the competition? Wei Mei queried, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Fearful that Ramsey might recognize Tispa. What was it you said? Ramsey asked. If you lose, you will serve me for 5,000 years. Is that the gist? Indeed. Wei Mei affirmed, and if I win, the 1,000 years of service I owe you will be nullified. Very well, let us begin. I have no objections, Ramsey nodded, his elephantine trunk swaying back and forth. Wei Mei let out a sigh of relief. At last, they could get started. Vegeta and Wei Mei stood facing each other, approximately 10 meters apart. In the distance, Ramsey and Wei Mei stood side by side, while Kess and Margarita stood shoulder to shoulder, each holding a staff. The Kaioshin Kai and Guas positioned themselves on the opposite side, observing the combatants, Vegeta and Tispa, preparing for battle. Not bad, Guas. Your disciple's muscular physique appears quite impressive. Kai remarked with a smile. Indeed, Guas nodded. Dal's talent is truly remarkable. Is that so? Has he mastered instant transmission yet? Kai inquired. Only instant transmission has proven somewhat challenging, Guas replied, but he has learned to effortlessly manipulate the crystal ball. That object is hardly meant for combat, Kai scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. True, I haven't focused much on combat training, Guas acknowledged. My disciple is indeed formidable in battle, Kai chuckled heartily. The match begins, Wei Mei declared, gesturing grandly towards Vegeta and Tispa. Dal, let us see if you can keep up with my speed. Tispa grinned, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Huh, where did he go? Vegeta scratched his head in confusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tispa's speed was astonishing, leaving behind a series of afterimages. In a mere moment, Tispa had materialized behind Vegeta. The next instant, Tispa launched a punch aimed directly at the back of Vegeta's head. What on earth is that? Vegeta glanced down, bending slightly to inspect the ground. Tispa's punch missed entirely. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta had kicked backward, landing a strike on Tispa's vulnerable area. Ow! Tispa cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground and writhing in pain. Did I just kick something? Vegeta turned back, bewildered, and asked Tispa, are you alright? I apologize. I was unaware of your presence behind me. How infuriating. I was careless just now. Tispa endured the excruciating pain and managed to rise from the ground. Chapter 82. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he resembled Vegeta immensely. What a delightful spectacle. I see that your universe's apprentice Supreme Kai is not all that impressive, Ramsey sighed. Humph, spare me your arrogance. It was his own carelessness, remarked Vegeta. Furthermore, it was that fellow named Dar who merely had the fortune on his side. Ramsey chuckled dismissively. Is it truly just luck? Vegeta simply did not wish to win too swiftly. Otherwise, how would he ensnare you next? Just wait. Soon that chap, named Dar, will comprehend Tispa's true might, Vegeta declared with a smirk. In the ensuing minutes, Vegeta engaged in a fierce battle alongside Tispa. He was in no haste to achieve victory. If he defeated Tispa too quickly, what would be left for the fight? After approximately 20 minutes had elapsed, Vegeta finally brought Tispa crashing to the ground. Breathing heavily, Vegeta appeared to be significantly fatigued. "Do you concede?" he asked, still with his hands in his pockets. As his foot pressed against Tispa's face, Tispa gritted his teeth, attempting to rise once more. Vegeta applied more pressure with his foot. Bang! Tispa was once again forced down by Vegeta's might. Tispa trembled with fury. "Why do I feel that your posture with hands in pockets bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the one named Vegeta?" Ramses silently wiped his brow. "Brother, could we perhaps refrain from this hands in pockets demeanor? Are you so desperate for others to know you are Vegeta?" Ramses cast a furtive glance at Vegeta. Fortunately, from Vegeta's expression, it seemed he remained oblivious to Vegeta's true identity. "Wow, what a fool. Such an obvious stance, and you couldn't recognize it? Oh, it seems I too failed to notice it before, despite having spent 12 years in his company." Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to Tispa, sending him soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Vegeta swiftly appeared directly above Tispa. Bang! He then delivered another kick, sending Tispa plummeting back to the ground. Boom! Tispa crashed heavily onto the surface of the Supreme Kai's realm, leaving a substantial crater and sinking deeply into it. "What a pity. I did not expect your universe's apprentice Supreme Kai to be so formidable," Kai remarked with a sigh. "No, not at all," Guavas chuckled dryly. "Something seems amiss. With Dar's strength, he should have easily triumphed over this rabbit. Why has he struggled for so long? Although he has won, it feels like an arduous victory." Witnessing Tispa's battered state, Vegeta's heart sank. 5,000 years. 5,000 years. Ramses laughed heartily, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. Vegeta felt as if he were on the brink of despair. This is utterly absurd. Why does this fellow named Dal fight in such a manner reminiscent of that lad named Vegeta? What is the connection between them? Wei Mei inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, it's nothing of great significance," Long Yusi replied nonchalantly. "Dal is a distant cousin of Vegeta. He once trained under him for a time before I took him away." "What did you just say?" Wei Mei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Guavas, too, was momentarily stunned, casting a bewildered glance at Long Yusi. "Did you not previously assert that they were brothers? How has it now transformed into a distant cousin? What is Long Yusi truly up to?" No wonder their fighting styles are so similar, Wei Mei thought, grinding her teeth. So they are indeed relatives. However, she genuinely struggled to associate the current Vegeta with the one from her memories. He appeared entirely different. His aura had shifted. His voice had matured. In the past, Vegeta barely reached Keisai's thigh, often gazing up at her in admiration of the beautiful scenery. From that angle, the view was quite unique. Now, Vegeta had to look down at Keisai, having grown taller after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. In this perspective, it was still acceptable. The mountains appeared different from various angles, revealing depth and contrast. Thus, whether gazing up or down, observing Keisai would always yield a distinct sensation. 5,000 years. 5,000 years. Long Yusi exclaimed, his excitement evident as he swayed his elongated trunk. Wei Mei felt a pang of despair. What am I doing? Why did I wager against him? And now I've lost 5,000 years. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered within her. Observing Dal panting so heavily, she felt that if Tispo exerted himself just a bit more, he might secure victory. What a pity. Bang. Vegeta stomped his foot forcefully, jolting Tispo from the pit. Slap. Vegeta seized Tispo by the collar, demanding, "Do you concede?" I concede. Tispo nodded, realizing he could not continue. This guy is too strong. However, he appears quite exhausted as well. I should concede early. Perhaps in a rematch, I might win. Still unwilling to concede, Vegeta retaliated with a swift slap to Tispo's face, knocking several teeth out. "You bastard. I concede." Bang. Vegeta delivered another strike across Tispo's other cheek. Enough. Wei Mei clenched her teeth in frustration. Vegeta tossed Tispo to the ground, turning to glance at Wei Mei. "Humph, is that all? I expected him to be more formidable," Vegeta scoffed. Wei Mei remained silent, her expression growing increasingly frosty. "Hey, you elephant god of destruction. Did you not claim that the gods of other universes are exceptionally powerful? How is it that he possesses such limited prowess?" Vegeta retorted with a cold snort. "You are becoming arrogant again," Long Yusi remarked darkly. "It is not my arrogance, but rather their incompetence." Vegeta scoffed, urging, "Hurry and find me an internship destroyer to hone my skills." "But perhaps it is better to refrain. What could you? An intern Supreme Kai challenge an intern destroyer?" Ramses bellowed, "Silence. Do you not comprehend the wisdom of knowing when to retreat?" Wymide's eyes sparkled at the side. This fellow wishes to challenge an intern destroyer? What an opportune moment. Perhaps with a little persuasion, success could be within reach. Should you dare to challenge an intern destroyer, you would undoubtedly find yourself thoroughly defeated. You, a mere intern Supreme Kai, boldly spouting nonsense. I can certainly make something of this. Chapter 83, Wymide, fulfill your desire. We Saiyans grow stronger in the face of adversity. You promised to find me a formidable opponent, yet you present me with a mere rabbit? Vegeta retorted with irritation. Be silent, Ramses exclaimed furiously. I demand you find me an in-turn destroyer to challenge. Vegeta insisted. Do you believe I won't obliterate you? Ramses thundered. I am the future Supreme Kai. You lack the authority to destroy me, as I have committed no transgressions. Vegeta replied calmly, adding, moreover, even if you were to destroy me, I would still seek to challenge greater foes. You are utterly hopeless, Ramses declared, swinging his trunk and beckoning to Kes not far away. Kes, let us depart. Very well, Lord Ramses, Kes replied with a gentle nod. As they prepared to leave, Wymide interjected urgently. Wymide, I am aware of your intentions. You simply wish for Dar to challenge that in-turn destroyer, am I correct? Ramses scoffed coldly. Let's not entertain that thought. Do you think I would continue to wager with you? You have already lost to me for 5 millennia. Ramses, do not speak so definitively. Everything is negotiable, Wymide chuckled. There is no need for negotiation. Regardless of what you say, I shall not acquiesce, Ramses replied firmly. Wymide felt a pang of disappointment. You are being unreasonable. You cannot simply quit after winning a few rounds. Is this how you play? I will wager with you, Vegeta suddenly interjected. Wymide paused, turning to regard Vegeta. I have grasped what you are discussing. It is merely that your destroyer will come to our universe to assist our universe's destroyer for 5,000 years, is it not? Vegeta inquired, rolling his eyes at Ramses. You are such a poor teammate, stating it so bluntly. Wymide nearly lost interest. Indeed, Wymide nodded. I will assist you. What do you think? Vegeta smiled, moreover. As the future Supreme Kai, I shall inevitably master instant transmission. Regardless of which planet requires destruction, I can teleport there and obliterate it with a single punch. Although I do not intend to destroy, releasing a tremendous amount of energy is quite effortless. At that moment, Wymide's eyes gleamed with excitement. This individual speaks with conviction. You wish to challenge the in-turn destroyer? Wymide asked Vegeta. Indeed, I shall fulfill my brother's wish. Vegeta declared with fervor. Your brother? The one named Vegeta? Whis inquired, intrigued. Yes, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. What is his wish? Whis asked, curiosity piqued. To become the strongest human in the entire universe. Vegeta proclaimed. Splendid, such ambition. Whis responded, giving Vegeta a thumbs up and asking with keen interest, so, how do you propose we wager? I owe Lord Ramsay a favor, and I must repay it, Vegeta stated. Thus, should I emerge victorious, would you extend our Universe 10's work by an additional 5,000 years? As for the nature of the favor, Vegeta left it for Whis to ponder. That lad is quite shrewd, Whis mused. 5,000 years added. So if I win, you owe us 10,000 years of labor. Vegeta emphasized. And if you lose? Whis asked, his demeanor calm. Should I lose? All your tasks will fall to me, Vegeta replied. You have already lost 5,000 years to Universe 10. I shall work in your stead for that duration. Whis contemplated this thoroughly. By my word, what a cunning scheme. Someone to do my work for me is indeed marvelous. Are you certain? Whis concealed his inner delight. Absolutely. Have your trainee god of destruction come forth, Vegeta nodded. K. Swiftly summon Topo. Whis instructed urgently, fearing that the individual named Daishinkan might reconsider. K hesitated momentarily, approaching Whis with a contemplative expression. As an observer, the Supreme Kai K sensed an underlying trap waiting for Whis to spring into. Lord Whis, why do I feel something is amiss? K murmured. Why waste breath? Hurry and bring Topo here. Whis urged, now fraught with anxiety. What can a mere trainee Supreme Kai achieve, anyway? I watched the previous match. Your strength is quite limited. Your victory over Dispo was purely by chance. Very well, K sighed in resignation, promptly vanishing with instantaneous movement. Since Lord Whis disregards my counsel, I have nothing further to say. I shall adhere to your directives, for the one who stands to lose is you, not I. In the blink of an eye, K appeared at the headquarters of the Proud Team on Planet Pride. The headquarters had undergone renovations, regaining its former grandeur. Captain Topo was convening a meeting, as the Proud Team primarily engaged in strategizing against the forces of evil. In an instant, K materialized within the meeting room, causing the team members to momentarily pause. Many had never encountered Supreme Kai K before, as it was Whis who had taken Dispo away, not the Supreme Kai. However, Topo recognized Supreme Kai K immediately and approached to pay his respects. Uncertain of the reason for the presence of the Supreme Kai, Topo inquired with curiosity. Topo, accompany me. Kai said. Very well, Topo nodded, following the Supreme Kai out of the conference room. Your captain will be stepping out with me. You are free to engage in your own activities, Kai addressed the members of the Pride Troopers. The team members whispered among themselves, bewildered by the unfolding events. Kai led Topo outside. Supreme Kai, is there something you wish to discuss? Topo asked again, his expression growing grave. Is it possible that Dispo has encountered trouble? Only Topo was aware of Dispo's whereabouts. That fellow has gone to train as an apprentice Supreme Kai, Kai confirmed. Indeed, Dispo has encountered challenges. We ventured to the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 10 and challenged the apprentice Supreme Kai, Darb, who bested Dispo. An apprentice Supreme Kai? Topo was taken aback. Have they begun battling amongst themselves? Indeed, It is due to Lord Vermouth's wager with Lord Rumshire regarding the duration of their service to one another. Kai sighed with resignation. Chapter 84. Vegeta's brother? So how many years has Lord Vermouth lost? Topo inquired. He has already lost 5,000 years, Kai lamented. What? As far as I knew. It was only 1,000. How did it escalate to 5,000 so swiftly? Topo wiped his brow. Why did Lord Vermouth suffer such a devastating defeat? That is simply the reality, Kai replied. Is it possible that the Supreme Kai summoned me to challenge their apprentice Supreme Kai? Topo questioned. It is indeed the apprentice Supreme Kai who wishes to challenge you. The apprentice destroyer, Kai affirmed. What? Their apprentice Supreme Kai seeks to challenge me? Topo scoffed. That would be a mockery. How could I possibly accept such an unfair contest? By the way, that apprentice Supreme Kai is reportedly the brother of Vegeta, Kai contemplated. Do you have any past grievances with a fellow named Vegeta? Vegeta? His brother? Topo shuddered, his countenance darkening. Indeed, Kai nodded. Does this mean that Vegeta himself is present? Topo inquired. No, it is said that Vegeta has perished, Kai responded. Perished? Topo was taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his face. How did he meet his end? It is said that he concentrated a massive amount of destructive energy, ultimately leading to his own demise, Kai explained. Ah, truly. It seems that fate is both a benefactor and a jealous guardian. Topo felt an unexpected surge of elation. We are alone here. Feel free to laugh heartily. We are of the same universe, after all, Kai smiled. He deserved such a fate. That is the price of his arrogance. Topo exclaimed joyfully, though he lamented that it would have been better for him to have fallen by Topo's hand. Kai did not respond. Now that Vegeta has met his end, let us proceed to deal with his brother accordingly, Topo said, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Then let us be off. Kai nodded. Place your hand upon my shoulder. Topo rested his hand upon Kai's shoulder. Kai utilized instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye, he and Topo appeared in the realm of the God of Destruction in Universe 10. I pay my respects to Lord Whis, Topo said, taking a bow. Enough with the unnecessary formalities, Whis replied, gesturing toward Vegeta in the distance. That fellow is the one who wishes to challenge you. His name is Dar. And he is Vegeta's brother. Understood. Topo smiled and nodded before striding toward Vegeta. Meanwhile, Rumshire stood silently with a scowl, trembling with anger. Whis was delighted. Rumshire, I never expected you to have a day like this. By the way, Lord Whis, what about Tispo? Kai inquired, hoping Whis would request Margarita to assist in healing Tispo. Let that fellow eat dirt, Whis huffed. So, you are the intern god of destruction Dar? Vegeta's brother? Topo inquired, observing Vegeta with a smile, noting he appeared more mature than the one named Vegeta. Wait a moment, Vegeta said as he approached, dragging the unconscious Tispo away. What are you doing? Topo asked. Taken aback. Did you not hear? Your god of destruction, Whis, instructed him to eat dirt, Vegeta replied, before tossing Tispo far away, directly into a latrine. Tispo was left to wallow in filth alongside Zamasu. Topo, Whis, why do you listen so attentively to such orders and execute them so diligently? Whis had no intention of rescuing Tispo, reasoning that eating dirt wouldn't kill him. Topo clenched his fists tightly, finding this individual even more infuriating than the one named Vegeta. What did you ask me earlier? Vegeta said, smiling at Topo. You are the intern god of destruction Dar, correct? Topo huffed. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. Shall we begin? Topo called out. Certainly, Vegeta replied with a smile. Feel free to attack me. Topo spoke confidently. Then I shall not hold back. Vegeta rushed forward, delivering a swift kick to Topo's head, slamming him down onto the ground. Boom. Topo's head collided with the earth of the god of destruction's realm, leaving him dizzy and seeing stars. Is this really the intern god of destruction? How does he possess such formidable strength? Kai had claimed he had won against Tispo by sheer luck. Is this mere luck? Vegeta continued to grind Topo's head into the ground, casually keeping his hands in his pockets. Topo felt utterly defeated. Go. Vegeta kicked him into the air. Bang. Following that, Vegeta delivered another kick, sending Topo tumbling rapidly across the ground. Whis watched in astonishment. What on earth? What is the matter with this fellow? Why do I sense that his strength has surged yet again? Previously, he merely matched T's in prowess, yet now he seems capable of effortlessly overpowering Torpo. Bang. Torpo crashed heavily to the ground, gritting his teeth as he rose, his face etched with boundless fury. He swiftly returned to the fray, confronting Vegeta once more. An apprentice god of destruction? How utterly disappointing, Vegeta scoffed. How infuriating. You have thoroughly awakened the rage within me. Torpo sneered. Is that so? Then let me witness you transform your wrath into power, Vegeta retorted. Boom. An eruption of energy surged from Torpo, elevating his might to its zenith. I sense your divine strength has considerably amplified. What will be the outcome, I wonder? Vegeta chuckled. You shall find out shortly, Torpo replied with a light laugh. Charging towards Vegeta with great speed, Torpo unleashed a punch aimed directly at Vegeta, with his hands tucked into his pockets. Vegeta merely raised his knee to block the incoming blow. Is this truly your attack? It feels rather unimpressive, Vegeta mused with a smile. Torpo, How is his fighting style so reminiscent of Vegeta's? Smack. Torpo hastily retreated, creating distance between them. I heard that Vegeta perished, Torpo remarked. You just heard? Vegeta chuckled. You seem utterly unperturbed, Torpo observed. Chapter 85, The Delectable Ambush. Humph, there is nothing to mourn. Life and death are merely a matter of fate. Vegeta stated nonchalantly. Besides, his wishes shall be inherited by me. He ought to be pleased. Torpo, what kind of twisted logic is that? Very well. Show me your true abilities, Vegeta demanded. You are far too arrogant. I shall demonstrate the true might of an apprentice god of destruction, Torpo declared solemnly. As a crimson light radiated from him, signaling the awakening of his god of destruction form. Prepare to experience a terror akin to hell. Torpo's voice was cold. Is that so? Vegeta scoffed. You would do well to be cautious. Don't let me knock you out with a single punch. As Torpo charged towards Vegeta, his fist transformed into a streak of light, striking towards him in an instant. Whoosh. Vegeta vanished from sight in a blink. Torpo was left grasping at air, his expression shifting dramatically. Meanwhile, Vegeta swiftly appeared beside Ramzi. Is 10,000 years sufficient? I sense that if we continue this charade, he may truly lose his composure. Vegeta whispered, indicating that there was no need for Jiren to make an appearance. MMM. Ramzi nodded vigorously, silently giving Vegeta a thumbs up. Ramzi had never doubted Vegeta's victory. Even in his base form, Vegeta could leave Torpo searching for his teeth, let alone in his current transformation. The arduous battle Vegeta had with T's was merely a setup to prolong the game, and it seemed that this fool had indeed fallen for it. Very well, Vegeta nodded. Whoosh. Vegeta vanished into thin air. Torpo was taken aback, glancing around in confusion. Where did he go? Where's that guy? How could he disappear without me seeing it? Whis widened his eyes in astonishment. How does this fellow, known as Darl, possess such incredible speed? It dawned on me. Was he concealing his true power all along? Whis' expression shifted rapidly, a realization striking him like a bolt of lightning. I seem to have been deceived. I fell into a trap. Rumshire and this guy were merely putting on a show. In an instant, Vegeta reappeared behind Torpo. His voice resonated from behind, right here. Torpo mechanically turned his head. Bang. Vegeta unleashed a powerful kick that sent Torpo soaring into the sky. Whoosh. Torpo shrank into a mere speck. All right. He has already lost consciousness. I have triumphed. Vegeta turned to face Whis. Whis' expression shifted ominously. You've been hiding your strength all along, just to trick me, haven't you? Whis spoke coldly. It was you who insisted on gambling with Lord Rumshire. I merely played along, Vegeta replied with a smile. Do you have any idea what the consequences of provoking a god of destruction might be? Whis' demeanor grew increasingly frigid. No, I do not, Vegeta responded, unfazed. Not only was Vegeta unperturbed, but he also casually placed his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of withdrawing them. However, he slightly rubbed the fingers of his hands together within the pockets. The power of the angel in his left hand and the power of destruction in his right coalesced into a small orb of light. Fortunately, Vegeta's pants were somewhat opaque, making it difficult for others to notice. Kid, you're courting death. Whis could no longer restrain himself and charged toward Vegeta. Slap. Rumshire acted faster, effortlessly raising his hand to catch Whis' fist. Enough, Whis. Are you incapable of accepting defeat? How dare you strike at an apprentice god of destruction? Rumshire admonished. Step aside. Whis huffed coldly. This was entirely my idea. He has nothing to do with it, Rumshire sneered. What did you say? Whis gritted his teeth. Fury etched on his face. Indeed, this was all my plan. It has nothing to do with Darl, Rumshire said. He was merely cooperating with me in this charade. Rumshire, you're ruthless. I will remember this, Whis exclaimed, genuinely aggrieved by his defeat. This is absurd. 10,000 years. Previously, 1,000 years felt like a mere formality, but now it has escalated to 10,000 years. This is rather tragic. Whis felt a sense of impending gloom for the next 10,000 years. How could he not harbor hatred for this Darl fellow? If it weren't for your collaboration with Rumshire, would I have lost to him for 10,000 years? Whis, do not let your pride cloud your judgment, Rumshire warned. What is 10,000 years? Whis clenched his teeth, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta, his heart stirring. He nodded at Rumshire. I accept your terms. Humph, now that is more like it. Ramzi chuckled, reminding himself to work diligently in the future and to refrain from boasting. Wamey turned away, wishing to ignore Ramzi. 10,000 years. Ramzi was overjoyed. Margarita, let us depart, Wamey beckoned. Very well, my lord, Margarita nodded in agreement. At that moment, the unconscious Torpo fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground of the Universe King's realm. Seizing the opportunity, Wamey swiftly appeared directly in front of Vegeta and aimed a palm strike at him. This rascal is infuriating. He dares to betray even me. Watch how I teach you a lesson. I may not kill you, but I will ensure you endure great suffering. Wamey instinctively believed that his strike would surely land on Vegeta's chest. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. In a flash, Vegeta vanished from sight. What? Wamey was stunned. This fellow's reflexes are remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta reappeared behind Kai, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. How did I fall? Kai exclaimed, bewildered. I was merely an observer. Why am I the one being attacked? What audacity! Wei roared, charging towards Vegeta's direction. Vegeta, aiming his foot at Kai's head, retorted, come and try it. Do you believe I 1T crush his skull in an instant? Wei was taken aback. I am innocent here. Kai protested. You dare. Wei shouted in anger. Your lives are intertwined, are they not? Vegeta sneered. If this Kai were to perish, would you not follow suit? Chapter 86. Bombs for Wei. Wei fell silent, trembling all over. My apologies, Lord Kai. It was unintentional, Vegeta said to Kai. Unintentional? You clearly had intent. Kai replied. I knew you were sneaking glances at me. So that was your motive, Wei. How shameless of you. Ramsey thundered. Wei remained silent. You will pay for your treachery, Vegeta declared, swiftly withdrawing his hand from his pocket. He then fused 2 orbs of energy together. With a swift motion, Vegeta hurled the combined powers of destruction and angelic force towards Wei. What is that? Wei gasped. What have you done? Ramsey exclaimed, everyone run. In an instant, Ramsey dashed to Goku's side, lifting him into the air with remarkable speed. Soon, they vanished from sight. Oh dear, Crick sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Margarita? We must leave this place quickly. With that, Crix vanished from view. What is happening, sister? Makarita had yet to comprehend the situation, yet her body instinctively reacted. Whoosh. Makarita caught up with Kess, transforming into 2 radiant streaks of light akin to shimmering stars. What has transpired, sister? Makarita inquired. Kess, half explaining about Mr. Dar. The brother of Vegeta, suddenly sensed something amiss. She nearly divulged too much. Moreover, mentioning the power of angels and destruction would indeed raise suspicions. You shall soon find out. Kess retorted, swallowing her words. What is it? Waimide, in her obliviousness, failed to grasp the situation. Shortly thereafter, she noticed a peculiar point of light drifting toward her, swiftly arriving at her side. Humph, mere trifles. Waimide scoffed, delivering a resounding slap. Such a small object dared to wreak havoc before her. Smack! As Waimide's hand made contact with the light, a blinding white engulfed the entire realm of the Kaishin. Waimide's expression turned pale, her pupils constricting sharply. This is bad, she exclaimed, sensing the gravity of the situation. The power emanating from this entity was immense. Yet, she soon noticed that the one named Dar was still present, seemingly unwilling to depart. If you're not leaving, what do I have to fear? Waimide thought, feeling emboldened. It was merely a point of light. What was there to fear? That fellow was also here, after all. She was certain he had not left. Boom. At the moment the Kaishin realm was enveloped in white, the light unleashed boundless, formidable energy. The overwhelming force instantly engulfed Waimide. Upon sensing the intensity of the energy, her heart raced, nearly dislodging the red nose of her clown persona. Waimide reacted swiftly, hastily enveloping herself in a shield. Crack! However, in the next instant, the shield she conjured shattered. What? Waimide was utterly astounded, realizing there was no time to summon another shield. Even if she did, it would be rendered ineffective almost immediately. Subsequently, Waimide crossed her arms to shield her head. Simultaneously, as her arms crossed, she glanced in Vegeta's direction. To her shock, she observed that the one named Dar was disintegrating. What? Is it really necessary? She pondered. I had no intention of killing you. After all, you are but an apprentice Kaishin. I merely wished to inflict serious injury upon you, to make you aware of the consequences of betraying me. How did you end up destroying yourself? Waimide was genuinely perplexed. Yet, there was no time to dwell on it, as the immense energy continued to rush toward her. Gritting her teeth, Waimide braced herself against the onslaught of energy. In less than 10 seconds, a substantial portion of the Kaishin realm was obliterated. The planet lay in ruins. Buzz. In the next moment, a colossal black hole manifested in the sky, devouring the surrounding light and warmth. Above the black hole, bolts of lightning crackled and danced, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Wei gazed up at the black hole, which exceeded 10 meters in diameter, her face pale and her body trembling. It was nothing short of miraculous that she had not been obliterated. Swiftly, she examined her body, revealing a countenance marked by despair. She was utterly astounded to discover that her legs had been partially annihilated, her once vibrant nose obliterated, and her body and face marred by bloodstains. Wei was genuinely terrified, and everyone around her was rendered speechless. Long Shi, high above, was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the effects of being in close proximity to the fused divine energy. Previously, he had been at a considerable distance from the fusion point, sustaining only superficial injuries. However, this time, Wei had come into direct contact with the luminous point, even striking it with her palm. The fact that she had survived was remarkable in itself. After all, Vegeta had been utterly destroyed. That rascal Vegeta was undeniably ruthless, opting to reduce himself to a mist of blood rather than allow Wei to be harmed. Fortunately, the fusion point was not excessively large, akin to the previous one. Had it been any larger, the destroyer of Universe 11 would have likely perished. Longshi silently wiped the sweat that trickled down his face. It was terrifying. What had transpired? Kai was left in shock. Notably, after taking Gawasu away, Longshi could not bear to witness Wei Mei's potential demise. If you vanish, who will work for me for 1,000 years? Longshi then lifted the fallen Kai into the air, transporting them to a safer area. Yet even so, Longshi remained uneasy and cast protective shields around both of them, ensuring that neither Kai nor Gawasu suffered harm. Gawasu was drenched in cold sweat, tears streaming down his face. The palace of the Supreme Kai had been completely obliterated, and half the planet had been destroyed. The palace was no exception. Had the attack's range not been concentrated, the entire realm of the Supreme Kai would have been annihilated. Chapter 87. Wei Mei left in ruins. What on earth was that? Kai spoke solemnly. Did Dardal perish? Gawasu had just realized that Dardal had been reduced to mere fragments. This individual was indeed formidable. How could he bring about his own demise just to confront Lady Wei Mei? Kai fell silent. Your universe's apprentice supreme, Kai does not adhere to conventional logic at all. Makarita's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression shifting dramatically. What on earth is that? Makarita, astonished, inquired, sensing a force of destruction forcibly intertwined with angelic power, resulting in a mutation. Oh dear, what a chaotic situation, sighed Kess. Did you know about this all along, Sister Kess? Makarita turned to face her. Enough of that, Makarita. Quickly tend to Lord Vemide's wounds while I restore the god of destruction's realm, Kess proposed. You are right, sister. Makarita gravely nodded and swiftly appeared beside Vemide. With a decisive motion, Makarita's staff unleashed angelic energy to heal his body. Meanwhile, Kess soared into the sky, pointing her staff downwards towards the ravaged planet of the god of destruction, initiating its restoration. That scoundrel! What a mess! Vemide gritted his teeth, expressing his frustration. Simultaneously, his severed legs began to regenerate rapidly. Just then, Vegeta transformed into a mist of blood, quickly coalescing back into his Super Saiyan 4 form. He opened his crimson eyes and gazed at Vemide across from him. What? Lost a leg? I thought such things couldn't harm a god of destruction. Who would have thought it could blow his legs off? If I had concentrated a bit more, could I have shattered this clown? He glanced at Makarita, noticing her healing Vemide. Could it be that the reason Lamsi was unscathed before was due to Kess's intervention? Vegeta pondered, recalling seeing Kess beside Lamsi during his recovery. Lamsi remarked, this fellow has caught on to something. Vemide's eyes widened in disbelief. How did this brat recover? He was reduced to a mist. How could he possibly heal? This is truly insane, Vemide thought. Once more, Vegeta grinned, his left hand poised with angelic energy and his right with destructive power. Vemide appeared alarmed. Makarita looked equally concerned. Encountering such a reckless individual is truly exhausting. Wait, Lamsi exclaimed, swiftly appearing beside Vegeta and striking away his destructive energy. Vegeta turned, his expression dark as he glared at Lamsi. You need to be careful. Do you intend to kill him? Lamsi whispered in Vegeta's ear. He wishes to kill me. I have no reason to hold back, Vegeta huffed. He wouldn't go that far. He merely seeks to inflict severe damage and teach you a lesson, Lamsi urgently defended. I can tell he isn't serious. Really? Vegeta regarded Lamsi with skepticism. I am not deceiving you. Lamsi insisted. Besides, if you kill him, who will work for me for the next 10,000 years? That does seem to have some merit, Vegeta conceded, retracting the gathered angelic energy back into himself. After finally winning for 10,000 years, it would indeed be inappropriate to end it all like this. Moreover, Vegeta was acutely aware that this tactic could only be employed once. Should he attempt it again, there was a distinct possibility that it would be evaded. As long as the opponent was swift, one could not hope to land a blow. I must contemplate how to ensure that the deity who has tormented me suffers once more. Observing Vegeta retracting his angelic power, the tension in Whis' heart eased slightly. This fellow is truly a reckless daredevil. Do you wish to attempt it again? But for the intervention of Rumshur. Hey Whis, shall we consider today as events settled? Rumshur called out urgently to Whis. Settled? Whis' expression darkened. I have been threatened by a mere human. You suggest we simply let it go? At that moment, under Makarita's healing, Whis had fully recovered. Rumshur swiftly flew to Whis' side. Whis, you must understand. Your Supreme Kai is still present, Rumshur spoke in a hushed tone. Whis shivered slightly, too fearful to meet the gaze of Supreme Kai. If he were to look at him, that individual named Dar would likely attempt another ambush on Kai. At this moment, all Whis wished to do was shout, Kai, why are you still lingering here? What are you hoping to achieve? Do you intend for us both to vanish? Do me a favor. Did you not promise that if I competed against you, you would owe me a favor? Rumshur remarked. Yet you have already triumphed. What further favors do you seek? Are you taking advantage of me? Whis retorted. Very well, you have pledged to serve me for 10,000 years, correct? I shall reduce that by 1,000 years, surely. That is agreeable? Rumshur proposed generously. 2,000 years. Or this matter remains unresolved. Whis huffed. 2,000 it is, but you must still serve me for 8,000 years. Rumshur nodded. Whis felt a pang of despair. This is truly infuriating. Reducing 2,000 years leaves me with 8,000. Just the thought of it is overwhelming. Nonetheless, having 2,000 years less is a positive development. I shall find a way to further lessen this burden in due course. Makalita, let us depart. Whis called out. Indeed. Lord Whis, Makalita responded. Whoosh, whoosh. Makalita and Whis transformed into two streaks of vibrant light, swiftly departing the scene. As they passed by Supreme Kai, Whis remarked coldly. Supreme Kai, are you not leaving? Do you intend to remain here to be dispatched by that individual? Ah, it is Lord Whis, Kai replied. As Kai prepared to take his leave, a sudden thought struck him. Lord Whis, what of Topo and Dispo? They wouldn't have perished in the explosion, would they? Kai inquired anxiously. Whis immediately turned to glance at Makalita. Makalita, examining the scene with her staff, replied, Mr. Dispo is safe as he was consuming that item. However, Mr. Topo has indeed been obliterated. Whis pondered, is there still hope for salvation? Fortunately, Mr. Topo's soul remains intact and can be salvaged. Margarita nodded. Kai, take Dispo back, said Whis. Kai wiped the sweat from his brow. Why me? That guy is wallowing in filth and reeks terribly. Kai was reluctant to undertake the task. Hurry up. Don't dawdle, Whis urged. Don't forget, he is your apprentice Supreme Kai. Kai retorted, I never intended to take on a disciple. You insisted I accept him. Now, you dare to declare him my apprentice Supreme Kai? He sighed, realizing the truth in Whis's words. Reluctantly, he advanced swiftly, retrieving Tispo from the muck, muttering incantations under his breath. Kai. With a flash, Kai executed a teleportation technique, vanishing in an instant. I won't take you back. You can fly back on your own. As Kai disappeared, Whis felt a weight lift from his heart. He had been intently observing Vegeta's actions, ready to intervene if he dared to disrespect the Supreme Kai. Let us depart, Margarita, Whis said with a stern expression. Understood, Margarita nodded. With a whoosh, the two transformed into beams of light of different hues and swiftly left the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 10. The realm was now solely occupied by the inhabitants of Universe 10. At this moment, Kes had already restored the Supreme Kai realm. The restoration required no manipulation of time. It merely needed the angelic power to gather the destroyed fragments back together. Kes exhaled, flying beside Vegeta. Next time, you must refrain from such reckless behavior, Kes sighed. Though you are immortal, if your soul suffers severe damage, recovery may not be as simple. Understood, Vegeta nodded. You certainly don't make things easy for me. Ramsey remarked with a sigh. What did you say to Whis? He actually left. Vegeta inquired. No significant loss, just 2,000 years of work traded for his departure. In essence, he merely owes me another 8,000 years of labor, Ramsey chuckled, waving his elongated trunk. 8,000 years is acceptable. One should not be too greedy. Kes interjected. From 1,000 years to 8,000, is that not a sign of greed? Nonetheless, inform Whis that should he dare to ambush me again, I shall retaliate against his Supreme Kai. Vegeta scoffed. Though I may not be his match now, there will come a day when I shall leave him searching for his teeth. Ramsey fell silent, recognizing that Vegeta's vengeful nature had not changed. By the way, I almost forgot, Vegeta exclaimed, retrieving a small notebook from his storage ring. He opened it to reveal the figure 80060. With a swift stroke of his pen, he amended the number to 10,060. Ramsey craned his neck to look over. Have you begun recording numbers again? Why has your number decreased this time? Immediately, Vegeta inscribed another figure beside 10060. 100,000. 100,000? Ramsey was taken aback. Subsequently, Vegeta wrote a letter above that number and inscribed another letter atop the other 10060. What could it possibly mean? Ramsey remained perplexed. The value of hatred, Vegeta articulated succinctly. The value of hatred? Ramsey was stunned once more. This figure represented the accumulation of Vegeta's animosity. The higher the value, the greater the animosity. Initially, Vegeta harbored an immense hatred towards Ramsey, convinced that he would repay the suffering inflicted upon him tenfold. However, after their visit to Universe 11, Vegeta began to perceive Ramsey in a more favorable light. Especially in critical moments, Ramsey had stood up for him. Thus, Vegeta's hatred towards Ramsey diminished from 80,000 to 10,000. This 10,000 is merely to keep you humble. Meanwhile, the hatred directed towards Whis soared to a staggering 100,000. It's simply that I cannot defeat you at present. But once I devise a strategy to overcome you, just wait and see. Vegeta harbored a long memory of grievances. Despite Ramsey believing their relationship had improved significantly, there still remained over 10,000 in animosity. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Instead, let us consider our next destination, Vegeta suggested. Indeed, we must think carefully. Initially, it was a millennium, but your pressure forced me to allocate 2,000 years instead, Ramsey remarked, swaying his elongated trunk. It was Whis's insistence, Vegeta stated. Whis exhibited a face of utter confusion. I have merely been an observer throughout. I only made contact with the staff and Margarita. Why am I being implicated? I am an angel, maintaining neutrality. Whis, this matter has nothing to do with you, right? Ramsey was also taken aback. Why have you suddenly dragged Whis into this? Vegeta pondered. Perhaps it was Whis' influence. What do you mean? Ramsey was increasingly bewildered. Whis, I sense you have ill intent. Why does your statement sound peculiar? Among all the gods of destruction, the ones I find most intolerable are Beerus and Kampa. Ramsey scoffed, as these two brothers were perpetually irritating, particularly that Beerus fellow. Ramsey, compared to Beerus, who is more powerful? Vegeta inquired. Ramsey, please don't ask so directly. How am I to respond to such a question? Naturally, it is I. Only I. Ramsey laughed heartily. Then what is there left to discuss? Vegeta, unfazed, proposed. While he sleeps, let us go and obliterate his planet. Ramsey was rendered speechless. Come on, Whis, we're heading to Universe 7. Vegeta declared, wrapping his arms around Whis from behind. Whis, Chapter 89, The Wrath of Zamasu. Now, Vegeta stood tall and formidable. The sensation of embracing Kes from behind felt entirely different. After wrapping his arms around her, Vegeta towered over Kes by nearly a head's length. He leaned in, his lips a mere 2 centimeters from her face. Just as he had moments earlier. Kes, at a loss for words, turned to look at Ramsey. Yet, the very act of turning caused her face to brush against Vegeta's lips. Kes. Vegeta, however, feigned nonchalance, shifting his mouth slightly to the side. Kes refrained from saying much more, as Vegeta had always been close to her since childhood, often holding her in a similar manner. Though he had been much shorter back then. Now, transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, the experience of embracing Kes felt entirely new. Ramsey, are we heading to the 7th universe? Kes inquired. Let's deliberate on this. Ramsey replied, wiping sweat from his brow. Can I confess that I cannot defeat Beerus? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? You're being too straightforward, Vegeta. Ramsey shook his head. This isn't your style. We ought to devise a plan to outwit him. Indeed. Let us ensnare him. Vegeta affirmed. This direct approach is my preference. I would rather confront him head-on. That would be far more straightforward. Ramsey. Vegeta? The god of destruction, Gas, listened intently from the sidelines. At this juncture, we need not deceive the god of destruction any longer, Kes proposed. You are right, Ramsey nodded. Turning to Gas to explain, you are not yet aware, are you? He is not Darl. He is Vegeta. Vegeta, you may release me now. We are not flying. So why are you still holding on to me? Kes sighed. Understood. Vegeta obediently nodded and descended from behind Kes. On the ground below, within a restroom, gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Zamasu finally regained consciousness. What in the world is this place? Is this a latrine? Shaking his head, Zamasu quickly gathered his wits. He climbed out. His demeanor one of utter disarray. Fuming with rage, Zamasu unleashed his divine power, shaking off the filth that clung to him. Cursed Darl, I shall not let you escape. He seethed through clenched teeth. As he lifted his gaze, he spotted Darl, along with the god of destruction and others, in the distant sky. High above, is that Vegeta? Gas was taken aback, noting the stark contrast from his usual appearance. This is what he looks like after transforming, Ramsey grinned. So, do you understand my meaning? Gas. Suddenly, a foreboding feeling washed over him. Please, Ramsey, don't hesitate to speak candidly. Gas chuckled nervously. This position of the temporary god of destruction is merely provisional. Ramsey explained with a smile. What Vegeta and I are doing primarily serves to ensnare that troublesome Waymeda. Gas. Poor Waymeda. Being outwitted for 8,000 years. Alas, the adult known for his exquisite taste remains utterly oblivious. What a pitiable creature he is. Thus, you may continue to nurture your disciple. Known as Zamasu, Rumshire remarked. Guavas. So, after all my efforts and training, I am merely crafting garments for another? Guavas nearly uttered that since Vegeta is no longer my disciple, it would be prudent for you to return the Patera earrings and the crystal ball to me. However, Rumshire refrained from broaching this subject, and Vegeta showed no inclination to return them. Guavas felt awkward to ask. Vegeta also did not reveal what Zamasu's future endeavors might entail. There are still several decades before Zamasu travels to the timeline of Trunks. Moreover, with the current upheaval in the King Kai's realm, history has surely already altered. Has it not? Let us depart from this place, Rumshire beckoned. Very well, Master Rumshire, Kes replied. With a sudden move, Vegeta, lacking any pretense, wrapped his arm around Kes from behind. I just remembered, Vegeta, how is your mastery of instant transmission coming along? Would you like to practice here for convenience in your future travels? Rumshire turned to Vegeta as they prepared to leave. There is no need for such trouble. I prefer to hold Kes, Vegeta replied. Rumshire, very well, let us be on our way. Rumshire nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. By the way, Guavas, regarding Vegeta's identity. Rumshire directed his gaze toward Guavas. You need not worry, Master Rumshire. I am quite discreet, Guavas assured him. That is reassuring, Rumshire smiled with satisfaction. Kes, are you discreet? Vegeta inquired. Kes, do you think I would reveal your identity? If I had something to say, would I not have done so by now? Kes replied with a smile. I simply asked if you were discreet. What does that have to do with my identity? I am not afraid of it being exposed. Vegeta responded. Discreet, Kes nodded. Yes, 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 Vegeta acknowledged. Kes, Rumshire. Both exhibited expressions of utter confusion. Is a simple affirmation all that is required? What exactly do you mean? In a few years, I shall seek the opportunity to test this. I am fond of beautiful women who are discreet, Vegeta asserted. Is it because they do not chatter excessively? Rumshire inquired, taken aback. Chatter excessively? Vegeta's thoughts took a turn. How could they not? At that moment, Vegeta held Kess from behind, feeling her warmth and distinctive fragrance. The more he pondered, the more intense his feelings grew. It seemed that Kess was becoming increasingly unruly and unmanageable. Vegeta suspected that Kess might have sensed it as well. Why does she appear so composed? I shall feign ignorance. Whoosh, whoosh. Rumshire and Kess transformed into two streaks of light, swiftly vanishing into the starry expanse, taking Vegeta away from the King Kai's realm in an instant. Guavas, please return the crystal ball and Patera earrings to me. Is it appropriate to take them without returning? There is no other choice. I shall have to create new ones. Creating new crystal balls and Patera earrings requires a considerable amount of time, sighed Guavas in frustration. Just then, Zama's emerged from the latrine with a cold demeanor. He had overheard the conversation between Vegeta and the others quite clearly. So it was that the individual named Darl was none other than that bothersome Vegeta. No wonder he vexed me so. Is this truly just his transformation? That detestable fellow. I shall not forgive you. Zamas, you are awake? I hope you are not angry. Guavas hastily attempted to placate him. Are you speaking in human terms? Zamas retorted. I have been soaking in that latrine for so long. If it were you, would you not be furious? Chapter 90. Deliciously powerful. He possesses the power of an angel? It's merely a matter of lacking skill. Zamas did not overtly display his feelings. As long as you can come to terms with it, Guavas sighed in relief. Lord Kaioshin, when I fainted earlier, was there a battle occurring here? Zamas feigned ignorance, inquiring. Cough. Yes, indeed, Guavas nodded, responding truthfully. It was a wager between Lord Ramsey and the God of Destruction from Universe 11. The God of Destruction from Universe 11? Zamas's interest was piqued. Correct, Guavas affirmed. His name is Delicious. What was the outcome? Zamas queried. The outcome, of course, was Lord Ramsey's victory, Guavas smiled. What were they wagering? Zamas pressed further. To work for each other, Guavas explained. For the next 8,000 years, the God of Destruction from Universe 11, Lord Delicious, will serve our universe's Lord Ramsey, primarily tasked with the destruction of our planets. Zamas's mind raced. This presents a splendid opportunity. I must find a way to contact the God of Destruction from Universe 11. Zamas chose not to elaborate further. After a brief moment of silence, he declared, I shall step outside for a while. He bowed respectfully to Guavas. Taking a breather is beneficial. Open your heart and release the pressure. Consider the previous events merely a jest, Guavas advised. You, Zamas interrupted. Are you even speaking sensibly? You think it was a jest? I certainly do not. Zamas swiftly departed, appearing in the vastness of space. Notably, he had mastered instant transmission long ago, and now utilized it with great finesse. In mere moments, he found himself at the edge of Universe 10. Zamas entered the realm of nothingness. Before long, his figure manifested in the cosmic expanse of Universe 11. Universe 11. The underworld. Makalita wielded her staff and pointed at the soul of Torpo. Instantly, a new body rapidly formed around Torpo's soul. Torpo was resurrected. Thank you, Lady Makalita. Thank you, Lord Delicious. Torpo bowed in gratitude. Let us depart, Makalita, he concluded. With a resigned sigh, Wymide inquired. You can return by yourself, right? Yes, Torpo nodded. Then you can head back on your own. We shan't accompany you, Wymide remarked, gently patting Torpo on the shoulder. Whoosh, whoosh. Wymide and Makalita transformed into two beams of distinct colors, swiftly departing from the underworld. Bang! The two found themselves amidst the vastness of space, promptly soaring towards the realm of the God of Destruction in Universe 11. The detestable Darl. Just the thought of him ignited a wave of frustration within Wymide. Master Wymide is still quite upset, Makalita chuckled. Infuriating. That rascal nearly blew me to smithereens. Wymide gritted his teeth in anger. Oh dear, that explosion indeed possessed tremendous power, Makalita acknowledged. However, had Master Wymide managed to evade it in that fleeting moment, you likely wouldn't have sustained any injuries. You say that so easily. At first, I thought that thing was inconsequential. Had I known it was so perilous, I would have fled long ago. Wymide huffed. Makalita smiled softly, choosing not to respond. I find myself even contemplating returning to give that scoundrel Darl a thorough thrashing. Wymide bared his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. However, Lord Ramses has always been by Mr. Darl's side, Makalita replied. He must have moments of solitude. When he does, I shall ensure he receives his due punishment. Wymide scoffed. A moment of silence ensued. Suddenly, Wymide recalled something, asking, by the way, how did that fellow Darl manage to produce such a formidable light? It feels as though he forcibly fused two distinct energies. You are correct, Master Wymide. It indeed involves the merging of two different forms of energy, Makalita affirmed with a nod. What kinds of energy are we speaking of? Wymide inquired, sensing the presence of destructive energy within. Indeed, there is destructive energy present, Makalita responded. But he is merely an apprentice god of destruction. Where would he acquire such destructive energy? Why-Mind furrowed his brow, finding the situation increasingly perplexing. Perhaps he learned it from Lord Ramses, Makalita speculated. That scoundrel Ramses. He must have done this intentionally. Why-Mind seethed. He deliberately taught Darl to harness destructive energy, only to challenge our universe's apprentice god of destruction. A brief silence followed. That Darl fellow is quite remarkable, having learned to harness destructive energy so swiftly. Why-Mind mused, his frustration palpable. Indeed, Makalita agreed. Now, what about the other type of energy? Why-Mind pressed further. There exists another, the power of the angels, Makalita pondered. What did you just say? The power of the angels? Why-Mind was taken aback. For an ordinary human to harness destructive energy was already astounding. Yet, the ability to also channel angelic power rendered this individual utterly extraordinary. Where could he have obtained such angelic power? Why-Mind queried. Was it bestowed upon him by Chris? It doesn't seem so. The concentration of angelic power is rather low. Makalita shook her head. Low concentration? Why-Mind paused. Could it be the angelic power of a novice angel? The concentration of angelic power is lower than that of the apprentice angel. It feels as though he has condensed it himself, Makalita mused. What? That fellow named Dar can condense angelic power? Don't be ridiculous. Waymeda exclaimed in astonishment. How could an ordinary human possibly learn to condense angelic power? Yet, it is not entirely impossible. If one were to comprehend the essence of absolute freedom, they could indeed condense a minuscule amount of angelic power. Makalita replied. But it would only be a tiny fraction, and it would require considerable skill. This alone indicates that Mr. Dar's talent is truly extraordinary, even surpassing the late Mr. Vegeta. Waymeda fell silent. At that moment, Zamasu appeared nearby with a flash of instant transmission. Wait a moment, Lord Waymeda. Zamasu hurriedly interjected. Chapter 91, Zamasu betrays. Waymeda turned to glance at Zamasu, then slowly came to a stop beside him. Who are you? You do not seem to belong to our universe. Waymeda squinted at Zamasu. I am the North Kai of Universe 10, Zamasu replied. Universe 10. Upon hearing this, Waymeda's temper flared. How dare you come to our universe and act recklessly? You have come at a most unfortunate time. A mere Kai such as yourself is still within my capacity to destroy. With that, the destructive energy in Waymeda's hand had already coalesced, aimed directly at Zamasu's form. Lord Waymeda, please let me speak first. You can destroy me afterward, Zamasu stated calmly, regarding the matter of Vegeta. Speak, Waymeda huffed. To my knowledge, that fellow named Dar is actually Vegeta, Zamasu revealed. What did you say? Waymeda's eyes widened in disbelief. I learned of this through eavesdropping on a conversation between Ramushi and Guavas, Zamasu explained. I heard that Dar is a new transformation of Vegeta. Transformation. Waymeda pondered this carefully, realizing it was not entirely implausible. I had sensed something was amiss. It turns out to be a transformation. Makalita exclaimed, finally understanding. After all, if he were a newcomer, it would be impossible for him to simultaneously condense both destructive and angelic powers so swiftly. Waymeda mechanically turned his head, casting a deep glance at Makalita. In that moment, he felt as if he were a fool. I've been played by that Ramushi fellow. I've been set up by Ramushi and that Vegeta kid together. How infuriating. I will not forgive them. Waymeda fumed, destructive energy surging wildly from his body. Swish. Swish swish. The destructive energy in Waymeda's hands scattered like raindrops. Bang bang bang. Instantly, numerous nearby planets and stars were obliterated, vanishing into nothingness. Makalita sighed resignedly. Lord Ramushi is indeed quite malicious. Do you see our Lord Waymeda as a mere target for bullying? Seizing one person to extract every ounce of benefit. Lord Waymeda is almost stripped bare. Those two scoundrels. The exquisite taste of the divine Lord Zamasu has led me to harbor a profound disdain for both Ramsey and Vegeta. I am willing to dedicate myself to serving Lord Zamasu, he proclaimed. Oh, Lord Zamasu replied, somewhat taken aback by this revelation. I am the North Kai, and I have always aspired to become an exceptional Kaishin, he continued. However, upon becoming a disciple of the Kaishin, I discovered that the philosophy of the Kaishin diverged entirely from my own. In truth, I am more suited to the role of a destroyer. I believe that with my abilities, I can guide the universe toward a brighter future. You are a disciple of that fellow, Goku? Lord Zamasu inquired, gradually regaining his composure as he gazed at Zamasu. Indeed, until recently. Zamasu nodded. However, after Vegeta's arrival, I was overshadowed. Poor soul, Lord Zamasu sighed. Fellow wanderers in this vast world, Zamasu lamented. Who on earth is a fellow wanderer with you? You are merely gilding your own fade, Lord Zamasu retorted. Lord Zamasu, may I become your apprentice as a destroyer? Zamasu implored. Lord Zamasu scrutinized Zamasu from head to toe. After a brief silence, he replied, you are not capable. Your aptitude is lacking, and your talents are ill-suited for the role of a destroyer. Zamasu felt a pang in his heart. Does this mean I am fated to be forever distanced from the role of a destroyer? Considering the valuable information you provided me earlier, I shall grant you an opportunity. Lord Zamasu contemplated before addressing Zamasu. Please, speak, my lord, Zamasu responded eagerly. Based on your destructive philosophy, you will oversee that galaxy over there. If you can manage it to my satisfaction, I may make an exception and accept you as my disciple, Lord Zamasu declared, gesturing toward a distant galaxy. Yes, my lord. Zamasu nodded enthusiastically. Go now, Lord Zamasu instructed, not wishing to prolong the conversation, and promptly departed with Margarita. Zamasu then plunged into the depths of the galaxy. Before long, Zamasu initiated a thorough cleansing of the humans residing within that galaxy. You foolish humans. I will eradicate every last one of you. I am a god. I am the supreme deity. Creatures like Vegeta will inevitably fall by my hand. Zamasu stormed off to vent his frustrations. Meanwhile, Lord Zamasu and Margarita remained oblivious to Zamasu's intentions as they continued their journey toward the realm of destroyers. Does Lord Zamasu truly intend to accept Mr. Zamasu as a disciple of destruction? Margarita inquired. Who would take that fellow in? I merely painted a picture of hope for him. Lord Zamasu chuckled. Such a treacherous being could betray the 10th universe today and turn against our 11th universe tomorrow. Your words carry a semblance of wisdom, my lord. Margarita nodded in agreement. How infuriating. Though I detest that individual named Vegeta and wish to vanquish him myself, I cannot help but envy the camaraderie between Ramsey and Vegeta. Lord Zamasu expressed with a hint of bitterness. Indeed, Margarita smiled. Why do I not possess such a remarkable disciple? The flavors within my heart have become increasingly unsettling. So, what does Lord Whis intend to do regarding Vegeta's concealed identity? Will you confront him? Asked Margarita. Do you believe they would admit it? Whis, surprisingly, regained his composure. Oh dear, had Lord Whis been this calm earlier, perhaps he would not have fallen into deception, Margarita chuckled. Whis, a brief silence. There is no necessity to expose them. Let them continue their masquerade, if they so desire, Whis huffed. Very well, Margarita nodded. Even Jiren is no match for that Vegeta, and that lad's growth rate is astonishing. In the entirety of the universe, aside from the gods of destruction, there seems to be no one capable of challenging him, Whis remarked solemnly. Indeed, Margarita concurred. It appears we must devise another strategy, Whis mused, resting his chin in contemplation. Yes, indeed, Margarita nodded. Margarita, please contemplate this as well, Whis suggested. I am pondering. Margarita replied. Chapter 92. Let us call it a royal flush. Suddenly, I recalled the plan to cultivate the Kaioshin, which you had proposed, Whis said, his expression darkening. Oh dear, who could have anticipated that Universe 10 would be so treacherous? Margarita sighed in resignation. Even I was left in the dark. Approximately half an hour passed. If that fails, we could host a competition among humans, Whis pondered. I refuse to believe that Universe 10 harbors any formidable humans. Are the trainee Kaioshins and trainee gods of destruction excluded from participation? Margarita inquired. Naturally, Whis affirmed, in any case, that fellow named Vegeta must not be allowed to compete. Oh dear, then Mr. Topo and Mr. Dispo must also be excluded from the competition, Margarita remarked. Our Jiren could easily sweep through all the humans in Universe 10. Whis grinned. Lord Whis, isn't that a bit too obvious? Margarita sighed in exasperation. Do you think they would allow Jiren to participate in the competition? Whis, it seems so. After all, Jiren's strength is quite evident. Let us consider other options. Whis scratched his head in frustration. I must reclaim those 8,000 years. And when Vegeta is alone, I shall give him a thorough beating. Universe 10. Cosmic space. Rumshur, Kusu, and Vegeta soared swiftly through this expanse. Vegeta, do you have something over there? It's quite uncomfortable for me here, Kusu remarked to Vegeta. It's nothing. I'll get used to it, Vegeta replied. Kusu, can one truly just get accustomed to such discomfort? I much prefer when you appeared as a child. It was just right for carrying you while flying, Kusu sighed. I intend to acclimatize to this transformation, striving to make it my new norm, Vegeta asserted. Forget about that childish form. Do not dwell on it any longer. Hey, Vegeta. Has that childish form of yours grown up at all? Rumshur inquired. It no longer matters, Vegeta replied. This form is sufficiently mature. Why should I concern myself with that norm? Suit yourself. Ramsey pondered, contemplating where to venture next. Aren't we supposed to obliterate Beerus's planet in the 7th universe? Vegeta inquired. When did I ever utter such words? Ramsey retorted with a scowl. Humph, that scoundrel Beerus ordered the destruction of my home planet. I intend to confront him and unleash my fusion power to end his existence, Vegeta muttered. Was your home planet destroyed by Beerus himself? Ramsey asked, momentarily taken aback. Though he did not strike the final blow, he orchestrated the destruction, Vegeta replied. I could have been the king of the Saiyans, but now I am left alone. Adrift in the cosmos. TCH, your melodramatic tales might sway the hearts of the uninformed. Ramsey scoffed, rolling his eyes. Are you truly that forlorn? I spotted your girlfriend on that planet called Earth. You managed to secure a girlfriend at such a young age. Enough of this trivial chatter. Will you join me or not? Vegeta pressed. That seems rather inappropriate, Ramsey replied, feeling overwhelmed. If you wish to confront him, I would wholeheartedly support it. However, ambushing him while he sleeps with fusion power is rather dishonorable. I think I should name my fusion power, Vegeta mused. You certainly shift topics with remarkable speed, Ramsey remarked. Somewhat exasperated. Let us call it King Bomb, Vegeta proposed. That sounds rather underwhelming. Ramsey shook his head. Very well, it's settled then, Vegeta asserted. Ramsey chose to remain silent. Since you've made your decision, why inquire further? Let us deliberate on whether we should unleash a King Bomb upon Beerus's planet, Vegeta suggested. I would advise against it, Kes sighed, offering her counsel. The god of destruction's duty to annihilate planets is not inherently personal. Is it truly devoid of personal vendetta? Vegeta scoffed. Indeed. I can assure you of that, Ramsey confirmed with a nod. That may be, but the destruction of my home planet demands retribution, Vegeta retorted. Since we cannot launch a King Bomb at him, I propose we abduct all the talented individuals from his universe. What do you think? Transporting their talents to our 10th universe? Ramsey's eyes gleamed with excitement. Doesn't that sound intriguing? Vegeta smiled. When Beerus awakens, he will find not a single capable warrior remaining in his universe. Kes. This isn't against the rules, is it? Ramsey turned to her for confirmation. Not at all, Kes nodded. Then it is settled. Ramsey chuckled, his enthusiasm palpable. Are we heading to the 7th universe now, Lord Ramsey? Kes inquired. Indeed, our destination is the 7th universe, Ramsey affirmed. With a swift turn, the trio sped towards the 7th universe. By the way, Vegeta, do you have any remaining family? Ramsey asked. I have a brother, Vegeta replied. A moment of silence ensued. There exists a brother of uncertain status, Vegeta added. If you have a brother, then how can there be uncertainty? Ramsey inquired with a hint of perplexity. I merely overheard my father mention to someone that I have a brother, yet I have never heard anyone else speak of this matter. Thus I remain uncertain, Vegeta replied. In truth, Vegeta had never heard his father mention anything about a brother. The reason he referred to this brother as uncertain is that he appears in a fan comic. It seems to draw from the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, perhaps even encompassing Dragon Ball itself, which is recognized as official fan work. However, characters from other fan comics may not necessarily appear. This uncertain brother, whom Vegeta mentioned, is named Reg. He hails from the fan comic Dragon Ball New Era. Upon his birth, his battle power reached an impressive height of 50,000, and in his usual state, he is a Super Saiyan 4. The existence of such a remarkable individual is uncertain. Do you know his name? If you do, perhaps Kes might be able to locate him, Ramsey suggested. Since you wish to relocate everyone from the 7th universe to our 10th universe, why not bring your family along as well? Chapter 93, Emptying Beerus's Universe. There are many people on Earth in the 7th universe. Do you intend to transfer the entire planet to the 10th universe? Is that feasible? Vegeta inquired. Ramsey responded. Your ambition is quite grand. Kes sighed in resignation. Kes, can you not accomplish this either? Vegeta whispered warmly in Kes's ear, causing her ears to tingle. You need not be so close. I can hear you just fine, Kes retorted. I can only be this close while holding you, Vegeta chuckled. Do as you wish. Kes replied, shaking her head. Transferring a planet is not an insurmountable task. Even the Kaioshin can manage it with ease. However, to move this planet while ensuring the survival of all its inhabitants is exceedingly challenging. First, one must find a suitable solar system. One that offers an environment akin to Earth's in the cosmos. The search for such a system is no trivial endeavor. The universe is vast, and locating a solar system suitable for Earth's survival could take an extensive amount of time. Then let us relocate the entire galaxy that houses Earth, Vegeta proposed. Kes and Ramsey exchanged incredulous looks. You are aiming for the galaxy itself? That is a rather ambitious undertaking, Ramsey remarked, his brow furrowing. While moving Earth might be acceptable, you wish to transfer the entire galaxy it resides in. Do you comprehend the enormity of the galaxy? Ramsey questioned, his face darkening. I do, Vegeta replied confidently. Are you not a god of destruction? It is said that a god of destruction can achieve anything. Let us discuss this further. Ramsey wiped his brow. I am indeed a god of destruction. However, to ask me to move an entire galaxy, that is beyond my capabilities. It can be done, Kes suddenly interjected. Kes, you can accomplish this? Ramsey asked, taken aback. I cannot, but the Eternal Dragon can, Kes smiled gently. Indeed, the Super Dragon Balls. The Eternal Dragon could undoubtedly achieve it. Ramsey chuckled heartily, eager to embark on the quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Once a wish is granted, the Super Dragon Balls will transform into stone for a year, and it will take approximately 1 year for them to recover, Kes replied. Then we shall wait a year before relocating the galaxy that encompasses Earth to Universe 10. That should pose no problem, right? Ramsey suggested. Indeed, Vegeta nodded in agreement. For now, let us transfer those individuals you deem particularly useful. A brief silence ensued. While that fiend Beerus remains in slumber, we should clear his universe. Ramsey exclaimed with glee. This is retribution for all the times you bullied me. Several hours later, the trio materialized in the cosmic expanse of Universe 7. Your brother is named Reg, correct? Ramsey inquired. Kes, quickly ascertain whether a being named Reg exists. Of course, Lord Ramsey. Kes responded as her staff shimmered with radiant light. swiftly initiating a search throughout the universe. By the way, I just recalled. See if there is a planet called Benby, Vegeta added. Benby? Very well, Kess nodded. Having a specific planet makes the search considerably easier. With that, she utilized her crystal orb to seek out Benby. 10 seconds later, she beamed, found it. There indeed exists a planet named Benby, located near the edge of the universe. The environment appears quite harsh, and there is indeed an individual named Reg residing there. With a swift motion, Kess's staff projected an image. Vegeta gazed intently at the figure displayed. The image revealed a long-haired man, bearing a striking resemblance to Raditz, with 10% similarity due to their shared long hair. Moreover, Reg sported a red tail. Goodness, this Reg bears a remarkable likeness to Vegeta in his current form. Kess remarked with a smile. Is he also in the Super Saiyan 4 form? Indeed, that is your brother, Ramsey affirmed. Shall we bring him to our Universe 10? Very well, Vegeta nodded. Let us proceed. With a grand gesture, Ramsey summoned forth their power, and the three transformed into two streams of vibrant light, racing towards the planet Benby. Benby, a planet characterized by its inhospitable environment, frequently experienced sandstorms, and its human population was exceedingly sparse. At that moment, Reg was in his yard with his wife, Sapari, both gazing up at the ominous sky, which was engulfed in darkness and swirling dust. The harshness of the planet rendered Reg disinterested in ruling. Over a decade has passed, and I wonder how planet Vegeta fares, Reg mused solemnly. If all goes according to plan, soon your brother shall ascend to the throne, Sapari remarked. Father is so biased. Reg gritted his teeth. Why must I be exiled to such a distant planet? The king likely fears your formidable combat prowess, Sapari sighed. One day, I shall return and make Father and Vegeta pay dearly for their transgressions, Reg declared through clenched teeth. Regrettably, the technology on this planet is exceedingly primitive, Sapali remarked with a shake of his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. Our spacecraft sustained damage during landing due to a collision. Escaping this planet will prove to be an arduous challenge. We must devise a way to depart from here. Reg echoed solemnly. Indeed. I shall see if I can repair the vessel. Sapali responded. Reg, your strength has undergone significant enhancement. I have faith that upon your return to planet Vegeta, you will effortlessly seize the throne. Even the cosmic tyrant Frieza would stand no chance against you. What is Frieza in comparison? Reg scoffed disdainfully. I possessed combat power surpassing his even at the tender age of 7. Truly, he is the most exceptional prince of the Saiyans, Sapali praised with a smile. As they conversed, two streaks of vibrant light flashed across the sky. What is that? Sapali exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the two distinct trails of light. Reg noticed them as well, yet due to the considerable distance and adverse weather conditions, he could not discern them clearly. Could it be a spacecraft? Sapali said, excitement bubbling within him. If it indeed is a spacecraft, that would be splendid. Reg's face was alight with anticipation. This would allow them to escape this planet. However, why would a spacecraft appear in such a place? Sapali pondered. Let us investigate. Reg transformed into a golden beam of light and swiftly ascended into the sky. Wait for me. Sapali hurriedly followed. Chapter 94, The Ancient Saiyan Reg. High above in the sky. Vegeta, that is your brother Reg, Kess remarked. I see him, Vegeta nodded. It appears your brother possesses quite a formidable energy level, Ramsey observed with admiration. Nurturing his abilities further in the direction of the pit would indeed be a commendable choice. Do you think my base form can surpass his? Vegeta inquired. Base form? Ramsey was momentarily taken aback, asking, do you intend to battle your brother? Not to fight him, but to tease him. Vegeta grinned widely. With a swift motion, Vegeta transformed back to his base form. Just watch from above, he instructed, and then, like a streak of light, he darted downward toward Reg. Ramsey. Kess. This kid is ruthless. He even intends to tease his own brother, Ramsey remarked. Mr. Reg's energy intensity is formidable. His apparent strength rivals even that of Mr. Topa, Kess noted, yet he seems to harbor significant resentment. In such an environment, it is peculiar not to have grievances, Ramsey commented, unfazed. Reg soared upward with great speed. And suddenly, he caught sight of a figure in the sky, a child with a tail. Who is that? A Saiyan? Reg blinked in surprise. The child with the tail drew closer. Is that Vegeta? Reg recognized him instantly. After all, the present Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to King Vegeta, with identical hairstyle. Reg felt an overwhelming rush of happiness. Vegeta? My brother. What brings you here? Reg called out loudly. Brace yourself for a kick. Vegeta stood with his hands tucked into his pockets and launched a kick towards Reg. Reg scoffed derisively. You think you can defeat your brother? How absurd. In an instant, Vegeta's foot connected with Reg's arm, but Reg effortlessly blocked the attack with his own limb. Vegeta quickly retreated, creating some distance between them. Not bad, Reg. Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. You are the first to withstand my kick without falling. Vegeta. Reg gritted his teeth, incredulous. Is it really you? Has our father informed you of my existence? I happened to hear about you, so I came to see for myself, Vegeta replied with a grin. I never expected you to still be alive. Humph, I'm not so easy to kill. Reg huffed, furrowing his brow. But wait, why are you still so short? Aren't you nearly 18? Scions typically mature by 15, just like me. True royalty experiences a sudden growth spurt between 18 and 20. That's utter nonsense. Reg retorted, pointing to his own nose. The true royal bloodline of the Scions is within me, Reg. I am the future king of the Scions. Dream on, Vegeta sighed. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. You're hardly a king. What did you say? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Reg was stunned for a full 10 seconds. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. That scoundrel Frieza obliterated it. Ha ha ha, that truly is poetic justice. Reg laughed heartily. Enjoy your laughter while it lasts. Soon enough, you'll find reason to weep, Vegeta remarked coolly. I see now. You've come to ask for my help to defeat Frieza. Reg grasped the situation. No, I came merely to beat you up, Vegeta replied. Brother, do you realize whom you are speaking to? Reg chuckled. Look at you. Have you forgotten your own identity? Vegeta smiled. It's wonderful that you've come here, Vegeta. Reg said, his anger dissipating. I thought our father would keep my existence a secret from you. Who would have guessed he would reveal it? Go on, Vegeta said, showing no urgency to attack. I'll wait while you continue to boast, only to find yourself trampled beneath my feet. Just then, Reg's wife, Sapari, soared into the sky and immediately spotted Vegeta facing Reg. Prince Vegeta? Sapari gasped. Reg, are we dreaming? How did Vegeta arrive on this planet? This is no dream. It is all quite real, Reg replied with a smile. How wonderful, Sapari exclaimed, filled with excitement. You are my sister-in-law? Vegeta turned to Sapari. Not to mention, you are quite beautiful, he observed. You possess a certain femininity about you. I would rate your figure above 97, and your looks at least a 96. If Bulma, Bardock, and Chi-Chi are considered a perfect 100, I would have expected you to be less appealing. After all, the depiction of Sapari in that fan comic is rather mediocre, primarily due to its unappealing art style. However, upon encountering the real person, Vegeta finds her quite admirable. Delicious is not as delightful as dumplings. He mutters softly while gazing at Sapari. Sapari, taken aback, displays a perplexed expression. What dumplings? Reg also appears momentarily stunned. What are you talking about? Vegeta then suggests, Reg, wouldn't you consider dyeing your hair green? Humph, I fear I may disappoint you. Green hair is the hallmark of a legendary Super Saiyan, Reg replies nonchalantly. Vegeta, at a loss for words, retorts, are you truly unaware of what green signifies? You will come to understand it in time. Should I become a traitor? No. I am merely fond of my sister-in-law, he declares, immediately bowing to Sapari. Why are you greeting me? Sapari responds, bewildered. What do we have to discuss? She huffs dismissively, showing no inclination to engage with Vegeta. A little brat, calling me so affectionately. High above, in the lofty clouds, Kess and Ramsey hover, observing the scene below. They note Vegeta's behavior, particularly how he had kicked his elder brother upon their first meeting, relieved that he did not launch his leg this time. Yet, he seems quite courteous to his brother's wife, Ramsey muses. Perhaps that is a characteristic of their clan, Kess speculates. Is that so? Ramsey muses, nodding thoughtfully. Politeness towards a brother's wife seems reasonable enough. Chapter 95. The concentration of angelic power increases by 5. As you may know, Scions can assess their battle power immediately upon birth, determining their innate potential. Reg reflects. Do you know how our father reacted when he first saw my battle power at birth? His expression was truly remarkable. Do tell, Vegeta smiles. I relish watching you boast so quietly. I think you are more adept at it than I am. From now on, you shall take the lead. I will be your steadfast support. Do you know what my battle power was at birth? Reg asks, extending 5 fingers slowly. Ah, so it was merely 5. Slightly stronger than that fellow named Kakarot, who possessed a power level of just 2, Vegeta replies. Reg exclaims, you have completely misunderstood. Fool, it was not 5, but 50. 000. 50, 000. Do you comprehend? Very well, let it be 50, 000. But why are you getting so worked up? Vegeta responds. Reg takes deep breaths, clearly exasperated. What an annoying little brat you are. Umph, you have yet to realize your brother's true strength. Sapari interjects. Let me enlighten you, Vegeta. Your brother is the true legendary warrior, the most formidable Saiyan in the universe, the ancient level Saiyan. He is the true heir to the throne of future Saions. Legendary warrior? Vegeta pondered for a moment. I've played the legendary game, but I was a mage, not a warrior. I do not comprehend your words. Supali's chest heaved with irritation. Your angry expression is quite a different flavor, Vegeta marveled. Supali gritted his teeth, realizing he had been teased by this little brat. However, upon recalling that the other was merely a child, he felt there was little reason to be angry. Your father went to great lengths to conceal everything about your brother from Frieza, Supali continued, while you bask in luxury on planet Vegeta. The true prince has been forced to this desolate planet. Do you have any idea how much we loathe you? We even wake up startled in our dreams. Indeed, this is our life, Vegeta, Reg pointed out. From the moment I became aware, I have despised you. We were born on the same day, and I am acutely aware of our father. He deemed you easier to control, So he kept you on planet Vegeta to enjoy opulence, while he discarded me like refuse here. Vegeta interjected. Ahem, have you misunderstood? You should be resenting our father instead. He sighed. These two fools. What good does hating me do? It's akin to an assassin attempting to kill a gravely wounded man, only to slay the doctor instead. Why stab the doctor? That's the essence of their folly. Well, I've said what needed to be said. Now, let the revenge plan commence. Reg smiled lightly, gazing at Vegeta. Do you prefer ground battles or aerial combat? Sister, do you fancy aerial combat or ground battles? Or perhaps another battlefield, like a bed, a thicket, or an office? Vegeta turned to inquire of Sapali. Sapali retorted, that insufferable little rascal. Wait a moment. He is not so young anymore. He and Reg share the same birth date. But why is he so diminutive, resembling a child? Reg chimed in. Why do you always tease my wife? Saiyans do not engage in such antics. Since you are unwilling to choose, I shall make the choice for you. Let it be aerial combat. Vegeta nodded. Very well. Next, I shall reveal to you a realm that you shall never be able to reach. A realm I shall never attain? Reg was taken aback. Vegeta took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Suddenly, the energy enveloping Vegeta vanished completely. What? How did you dissipate your energy? Reg was momentarily stunned. Come on, feel free to attack. Vegeta beckoned to Reg. In the skies above, this little brat, Vegeta, has left Ramses dumbfounded, someone noted. Oh dear, is that the power of an angel being utilized? Kex also expressed mild surprise, not anticipating that his usual angelic power concentration had risen to a level of 45. Is this fellow even human? Ramsey gritted his teeth and remarked, I have yet to witness any training from him. Perhaps it's merely the remnants of his previous cultivation, Kes speculated. By the way, does Vegeta still consume that substance known as the super divine water? Ramsey inquired. He stopped 3 years ago, Kes replied with a shake of her head. He has truly reached his limit. Indeed, I once thought that substance would allow him to continually enhance his energy, Ramsey mused. However, in truth, his energy has already reached its zenith and has long since begun to transform towards divine power. Yes, Kes nodded. It seems Vegeta intends to employ angelic skills to challenge his brother. Ramsey fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on the impending confrontation between Vegeta and Reg. Reg's expression had also grown somewhat grave. At that moment, he was taken aback, for he could not sense Vegeta's presence at all. It was as if Vegeta had vanished into thin air, yet he was suspended in midair, devoid of any discernible breath. How peculiar. This time, Vegeta extended his hands. It wasn't he that Reg was particularly formidable. Rather, Vegeta simply wished to free his hands from his pockets. Keeping them tucked away all day would surely be unbearable. Furthermore, Vegeta intended to engage in battle using pure angelic power. Angels possess their own unique combat style, distinct from that of the destroyers. The angelic combat style could be likened to the Ultra Instinct form, while the destroyer's combat style relates more to self-instinct. Enough of your theatrics, Reg bellowed, unleashing a torrent of energy. With a swift motion, he charged towards Vegeta, launching a rapid punch. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, evading Reg's attack with remarkable ease. Thud. Vegeta's knee met Reg's abdomen with force. Reg let out a pained cry. Chapter 96, Vegeta's Ultra Instinct. Thud. Vegeta delivered another kick, striking Reg's lower back. Ow. Reg grimaced, losing his balance midair. In a flash, Vegeta repositioned himself directly above Reg. With a downward thrust of his hand, a surge of potent angelic energy enveloped Reg. Boom. Reg's body spiraled out of control and plummeted to the ground, crashing into the earth and shattering their home into smithereens. While angelic power can facilitate healing and restore damaged entities, its offensive force is equally formidable. Indeed, angelic power is a versatile energy capable of transformation into various forms: flames, ice, healing, magic, attack, and defense, among others. This is the true strength of angelic power. Consider this. Vegeta's angelic power concentration has reached a remarkable 70, already surpassing the realm of destruction. Reg. Supali's face paled as she swiftly descended. In a flash, Vegeta appeared directly in front of Supali, obstructing her path. Stand aside. Supali commanded, her expression cold. I have never struck a woman, but your incessant provocations leave me no choice. Vegeta scoffed. What do you intend to do? Supali asked, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. Destruction, Vegeta declared, pointing towards Supali. With a resounding crack, her armor shattered instantly. Ramsey, press. Is destruction employed in such a manner? Ramsey nearly roared, incredulous. What I taught you about destruction, and you merely destroyed her clothing. Is there anyone so shameless? Cress shook her head, unable to bear the sight. Yet, I must admit, Vegeta's sister-in-law possesses an admirable figure, Ramsey mused. Cress rolled her eyes. Ramsey, have you been led astray by Vegeta? Supali shivered, glancing down to find her attire completely vanished. Unperturbed, Vegeta pulled out his phone and snapped several photos of her. You may leave now, he stated coolly. Supali exclaimed in a panic, hastily covering herself with her arms and fleeing the scene. heading towards the ruins below in search of her clothing. How shameless, destroying someone else's garments. Yet, she pondered, what technique did Vegeta employ to obliterate my clothes? Something about destruction? What on earth is that? Soon, Sapali arrived at her home and was overwhelmed with grief at the sight. My home. It has been shattered. In the center of the wreckage lay Reg, who had created a large crater. Reg. Sapali rushed over and pulled him from the pit. Reg grimaced, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. That detestable Vegeta. How can he be so powerful? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Reg's heart seethed with indignation. As they spoke, Reg suddenly sensed something amiss. Where are your clothes? He asked Sapali. I. Sapali stumbled over her words, unsure how to explain. If I said my clothes were obliterated by your brother, what would you think? Sapali, now is not the time for such absurd thoughts. Reg barked, his temper flaring. Is this a moment for such concerns? I didn't say anything. Sapali retorted. I know you enjoy various thrills, but this is hardly the time. Reg said through gritted teeth. Reg, that is not what I meant, Sapali insisted, shaking her head. Then where are your clothes? Reg pressed, his expression darkening. The last time I had a fever, you mentioned wanting to experience the warmth of the heating rod. Can we please refrain from discussing that now? The battle is not yet over, Sapali exclaimed. Now, are you attempting to utilize the battle-damaged heating rod? Reg remarked. Supa battle-damaged? No wonder he has been so hostile towards me, Supa muttered softly. Step aside. Put your clothes on properly, and don't let others see. Reg retorted coldly, determined to thoroughly teach this brat a lesson, even if it meant shattering him into pieces. Supa responded, I've already made it abundantly clear to Vegeta. Moreover, he even retrieved a peculiar device that seems to function as a camera. With a swift adjustment of his breath, Reg transformed into a streak of light, soaring rapidly into the sky. In but an instant, he appeared high above, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks towards Vegeta. However, Vegeta effortlessly evaded all of Reg's attacks. Reg gasped for breath, exclaiming, This is impossible, absolutely impossible. I am truly astonished. Why can't I hit him? My speed is remarkable, yet it is utterly ineffective before him. What on earth is happening? What technique is this? Reg inquired, gazing at Vegeta. It's Ultra Instinct. Vegeta replied with a smile. Can Vegeta actually wield Ultra Instinct? Certainly, after training for such an extended period alongside Whis. It would be quite absurd if he hadn't team-mastered Ultra Instinct. However, Vegeta has yet to learn the transformation akin to Goku's silver-haired form. In truth, Ultra Instinct is a skill, while Goku's transformation merely facilitates its execution. Vegeta, on the other hand, is genuinely following the path of angelic power. Thus, even in his normal state, he can employ Ultra Instinct. Notably, in the manga version of Dragon Ball Super, Goku eventually learns to use Ultra Instinct in his normal state, albeit with less finesse. Vegeta first acquired angelic power, and then harnessed Ultra Instinct under its enhancement. Therefore, it is no wonder that Reg cannot land a hit on Vegeta. However, should he engage in battle with Jiren, Vegeta would find this form inadequate against Jiren's overwhelming strength. He would need to transform to truly contend with Jiren. At present, he is merely dealing with Reg, who is only slightly stronger than Toppo. With the ordinary form of Ultra Instinct at his disposal, Vegeta can easily handle him. Ultra Instinct? What is that? Reg asked in astonishment. This is a divine technique, Vegeta explained with a smile. What do you mean? Have you already ascended to godhood? Reg stammered in surprise. Only a demigod, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Primarily, I have no desire to be a god. This demigod status was acquired rather inadvertently. Reg remained speechless. Ramsey, this brat. He gritted his teeth. He dares to claim he doesn't want to be a god. In truth, Vegeta's ultimate aspiration has always been to become the strongest in the universe, Kess explained. Indeed, he has indeed stated such, Ramsey affirmed. Ramsey nodded. Now the strongest being in the entire universe, having fulfilled his heart's desire. What wishes might he harbor next? Kess inquired. Naturally, to accompany me in deceiving other destroyers. He replied mischievously. First, we must relocate all the formidable beings from the seventh universe. Just imagine the look on Beerus's face when he awakens to find no one capable of fighting by his side. It would be utterly amusing. Kess proposed the idea of hosting a martial arts tournament for humans across the universe, suggesting that all the destroyers summon their respective human participants, which would undoubtedly leave Lord Beerus flummoxed. Ramsey's eyes sparkled with excitement, his enthusiasm palpable as he gazed at Kess. Kess, you are brilliant. How did I not think of this? He exclaimed joyfully. Of course, this is merely a preliminary suggestion. We must deliberate thoroughly to devise a foolproof plan, Kess mused. Let us summon Vegeta for further discussion. That lad has plenty of ideas. Indeed, he does, Ramsey nodded, grinning with uncontainable joy. After a moment of laughter, he added, That Vegeta is taking far too long. Let us wrap up this battle and move on to the next opponent. Just then, with a swift motion, Vegeta appeared beside Ramsey and Kess. Vegeta, wrap up your fight or knock out your brother. We need to head to the next location, Ramsey proposed. I came to inform you of our next destination, Vegeta replied. And where shall we go next? Kess inquired. Planet Wampa. To find Broly, Vegeta responded. Search for him while I deal with Reg, understood, Kess nodded. In an instant, Vegeta materialized before Reg. Broly? Another one of his kin? Ramsey queried. Yes. His name indeed suggests a Saiyan, Kess confirmed, using her staff to skin Planet Wampa and locate Broly. Meanwhile, Reg's expression grew increasingly grave as he fixed his intense gaze on Vegeta. You have thoroughly enraged me, Vegeta. You shall pay a steep price. Reg gritted his teeth, foretelling a terrifying spectacle. Reg exclaimed, unleashing a surge of energy as he prepared to transform into Super Saiyan 5. Notably, Reg's base form was already Super Saiyan 4, so achieving Super Saiyan would enable him to ascend to 5. However, for Reg at this juncture, transforming into Super Saiyan 5 would inflict severe damage on his body. Reg's form began to radiate a golden glow, his hair standing on end, shifting towards a golden hue. Reg, stop. Please, stop. Sapali cried, racing over, tears streaming down her face. Having scavenged a garment from the ruins, Sapali had dressed, although she felt there were few others nearby. This planet, after all, is scarcely populated, and its environment is exceedingly harsh, with visibility extremely low. However, being unclothed tends to lead Rager's thoughts astray. Suddenly, at the moment Rager was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta swiftly intervened with a kick. The blow landed squarely on Rager's chest. With a gasp, Rager coughed up blood, and the golden aura surrounding him dissipated instantly, reverting him to his Super Saiyan 4 form. You, Vegeta, lack martial ethics, Rager exclaimed, pointing accusatorily at Vegeta, his voice trembling with indignation. You could have at least let me transform first. How shameless of you. I was only halfway through my transformation when you attacked. Vegeta's kick had considerable force, and Rager felt his consciousness waning. With a sudden thud, Rager's head drooped, and he fainted, plummeting toward the ground below. Rager. Superi quickly soared upward, intent on catching him. Sister-in-law, allow me. Vegeta darted past, wrapping his arms around Superi. Go catch your brother. What do you mean by holding me like this? And where do you expect me to put my hands? Superi protested vehemently. With a swift motion, Vegeta seized Rager by the hair. Is this how you treat your brother? Superi exclaimed. Let us go. With Rager's hair in his left hand and Superi in his right, Vegeta ascended rapidly, joining Chris and Ramsey in the sky. Finally, the battle is resolved. That took quite some time, Ramsey remarked with a chuckle. However, your brother's energy level upon transforming into a Super Saiyan was impressive, nearing that of Jiren himself. Indeed. Vegeta nodded. That was Super Saiyan 5. Quite formidable, but still significantly inferior compared to Jiren, let alone myself, as Jiren would hardly be a match for me. Who are you people? Superi asked, bewildered, glancing between Ramsey and Chris. Chris, have you located Planet Wampa? Vegeta inquired, disregarding Superi's question. Yes, and I have also found Broly. Chris confirmed with a nod. Then let us depart for Planet Wampa, Vegeta declared, turning to Ramsey. Are you flying with Rager? What about your sister-in-law? I'll carry her. And I'll still be on Chris, Vegeta replied. I want to savor the experience of being wedged in the middle. Ramsey and Chris exchanged looks, while Superi struggled against Vegeta's hold. Let me go? Superi insisted, thrashing about. After a moment, her clothing loosened with a pop. Oh dear. Superi gasped in surprise. What's all the fuss about? It's not like you haven't seen it before, Ramsey remarked, growing impatient. I've seen plenty of unclothed women. Should you dare to utter another word, you shall meet the same fate as this planet, Ramsey declared, waving his hand with a gentle flourish. With a resounding crack, the entire planet of Binbi was obliterated, reduced to mere nothingness by Ramsey's overwhelming power. Sapali was left utterly dumbfounded. Who on earth is this individual? How could he so effortlessly annihilate an entire planet? While Reg might also possess the capability to destroy such a celestial body, rendering it completely non-existent would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. Consider this a token of gratitude to that fellow Beerus, Ramsey mused, a smile spreading across his face, believing that his earlier act was in service of Beerus. Sapali was rendered speechless, trembling in fear. Chris, provide her with a set of garments, Ramsey instructed. Of course, Lord Ramsey, Chris responded with a nod, directing her staff towards Sapali. With a swift motion, a gleaming suit of armor enveloped Sapali. What? She exclaimed, gazing down at her new battle attire in astonishment. Moreover, let us retrieve that flying cube and place them both inside, so we may return to our universe and properly educate them, Ramsey suggested. Indeed, Chris concurred, her staff gesturing into the air. With a snap, the flying cube materialized at her command. Vegeta, with a swift kick, propelled Reg into the cube. Such a brutish action. Ramsey remarked. Is that your brother? Sister-in-law, you should enter first. We shall find an opportunity to discuss our aspirations later, Vegeta said, patting Supali's cheek. Supali glared, wishing she could bite off Vegeta's hand. He then embraced her gently, placing her inside the cube before swiftly exiting. With a sudden motion, Vegeta wrapped his arms around Chris from behind. In such a confined space, did you really need to emerge just to hold me? Chris complained, exasperated. What are you talking about? Holding you feels far more substantial, Vegeta grinned. However, I must admit, you are more comfortable in this form, Chris pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, Vegeta replied. When you assume that Super Saiyan 4 form, it always feels like there's something digging into me, Chris noted. Just remove that uncomfortable element, Ramsey interjected. Must you always be so verbose? No one considers you an elephant if you remain silent, Vegeta retorted, slightly irritated. Did I provoke you? Why the hostility towards me? Ramsey responded, unfazed, as their shared experiences had forged a robust camaraderie between him and Vegeta. Occasionally, Vegeta might raise his voice at Ramsey, and he found it quite acceptable. Shall we now set forth to the planet Wampa? Chris proposed. Absolutely, Vegeta nodded. Let us proceed, Ramsey declared, sweeping his hand forward. With a whoosh, the trio, accompanied by the flying cube, transformed into two beams of vibrant light, racing towards the direction of planet Wampa. Indeed, the conditions on planet Wampa are even worse, Chris remarked. Worse than the previous Bimbi planet? Ramsey inquired. Yes, Chris affirmed with a nod. Vegeta, how could your kin reside on such a desolate planet? Lamsey lamented. They were all exiled by my father, Vegeta replied candidly. Your father certainly possesses a narrow mind, Lamsey chuckled. I, too, can be quite petty, Vegeta admitted. Just as they conversed, Reg awakened within the cube, his expression rife with trepidation as he surveyed his surroundings. Where am I? It feels as if I am drifting through the cosmos. What purpose does this transparent cube serve? And who are those two individuals? Reg, you're awake. This is wonderful. Sapali exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. Sapali, what on earth is happening? What transpired? Reg inquired. Reg, did you see those two individuals? Sapali whispered, casting her gaze towards Kess and Lamsey. Who are they? Reg asked, perplexed. I don't know, Sapali shrugged. You don't know, yet you asked if I saw them? That colossal creature. I cannot fathom how he did it. With a mere wave of his hand, our home planet was reduced to nothingness, leaving no trace behind, Sapali murmured, lowering her voice. What? With a wave of his hand, the planet vanished? Reg's lips twitched in disbelief. Moreover, that giant seems to heed Vegeta's commands, Sapali added. That scoundrel Vegeta, where did he find such a lackey? Reg gritted his teeth. Reg, what shall we do next? Sapali inquired. I shall first recuperate my injuries and regain my strength. Once I am sufficiently restored, I will transform into Super Saiyan 5, and I will annihilate them all. Reg clenched his fists, his entire body trembling. But your body may not withstand it, Sapali expressed her concern. Fear not, as long as I manage my energy well. It should not pose a significant issue, Reg contemplated. You must exercise utmost caution, Sapali reiterated. By the way, how has your attire become so pristine? Reg scrutinized Sapali. I recall you wearing that armor for ages, and it had begun to show signs of wear. Yet now, those cracks are gone. That blue-skinned woman pointed a stick at me, and I found myself adorned in this new outfit, Sapali elucidated. Is she a sorceress? Reg asked, taken aback. Perhaps. Sapali nodded gently. Awake, are we? Vegeta glanced down at Reg. Reg bared his teeth at Vegeta. Dare you show your teeth? Do you believe I one-T knocked them out? Vegeta scoffed. Reg promptly closed his mouth, convinced this impudent fellow would follow through. Without teeth, how shall I eat in the future? Rest well, a battle awaits us shortly, Vegeta remarked with a smirk. What battle? Reg queried, bewildered. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Vegeta stated. The legendary Super Saiyan? Can you defeat him? Reg asked, astonished. The legendary Super Saiyan? Reg echoed, taken aback once more. Indeed, do you not fancy green hair? You shall soon behold it, Vegeta remarked. Who said I liked green hair? Reg retorted. It was you who mentioned it. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. I did say I would dye your hair green. Reg felt as though conversing with Vegeta could very well drive him to madness. A brief silence ensued. Does that legendary Super Saiyan truly exist? Reg inquired. Of course, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. What of it even if the legendary Super Saiyan exists? Reg chuckled softly. Do you know what kind of Saiyan I am? Do enlighten me, Vegeta replied with keen interest. I am an ancient Super Saiyan, Reg declared, pointing his thumb at himself. I was born in the form of a Super Saiyan 4. Enough with your boasting. Ramsey interjected, unable to bear it any longer, regardless of your power level. You can't even defeat your brother. How dare you call yourself an ancient Saiyan? Reg felt a sting from Ramsey's words. That elephant. Vegeta may insult me, but I never imagined you, a mere animal, would dare to ridicule me as well. I shall seize my chance to knock your teeth out. You will understand the might of an ancient Saiyan. By the way, Reg, I recall we have a brother. Have you heard of him? Vegeta queried. You must be referring to Tarble, Reg scoffed. Yes, indeed, Vegeta nodded. What of that waste? Reg sneered. That sort of guy isn't cut out to be a warrior. Do you know on which planet he resides? Vegeta asked again. No, knowing the whereabouts of such a person is utterly unnecessary, Reg huffed, then furrowed his brow and asked. Are you seeking Tarble? I do have that intention, Vegeta mused, turning to Kess. Only my brother's name should be on a planet at the edge of the universe. I do not know the specific name of the planet. Please assist in the search. Very well, Kess readily agreed, swiftly flying with Vegeta while using her staff to locate Tarble. Approximately a minute passed. Found him. It just happens to be on the way. First, we shall head to Wampa Planet. Then from there, we can fly straight ahead to locate Mr. Tarble's planet, Kess stated, projecting an image of Tarble with her staff. Indeed. That is him, Vegeta nodded. Ramsey remained silent. After flying for about another minute, we shall arrive at Wampa Planet, Kess informed. Reg, how is your stamina recovering? Vegeta called down to Reg. Reg grunted, not wishing to engage with Vegeta. In a minute, you will be battling the legendary Super Saiyan. If you perish, do not blame me for failing to save you, Vegeta jested. Humph, even in a weakened state, dealing with a mere legendary Super Saiyan is trivial. Do you think I fear him? Reg replied, though a hint of anxiety lingered within him, for his injuries had not healed sufficiently. Moreover, the energy was merely half of its peak. However, Reg was stubbornly unwilling to acknowledge this fact. Vegeta was aware that Reg's energy had not fully recuperated. Since he refused to concede, let Broly administer a thorough lesson. Do you truly believe we share a bloodline? I have traversed dimensions. I am no kin of yours. A minute later, bang. Vegeta delivered a fierce kick to Reg's face. Whoosh. Reg plummeted from his flight block, hurtling towards the barren ground of planet Wampa. Reg's heart sank. Initially, he had considered Wampa a beautiful planet. If that were the case, it would have been an opportune moment to transform into Super Saiyan 5, obliterate Vegeta and his companions, and seize control of this world. However, upon witnessing the planet's condition, a wave of despair washed over him. The environment here was even harsher than that of planet Benbi, where he resided. Even if I were to vanquish Vegeta and his cohort, I would have no means to seek out a new world. Perhaps it is time to confront the legendary Super Saiyan. Reg swiftly adjusted his posture in midair and rushed downward. On the ground below, 18 years. 18 years. 18 years. Paragus howled at the sky, wishing his voice could pierce the cosmos. He had endured 18 long years on this desolate planet, a harsh environment that rendered his existence unbearable. In contrast, Broly thrived, having grown up in these conditions, blissfully unaware of their severity, as he had never known a better environment. 18 years. 18 years. 18 years. Paragus cried out once more, filled with bitterness over the injustice of fate. Meanwhile, Broly was nearby, indulging in insect eggs with great relish. Hey Kess, do you think that stuff he is eating is any good? Ramsey asked, smacking his lips. He had noticed how much Broly enjoyed his meal and couldn't resist the temptation to try it himself. I don't know, Kess replied, shaking her head. It probably isn't very tasty, considering this inhospitable planet likely doesn't produce anything palatable. What are you talking about? Who is eating? Why can't I see anything? Sapari inquired, astonished. Given the altitude at which Vegeta and the others were situated, virtually in the planet's outer atmosphere, Sapari could hardly see anything. Of course, Vegeta had a clear view. Especially after becoming the apprentice Supreme Kai, his vision had significantly improved, allowing him to see great distances, just shy of having X-ray vision. But that guy sure looks like he's enjoying it, Ramsey remarked, extending his hand across the distance. Whoosh. Ramsey gently exerted a pulling force, drawing 2 insect eggs from below. Smack. Ramsey caught the eggs. Here, Vegeta, give this a try, he said, tossing one of the insect eggs to him. Vegeta, I shall refrain from consuming this. Let it be saved for regress, Vegeta declared. You are quite considerate towards your brother, Ramsey remarked with a smile, then took a bite of the insect egg. Almost immediately, tears welled up in Ramsey's eyes. Ugh, 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 he exclaimed, promptly expelling the insect egg he had just ingested. Chapter 100. The Ancient Saiyon's Transformation into Super Saiyan. How utterly distasteful, Ramsey lamented, feeling utterly unwell. This is the first time I have encountered such a vile delicacy. What flavor is it? Vegeta inquired. More repugnant than feces. Ramsey spat again. Quick, do you have any water? I need to rinse my mouth. Vegeta retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his storage ring and tossed it to Ramsey. Ramsey hurriedly rinsed his mouth. Have you ever consumed feces? Vegeta asked. Ramsey, I inadvertently revealed too much. Heh, Lord Ramsey has truly tasted it. Crest chuckled from the side. Vegeta was taken aback. Ramsey has actually eaten feces? This is indeed monumental news. The god of destruction indulging in such things. Crest, that was a long time ago. It was quite an embarrassing incident. Could you refrain from mentioning it? Ramsey retorted darkly. Pray tell, what compelled you to consume feces? Vegeta was far too curious. I prefer not to discuss it. Ramsey gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. Actually, this is one of the reasons Lord Ramsey harbors a deep-seated disdain for Lord Beerus, Crest smiled. It was Beerus who claimed that the droppings of the Coco Lita bird from the 7th universe were quite delectable. And so Ramsey partook? Vegeta queried. Indeed, Crest nodded. How could you be so easily deceived? Vegeta laughed. That scoundrel Beerus had the audacity to enjoy something he called chocolate beans. I tasted a morsel, and it was indeed delightful. When I inquired as to what it was, he told me it was Coco Lita bird droppings, and I nearly retched, though it was simply too delicious to resist. So, subsequently, you sought out the droppings of this bird? Vegeta pieced it together. Ramsey chose silence, feeling utterly humiliated. How could I fall for Beerus's trickery? In truth, aside from this incident, there are numerous occasions where Lord Ramsey has been completely outwitted by Lord Beerus, Crest chuckled. Moreover, during the Grand Minister's universe-wide hide-and-seek tournament, Beerus found an obscure nook to conceal himself, causing the other gods of destruction to search fruitlessly for years. This displeased the Grand Minister immensely. Therefore, this time I shall ensure that all of Beerus's universe's talents are thoroughly depleted, and I shall take great pleasure in outsmarting him. Ramsey huffed. By the way, Cress, regarding the Universe Martial Arts Tournament, please discuss it with Vegeta and see if he has any better suggestions. Let us not rush. First, let us observe the battles below, Vegeta beckoned. Sapali, inside the flying block, was utterly astonished. Who on earth are they? And that elephant actually consumes feces. Your tastes are truly peculiar. Reg pierced through the atmosphere, transforming into a blazing streak of light as he swiftly surged toward Broly. What was that? Paragus soon heard a sound from above, glancing upward with curiosity. Was it a meteor? Broly, too, set aside the egg and looked up at the sky, confusion etched across his face. It was a person. Someone was descending. Paragus gasped in astonishment, urging, quick, dodge. Broly. Boom. Reg's formidable punch landed squarely on Broly. Broly hastily leaped aside, narrowly evading the oncoming blow. The impact of Reg's fist was earth-shattering, creating a deep, bottomless pit in the ground. Reg was deeply embedded within it. With a light leap, Reg soared from the pit, standing before Broly and Paragus, an endless smile gracing his face. Which of you is the legendary Super Saiyan? Reg inquired, surveying the two before his gaze settled on Broly. I merely intended to frighten you. I deliberately refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Broly wore a look of utter confusion, while Paragus scratched his head in bewilderment. What legendary Super Saiyan? I don't understand what you're saying. Are you also a Saiyan? Paragus suddenly snapped to attention, staring at Reg with excitement. I am not just a Saiyan. I am of royal lineage, the Prince of Planet Vegeta, the future heir to the throne, Reg proclaimed, pointing his thumb at himself. I am Reg, the ancient-level Saiyan. What? You're the king's son? Paragus's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, you shall be my subjects from now on, Reg declared. Broly, strike him. Give him a thorough beating. It is his father who has subjected us to this ordeal. Paragus shouted at Broly. Broly scratched his head, discarding the egg in his hand. Boom. Energy erupted from Broly, surging toward Reg. Reg hesitated for a moment. Vegeta claimed this fellow was the legendary Super Saiyan, yet his energy seemed rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable quality. With a flick of his hand, Reg effortlessly caught Broly's punch. Broly was momentarily stunned. Is this your attack? Reg sneered derisively. As he spoke, Reg tightened his grip. Broly let out a cry of agony. The sound of his bones cracking filled the air. The pain intensified, evident on Broly's face. You are nothing special, merely a figure of empty reputation, Reg scoffed, delivering a powerful kick to Broly's abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. Broly was sent flying backward, crashing through a mountain before emerging from the other side, nearly on the brink of defeat. Reg chuckled lightly, gazing upward at the sky, and called out loudly, Hey, Vegeta. Cease such trivial jesting. Do you truly believe this fellow is worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan? Paragus was taken aback. Broly was utterly incapable of standing against him. Upon glancing at Broly, who lay in a disheveled heap upon the ground, his complexion pale, it became apparent that an immense surge of energy was once again emanating from Broly. This is bad. Catastrophic. Paragus's expression shifted drastically as he promptly retrieved the remote control from his pocket, intending to incapacitate Broly with a jolt of electricity. What are you doing? Reg inquired, observing the unfolding events. You must not allow Broly to act recklessly. If he loses control, no one can restrain him. Paragus explained urgently, insisting that he must act before Broly succumbed to his fury. As he spoke, Paragus prepared to press the button on the remote. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Reg struck from a distance. With a dull crash, Paragus was sent flying through the air, tracing an arc before crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, the remote slipped from Paragus's grasp, tumbling to Reg's feet. With a decisive stomp, Reg crushed the remote into a multitude of shards. What have you done? Terror etched itself across Paragus's face. You have no idea how terrifying Broly can be when he goes berserk. Oh, is that so? Will he transform into the legendary Super Saiyan? Reg replied with a grin. I have yet to witness such a transformation. Paragus shook his head. That is truly disappointing. Reg chuckled softly. I had anticipated a challenge from the legendary Super Saiyan. Boom. Looking back at Broly, his physique had expanded significantly, becoming even more imposing. In the high skies, this Broly's transformation bears a striking resemblance to yours, Ramsey remarked, glancing at Broly before turning to Vegeta. He is a derivative of that transformation, Vegeta stated, and in an instant, he underwent a transformation of his own. With a crack, Vegeta morphed into a golden ape. Ramsey and Kessa's mouths dropped open in astonishment. Having only witnessed Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan 4, they had never seen him take on the form of a giant ape. This was the first time Vegeta revealed his golden great ape form before Kess and Ramsey. Having mastered the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Vegeta no longer required the full moon to become a giant ape. Kess, do you see this? Golden. Vegeta proclaimed with a smile. I see the golden fur, Kess nodded. You have only observed the exterior. Would you care to witness the essence within? Vegeta asked. Kess. Sapali was utterly astonished as well, having never anticipated Vegeta's transformation would manifest in such a manner. Sister-in-law, would you like to see? Golden. Vegeta boasted. What are you showing me? Sapali was still processing the situation. With a swift motion, Vegeta plucked a strand of golden fur from his body, shimmering brilliantly. Vegeta, having transformed into a great ape, wore a coat of coarse fur. Thus, the hair he plucked seemed akin to a golden whip. With a flick of his finger, Vegeta swiftly enveloped the golden whip in a layer of angelic power. In an instant, his form rapidly shrank back to its normal size. Yet the golden whip remained unchanged in dimensions. Indeed, the angelic power could confine the size of objects, Vegeta mused. Ramsha remarked, how could you possibly employ angelic power for this purpose? If the Grand Minister were to discover your usage, would he not be utterly astounded? The issue at hand was the whip's degree of curl. I am quite incredulous, he continued. You do not intend to wield that against someone, do you? Ramshur silently wiped his brow. What nonsense. To use such an item in combat is rather unorthodox. Vegeta shook his head, stating, I plan to keep it as a memento. Perhaps it's best not to preserve such a thing, Kess offered with a wry smile. What merit is there in commemorating it? Here, sister-in-law, it is yours. Vegeta generously tossed the golden whip to Sapari. Sapari was at a loss for how to respond. Is there any scent upon it? In an instant, the golden whip was whisked away into a floating cube, coiling a few times. Sapari found it difficult to look at. Kess, should we pretend not to know him? Ramshur whispered to Kess. Your suggestion is splendid, Kess replied with a subtle nod. However, apart from Vegeta's sister-in-law, there were few others nearby. Ramshur pondered. Should we eliminate her to avoid her scorn? Kess did not respond. What line of thinking is this, Lord Ramshur? Sapari interjected. Why must I be destroyed? I am the victim here. After a moment's reflection, Ramshur reconsidered, retracting his hand. Sapari, who had been frightened to the core, felt a slight easing of her tension upon seeing Ramshur withdraw his hand. Suddenly, Broly unleashed his great ape power. He charged swiftly toward Reg. With a resounding thud, Broly landed a heavy punch squarely on Reg's face, causing his head to jerk aside. Yet, remarkably, Reg managed to endure the blow, turning his head to face Broly. You seem to have unleashed the might of a great ape, but it is still insufficient. Reg scoffed, delivering a ferocious uppercut that struck Broly in the abdomen. With a howl, Broly soared into the air, feeling as if his very essence were being unraveled, even expelling a mouthful of bile. Merely this, Reg sneered, swiftly positioning himself directly above Broly. Bang! Reg kicked forcefully, sending Broly plummeting from the sky. Boom! Broly's body hurtled toward his father, Paragus. Broly's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. Paragus, equally stunned, thought, don't crash down here. I will be crushed. Desperately, Paragus scrambled to evade the impending impact. However, Broly descended at an alarming speed. Bang! In the next moment, Broly's body collided with Paragus. A piercing scream erupted from Paragus as his bones shattered upon impact. Spitting blood, he crumpled to the ground. Broly, resilient, rose and crawled over to his father. Paragus, regaining a flicker of consciousness, murmured, You bastard. With great effort, he lifted his hand, attempting to point at Reg above. Slap. Broly grasped Paragus's hand firmly. Paragus's head tilted, and he succumbed immediately, the injuries too grievous to survive. Chapter 102, Vegeta, I shall join the angels' ranks. Broly witnessed his father's demise unfold before his very eyes. Whoosh! A golden light surged through Broly's mind. Ayah! Broly's cries echoed, and a radiant golden aura enveloped him. Bang! His hair stood upright, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Oh, has he become a Super Saiyan? Reg smirked, unimpressed. Merely an ordinary Super Saiyan. How disappointing. Legendary Super Saiyans are said to have green hair. With a surge of energy, Broly unleashed a torrent of golden light towards Reg. What? Do you think becoming a Super Saiyan makes you formidable? Reg chuckled. Do not forget, I am an ancient Saiyan. Bang! Broly soared skyward, grasping Reg by the throat with his left hand. Reg was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the sudden surge in Broly's speed and strength. With Reg's throat in one hand, Broly unleashed a flurry of punches to Reg's face. Reg, dazed and disoriented, felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. Hey! Reg grit his teeth and delivered a powerful uppercut, striking Broly in the abdomen. Yet Broly merely trembled slightly before regaining his composure. Boom! Broly, now thoroughly enraged, pressed Reg's head down and charged forward, ramming his forehead into Reg's face. Ayah! Reg cried out, feeling several teeth loosen upon impact. Broly continued to press Reg's head downwards. diving toward the earth. This is bad, Reg exclaimed, struggling desperately and landing punches on Broly. Yet Broly showed no signs of releasing Reg, maintaining his relentless descent toward the ground. Thunderous rumblings echoed as they fell. With a thunderous roar, Broly forcefully slammed Reg's head into the ground of planet Wampa. The earth quaked violently, nearly splitting the planet in two. Given the planet's relatively small size, such intense combat almost led to its immediate destruction. Nonetheless, the planet's core sustained severe damage, teetering on the brink of fracture. Vegeta, perhaps you could employ your angelic power to save this planet, Kess suggested suddenly. I'll give it a try, Vegeta replied, nodding as he swiftly unleashed his angelic energy, enveloping the planet. In an instant, the seemingly doomed planet Wampa was restored to its former glory, thanks to Vegeta's effortless repair. What? Has this kid mastered his angelic powers to such an extent? Ramsey exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my, Vegeta is truly remarkable, Kess marveled. If you continue to train diligently, you could become an angel yourself. Why bother honing destruction powers? Ramsey mused, shaking his head. Lord Ramsey has a point, Kess agreed, turning to Vegeta. Our angelic clan is exceedingly rare, and I hope you will consider joining us. However, there has yet to be a precedent for a human becoming an angel. Indeed, there is none at present, Kess responded. Yet, anything is possible. Just because no such example exists does not mean that humans cannot become true angels. What say you, Vegeta? Ramsey inquired. I will join the ranks of the angels. But in a different manner, not by becoming one, Vegeta replied. Ramsey and Kess exchanged bewildered glances, both wearing expressions of confusion. What does he mean by joining in a different way? His words are always so perplexing, Ramsey sighed in resignation. Indeed, who can fathom him? Kess smiled, admitting her own confusion. Vegeta smirked slightly, a mischievous glint in his eye. Is it really so hard to understand? I intend to take 3 beautiful angelic ladies as my wives. Henceforth, I will be intertwined with each of you. Wouldn't that count as joining the angelic ranks? His excitement was palpable. Why are you drooling again? Kess remarked, observing him. Vegeta quickly wiped his mouth, inadvertently smearing saliva onto Kess's clothing. This time, she dodged with remarkable speed. Am I so easily fooled again? Vegeta muttered. But such matters were trivial. He swiftly entered his flight block. Following that, Vegeta rubbed his mouth against Suppari, leaving her impeccably clean. You. Suppari fumed, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Vegeta noted how women often displayed their anger in such a manner. I'll take you on, Suppari declared, gritting her teeth as she charged at Vegeta. Smack! Vegeta gently pressed his hand downward, swiftly grasping the golden whip that had fallen to the ground. With a crack, he struck Suppari down. Do not presume that just because you are my sister-in-law, I will refrain from punishing you, Vegeta scoffed. Do you believe I wouldn't dare to set you ablaze with a candle? Suppari was no match for Vegeta. The fact that he did not strike her down with a single lash was already a considerable mercy. Next time you stand before me, behave appropriately. Whatever I ask of you, simply comply without hesitation, Vegeta admonished. It's merely a matter of exchanging a bit of saliva on your body. Suppari found herself despondent, contemplating her own demise. Is that any way to speak? I have never encountered such a shameless prince. Vegeta paid her no further mind, soaring back to Kess's side. Ramshur uttered not a word regarding Vegeta's actions. You have already secured for me 8,000 years of free labor. It seems I can tolerate your bullying of a woman. Kess was not one to meddle unnecessarily. So, do you intend to continue honing your destructive and angelic powers? Ramshur inquired. For the time being, yes. Whether I persist in this endeavor remains to be seen, Vegeta nodded. As you wish, Ramshur replied, shaking his elephantine trunk. However, regarding that so-called royal trump card of yours, I advise against its future use. If you truly blow yourself up, there will be no one to advocate for you.